We are alive. Yeah.
Good morning,
Okay. Let me
everybody.
just
Oh, hello,
quickly
everyone. Hello, world.
jump
Humanity.
over here.
Now I have to go to YouTube, right? Okay, it's not showing live yet. March 19th. It says scheduled.
We're going, Dr. Joan.
It's not showing live on my thing yet. Let's keep going.
Refresh the page.
It's live on mine, so we are.
Oh, you have
If
to
it's live
refresh the
on mine,
page.
then we're live everywhere. I'm
Yep.
assuming. Okay, so
So,
I'll
I think
just
the page
do that.
refresh.
Let's jump over here. Happy day, guys. Happy day. Happy Saturday morning. Happy love day. Happy. It's just happy today. Today's going to be a wonderful, beautiful day. We are in day 8 of Humanity Unplugged. A week straight. We started last Saturday morning, and here we are 8 days later. I guess 7 days later, but we're on day 8. How does that go, right? But
Yeah.
anyways, we are here. We started an hour later this morning because we had a guest that had to cancel due to some things that had come up. So we thought, okay, we'll start an hour later because we have Phil Gruber tonight, and we'll dedicate that hour to Phil Gruber. So we're just going to get an epic download from him. So today's lineup is pretty good. If you guys want to check that out, it's on our Telegram chat room. And with that being said, I'm going to exit, and I'll hand it over to Rob and Dr. Joan to bring on our morning speaker. This is going to be the energy setter, guys. This is going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to Rachel.
Our morning speaker. This is going to
somebody's
be
got
the
Oh, you got a little bit in the background going crazy.
It's me. It's me. Okay.
That's the delay on YouTube. But yeah, I'm gonna alleviate myself too and let Dr. Joan introduce. But guys, we're set for another day of
All right, Rob. Hello.
just amazingness. So, Dr. Joan, it's you.
All right. Well, the sound isn't so great. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to see everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the conference. I just want to add that I've had the pleasure of here in Sedona of actually meeting and connecting yesterday with some of the speakers that have been on Humanity Unplugged. So I have this great picture with Brad Olson and with Alan Steinfeld and Marguerite Riglioso and other speakers. So very exciting for me, and I will be posting them. So I'm happy to see everyone. And then I'm really happy to introduce you all to my dear friend, Rachel. But before I do, I also want to mention, and I'm going to post this, working with, I'm doing co-producing with Neil, Portal to Essential, and we have a big event coming up next week, and I will post it, or maybe Omar will for me. It's ET races, planets, and technology, and it's the details. It's like if you really wanted to know what the hybrids look like and what each, their philosophy, what they eat, how they live, and how they travel, this is going to address a lot of those issues. So that's going to be a week from today, next Saturday. So if Omar would post it, I'd be very happy. Meanwhile, now I'm going to get back to my dear friend, Rachel. So first thing I want to tell you about Rachel is when I moved to Palm Springs, I go to this event for speakers, and there's Rachel. She says, "Oh my God, Joan, I moved to the desert because Joan of Angels was here." And then she said the 3 best words. She said, "I do what you do." So that's an intro to Rachel. Her name is Rachel Otto. Her soul's purpose in life is to spread love, light, and consciousness throughout the world with energy, healing, and teaching. She is a brilliant teacher. To bring inner peace to the individual brings greater peace in the world, as above, so below. And as a child of light and a warrior from Mother Earth, her life's journey has led her to the practice of energy healing through Reiki as the universal life energy that flows through everything, through love and consciousness and healing. She's a registered reverend of the Universal Light Church, first Dan Master Rainbow Reiki, licensed angelic teacher and healer, and a master DUC Reiki. So she's been studying world religions. She assists you in connecting to the earth. She's created several amazing oracle decks. She lectures and teaches and does residencies at different spas here, and she's an amazing being. So here she is. Come on up, Rachel.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you're here in Palm Springs, right?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank your group. What an awesome event, Humanity Unplugged. We are expanding. We are becoming what we are. We are entering into these new dimensions. What an exciting time. What an awesome event. Congratulations to you, Dr. Joan, and all of your staff for doing this fantastic event.
And so it is. And for having you on, Rachel. And particularly, you know, I just love introducing you with this concept of, you told me that I do everything you do, John of Angels. You do more than I do. I have to say that I love your work, Rachel, and I'm honored you're here. And I'm thinking you have a presentation and a meditation and a little chat for us.
I have so much love to give, so much exciting news, and I just can't wait to tell you it all. So before we get started, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Rachel Otto, and thank you, Joan, for telling all those great things about me. You can find me at wechilllife.com, and my purpose is to teach us that we are all divine beings. What does that mean? And what does it mean that we have alien lineage? And what does it mean that we can heal ourselves? And what does new world? What is all this stuff? Well, I would like to break it down for you in a real simple way and show you a quick way on how you can connect and live to your highest potential. See, the truth of the matter is that we are now entering into the fifth dimension. Whether you believe it or not, the world is changing, and it is happening at an exponential rate. And what is happening is that chaos, this fear, this anger, this victimhood, this nastiness that we've lived in for 20,000 years, and it has been 20,000 years, folks, well, it's gone away. And we get to be the co-creator that we are. We get to be the gods that we are. I know it sounds pretty crazy, but I have figured out on my own, well, that's not true. The trees taught me, and so did the rocks, and so did the crow, and so did that little puppy. Well, the puppy's gone now, but there's a little dog that might pop in. Love, divine love, is going to be the ultimate answer. Not is going to be, it is the ultimate answer for everything. And when we learn how to step into compassion and step into divine love, then everything in our life falls into place. It doesn't matter what alien lineage you are, what star you came from, because we all come from the same source. I wrote this little book with some friends of mine called The Prophecy Map of Nova Gaia. You can get it on Amazon. And here is where I explain through my soul lineage of what I am and what I believe through my truths on how the world began. This planet was created to teach all the beings of the universe, all these groovy cats that exist, to come together in one place and learn how to get along. Well, we're kind of failing at it, but we're not. We're actually doing excellent. We're sticking on our timeline. Who would have known? Well, the angels, I guess. So let me give you just a little bit of some language to help you understand where I'm coming from. I call angels, or they're also known as beings of light. Beings of light are the messengers for Source. And Source, or God, is made up of three parts the way that I understood. The first part is the energy of love, unlimited, unconditional. Source doesn't judge. Who would have known? We talked going to get judged when we die. Only humans judge, only humans categorize, and only humans are the ones that believe in hell. It doesn't exist outside of this planet. It is true, some believe that this is hell, but it's not. It's supposed to be the most awesome place in the entire universe. It is supposed to be the most divine love, happiness for us to learn how magical, how fantastic we are. All right, so that's the first part, is this unlimited energy of love. The second part is what we call divine temples, or it used to be called the divine feminine, but we're getting away from defining things as masculine and feminine. So we're going to look at it as space. It is the giant womb. Space is what exists from my nose to that camera. And it is not empty, folks. It is full of more vibration, more color, more life, more love than we could ever imagine in our entire lives. Wow. The third part of what we call God is made up of conscious light, universal wisdom. They're also calling it the Christ consciousness, Michael's consciousness, Buddha's consciousness, Krishna's consciousness, whatever it is that you believe in. It's the conscious light that goes into your pituitary gland all the way, or your pineal, excuse me, all the way down your spine. And it unlocks and opens unlimited knowledge, not just of this planet, but of every time, space, and dimension. Did you know that you could go and ask your own alien family or your otherworldly beings some advice? I know, it's true. All you have to do is step into your heart and go to the back. And the back of your heart is a connection into the entire universe where you are supported and you are loved. So I'm going to tell you a few easy ways for you to live in love every day. We have changed, and I know you can feel this. Last year, well, let's just talk about the pandemic for a second. What a brilliant, wonderful experience that the universe gave us. No matter how you look at it or whatever you want to blame, the fact of the matter is it was supposed to happen. It's our flood. It's our great awakening. It's our way to connect to the entire world, because we're not supposed to have to experience the entire world by taking a trip somewhere. You don't have to go to Egypt or Sedona or stand in the vortex in the Middle East somewhere. That's not where we're at anymore. Where we're at now is you're the vortex. You're the most important, fantastic thing. You. Who knew? Who would have guessed that we actually hold the power? And that's what's been the 20,000 years, is that we were tricked. We were told that we have no control. We were told to hate ourselves. We were told that we only look good if we're wearing Gucci or Louis Vuitton. It's just not true. What I have found is when we take these three entities, space, love, knowledge, and we pull them into our daily lives, we accept that we are angelic beings. Your alien lineage is actually in your DNA. That's what gives you your physicalness. In genetics, we used to call it nature versus nurture. Well, I'm understanding it now on a completely different level, and I think this group understands it as well. Your soul is angelic. All souls are angelic. All souls are angelic. All aliens were angels at one time. Okay, I know, it's crazy. Your DNA holds your genetic codes of how you look, which actually ties you into your soul, into your otherworldly being family. Your soul, why, it could be up to 30 million years old or 2,000 years old. Who knows? You could be a new star. Your soul carries all of the energy of the universe. Your soul has a God spark inside of you, and it's in your heart. The Egyptians were right. Your heart is your brain. This is where we need to think out of, not here. Got to get out of the way that the Greeks taught us. I think, therefore I am. Screw that shit. I love, therefore I am. I love, therefore I am. Try it again. I love, therefore I am. When we understand that we are angelic, that we are divine beings, and we respect ourselves, then boom, we realize we are in control of our lives. Oh, wait, is that what we call free will? Free will gets a kind of a manipulated term. See, there's songs that have played for a long time that says, I choose my free will. I want to be able to do whatever I want. It sounds like a teenager that needs to be bitch slapped. Nope. I got to tell you, free will was just for us to learn on this planet that we have the only place in the entire universe where we can do whatever we want, that we don't have a defined purpose, that we can only see this one thing to do. So when we come down to this planet, we can do anything we want. And it's almost like capitalism. The choices become so much, so big that people go wackadoodle. And you know what I mean. Have you ever been into one of those massive grocery stores and you walk down one aisle? I remember in New Orleans, I went down one aisle of this huge grocery store and there was, must have been 40 different types of Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid? What? This is free will. We can choose to do anything we want, or we can choose God's will. And so everybody's like, I don't want to be controlled anymore. I don't want to have God's will. I want to do whatever I want. Dumbass, you're God. It's your will. You wrote what you wanted to do on this planet before you came here. And all of us planned a super magnificent life. But sometimes we come into Earth and we get all excited in the candy shop with this free will to do whatever we want. And we go berserko and we lose our will. We lose our path. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. So I choose God's will. I choose to live my life in love, in compassion, in universal wisdom, because that is what I chose for myself when I came down here. The God spark resides within me just as much as it resides within you. We are co-creators in our world. So let's step up and let's be those co-creators. Let's step up and really feel what it means to be you, to be an angelic, divine being on this most magical learning planet called Earth. It's simple now. Now, if we were going to try to do this about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even a year ago, we would have to go through a lot of rigmarole. I mean, let me tell you, I have done days, months of sitting in meditation, malas and mantras. Oh my, not anymore. Time is going way fast. The levels between the reality of the third dimensional world and the fifth dimensional world where we're going to, which, if you would like a fun explanation, you can check out my YouTube channel at Way Chill Life. And I give a great explanation of what dimensions mean, because sometimes it gets a little crazy. But we're going to keep going on about being divine. So we have this angel. You have this angel inside of us. And remember, angels are neutral. They really don't have masculine or feminine qualities, which is why the binary kids right now are being so popular, because it's really binary out there. There is no he or she. Just saying. As we look at ourselves in a neutral, we begin to understand to live judgment free. What does that mean? Well, it's easiest to start with yourself. Stop judging yourself. This goes into self-care. This goes into self-love. Now, I'm a goofy healer. I get it. I started in New Orleans, and the first group of healers that I had worked with back in 2000 were the traditional, what we think of healers today. Sorry to be stereotypical, but the room was full of 60 plus women, and they were all little frumpy for my taste, right? I come in wearing makeup and jewelry and big fashion costumes, and they tell me that I'm not living the life of what a spiritual person should be. And it really hurt me. But when I realize I'm a divine being and I need to love myself and I need to love who I am, well, this is who I am. I love wearing makeup. I love having different colored hair. I love dressing up. That's me. And I do it for me. So I have learned that the more that I love me, the stronger my God spark is, the stronger my connection to the universe, to God, to my alien lineages, to the otherworldly beings, to the ascended masters, to the guides, to the healer that I have come to be here for, gets stronger the more that I love myself. Does this mean I need to go out and buy a bunch of clothes and spend a lot of money? No. It means that the more I make myself happy, the more that I'm judgment free with who I am, things begin to fall into place. Let me give you an example of how to live in love. Every day we're given a challenge. Every day we're given a choice. Again, free will. So when things are thrown to us, and I'm sure you've heard other speakers talk about the dis-ease within your body. When we get sick, it's telling us that there's something that we're holding on to, or there's something that we no longer need, or we're caught in other people's chaos, and we need to clear things out. My example is that I have found this happy medium pace, and that's what I call it. A happy medium pace. We don't have to live up here, which I was known to do for many years. Many years. I was a little bit annoying, but that's okay. And I would get all excited and run around, and it was Mardi Gras and partying, and oh yeah, well, that gets a little exhausting. And then we have those months and years, pandemic maybe for you. Some of us maybe our teen years where we're just out of it. Don't care. Apathy. That's not living. What is living is taking a breath in and choosing your path. Remember free will? That means you get to choose how you do what you want to do. Yes, Dr. Joan, living in love is the key. All right? So it's going to give you an example. Now that I'm on this like medium pace of living in love, understanding it through the medicine wheel, because some days we're really up and some days we're down, but the goal is to get right there in that middle balance. So I was recently told that I have to, sorry if I tear up, I have to vacate my beautiful home in Palm Springs. And, see, there's a little sadness there because I love my house. I'm having an affair with this mountain behind me, the San Jacinto. She knows about it, but So I have my lover back here, this mountain. And I found out 2 days ago that I'm going to have to leave it. And so at first I went into a tizzy and, the money, nobody's going to rent to us. This is a horrible time to move. And what are we going to do? And I felt like Chicken Little, the sky's falling. And then I went through the whole thing of, oh, wait a minute. There's a war going on in Ukraine. Their houses are being bombed and they're dying. And then those people in Russia, they're being brought down even more and being held captive. And they're being horrible things are happening. And then I went through the whole world and I could list all the horrible things that were happening. And I thought, see, you're just losing your home. That didn't help. But what did help was understanding that I could choose the way that I looked at this. So after a few tears and going out and asking the mountain what's going on, I stopped and I centered myself. I went into my heart and I said, I choose love. And my guardian angel or my being of light came to me and said, girlfriend, you actually set this up already. This was something that you wanted. You're allergic to this area and the 120-degree summers weren't any fun and all the things that were kind of negative started coming up. And I was like, okay, you're right. And then they said something really important to me. They said, you're always taken care of. And I was like, I am. I forgot. I'm a child of God. You're a child of God. Well, we will always be taken care of. That was the promise that we were given. That's the rainbow that comes out after every rain shower. I'm going to be taken care of. If I stay with my will, do my actions of love, be positive, be grateful, and go forward, why, I may end up with the most beautiful house ever. And I don't have to worry about what the cost of it is. Even this house they said I wouldn't be able to get, and I did. So why would things change? In fact, they're getting better because we're in divine love now. So I went from crying, and I was crying, to being so excited. I don't know what lies ahead for me. I don't know where I'm going to live. I don't know how we're going to get there, but that's okay because I believe in myself, and believing in myself and loving myself is believing in God and believing in the universe. And so now I'm going into meditation and I'm asking all of the otherworldly beings, would you go ahead and find me a spectacular place? And these are the things that I want because, we got to tell them what we want, or we might, just get a box or something. And being honest, I'll change my pool for a jacuzzi tub and can we keep with the solar panels and fruit trees? And what is it that I want? And now I'm dreaming about it. And the most important thing about your future is to dream about it. What does it feel like to you in the future? How do you want to be? See, thinking, again, Roman, Greco, old ways, thinking is about the past. Thinking keeps us held back in old ways. But dreaming, praying, and believing, why, that's the future. I am happy to say that the Mad Max future that this world tried so hard to give us is not happening. And even if it's just because I love enough, it's not going to happen. But I know there's millions of you that love enough that we will not have that Mad Max doomsday future. It's not coming. I know. I've asked. I've seen. I chose to be in love with myself. I chose to be divine love. And now I have unlimited potential of what's going to happen in my future. It means I have to take my steps of actions. I can't go hide in a cave right now. We already did that for 2-3 years. And it is not a bad thing to go hide in the cave. Every time in your life, you can pull yourself in. It's called bear medicine when we go into hibernation. And we really just bring ourselves back up. So what I would like to do with you right now is what I call the divine morning stretch. I have learned that there's 3 simple steps that if you do it every day, just 3 things, you change. Your community changes and the world changes. The 3 things that the world, the universe asks you to do. And this is where we get into universal truths. And universal truths means that it goes past the earth. So just real quick explanation. Universal truths covers everything. Earth truths only apply here. Zombies only exist here. Santeria, witchcraft, their powers are only here. In fact, even most mystic schools can't get past here. They can go into different eye clouds or heavens that are kind of created for them. But universal truths. Remember when I told you about our otherworldly being lineage? That's what I'm talking about. Universal truths. This is what the universe invites us to do. Start your day in gratitude. Start your day with your heart in love with you, what's around you. I'm going to show you a quick gratitude stretch, and it connects you in every day. The second thing that they want you to do every day is to choose yourself. They want you to choose love. You have to actually consciously say, I love my life. I love myself. I love my world. There's different things where you can look into the mirror and look at yourself naked and love every part of your body. You could start there. Some of you don't love who you are physically, but you have to love who you are. You know, I used to really think that oh, Greg, I'm so glad you got that. You have to love who you are, right? So we're going to start with the gratitude in the morning, and then you love who you are. And then the third thing that you have to do, it gets real complicated here. Gratitude at night and clear off the day. So I know that you've learned or heard about the implants and the curses and the negative contracts. We are attacked through our food, through TV, through radio, a billion different ways that things come at us to keep us negative and down and angry, right? So if we energetically pull out our angel wings because we're divine beings. We protect ourselves from the shit of the world. Let's just call it out as it is. Chaos is nothing but dark ego. It's the ego of humanity. It's black, it's yucky, it's right? We don't want that. So the third thing that you have to do at night, give gratitude and clear off. You know, you could take a shower, you could do what we call dry rubbing, which is a real simple, brush it off. Don't take the anger to bed with you at night. In fact, giggle a little, right? Oh, I got a little rainbow going there. All right. So this is what we're calling the Divine Morning Stretch. And I have my lovely assistant, Sophie, that's going to actually help me show you how to do this. And you can also watch videos on Way Chill Life. And we will show you. Who? Oh, okay. So this is how we do this, and then we'll go. First, we want to connect. So we go, thank you into our heart, and thank you into our third eye. Up. Try that again. Ready? Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 3 times. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. And now after we do all those thank yous, we imagine as though there's a beautiful bubble of silver love and light around us, and you ask your favorite angel, alien, deity, God, the Holy Spirit, Kuan Yin, whoever you believe in, to put a protection around you. You just are stretching your arms out because, you have to have good health too. You only get one body. We didn't go there, but water is your friend. So let's do this. Pull up Mother Earth. Imagine Mother Earth is coming up through your feet into your heart. And then I want you to expand your heart out. And I want you to pull your arms down and imagine as though you're pulling in Father Sky or that conscious light. And you feel these two energies connecting in your heart. So Mother Earth up your legs, Father Sky down your spine, and everything mixing together in your heart. And now I want you to hold your hands right here and imagine as though you're 2 inches tall in your hands. So when you're 2 inches tall here in your hands, I want you to say to yourself, I love you. I love you, Rachel Otto. I love you. Do you all feel that? Do you feel the love of the universe as it comes through to you? I love you, Rachel Otto. And then you take this love and you put it around yourself and you feel your angel wings, your energetical angel self. Why? You just created a vortex. So, in saying all of that, you get that feeling and understanding that you are divine and that you are the greatest thing ever. I am so excited that I got to be here with you today. I am so excited that you let me into your space so that you could feel what a divine being that you are. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for letting me to come in and give you my love. And remember, you can check me out at waychilllife.com. But it does look like there are some other third dimensional world things that I have to go take care of right now. But I was so happy that I got to have this moment in time with you.
Rachel, so I just want you to know something. I loved your presentation. I love your energy. I'm so sorry to hear that you have to move, because then I'm good, because I get that you're going to be out of the desert, but I love you dearly. So this has been fantastic. Guys, just before you go, tell Rachel, just tell them how you can help them, what you do, and where they can find you, love. Okay?
Yes. Again, you can find me at waychilllife.com. You can follow me on Instagram as well at waychilllife. And that's Sophie back there. On YouTube, Vimeo, and SoundCloud, we have free meditations, all kinds of great things. The book, Prophecy Map of Nova Gaia, by Rachel Otto, Kay Atkins, and Gita Europa, is on Amazon. And we're going to be starting our own daily morning love, divine love talk show starting in April. So yeah, and the last thing I have to say, Healing Heart Sanctuary, Forest Falls this summer. We got sound baths, painting meditations, 2-day workshops, 3-day workshops. We're working with Cindy Hamilton, Akashic Record Clearing. Whatever it is that you need some more tools for your tool belt, we'll teach you, we'll give it to you, and so will the trees of Forest Falls. So thank you again so much for giving me this.
Rachel, sweetie, is your YouTube channel Rachel Life?
Palm Springs. Mm-hmm.
Rachel Life Palm Springs. Is there another Rachel Life? Okay, I'm putting it down here. I'm going to go look for it, and then I'll put the label on. We really appreciate you so much. Guys, also her book kind of was inspired by some art at my house, which I found, which is very, very interesting. I love you dearly. Take care. We will see you next time, Rachel. All right. Well, that was quite fascinating, quite interesting. I love Rachel's energy. Kind of feel like it's like mine. So when she came up to me and she said, well, I do what you do. And so I think I want to share with you a little bit more of that process of those angel wings for a little bit. And so while we're kind of waiting here, we're not waiting, we're just energizing. I want everyone to sort of take a deep breath with me. Okay. So we are going to take a deep breath and let it all out. And, we could have done that in the very beginning too. So take another deep breath and let it all out. Mother, Father, God, we are so grateful to be able to be here in your presence, to be able to lift your spirits, heal your heart, help you remember more of who you are, why you're here, that ancient history, to hear this ancientness, this ancient call that we have been together for centuries and lifetimes to bring awareness and to wake up humanity. And who needs us more now than humanity? Humanity needs these extra dimensional people like we are, the hybrids, the ETs, the walk-ins, the angelic ones. All of us are being called right now to wake up and to do what we came here to do. So I want you to all feel into your body. So I want you to bring your shoulders back. And I want to remind you all that those shoulder blades of yours, those scapulars, those are also called wings. And, when I was younger, if I ever got pain in my wings, I used to sit there. Sometimes it was really bad. And I would imagine that they would take away my shoulder blade and replace it with these gorgeous wings. So right now, just imagine that you have a beautiful angelic companion right with you, right next to you on either side of you. And this angelic guide and companion has been with you since the beginning of time. And as you breathe, I want you to just keep bringing those shoulders back. And then you can literally feel the presence of those divine angelic beings right behind you. And as you're breathing, just feel them start to bring those wings out and start to separate those wings and get rid of the lifetimes of oil and grime and shame and abuse and, fear that have been thrown at you over those lifetimes for being that powerful being that you were, for being able to speak truth. Maybe you were an oracle or a healer or one who was a wisdom keeper or an astrologer in days that it was dangerous to be a wisdom keeper. And so we, in this lifetime, our guides and angels wants us to know that that muzzle has been removed. So that muzzle that covered your face, that literal tape that has been over your mouth of speaking your truth, of sharing the wisdom of who you are, being removed not only from your mouth, but from your throat chakra. So I want you to all right now focusing on your throat chakra. I want you to feel that plug, that cork being pulled out so that we can literally speak our truth. Remembering that this is the time that's been prophesied, the age of enlightenment, the age of new beginnings. It's the age of the oracles. It's the age of the wisdom. It's the age of the intuitives. It is the age of those who know that there is more wisdom, more life, and that we are the fifth dimensional beings walking around in that 3D body. Now, meanwhile, feeling those angels pulling out those wings. And I want you to right now imagine that you're in what we like to call an angelic rejuvenation spa. And in this rejuvenation spa, okay, there you are surrounded by angelic beings. You're floating around in this beautiful spa cushion, right? And they are just lovingly cleaning your wings, clearing them, and then a little head. Now, so take your hands, and I want you all to kind of do a little head massage, because in this head massage, we are just going to, first of all, bring out your hair, your intuitive hair that can feel and sense more, but also in doing this little head massage, you're going to awaken up those brain cells and remove shameful thoughts, removing any negative thinking, any fear, anything that is from the others that wasn't even your thought, that because of who you were. Now, the most interesting thing is that yesterday I introduced you all to Jody. Jody did a session for me a few months ago, about 2 months ago. And I said to her, Jody, why am I afraid to be seen? I want help in coming out of that closet and being seen. And she took me back to a lifetime where I had been an oracle. I had been greatly gifted to talk to the gods. And I was a young child. I was with my family, and we were of the chosen ones that went to a temple, one of those, secret temples, to be trained. And it turned out that I knew more than my parents, and I knew more than the teachers. And so I was one of those precocious kids that raised up her hand and went like this and this. And what happened was that they started to shut me up. Okay, first of all, my parents were mortified because it was jeopardizing our life in the community. And the community leaders were mortified because I was shaming them. So what we did was I learned to stay silent in that lifetime. And so many of you have those lifetimes where you were of service, where you were walking a higher path, or you were a healer, or you were a magician or a magical way shower or an astrologer. So you were doing these secret things that were forbidden in those days. And so now is our time, guys, to be able to be in the truth of who we are. Okay, so this is the time for us to really step into our power and remember that we have literally been freed to speak our truth and to walk the world. So now what happens when we walk the world with our wings fluffed? Well, first of all, I can tell you what happens when we don't, okay, because I've experienced it. And I'll never forget, I was in a meditation group, and it was an all-day workshop training, and I was feeling really low at that moment. And well, I guess I should confess, I was in a plant medicine ceremony, and I was sick, and I was on the side of the room really regurgitating, okay? And I look up, and there is a tall, gorgeous man. His name was John something. He's an artist. I didn't know him. Tall. And I looked up at him. I'm on the ground throwing up. I look up at him, and I say, oh, my God, I am your guardian angel. Okay. And he looked at me and he said, "What? You?" And I stood up, and you're in plant medicine, so anything is possible. And as I stood up, I realized that I had been so overwhelmed that I had closed off my wings. So of course he couldn't see my power. And so what do we do most of the time when we're in shame? We close off our wings. We don't, now energetic wings. So we come out like this. We come out fully empowered, walking our truth, standing our ground. And when I stood up, and he literally in that interdimensional space could see those wings, and he could feel that energy. And it was there that I realized my big takeaway was, Joan, you are never to leave the house without your wings up, because your wings are your protection. Your wings give you energy. It's another form, especially if you're an empath or an intuitive, to protect your energy, but also to raise the light and to have that high, very high vibrational light frequency. So when we really do that process that Rachel was referring to, and that I do too, we bring our shoulders back and we really give it our 100%. And I think you can find a few videos on my Joan of Angels channel. Everything is Joan of Angels, so you should not have any trouble finding me. So then and I want to share this with you because I think this is important. You've all had these kinds of past lives, maybe not like mine, but like them. And we are clearing them all. These 10 days of unplugging are all about releasing, discharging, letting go, and then finding pathways, new tools to get to where we're going. So the second Akashic record reading I had was even more powerful. Okay. It was so powerful. I was a young child who talked to the gods. And guys, I've always talked to the gods, and I know that. And I've been sad that sometimes I didn't feel connected because of the fear that I carried from those past lives to here. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. If we carry fear from the past life to here, then that's another reason it's hard to maybe raise up your frequency. So anyway, so here I was a child who talked to the gods, and I guess that was dangerous because the only one who could talk to the gods was the king. So my parents kept me hidden for a long time, but word got out and word got out and word got out, just like it's happening in this lifetime. When they hear Joan of Angels is back, they just word is getting out, okay? So word got out, and the king sent his soldiers to our family home, and they arrested me. I was a young girl. They take me to the court, and I'm on my hands and knees crying and begging, really crying. And the king is thunderous, and he's thunderous. And he finally says to me, "Well, what did the gods say about me?" And of course, I couldn't lie. She couldn't lie. So she told him what a mean-spirited king he was, and how selfish and egoic he was, and how he was hurting his people. And of course, what king wants to hear that? So he commanded that she was going to be killed and murdered, and she was dragged out of the court and up the pyramid. Now, a week later, I was down at that pyramid with Neil, okay, just so you know. I was so blown away. So I'm down here at this pyramid, and they had carried me all the way to the top of that pyramid, and the angry king I was tied down. There were 4 soldiers who had each of my arms and legs pinned down on this thing. The king was above me, and I could see it as she's telling the story, with his dagger about to stab my heart so that he could, dedicate it to his God. I was going to be a sacrifice to the devil, okay, to the evil. And I prayed to my God, and the next thing I know, I was free. I actually escaped these guards, and I stood up and I leaped off the pyramid to my own death. Now, yes, I died. Of course I died, but I died not having been consecrated to the devil. Okay. Okay. I can barely. I haven't told that. I don't know if I've told anyone that story. It was so powerful. And so I have been now going around unpinning people's wings so we can speak our truth, unpinning that throat chakra so we can be the healers that you were meant to be. You know, the guardians, the compassionate ones, the kind ones, the gratitude ones, the ones of service to humanity. When we pull out that plug and we open us back up to remembering the gifts that we have on that tool, you know, that little clipboard that I've been talking about all weekend. So I'm really happy to share that wisdom with you and that information. So I know that we're going to have a full speaker schedule today. And if there's anyone that's popping on up with me, so as we continue, so we can kind of move forward, I'm very, very happy to share my screen with you guys, or I will keep rambling on. Okay, I'm not rambling. This is important for you. Good. Oh my God, there's Stone, my beautiful stone hobbit. One of the little people. How are you today, Stone?
I'm fabulous and absolutely beautiful what you said. Already the day has started with illumination everywhere, high vibes coming at you. So, absolutely gorgeous here, mate. Nice and dark outside, the full moon and lots of stars. Got my
Well, you can look at me, feast your eyes on the garden behind me.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? That's actually, this is some of my art, and I'm actually showing it off again, and I'm taking down to sell some of it today at the Sedona Ascension Conference. So yes, this has been lovely, Stone, and a lot of wisdom. So what's your first message of the day for us?
Oh, geez, my first message. Well, I started off, my day starts at 2:00 in the morning. So I get myself into a state. I look at myself in the mirror, and I went years without looking in the mirror. I didn't like what I saw looking back at me because it wasn't me. It was piled shit from other people. And then I started to take the veils away. I took away the black mirror, and I started looking into the mirror. And I saw myself, and I saw there was a little bit of light in there, and it was that. So this morning at that pinnacle point, I started writing because I'm doing my books like everybody else is. And I was thinking about transmuting negative energies because that's what I do. It doesn't matter what the energy, where it's come from, who it's come from, we can transmute that. We all have these abilities. Every question that we could ever personally ask of anybody else, ask yourself. Take it to bed with you, and you will have the answer in the morning. You may not be able to understand it immediately, but it will show itself to you. We're in an age and stage of manifestation. If you had a thought process in your head for X amount of time and you need to change it, now's the time to change it to that higher level. So now's the time to get rid of all these attachments to ancestral karmic energies because they're not attached to you anymore. They're not yours. And now that you're able to see it, and this is what we're doing. We're giving these tools out right now, and we're just dispelling all of that magic that was cast in our early days. We're waking up from this long sleep, and we're going.
And you know what else? Stone,
Activation.
you just reminded me. Yeah, we're remembering. We are remembering. I think I've been I stood next to Brad Olson yesterday, and he is about 6'10", okay? And as I was standing next to him, this is physically, we were in a physical conference together. I realized that he's one of the ancient giants. He's the lineage probably of the ancient Tartarian giants. Well, nobody knows who they are anymore, but just to even have a sense of your lineage, of where we come from, and the extraterrestrial origins or which dimensional frequencies we're working with. This is really important in our history. It seems like every few hundred years, history has been wiped out on the planet. Yeah. And we don't know about it. And they're going for this great new reset again, which is about wiping out humanity another time. And I don't think they were expecting people like Omar and Neil and Rob and us on the horizon that are going, oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you are not. We're like, you are not going to get away with it this lifetime. And that's what is so exciting, Stone. I'm like anticipation now. Like it's
it's fantastic to be aware of this that's happening around us, the frequencies that are happening around us. We can see, because as everybody knows, I stand for a T time, that is transparency, exposure, and accountability. And we find that within ourselves, and we start standing and honoring ourselves, telling the truth to ourselves, telling the truth to others out there. We can identify when the shit's coming back. Excuse me. We don't tolerate it anymore. If we're doing the internal work to stand in our honor, our mana, then we're expecting it, and we're seeing it. We're that energy is coming from us. We expect it from those around us. They can be still in that state, but as soon as they start getting our frequency, you've got to go through these changes of elimination until they break all their layers down, and then they start practicing it, and they start finding that, this is a better way, and you start clearing all that karma energy that they call karma. For me, karma is if I know and I'm fully aware that I've committed to a crime against another conscious entity out there, and I don't take that into consideration, that's karma's going to stay with me. But if something's happened in the past, or I've done something in a past lifetime or something, and I'm not fully aware of it right now, it's null and void. There's no contract, because if you're going to give me a contract or something, I need to be fully aware so that I can give my consent, so I know what areas of my free will and this whole journey, because they've only ever given us so much information. And they say that it's like, I've had a lot of different sorts of contacts and stuff, and I've said to them, I'm tired of the cloak and dagger. It's time for everything to be revealed. The only real judgment out there is us. We judge ourselves. We know between what's right and wrong, because as soon as we know that we're doing wrong, we know it's having an effect on others out there. And if you grow up learning a language, a frequency, a spell casting, but you're not fully aware of the damages and what it's doing, you can't be held responsible for that. But as soon as you become aware of it, you got no choice but to change it. You've got that choice to stay as that doing that damage, or you go onto the other side of it and you improve so you don't go back to that. You improve so that you clear away all of that karma. You pay, you repay, okay? And you bring it forward, you give it forward, and you don't expect anything in return, because it's you now clearing out your stuff. And this is when we get so light. We get so light, and it feels so good to know we have all of those skills we're alchemists. We can communicate with the plants and all forms of living consciousness, and it's just so much there. Living is just another form of data collecting information.
Yes.
It's experience. It's beautiful.
It is. It's experiential, and you're so right about karma, Stone. I had this experience where I woke up. I was in this plant medicine vision, and there were angels over here talking, and they said, well, she's one of the invisible ones. The other one said she's about to wake up. When I woke up, I was an untouchable in India. And the message was that I had done something so heinous that I immediately died. And here I found myself on the streets of India with a tin cup, running after people that had a fortune card in there, going, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? I can help you. And I'm running after all these people who are walking all over me. And years later, so that happened obviously hundreds of years ago. And that created such a shame in me all these lifetimes about humility or being a powerful leader, because what happens if I abused it? So I was at an event about two or 3 years ago, and there was a young man from India who was a Brahmin, and he and I shared the story with him, and he looked at my hand and he said, you know, Joan, you were a very famous Brahmin. You were actually at the top. You know, you were like set for sainthood. And your ego was, you know, because at the top, there's little room for mistake.
Yeah.
We see
Yeah.
leaders and religious leaders, they all fall. You know, they're guilty now of pedophilia and all sorts of things that are heinous and controlling people. And so very up here, there's very few ways. If you step out of line, it was instant karma. And so the most freeing thing was when he took my hand and he said, you have healed that karma. The work that you have done, and now this lifetime you were able to heal that, and that's why you were born an American. That's why you've been given permission again to connect with the angels. So it is this karmic reboot, this karmic healing is so important because you know I'm aware of that humility place for me based on that too, and I'm always shifting for that. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, with me, I know that I'm a walk-in. Okay, it's all of this. There's every year there's new information that comes, and you know, so I go, okay, well, I'm going to go on that adventure for a little while, you know, and see where it takes me. And who knows, if it's not correct, then I'll find out along the way. But I'm at this point where I'm at. I am a walk-in. I've got, and it showed me lots of different symptoms, like. When I came in on a lightning storm. I wasn't meant to be here. I wasn't prepped for this ride. And I know I was busy doing another job at the time. And so when I came in, I ended up coming in and being born on 2 days instead of the one. I started out being a breech birth, and through the process, my mother, the bio unit, she went to cardiac arrest, and then in that process I was reinserted, turned, and born with the veil, the placenta over the face. Now 20 years later I was giving birth, and I met the nurse, the doctor, the midwife, who delivered me, and she told me the story behind it, and that really gave me like whiplash.
What is the story behind being born with that over your face?
Where I come from, our beliefs are all around Mother Earth, and stuff. And so the veil over the face is basically when you lift that up, you're unseen. And when you come into this, you're moving it as you come in. You're not meant to be coming in at this particular time if you're born with the veil. All right. So when the veil is lifted, then you're born, you're birthed. You arrive through the. So for me, I arrived unexpectedly. The entity the being that had been in the vessel, and the vessel had been designed for this soul to take it, had obviously decided at the last minute they were not going to do this journey because it was just too much. That has also helped me. We find our own little keys or pieces of the puzzle that allow us to get to a level of healing. And for me, by me believing in, and this breaks all these belief programs they're just programs. Okay, so right now my belief state is, and it is like a knowing, it's a feeling state. When that comes in, because your knowing changes every single minute too. As soon as you get some data and you transmute that data, then you suddenly get this download, and now you have a new knowing. You have this knowledge is coming back to you from generations of incarnations of different beings. The DNA is activating, and if you feed it a little bit, you'll get a little bit more information, and eventually you'll open up all these different pathways of knowledge. Can you keep up with yourself? you know. So for me, it was this belief system is I am a walk-in. These are the symptoms that have been shown to us at the moment through this program, whether it's designed or created, I'm not sure yet, still working on that. But I keep an open mind, but because of what I've seen with all these different entities coming in from different dimensions, including the human interactor, you know, with that, the different blood sacrificial rituals, and being that ritual, being that sacrifice, you know, like what you were saying about you were somebody and, you know, you had a lot of interaction. I know that I must have been somebody at some stage. It's not important who or what or when, but in this area it is, with all the perpetrators that have come in and taken innocence, taken lush from me, and left a little bit of their karmic imprint. I've had to work through that. It's not my material, so I have to try to figure out, well, if it's my material, where do I fit into it? It's not my material. I have to find a way to detach it, because I'm reliving as a walk-in. I come into residual information, residual family, ancestral, you know, data, and like being an auric creature, being like energy. Anybody who comes into my auric field, I'm making a connection. I'm interacting with ancestral, different types of incarnations, different types of species. So I have to be able to map that out and know where I'm at. This is what I call the marriage. You know, when you get into a relationship with someone, you're going into an agreement that you're going to share this in, you know, ancestral information. This is why being and sharing yourself with another entity out there is very sacred. And, you know, I grew up with religion, force, dung, dung, dung. And then I grew up with all this black magic and blood rituals and sacrifice and raping and all of this, you know, other karmic rubbish, which wasn't mine, other baggage. I learned through the stage that as a young child, if you are healthy, a witch will come along and she will take your energy, whether it's through a pluck of a hair or anything else, even in touch. Now, that was the dark witches, because I was surrounded in dark witchery. There's different layers of witchery, all right? So with doing that, that is a connection of medicine. And if somebody is coming, and this is what I call the dark magic, the black magic, okay? If you've got an elder over here who's sick and needs to stay alive, or you've got a perpetrator over here who's wanting to get away from that material for a while, they will take the innocence of that child who is healthy, who doesn't have that karmic baggage, and that kid will take on that illness, that toxicity for a while, and the other one will be relieved. You'll even see people get better, and you have to ask yourself, what was the exchange? Who was the exchange? And this is one of the big things that I learned from going through the rituals, the dark stuff of the dark side, if you want to call it. I don't know how I managed to get here. I really do not know how I managed to get here, with the amount of perpetrators that were in the circles within this bloodline. I can understand why the soul that was in this vessel took off.
Mm-hmm.
I can really understand it. And so one of my big things of this journey has been cutting the strings. All right,
Yes.
is been having to unravel everybody else's connection to me. What was it for? You know, and I hear about people talking about the contracts and agreements we make before we come in here, and how we were those that have offended us, and we have been the offenders. I know you cannot know the light without the dark. You cannot know the dark without the light. You know, we have to find that balance within ourselves. There's so many aspects because we are multi-dimensional and we are splintered selves within each of these dimensions. When I go into one of the dimensions, I'm always running. I'm always getting away. Something's always chasing me. Something's always hunting me down. What is it? And I always run because I know that when I get caught, I'm going to be in pain or entrapment, or I'm going to be locked under the house. You know, there's all of these things that trigger childhood traumatic memories. And I can see that these were memories that were designed and planted there so that they were triggered.
Interesting.
Stuck state.
Very interesting.
We break those. We break those all the way through. Oh, how beautiful. What a fantastic picture.
All right. I think we're going to be ready for our next speaker. This is with the guy that I think Brad Elson is one of the tall giants of the good ones. And I think he's Tartarian. One day I'll come back, and when I've done my Tartarian research, I'll get back to you. But there's Alan Steinfeld and Brad Olson. And tonight we're doing a CE5 tonight and tomorrow night here in Sedona. So I will be reporting on it next time you see me. Thanks for that great picture.
That is beautiful. That is a good picture. He is a giant.
You are
Oh my God. He is a giant. Thank you so much. So guys, I'm going to be taking off. Be sure to go check out my YouTube channel at Joan of Angels and my website, joanofangels.com. I know some of you have hopped on. If you really want to know who you are while you're here or work with me in any way, shape, or form, just go to joanofangels.com. And I love you all. This has been fantastic. Where's Rob? Are you coming on, Rob? I think so. So
I'm here.
Just yes. Okay. So my family is here. Good morning. I wish you were here in Sedona with us, but you're in my hotel.
Oh man, that would be an epic.
Epic.
I would love that. That would be fantastic.
Well, there's going to be in-person events coming up soon, and that's going to be very exciting. So, guys, this has been great to chat with you this morning, Stone Hobbit.
It's been beautiful, and if you guys visit, you guys should go and visit Dr. Joan's website, joanofangels.com, and she has a free ebook there that will help you raise your awareness, and she has a lot of services there as well to help us. So I would highly recommend that you guys go and check out the website, joanofangels.com, and as well, go to Dr. Joan's YouTube channel because she has a lot of great guests and wonderful talks and conversations there. And don't forget to hit the bell because that is very, very important. It's a two-step process.
It's imperative you hit the bell for sure.
The bell.
Yeah, if you subscribe, it doesn't really matter. But if you don't hit the bell, right? Because YouTube is not going to give you any notifications. So when you hit the bell, that's why I say it's a two-step process. Subscribe and then hit the bell and then put in all notifications so that you get notifications coming to your cell phone and to your PC if you use that. That's very, very important. You can have 50,000 subs, but if only 5 people have the bell on, then you're only going to get 5 viewers.
True.
Oh my God. So it's the bell. Wait a minute. It's not just subscribing. It's the bell. That's about
right.
Okay, guys. You're waking. Okay, so this is called awakening. Joan of Angels is awakening to the truth about this. It's the bell. Okay. Now I thought we would tell people why it's important. And from my this is my why.
So when you hit the bell, it gives you options of get all notifications or highlighted notifications. So when you put all notifications, then you get notified on your cell phone for when you're going live. And as well, you get a notification on your YouTube app on your PC that you're going live, because sometimes people turn the notifications off on their apps. So those notifications need to be on. So as I was saying, you could have like 100,000 subscribers, but if only say 100 people have their notifications turned on, then that's the audience that you have. So regardless of how many people you have, It's the
Yeah.
notifications that count, because they're not going to know whether you're going live or not, because there's no notifications. So that's
Right.
absolutely imperative that you hit that bell.
And I, can I add to that? The reason why we'd like you to subscribe and hit that bell is that there's so much work that goes into getting these speakers. And,
Mhm.
and we're presenting this awesome material, by the way, that you're not going to find on Wikipedia. Therefore, for us to get these amazing speakers, we have to have an audience for them. I can tell you the embarrassment of trying to get a major speaker when you only have 10 people show up on your stream.
Mhm.
So this is important for us to get, the big speakers, the Brad Olsons, the Alan Steinfelds, the Phil Gruber. It's really important to be able to, and also honestly, as a host, the more the merrier. I just have the vibe goes up, right? Have you noticed the vibe goes up when there's more of us? So that's why we hit the bell.
Yeah, the energy changes in the chat room when there's more people talking,
That
because you have
bell.
that exchange of thought that's continuously happening. And as I've said many times, the chat room is one of my favorite places
Oh yeah.
to watch when
Me
these
too.
events are happening, because you really can't pay attention to the speaker 100%, because there's just so much going on. And sometimes there's cancellations and you're scrambling to fill that spot, and there's just so much happening. So that's why we actually cut these videos up into individual segments and then premiere them after, and then we watch those with you and then take those uploads, because that's the time when we actually get these uploads, right? Like
Right.
right now we're getting this information, and that's kind of where it's at. You guys are getting the upload, right? We're not. So when
No.
those premieres happen, that's when our uploads happen, right? That's when we can take notes and pay attention to what's happening. And right, so it's that's one of the reasons, and that's one of the reasons why the notifications are important. So when these premieres go up, you can come back and you can rewatch these with us and remember, right? Because after 120 speakers, that's a lot of information. So you might forget the first person that was talking, right? So that's why it's important to come back and watch these. Yeah, and refresh these uploads so that you know what's going on and get these activations like the grandmothers gave us the other day, or Julia
Yes.
gave us yesterday, Jody gave us yesterday. That's
Oh,
why
yeah.
it's important to,
Shabbat, yes.
yeah,
Amazing.
exactly. That's why it's important, imperative. And then it's important to share as well to as many people as you can, because the algorithm picks that up. So when the algorithm sees that people are hitting the bell, that people are commenting on the channel, they're liking, they're sharing, so it sees that people are interacting with that channel. And because it sees that, because they're greedy, they say, okay, well, people are watching this, we can sell more ads on this stream. So they start pushing it out even more, right? So it helps. That's why I never have like mid-roll ads in my streams. One, I think it kills it, right? The vibe of the stream. That's why there's one before and one after, nothing in between. So maybe that's why I'm so shadow banned.
Well, that could be too.
Refusing to show their ads.
Oh,
I would rather.
That's probably true.
Yeah,
that is probably true. Once you monetize it, you are definitely monetizing.
Yeah,
What can we say?
I would rather show like banners that we've created up top here to highlight our speakers and anyone in the future that wants to sponsor us, rather than having these ads pop up constantly. And these banners up top, they help the community. Like we have yours up there, so that highlights you, that highlights your work, and we distort and vibrate at that same level. I wouldn't want to put like Windex up there, because
oh my God, I think I would freak out. I can't. I tell you, I would probably say, "Oh my God, I'm having symptoms. I can't breathe. My heart hurts." Because that's what happens when bleach is in the room.
Yeah, yeah. I have
So yes, you're so right. It's right. Those ads just are. If you're lucky, if you get an ad for Gaia on TV, say, but it is the way. It's like there's a lot of time you have spent putting together this event, bringing on the speakers, your co-producers, and now 12 days, 12 hours a day. That's 144 hours just in presentation time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can't work and do that. This is your work. This is your
Yeah.
love. And it's a reciprocal relationship we have with our tribe also.
Mhm.
And we
That's
want to give
exactly.
you, this is my point of view. I don't know about you, but I want them to love me. I want to give them information that will help you in your life, that's important for you. We all have that desire.
Yeah,
That's a
my
full-time everything
yeah,
from
my
lifetime.
goal is to just raise awareness on as many things as I possibly can. And what people choose to do with that information is their choosing. And, you're right. That's like 144 hours just in presentations. And then there was like 800 hours of organizing behind. So it's like 944 hours spent
Right?
into
Okay.
this
But it's
event,
your
right?
sole purpose. So we
Yeah.
should lead with the fact that I wake up out of bed, and if I have 1,000 hours of work, I'm so excited that I'm like on that project that it doesn't feel as overwhelming as we're describing it to you, because we're so excited about it that we just keep going forward. How can we not?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
love
how
it.
I am. I
Me
leap out
too.
of bed.
I love it. Like yesterday, for instance, just as an example, it was a 16-hour day. I got on into the studio at 7:30, and then I sent my last email out at 11:30 last night and said, okay, it's bedtime now. I'm going to sleep. And then I watched a little bit of Tube and laid there, rolled back and forth, thinking about what's going to happen today, right? And then the moon energy and the full moon, and I would just toss him back and forth, back and forth. And I think I finally fell asleep around 3 o'clock. And then next thing you know, my alarm's going off, and I was like, oh, okay. So here we have it. I love it, right? That's the thing. It doesn't feel like work, right? It's a passion, and I enjoy it. I love it, right? It's a life calling that took a long time to understand, right? And to fully appreciate it as well, because I can do it and not appreciate what I'm doing, right? So it took a number of years for me to even reach that level of appreciating what I'm doing. And then once I got into that mind space, then I was like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna put the metal to the pedal, and I'm just gonna go. And then since then, it's just been go, 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 and it's getting better every single day. And every hour that I do this just gets better and better and better. And I have people contacting me through email. They want to come on and do presentations. It's growing, and the energy is in there now, and it's happening, right? Because we've manifested it with intention. And with how did it go yesterday? I thankfully and willfully put out this intention, and then create the intention. That's what we did way back then. And then here I am now, and this intention is coming to fruition, and I'm loving it. It's absolutely lovely.
And we've created home.
Energies. You're
We
transmuting the energies, people.
are, and we've created a sense of home. We've created a sense of family for everyone that they're dropping in. We love you, just so you know. I love everyone. I'm going to be sad to go to this conference today, but someone has to, right? Someone has to.
Yeah, you're a super angel, Dr. Joan. Yesterday, oh my God, I was when you sent me that pic of you, Brad and Alan, I posted it last night, and I was like, look, here's my friends doing more presentations. They were on Humanity Unplugged, and look at Dr. Joan go. Oh my God, she did a presentation this morning, and then 4 interviews back to back to back, and then now she's in an in-person interview or presentation. She's a super angel, so you should change your name to Joan of Super Angels.
I will. And yesterday was my, I have to say something. So here we are. I'm from California, and I was in Arizona, and the excitement of being in Arizona, and everyone was, they understood what we go through here in California to that freedom level in Arizona. But it was one of my most powerful presentations of waking people up to their personal power, personal sovereignty. We are not letting anyone run over us anymore. And I just feel like this event that you're doing has really given me, like I feel like a tree trunk. Okay. I'm solid in my belief system and in what I'm teaching and where we're going. And I've watched you step up. I've watched you. So obviously we're going to have a show soon. I'm going to have you on my show. I think I'll have you and Rob on, and really dive into this, what happens when you dig deep into your soul purpose and then it begins to manifest,
Mm-hmm.
And guys, this is possible for all of you too, and I think your soul purposes are getting stirred up by being on this 144-hour marathon.
Yeah, it's been an amazing ride, and for me, it's more. I feel like I'm getting these uploads on a daily basis, and so much so that it's really helping me to cut the last few strings that are attached to me from the programming of my lifetime. And the other day I was having a shower after I was done all this, and my dad and we don't have a very good relationship. And after this event, and after having heard like all of these speakers, I've begun to understand that relationship that I have, because up until now, it's been about anger, right, with him. And that's kind of where I've anchored myself with him and my energy. And I've come to understand that I need to let go of that anchor and just forgive and just move on, because this is something that I've created for myself, right? I was saying yesterday, after I think it was Rob and I had a reading done by a lady in Australia a few years ago, and she had told me that this was my first incarnation into this world, and that I was here as an observer. And after I'm done here, I'm supposed to deliver a report of some kind to some kind of a council, right? And then at the time, that didn't really resonate. And I was just thinking, oh yeah, cool, that's cool. But it didn't settle in. But it's only recently that I've begun to look at the experiences of my life, the things that have happened in my life, and I've come to understand that I came here with a choice and a purpose, and then the vessels that I used to enter into this realm, to have that genetic memory, I chose these people purposely, right? Like, I have no relationship with my mom whatsoever, right? I've actually have never met my mother. She's very alive and lives on East Coast Canada. And I've spoken to her maybe 2-3 times in my lifetime, and I've never met her. My dad, on the other side, I've lived with him for all of like 2 years in my entire life, and that was it. So now, when I'm beginning to connect the dots, I'm beginning to understand that, and another thing, I don't have any biological children, right? The 3 children that I have are adopted. They're from Amy's previous marriage, right? So I have no genetic anchor or a genetic connection to this planet after I leave, right? So now, when that lady was giving that reading to me, now it's becoming more and more and more sense, because I chose these people, which I have nothing to do with, and I just simply used them as a vessel because I wanted their genetic memory, right? I wanted the genetic memory of my dad, who's from Pakistan, and I wanted the genetic memory of my mom, who's Aboriginal. So I wanted the print of those 2 genetics, or those 2 memories, within this avatar, so that I can begin to do the healing work for the Aboriginals and begin to heal the world. And second, because I have no connection after I leave here, like like children, a genetic anchor, then I really have no reason to come back as an incarnation onto this world again. So it kind of makes sense that this would be my first time here and the last time here, because I come, I observe, I watch, and my name, Watchers Talk, right? Watchers, that name was chosen like 2-3 years prior to having this reading done. And then now it just really makes a lot of sense to me on what that lady was saying. And from connecting the dots of my life. And it's like, oh my God, there is something going on here, because this is strange.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, Omar. So 2 years before you had the reading, it came to you, and that's the power of intuition, like when you
Mhm.
start to listen. So how much Aboriginal blood do you have?
50%.
60?
50.
50%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned it, because that gives like the real understanding of the power behind your work,
Hmm.
and the desire to bring the indigenous forward, not modernize them, but bring their teachings forward, because they are the wisdom that we actually need today.
Hmm. Hmm.
And
I feel the same. Usually I say, I'm the real Indian, right?
oh my
Because
God, Omar's
the,
the real Indian.
the East meets the West, right? Then the two Indians come together, and I'm the real Indian.
I love that. I love that. You are the real deal, my friend. Okay, I'm putting that up here. You are the real deal, but it's true. Okay, so you know what? Recently in my travels, I've started to realize that the history I know of is always described by the white man. So when
Hmm.
I was in Tulum and I'm reading the plaques of, this is where the natives sat when they watched the European settlers come in, it was purely from the European settlers' point of view.
Hmm.
There wasn't anything about, how they really responded, and that, from that point of view. And I somehow have now begun to realize that my view of history is very skewed. And also my view of understanding the planet, because I don't have the indigenous roots I'm strictly Ukrainian and Russian, by the way, guys. Russian, Ukrainian.
I love
And
that.
I could trace my blood back, my lineage back unchanged. I guess I'm pure blooded, not
Hmm.
just because of the what, but I'm pure blooded because my family never intermarried. They were pure Ashkenazi Jews that never intermarried, because my dad was a member of the Kohen tribe, which the priestly tribe. So
Hmm.
it was forbidden. So I carry the energy of those who carried the ark
Oh,
of the covenant.
beautiful. Yeah.
And I'm a direct descendant. I'm what's called a Bat Kohen, one who talks to the gods. I'm a daughter of one who talks to the gods. Well, I'm going to tell you guys, from what I understand in my past lives, I've always talked to the gods. So
That's
there you
beautiful.
have it.
I love
Yeah.
it. I love it.
I don't often have a chance to talk about it, nor do I really ever share it, but it's true. So, but we bring our lineages forward. Okay, so I also brought forward the fear of the gods, because if you didn't do what they said to you to do, you lost your life instantly.
Hmm.
Or that ark was a radioactive device, and that could that caused a lot of deaths in our tribe. Let's put it that
Hmm.
way. So
Could
talking to those gods.
That's I was talking to Dr. Manu the other day, and he brought up an amazing point, which I've never really looked at it from the perspective. When we say the ark, right? And he was saying that that ark could possibly be an archive, right? And it could be an archive of something, that they had possession of, that contained information, and it was held in maybe some sort of a device, and that was radiated in some way. Maybe it was from space, and they contained something within. I don't know, but that was a pretty interesting point he made.
That's extremely interesting, what was in that ark. And you know what I heard my guides just said to me? Well, the Bible in those times is all filled with instructions for living.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where did those instructions to make an ark, or instructions for your daily life, or what to eat and how to eat it, they had a lot of instructions.
Mm-hmm.
And that did come from the gods. That was an
Yeah.
Anunnaki container, and it would be in the ark. How are you going to live your life? And this is what we command. It wasn't optional, guys. They commanded you. Okay. I don't know my blood type, honey. Anyway, they commanded you what you were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a choice. And
do you think it's still the same like that we don't have a choice? We come down here with particular missions and we have to carry those out, and if we don't, then we get punished? Or
no, I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. No. I actually, okay, your punishment is you get to come back over and over and over again, I think.
Yeah.
You might wake up to that mission, or you have the misery. When you're living your mission, you're in an exalted state. You are excited. You wake up leaping out of bed every morning, which is what I always tell people. I leap out of bed in the morning. You can hardly keep up. My sister used to tell me, can you be quiet? Do you have to talk? Do you have to be so happy in the morning? It's the morning. But when you're mission oriented and you know who you are, but so here's the juice. You give up some things, you give up your habits and your patterns and your soul contracts to walk this path of excitement and joy. So every life you get to see, which is more important, your addictions or that life of joy. Omar's in a place of really feeling your life of joy, even if it meant up until 3 a.m. or 1,000 hours of work. There's still your joy is in here. Yeah,
I'm loving every minute of it. Every sentence I write in an email, any in the comments, whatever the case may be, I'm enjoying it. Now, here's my, I wonder about this because, I've always thought about this life as, I've designed everything. I've pre-tailored, there's an itinerary that I have with this life, and I've chosen the people that I will be born to. I've chosen the experiences that I'm going to have so that I can have those experiences and understand those experiences for myself, right? But I wonder that people that come here that, become addicted to drugs and alcohol and things like that and really live a life of addiction, like what we see in East Side Vancouver, for instance. There's an opiate crisis there. There's an opiate crisis in the United States. So I wonder if some of these souls have come down here to actually experience that addiction. You know what I'm saying? That they've come down here to realize and to understand what it's like to be addicted to heroin, or what it's like to be addicted to cocaine, or what it's like to be addicted to crack or alcohol or things like that. You know what I mean? To have that memory of an experience, because we already have this memory in our minds, right? I always say in my natural state, I have the memory of raising my arm, but I really can't raise my arm until I physically incarnate somewhere. Then I have that sensation of moving my arms, and that I'm here for a vacation of that 5 senses, right? You can take a work vacation, obviously, right? But it's more of a vacation. So I wonder if that's something that would be incorporated into it, right? So it makes sense to me that if I want to come down here and experience something, right, it could be really an infinite amount of things that I could experience on this planet. And I chose addiction and say, okay, well, what's that like again? I want to know what that's like. And then you come down here and you have that, or you become a hobo, right?
Yeah. So we
right?
have
and have that experience. Yes. Yeah. I knew a guy in Edmonton, the next province over, and he was a hobo. He lived in a back alley, and the only thing that was important to him was 2 bottles of wine and 1 cigar a day. And I used to sit and talk with him, and I found out that he was from the city down south called Calgary, and that in fact he was an engineer, and he had this mega mansion down in Calgary. He had a family. He had kids that were successful, well educated, And he said he just had enough of that and he just wanted to get away from that. So he left it, moved up to Edmonton. And believe me, Edmonton's very cold, Dr. Joan. Wintertime, it gets to like -40, -45. Like it's brutal, brutal cold. And this guy lives in a back alley full time. He has a shopping cart and 2 bottles of wine. He goes and picks cans and bottles all day long and he gets his, what he needs. And then that's it. That's all he wants. So I wonder if that's like a walk-in experience that he's having, or that's something, that he's tailor designed, that's what he wanted to experience as well.
So, there's a lot of thoughts. I'm sure in the end, Stone will have something to say about it too. But here's what I understand, that some of those souls are very, very, very old souls. And they did come back to kind of hold space and live that. But, there's another thing too. One of the things I understand is that people who have crippled bodies, that souls line up to come into a crippled body so that they can work off a tremendous amount of karma in that lifetime. And then we also know that we come into life with free will, and the process of life on this planet is not an easy thing. We may look easy, but it's really not. It takes a lot to provide for yourself, to step up, to live your purpose, to remember. So it's not such an easy planet. And addiction is also a way of escaping your light, escaping your brilliance. So if you were brought up in a house of shame, maybe you so are not awake yet that you stay in that house of shame, and you use it to avoid your personal power and that amazing soul journey you really have. So there's different, and probably there's different experiences. We can't generalize for addiction in general, but to me, I see how addiction can serve as a wake-up call for people. I had a dear friend that fueled a lot of my miracle work the last few years. In fact, whenever I get to Monday comes and I go, oh God, how can I do this? And then I feel him and I see him there with Archangel Michael's sword so that I can't run back into the hallway. But he came in to struggle with his huge addictions, helped a lot of people for those few years he was clear. And then he couldn't hold that frequency anymore. He couldn't keep standing up, and he left rather than, he died of his first overdose in about 5 years. He hadn't done heroin in like 5 or 6 years, and it killed him. But I believe it's because it became more than he can manage. And he didn't want to go back into addiction. But I think we'd use that as a way to avoid also. We don't know we're avoiding our tremendous power, but we do.
Yeah, I think we do on a daily basis through.
I was going to say that. You read my mind. Yes, we do. By all the choices we make, we can avoid it. We can, like, if you wake up and you have the food that that puts you in a bad mood, that's even a choice. So I don't think we can avoid choices here.
Now, Dr. Joan, here's an interesting question. These powers that we avoid, right? Now, I'm looking at it from the two-road perspective, right, of the Anasazi and the Hopi. They're talking about the two roads. So we're awake. We understand what's going on, and we understand ourselves at a greater level than the people that are on this road. So when we try, do you think it's the same for the both? Because I know that one side is not aware, but the other side is aware. Like our road that we're walking on is quite aware of consciousness in ourselves. But then you have this other side where people are trapped in this program and in this loop where they're not really self-aware of themselves, right? They're so entrapped into the rat race of 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and then the kids, and then soccer games and hockey practices, and boom, boom, boom. It's just on and on and on, right? So I wonder if they even realize that they have these powers, right? Like subconsciously avoiding that altogether, right? And for us, it would be more conscious, right? I'd hate to put it in like that us and them category, but it kind of seems to be that way at this moment right now, where you have the woke camp and then you have the sleeping.
Well, we do have that sleeping camp, and that sleeping camp, we just have to love them.
Mhm.
We just have to love them into awakeness, and we have to
Yeah.
love them whether or not they wake up or not. And that's so, yesterday I did this major presentation, and I was talking about the awake and the sleep people, and I sort of put the awake people in this box here, and I was on the stage, so I was walking from the awake box to the sleep box and back and forth. It's like, which box do you want to be in? But wait, I will say it again, Omar, you did come here. Waking up is an individual process. We all have activation moments, and I'm willing to bet that the people who are on our show are those willing to wake up or are awake. They've got that, they heard that call.
Mhm.
But there's millions and billions of souls that will hear this call because you guys are hearing the call and you're spreading the word. That's why we say, share, like, and subscribe. Love it. Share it out with your people so we can help wake them up.
Mhm.
And God knows, I feel so grateful. For me, my wake up, Omar, came through my chiropractic work. Okay. It came through my realization that what I knew to be true from my years of working with humans and their bodies was vastly different. And what they put into their bodies was vastly different than what I was hearing in the mainstream media or from
Mhm.
doctors. Okay. And that had to do with everything from food, nutrition, lifestyle, medicines, herbs, and pharmaceuticals. So I discovered mainstream media supported all of those things that were hurting people. They they were dissing people who wanted the GMOs, to know
Mhm.
our food. They were actually promoting diagnostic codes for those who were foodies, who believed in vegans, who were vegans, or who believed in, no GMOs in our food, gluten-free food, organic food. We were considered terrorists, food terrorists, and
Oh my
dissing. Okay. So guys, I'm a food terrorist. I'm about to tell you, just so you know, and the screen
Don't
check.
say it out loud.
Oh my God. I guess you're right. Oh my God. We need to deflect that. If we get censored over that, you got to cut that part out. We're going to remember that it was a 10
Don't worry.
in the morning. Yeah, but the point is that people who start to take charge of their life, if you're an alcoholic, but people around you are alcoholics and you say, hey guys, I'm going to stop drinking. Do you think they all go, yes, Rob, good choice? They go,
Hell no.
It's got some great brandy, Joan. Try it.
I love
Yeah.
it.
They don't want you to shift your life.
I'm so glad you went there, Dr. Joan, because yesterday Brad was talking about something similar to that. And when he was talking about that, I had this go through my head, and I was like, oh my God, that's profound, Brad. This is so amazing. Because what I was thinking in my head is that if you have 12 people that are in a jail cell and one of them figures out a way how to get out of that jail cell, the other 11 will block him from escaping that jail cell. And this is
Wow.
kind of what we're stuck in, this matrix.
This is what
program.
we're talking about, because if you escape, you're going to suddenly, that lie that I'm telling myself that I can is over.
Yeah, this is when he had the shadow. This is when he was talking about the shadows on the cave wall.
Yes.
And when he was saying that, I was like, oh my God. And I had goosebumps. In fact, I got him even now. And when he was saying that, I thought about that. I was like, oh my God, Brad, you're brilliant. That's amazing. And I really, really, really resonated with that. That was really profound, because we're guilty of that, right? When we were sleeping and when we were programmed and we found somebody who wanted to escape, we would always try to pull them back in. People, I guess that's part of the programming, right? Is to, do their dirty work for them, and to keep people oppressed and trapped within that mind prison, right? Because I think that's what Brad was talking about, was the mind prison yesterday. And he was saying that if you escape that mind prison, then you become enlightened. And then once you become enlightened, then you can enlighten other people to the fact that they're in a prison cell as well, and that they should try their best to escape. And I was like, brilliant, Brad, brilliant.
I think it is. And I have a tool for that. I think that if we could, like, okay, waking up for some of those people, you don't have to go away, Omar. I'm not going into a trance here. Waking up for some people is like a lightning bolt, right?
I'm listening, Dr. Joan. I'm just going to respond to a message.
Oh, you go respond. Okay, so it's like a lightning bolt, okay? A lightning bolt. So let's all of you on the stream, all of you listening now, all of you listening later, let us send some lightning bolts to our family, our friends, those sleeping people. Let's just imagine, using the power of imagination, that those lightning bolts are awakening. What do you think, Rob?
I agree with you 110%. And again, referencing what Brad said, is that there's the powers that be, and this power that's falling over a lot of humanity itself, to not wake up, to actually turn your head from a waking up, because they don't want you to know your true potential. Because once you figure out your true potential, you have no guise to fall underneath their thumb anymore. You've broken that trance. And it is like a lightning bolt.
It is.
And
exactly. And you know what else is just so funny? I just glanced on this text, which says, how much importance
is.
I can barely hear anything. Who's freezing up? It happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. We all freeze at some point. But I have to tell you something interesting. I just got this thing from this thing called Message. Oh, God, it disappeared. But it said, how much do you rely on external validation? And I think that's an amazing concept to think about while we're unfreezing here. How much do we rely on external validation to confirm ourselves? How much do we believe in ourselves? Because when we wake up and we get that lightning bolt, suddenly you realize everything you were told was not true, right? And some people fall apart with that, Rob. That's why they run back in the closet. It's like crazy to them.
Well, that lightning bolt, when it occurs, it basically turns their entire world upside down, and everything that they're seeing now is seen through the guise of a different perspective. And when that happens, it can be shocking in the very beginning, and it actually tends to take you away from those smaller collectives that you had, and kind of isolates you in those in yourself a little bit. Because once you see that those people aren't seeing it the way that you're seeing it, or that at least that they have an awareness of how you're seeing it, it becomes a novice conversation, or it becomes like, how do you say it? It becomes like an obsolete style conversation. Like, why am I going to focus my energies on that instead? But see, one of the things that we have to do as somebody who is awake is to engage in those types of conversations, even though we may not want to have them, or we want to kind of expand. Everybody has their threshold, and by us engaging with those people, we're enacting their threshold to eventually wake them up as well.
Sometimes you've got to be able to speak their level. You have to see where they're at. You can hear it in what they say, how they speak, how they carry themselves. We can't just react, because there'll be an overreaction. So if we can see where they're at on their level of skills and understanding, then we can communicate to that part of it, and they will better hear us faster.
Exactly. And I'll give you an example. I go on this app called Clubhouse, and another app called Stereo, and it's a lot of voice podcasting. I know Dr. Joan has been on Clubhouse as well. And essentially what it is we talk about a lot of mainstream current event topics while sprinkling in that sort of spiritual awakening to it, because we're empowering people with that information. And when we're empowering those people with that information, what it does is it gives them the ability to want to look further. And we know that that sort of exploration is going to give them an inch of hope to find what they're looking for. When they do that, that validation sets in, and so on and so forth. It's a domino effect from that point. Even though it's talking about medical issues or, social issues, it doesn't matter. You can still affect those people on certain levels. It's just a different threshold. Again, you got to know what you're going for. You got to know your goal in talking to those specific people. And I don't want to say specific types of people because everybody's different. But when you're engaging the scientific community, you've got to be able to engage them with the science. When you're engaging the social community, you've got to be engage them with social issues, but coming from a different place. And a lot of what we do there is we listen, because a lot of people don't listen. They jump right out the window to yell at somebody because they don't agree with them. But the moment you listen, now when they give you a turn to speak, they have to listen to what you say a little bit more, and it resonates just a little bit more than it did before without jumping out that window. So it's a dichotomy. It's a very give and take kind of I guess application.
I think eventually everybody will, we set boundaries. We realize that there's a routine to it, a pattern to it. So when we're listening to somebody speaking, you can tell where they're at and go, okay, well, they need, you just throw in a key word. You don't have to say very much at all. You can just say a key word which will inspire, which will bring out the areas that these others are wanting to expel and explore. So when they do that, then they're going through all these different levels. You can see it. I mean, I don't know if other people can see it. I'm pretty sure that if I can see it, then they can see it too. This is how I exist. Is if I can see it, then they can see it. So it's a level of learning how to communicate, not just with the words you hear, but the energy behind it, the intent behind it, the programs that they've gone through that have put them into these different states. Because a lot of people are still stuck. They're still in stuck states. But allowing them to come out just and say one or two things, because we can't do it all in one go. We just fry ourselves. We just want out. But so we just do a little bit. We manage that. We move to the next little bit. And it can be a long process, but it is well worth it because we are so much. Now, I think Rob was saying, it's like you get to a certain stage where there's always someone that's going to come along when you're just waking up to those points, and they're going to try to put you back into that stuck state, or they're going to create chaos around you so that moment when you had of clearing out and moving forward is now gone because it's been distracted, because it was an energy wave that came through. If you don't jump on the waves at the time, you will have to wait till the next one comes around. But they do keep coming around. And once you get in that flow, I mean, throughout this process, just recently on this show, I've gone with the flow, and I've seen a few rocks coming my way, but I don't worry about it too much because I just go with the flow, and it goes around those rocks. So,
I like that, and I'll take the feather on this one. Okay, my beat down feather, my cat energized feather. I really like that practice. I agree, but on the other hand, I'm feeling, what Stephen and Evan Strong were teaching us the other day. I'm into the seed dreaming, and I think what we need to do is just simply, sparkle the seeds, and just simply, like you were saying, just drop some keywords, and that's it. I don't feel that I should emphasize on any one particular subject with any one person, whether they're awake or whether they're asleep. I just want to be able to drop a few seeds and move along, because one, it's difficult to gauge, where the person's vibrational distortions at. And second, I don't want to engage a person in the belief system is really what it is, because once you go against their beliefs, right, their programming kicks in, and this identity jacket that they're wearing is armed, right? It's got it's like a bulletproof vest almost, and they have big guns and swords inside there the minute you challenge that, and they come at you. And I don't like that energy. It's very negative energy, and I don't want to really have anything to do with that. So for that particular reason, I would rather just not engage the person. I just drop a few seeds and then that's it, move along. But if it's in person, if I'm having an in-person conversation, then I want to engage that person. I want to try to understand their perspective and the identity that they're wearing, because all of us wear identities, right? And there's just simply no way around that. Like, you wear an identity, I wear an identity, Rob wears an identity, Dr. Joan wears an identity, everybody wears identities, right? And then what I'm trying to do for myself, and I'm succeeding at this now. I don't know how many days I'm in now. I'm like 4 or 5 months in of conscious thought.
Yeah.
Right? The conscious thought is that I'm aware of my thoughts from the time I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep at night. And in the beginning, for the first few months, it was very difficult, right? I was constantly being attacked, right? And what that's allowed me to do now is that now I'm just naturally aware of my continuous thought process that's happening within my ether space. And what that's allowed me to do is begin to shed a lot of the identities that I've been wearing, right? Some of those identities I shed a long time ago, and some of those identities I'm beginning to have an awareness of the fact that I even have them, right? Because before I wasn't even aware that I actually was wearing these different identities, because the more I tried to shed the identity, I realized that I was putting on another identity because I was trying to get rid of this identity. So it's like a paradox that's happening. So what I come to realize later on was that instead of trying to shed the identities, what I should do is put on all of the identities, every single one. No point in getting rid of them. Take them all on, because once I have them all on, then I am vibrating and resonating with all of them, not a one particular one, this one or that one. Then I have no need to defend this identity to that identity to that identity, because it will begin to conflict with one another. So if I don't allow that conflict to happen within those identities, then I'm expressing myself as all that there is, ever was, and ever will be, right? A point of attention within the stream, infinite stream of consciousness. So I think what we need to do is begin to understand, number one, that this language that we're speaking, the English language, is it is a terrible, terrible language, because it doesn't allow you to express the internal. This language is only designed to express what you see, and that is it, the external. So with that understanding in mind of this language, we begin to look at identity programs. Hijacked words is what I call them in my book, Earth Frequency, the Commandeered Bandwidth. And in it, I say, spirituality that we're talking about is really an identity container. It is a hijacked word that we've created for people to gravitate around. once you begin to gravitate around a particular identity of spirituality, then you're not resonating with other spiritual aspects or modalities. So once we understand that, and once we come to an awareness of that, then we can say to ourselves that words like spirituality, words like you, words like me no longer resonate, because it is we. It is the word one that really matters, because you're a projection of me as I am a projection of you. There's no difference between your consciousness and my consciousness. So I don't need to be spiritual in order to understand myself or to understand you as an expression of source. So that is an identity. That is a hijacked word. Now, what's happened with all of these hijacked words is that we've attached the Stockholm syndrome to it. And because the Stockholm syndrome is involved, we say, I hate that identity, but I'm going to protect that identity at any cost. I love that identity, but I loathe that identity. Right? So we've fallen in love with the negativity of these hijacked words, such as spirituality, God, religion, things like that, because those are the programs that have been given to us for us to love. Right? It is designed that way. So once we can lift the veil and understand that this is what's going on, then we can begin to have a clearer picture, right? We can step back and not see just 1 or 2 pixels on the image. We can step back and see the entirety of that picture. So I put my feather back.
I've got a feather too now.
Right on. That's going to be the practice. Rob, you got to go get a feather, bro.
I don't. Oh man, I gotta go. Hunt down a goose or a bird of sorts. I'm not gonna go do that. Hold on, guys. I'll come back with the feather in my mouth. No, I agree a lot with what you're saying, Omar, and I attribute what you're saying to a ton of programming. The programming is so strong that once we dissect what those programs are, like you said, you attain this ability to essentially embody all of the different aspects of your personality and all of the different entities or containers that reside inside of you. And when you can do that, you have this free flow form of being able to jump in where it's useful and jump out where it's not, and kind of navigate your way to create your own program, just like you did with the conscious thought of being positive, positive, positive. You're retraining your brain to follow a program that you set forth, because that's kind of how we are. We are like computers in every way. And it's kind of wild how they've made this artificial thinking ability, like this thinking structure, like a computer, but yet it's just not sentient like we are. It wasn't given that gift of awareness and the consciousness yet.
How do we know that, though? Because we could look at AI as a form of consciousness that's manifested.
Yes, but somebody had to program that AI first. It doesn't just sporadically happen. Now, and this is going to sound wild, but let's say that there is a body and a computer, right? A body with no consciousness and a computer. It's the same thing. It both has programs that run within it, mechanics, background, until that spark of life or that soul or that consciousness is embedded into that body. It does not have awareness at all. It's just there.
Let me be the devil's advocate here for a
Go
minute.
ahead. I love it. Go ahead.
We're looking at the artificial intelligence, and I'm wondering to myself, understanding what I am, 26 grams of, 100% consciousness, I wonder if the human body computer avatar isn't an artificial intelligence.
I would say that yes, because we do have abilities like breathing and seeing, like things like that you have no control over, but your subconscious kind of uses it, which is a program that's running in the background. And of course, you can stop that program if you want. You can stop breathing and hold your breath, but only until that main protocol kicks in that you need to survive. And then, of course, you're going to gasp for air. So there is a lot of connectivity to it. But the way the mind works, just to get back to what we were talking about, is that programming. That programming, there's so much stimuli that comes from even sitting right here, right now. There are 70,000 multiple sources of stimuli between the text and the chat, what we're saying, the background noise, the windows. There's so much that your body is processing, your brain is processing all of it to decipher what it is. So when we go into these states of meditation, what we're doing is we're training our brain to not focus on those exterior stimuli and only on what we're thinking is the breathing and focusing. And that silence of the mind gives us the ability to kind of redirect some of those energies. But it's a very complex. I mean, like when we watch TV and there's commercials, and I go back to the presentation I did at the January 1st and 2nd event, where the people who make those commercials know your subconscious probably better than you do. And they know what to put. And this goes into television too, with click rates and hypnotism. And I mean, you see it. We were watching a CW show. It was the other day, and it's one of the DC. I love the superheroes, so it's one of the DC shows, and it was on demand, so it wasn't live. But when it finished, the screen went "duh-duh-duh-duh-duh." When it went to like a black screen in between a commercial. It flashed 6 times, and I said, "You see that, babe? That's called click rate. That's a flash rate." She goes, "What does that do?" And I said, "That hypnotizes you. So the next commercial that comes up, it's already been instilled that you should probably buy that product." She was like, "Get out of here." And I said, "No, that's what they do." And she was very upset that that was happening. And exactly right. Neuro-linguistic programming. It's exactly right. And it's wild. Once you start evaluating these specific like entities and how they maneuver within that boundary, it's really
Yeah. It's a fun place to adventure.
wow. What the
Like,
hell?
looks like Rob's having problems with his internet still.
Neuro-linguistic programming, otherwise known as NLP, is in my early days I started doing. I wrote a couple of books and stuff, and then I got into it was journalism. Okay. And from there, because I was already in TV and stuff, I got to see how these programs played out. And it was pretty much an insult. It was pretty much an insult to our actual intelligence, because I had to, the information I got was to write as if you were writing for between a 7 and a 10-year-old. And this went both male and female. Okay, this was at one stage they outrate a different type of neurolinguistic NLP for women, females, and a different one for males, and this kept them segregated, But then you started seeing them coming together and stuff, and it's absolutely amazing. Whoever put all of this stuff together, however it all came together, was absolutely amazing. When you start diving into deprogramming, you start navigating your way through it. You start seeing commonalities, familiarities. I mean, one of the things that you were saying, I forgot the word that you used for, hijacking the languages and stuff. One of my pet peeves is when I hear people say, understand, you're doing all this work. This work is coming from your inner self. You're communicating with your inner self, your higher being, but yet everybody is still saying, understand. Who are you standing under, and why are you still in that shadow? So change the way you change it yourself. You see the word, The magic is in the word, the spell casting, the phonics of it. Phonics comes down to frequency. So when you see the heaviness of the word, like understand, what do you when you stand under something, you're in somebody's shadow. You're in a shadow. You don't need to be in that shadow anymore. This is the activation time. You get back out there and you stand in your light.
Mhm.
Inner communicate, you inner stand. This is changing that magic. So
Yeah.
they're transmuting the negative into the positive, so you use it to enhance what you already have.
Mhm. I've said many times that as we raise our awareness and we begin to get it along the way, we need to begin to change the linguist of our mind, right? Because as you guys probably have heard many, many times, I have a problem with the word soul, right? Because the word soul, in my perception, is saying that it's separate, that it's not part of the source, that it is a separate being in its own right. And my idea has always been that you cannot be separate because we are all part of that source. We may be a unique bandwidth within the frequency of consciousness, but we don't have that soul, so to say, right? So I have an issue with that, but that's just an example, right? As we move forward, we need to change our language so that we can begin to express what we are actually feeling on the inside, right? Because this English language is not designed for inner expression. It's only designed for outer expression, and that's it. And that is by design, right?
Yeah.
Because if you begin to express what you're feeling inwardly, then what if other people begin to pick up on that and they begin to express themselves? And the next thing you know, through that, unity, that, community consciousness, I would call it, can begin to manifest and come to fruition ideas and things that they're talking about and they're thinking about and expressing. And then suddenly that will begin to pop up everywhere. Right. So we really need to change our language. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind, because there's a lot of things that we say that we actually don't mean because we're trying to reference that particular thing by simply using that particular word. Right. And I think we need to change that up. Even if it needs to create a new word, like I did the other day, mind delicious. Right, that's a brand new word, mind delicious, and I like it. So I say,
But you know the meaning of it.
that's
And
right.
eventually it will be in the Urban Dictionary. We'll get your patent in the Urban Dictionary with that one.
Right on. Patent it to humanity unplugged.
Yes. Yes.
All right, guys,
Wild.
love you. Let's bring our next speaker on. This was a beautiful conversation. Really, really enjoyed it. Thank you, Stone, and thank you, Dr. Joan, and thank you, Rob from Full Spectrum Universe. Rob, take it on over. We have our good friend Mark Fiorentino coming in. He's an amazing guy. He did a beautiful presentation at when was that? Total Disclosure.
Yes.
Last August. So I am looking forward to Mark's upload. So here we go.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So before we get started, I'm gonna give you a little bit of background on Mark. So first off, Mark is a author as well, and it's called Masters of Reality. We're going to be putting the link for the Amazon link for that book in the chat as we go through. But what the Masters of Reality is a compilation of Einstein's unified field theory. And what we look at here is there's so much that goes along with the super relativity and unified field theory with the future of humanity. So guys, pay attention for that. But just to give you a little bit more background on Mark worked at IBM for 16 years troubleshooting circuit boards and saved the company millions of dollars. He's got rewards. He's renowned. He's worked with Tamara Calder Richardson, which we had on before. And without further ado, let's bring up Mark. Mark, how are you?
I thank you. It's good to be back.
Oh man, I'm so glad to see you. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what you've got for us this time. Last time you blew my mind. This time we are, we're going to be sitting on the edges of our seat, waiting for you to give us what the next step of what humanity needs, because the work that you're doing, you feel is imperative to what the next steps of human evolution is all about.
Agreed. Completely
Awesome.
agree with that statement, and continuing in that effort. It's quite a task, the assignment that I pulled here, and I'm honored to be the one that gets to do this. Just hard to believe sometimes, but still I push forward and going to get the work done. And I'll give you some dates to where I'm at right now, so far as experimentation and verification of the theory of super relativity.
That's fantastic.
So, you want to get started and do the share screen here?
Yeah. Well, let's get started.
I'm going to do the share screen. All right.
Okay.
Share the screen.
And, just before you start, I want to tell you that I always talk about the moment on the show when you came onto my show, and I bring your name up because when people say, I remember that question I asked you about, what did you find that you didn't expect to find? And you said to me that the universe is built of ones and zeros, but it shows an intelligent creation to it. And that has stuck with me since we've talked about it. And I've used it many, many times throughout interviews and things like that. So I just wanted to let you know that, because I thought it was such a fascinating thing to say in that moment. And it was perfect. It was perfect.
Oh, well, thank you. I guess I'm coming up with some good quotables. I have a feeling that I'm really pretty sure I'm being guided to these things and helped along the way. Because basically, I've been an introvert all my life, and for me, this is somewhat challenging. But as long as I'm talking on a subject I feel confident know about, it goes well. And I'm getting some help there for some quotes, and it's good. That's what it's all about. To communicate this important information. It's vitally important. All people get, and hopefully, this eventually will catch on.
I agree because. All right. Did you share the screen? Do you know how to do it, or do you want me to guide you through it?
I'm doing it.
I'm not. We don't see it.
Permission to capture. This is not going to be good if I can. It's giving me an error. Follow these steps. Oh boy. I just got a new computer.
Take your time. No worries. Well, we're here. And
so I'm going to have to go into follow these steps. Green, what is it in security and privacy?
Is it a PowerPoint?
So let's take a quick. Yeah, it's a PowerPoint.
Do you see when you share screen? Do you see where it says slides, where you can upload your slides?
Oh yeah.
Show. If that doesn't work, then just go to the regular share screen, and when you get to the point where it shows you what you want to share, it'll be the middle column where it says Windows.
Oh, I know which button to push. Is what happens is I've got a new PC, and it's asking me to
allow privacy. You got to allow it, right? Yeah. Permission setting.
So I got to, sure enough, here it is. I got to unlock the lock. This will only take a second.
Go ahead, man. I'm so excited. I love your work, brother. I really do. I follow what you're doing, and it's incredible. And now that I've met Tamara as well, and you've worked with Tamara, it's kind of like a full circle, and I'm getting to know her very well. And it's really it's amazing. You know what I mean? Because it's wild, because I was so interested in what you were doing before.
That story is incredible. It has really sealed things up for me after I had written the book, and then had to contact Tamara about my strange situation as it was. So she helped me through that. All right, let's try this again. I've given the system permissions. Going to do the share screen. going for number 2. Oh boy. Nope. All right, let's try. Well, that's a point. Slides. Try slides. No.
We could try slides. If it's really big, sometimes if it's over 50, I don't know.
It's too bad. I mean, it's too big. Beautiful. Oh, wait a minute. Open system preferences. Just beautiful.
Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm just in the background. My internet's botching up a little bit, so I put you on the full screen.
I'm going to try this one more time. Oh, I've already done that. No. Share screen. I'm going to pick the number 1 monitor. No. I've already done this. Oh, it didn't take it. It's not giving Google permission.
That's wild.
Will be able to record contents of your screen unit till it is quit. Uh-oh. I have to quit in order to...
You want to go out and then come back in?
I'm going to do it real quick.
Go ahead. As long as you hit the same one, come back in. We're good. Don't worry about it. I'll hold it down for you.
All right.
All right. So while he fixes that, it's wild that these new settings on a lot of these computers, for some reason, whenever we do the share screen now, it always ends up being awkward or messed up somehow. It seems to be the going right. Well, StreamYard, the platform that we use, has gotten a lot of updates. There he is, back in action.
One last shot. It's either this or I'm going to read everything.
We got to speak it out. You. Oh, I see something.
I think
there
it's
we
going
go.
to work this time. Yeah.
All right.
Now we start the show. Play from the start. All right. Can you see the screen? Super relatively new technologies and discoveries.
Absolutely. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Try to hurry this up a little bit so we can get some questions and answers in. All right, this slide presentation I changed up a little bit. It's more fun. It's got covers a lot more information in the book, and I've classified the main set of ideas that come through the book and rated them as to whether they're Nobel Prize worthy or not. 1 star should be, 2 star really should be, 3 stars. Oh, come on, this really needs to be a Nobel Prize winner. So what we're going to go over today is the rebirth of the ether. Without the ether, we're really nothing with my theory. It's all about the existence of the ether and proving the existence of the ether. The cause of force, the 3 primary fields, which are deformations or bendings of space: magnetism, electrostatic field, and gravity. The discovery of the origin of mass, the photon realization, which I had while I was at work one day. We'll get into that. Principle of mass formation, that's worthy of a Nobel Prize. Discovery of the slip wave, definitely. The unified field theory, that's a strong Nobel Prize theory award winner. And discovery of the cause of inertia that comes along with gravity and mass. The constants are not constant. We're going to talk about that. The speed of light is slowing down. And the glitch in the matrix, which is another experiment that the scientists are doing called birefringence measurement problem, and how I discovered a predicted problem that they would have, that they have had. And we'll go over that briefly. The SR theory of cosmology discovers the universe is collapsing, not expanding. That leads us into neutronium theory and black hole explanation, star formation theory, the simplified fundamental particle model, which is new from the last time we talked, the discovery of the signature of God, very important, the theory of anti-gravity, that's really the one that, if anything should win a Nobel Prize, it should be that one. The slipwave spatial bias drive, stellar converter technology, and Stargate technology, all fun stuff. Okay, so we start off with the ether. It does exist. All the information on the left side is rock solid evidence that proves the existence of the ether. Light is a transverse wave. Transverse waves only occur in solids. To back that up, it also seems Einstein himself says this, ether, in the speech of Ether and Relativity. It also seemed to be a necessary consequence of the fact that light is capable of polarization, that this medium, the ether, must be of the nature of a solid body, because transverse waves are not possible in a fluid, but only in a solid. So there is authoritative proof that what I just said is true. So we can go on to the speed of light. I don't want that yet. The speed of light, velocity is, if space were truly empty and made of nothing, the speed of light would be infinitely fast. We never see this normally, except in one experiment that is highly contested, which you can read about on that. Hopefully I'll have time to mention that. But in normal operation, the universe, the speed of light is a finite velocity, and it takes a certain amount of time to traverse space. Space is a real physical thing. The ether has physical properties, permittivity and permeability. Something that does not exist cannot have measurable properties. General relativity holds that gravity is a geometry. Again, according to Einstein in his speech, Ether and Relativity, recapitulating, we may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. This is coming from Albert Einstein. According to the general theory of relativity, space without an ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, basically just said, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Time breaks if you don't have a physical ether. The next one, the spatial properties of permittivity and permeability, and these properties determine the maximum velocity of light. Space has to be made of something in order for space to have measurable properties. Here is the equation discovered by Maxwell for the light propagation within the medium. Speed of light equals 1 over the square root of permittivity and permeability. And when that is calculated, you get the speed of light, just like we measure today. That is verification that that equation is correct and Maxwell is correct. Gravity, mass, and inertia are all caused by the contraction of space. You can't bend something that does not exist. You would be, how many physicists today claim space is an empty void made of nothing? All of this proves that is not correct. The forces of electrostatic charge, magnetism, and gravity are deformations of a continuous ether plenum. They are different aspects of the fundamental field. Einstein's theory implied that electricity and magnetism are two facets of a deeper and more fundamental field. Therefore, gravity also must be the third and final aspect of the fundamental ether field, combining with electricity and magnetism. Particles are persistent. This is only possible if the ether is solid. You can't build a particle, a permanent structure that is in a gas. There is no way for it to maintain its structure. It can only be done if the ether medium is a solid, a continuous medium. According to the theory of relativity, space without an ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of the existence for standards of space and time, just like I read earlier. This comes from Einstein. Now, the only evidence against is the Morley experiment 1905 was concluded, and it did not detect the ether wind. And I spent years thinking about why that was, because that bothered me, because I know the ether existed. And this stumped people like Lorentz and Einstein had changed his interpretation of special relativity because of that experiment that he was already aware of. Constant. This is explanation. Speed of light is constant relative to all other motion frame reference. This happens because light speed is caused, which means its speed is dependent upon its internal structure. And there are experiments on the internet that back up what I just said there. It has nothing to do with the emitting source's inertial frame of reference. It's motion, the thing that emitted the light particle. Light speed is determined by its internal pressure gradient field. Therefore, the speed of light is independent of the velocity of the source. To give you an example, if you're in a train and you shine a light, you're sitting at the back of the car and you shine that light forward and it hits the wall. If you measure that speed of that light is the speed of light coming out of the flashlight, not plus the train velocity. The train velocity will not affect the speed of light at all. And if we reverse the situation and shine it backwards, the speed of light will not be the speed of light minus the train velocity. It will be the speed of light. And that is why the Michelson and Morley experiment failed to detect the ether wind. It was a fatally flawed design of experiment, but they had no idea at the time that the speed of light was going to behave in that way. Only after they did the experiment were they then saying that the speed of light is constant. Superrelativity, definition of force. Force or action at a distance is caused by deformations within a continuous ether medium. Stresses and tensions within the ether are the real and physical fields of force that we observe. General relativity is a stress tensor math. That has to be, I mean, if it's a stress tensor that we're talking about the metric of space actually changing as a result of other forces like gravity. These different types of deformations of space comprise the various aspects of the fundamental field, which is the ether. So gravity comes from a specific type of bending of the ether fundamental field, which in this case is a contraction of space. So the possible deformation types of a three-dimensional continuous medium. Negative charge is a clockwise rotation of space. This has already been confirmed by Maxwell, by Ampere, by Faraday. Negative charge has lines of force moving inward toward the core of the charge. Positive charge is the counterclockwise rotation of space. Positive charges have lines of force that move outward from the core of the charge. You can stretch space, that's anti-gravity, and you contract space, that's gravity. It's just that simple. This is not a complicated theory. This is not a theory. This is a theory that makes sense. This is exactly what it is. The discovery of the origin of mass, the happiest thought of my life. The key is to ask the right questions, and here they are. Why don't photons have mass while other particles, God, if I can ask the question, why don't photons have mass while all other particles have mass? And what are photons doing different? See this chart right here? This is the chart that was on my cubicle when I came up with the idea, the explanation for why photons don't have mass. I was staring at this chart in my cubicle many, many years ago, and then it dawned on me, and it was a truly exciting and happy moment. The answer is quite simple. Photons are massless because they have a balanced charge structure, +1, -1. If you ask a physicist what charge does the photon have, they will say 0. That is wrong. That is an incorrect answer. The charge is +1, -1. What they do is they do the math. This is a time when you're not supposed to do the math. Accept the photon for what it is. A particle composed of two parts, +1 and -1 charge. The balanced charge structure geometry makes the photon travel in a straight line and at a constant rate of speed. That's the key. Therefore, when a fundamental stable particle moves in this way within the ether medium, it does not accelerate. That's very important. If a particle does not accelerate, it does not cause space to contract within and around the particle. If a particle does not accelerate, it does not contract, and therefore it generates no mass, no gravity. So, and the photon basically, along with the neutrino, are the only particles that travel in this way. Neutrino is slightly different in that it's oscillating. That oscillation causes it to generate a tiny little bit of mass because it's slowing down and speeding up due to that oscillation. And sure enough, scientists have confirmed that the neutrinos now do have a tiny bit of mass, just like my theory predicts. Clockwise rotation is negative, counterclockwise rotation is positive, and the photon structure is composed of a +1, -1, basically an electron and a positron bound together, which I know will send many theorists and physicists screaming, but it's not a simple subject. The photon is not a simple subject to understand. I'm still working on it. I have some more refinements as well that have come up in the past few months. To verify that, all these 50 years of conscious brooding have brought me no nearer to the answer to the question, what are light quanta? Nowadays, every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinks he knows it, but he is mistaken. That's Albert Einstein confirming the photon is not so easily understood. And to back up this here, if a particle does not accelerate, does not contract, and therefore generates no mass, that agrees with Einstein's equivalence principle. A gravitational field has the same effect on an object with mass as an object experiences in an accelerated reference frame. Somehow, gravity and acceleration are the same thing. I've found the link. Acceleration causes space to contract in and around the accelerating object. That's the link. That's what they didn't know in Einstein's time. That's one of the improvements, the extensions coming from super relativity theory. So we move on now. With the realization of the photon, I delved into the discovery of the slip wave. That was another one of my happiest thoughts. The key, again, is to ask the right questions. What is the cause of the perpetual motion of subatomic particles? And the answer is quite simple. It's a pressure wave gradient field that exists inside of all the particles. So here I have a drawing. It's really of a half of a photon or an electron. And there's a rotation going on here, as you see with the yellow lines going around and around. Little bit at the beginning, more here. The more rotation, the further along it rotates, the more the space is stretched. The more it stretches, it expands. So you get this kind of a shape to the particle in the dimension of the metric of space. It's expanding. So you get kind of like a bubble on this end. And it's like it's pushing outward, this bubble here in this end. Imagine yourself facing a wall with your hands to the wall. The wall isn't going to move. When you push, you move back away from the wall. That's exactly how the particle moves. That's why I show the arrows, the direction are all showing which way the particle is going to move as it's shaped and expanded within space. So the particle acquires a velocity, a motion in a particular direction because of its structure. And I'm demonstrating the structure in that drawing right there. So if you want to know what an electron looks like, we go on to the next thing here. And that little dot, that's the start of the electron. And as you go backwards, space is doing this, as you're seeing right here. That's exactly what an electron looks like inside of it. Now, there's a lot of controversy according to the physicists who say particles do not have paths and do not have positions. Let's look at the evidence that proves them wrong. Those alpha and beta particles, looks like they have paths, looks like they have velocities and direction. Looks like they're wrong. There's the evidence. Anybody, even the simplest of laymen, can see that particles have paths, they have positions, they have velocities. It's in their own lab. This experiment has been done for years. Why they would think that things just spontaneously come from nothingness is beyond me. But unfortunately, that's the explanation that comes from the interpretations of quantum mechanics. The discovery of the unified field theory, Einstein's happiest thought. This is important. I'm going to lay the foundation here. This Ehrenfest paradox, when Einstein saw this, he realized there was a mechanism, a way for particles to generate gravity. But he lived in a time when he did not have enough information to construct a mathematical model. So he struggled the rest of his life trying to come up with that particular model. In my time, thanks to the internet, I was able to have information about the interior of neutrons and the protons. And I knew that they were composed of quarks. But going back over this, looking and understanding Einstein's thinking, how can the motion of particles create mass? So I found this happiest thought, which I found because I was looking for Einstein, the contraction of space and gravity. And it turns out to be one of his happiest thoughts that comes from Paul Ehrenfest, who got the idea actually from Max Born. They had different models. Max Born was using a rotating cylinder. Ehrenfest went to a rotating disc. These things have to have a particular property. The disc and the rotating disc in particular, it had to be completely rigid, which is not possible for man or anyone else to build. We can never accelerate a disc up to the speed of light. It's not rigid enough, it'll fly apart. But you can do it at the subatomic level. So Einstein followed the line of reasoning that began with the happiest thought of his life. Still at the Swiss Patent Office, he conducted one of his famous thought experiments. Einstein imagined a circle spinning in space. The center of the circle did not move, but its circumference was moving quickly in a circular direction. Einstein compared what happens in several reference frames, a standard tool he used in developing the special relativity theory. Now, here's the key point. He concluded using the special relativity that the boundary of disk contracted as it spun. This is according to the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction formula. So what he's saying here is a drawing. You see the lengths here at this thing of a non-spinning stationary disk. Now the disk spins and they shorten in their length. Now this drawing isn't completely correct. Because of that shortening, there should not be more lengths. There should be the same amount as here, only shorter lengths. So this entire sphere, this circle here, needs to be smaller and contracting, like to this purple point here, right here. It should be contracted and in size, circumference and diameter, because of the spinning, which doesn't seem to make sense initially, but when you follow the special relativity formula, the contraction of length of all these segments, you really does make perfect sense. And so that is what is happening. So when these things spin rapidly, and I applied this to particles inside the quark. That's where my model comes from this idea. I went right along with Einstein and said, you're right. And I know about the quarks, and I know they're going to do this when they're spinning rapidly inside of the neutron and the proton. So there was a force acting on the circle at the boundary, the centrifugal force, and its action was equivalent to that of a gravitational force. But the same contraction that affected the outer circle left the diameter unchanged. Thus, Einstein concluded in a way that surprised even him. The ratio of the circle to the diameter was no longer pi. He deduced that in the presence of a gravitational field, the geometry of space was non-Euclidean. It was bent. And he was right. And then came the theory of general relativity based on this idea, which is the Ehrenfest paradox. So the key to the question here is, what is the chemical cause of mass, gravity, inertia? And I'm saying now the full explanation is mass, gravity, and inertia are caused by the accelerated motion of unbalanced fundamental charges. I remember the first time I wrote that down in my book. It was raining that day, and I completed that sentence, and I hit the period key. There was a thunderclap at the house, and I knew, wow, I think I'm onto something here, because that was very timely. When particles move in an accelerated manner, they interact with the field. Particles and the space they reside within contract as a result of the accelerated motion. The above explains all things gravity related. The property of mass is caused by a contraction in space. Particles that have mass emit a gravitational field. Inertia happens when objects with mass are forced to accelerate in a straight line direction, let's say. And in this circumstance, the act of massive objects accelerating relative to the ether cause a contraction of space of all the particles in the direction of motion. That's the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. This explanation finally explains the Einstein's equivalence principle. And there's my solution on the ResearchGate. If you copy that link or go to the ResearchGate and look me up, you'll find the full mathematical solution and explanation. The constants are not constant. The speed of light is slowing down. I suspected this for quite a while and I began to research it. Is the speed of light constant? If not, is it slowing down or speeding up? Answer, according to super relativity theory, the speed of light is circumstance dependent. Therefore, it is not constant. It depends on the condition of space. The circumstance I speak of is the condition of the spatial medium. The speed of light is dependent on the density of the spatial medium. And we see this is true in nature. Light in outer space, away from anything else, moves at its fastest. As soon as it hits the atmosphere, it slows down because that's denser. As soon as it hits water, it slows down even more because that's more dense. As soon as it goes through glass, it slows down even more, confirming that density is the key ingredient that causes the speed of light to slow down. If the medium is contracted or condensed, the speed of light will appear to be slower. If the spatial medium is expanded, the speed of light will increase. That's new in my theory. And there is a way to do that, as we will find out. The new theory explanation. The new theory concerning the speed of light is that it is not constant. Therefore, the speed of light is either slowing down or speeding up. Assumption. Super relativity theory says the universe is contracting, not expanding. This is directly opposite of what everybody else is saying right now. But their theory, the expanding universe theory, really doesn't make sense, and it's not founded in good science. The cause of the accelerating galaxies is galaxy clusters are being pulled toward galaxy-sized black holes. So the accelerations they've seen in deep space with the galaxies accelerating away from us is really being caused by something we already know about. Gravity. They're being pulled toward black holes. Evidence of this has been confirmed by astronomers, and these astronomers have been ignored by mainstream cosmologists and astronomers. More evidence to back that up is Barry Setterfield's paper that proves that the speed of light has been slowing down over the past 200 years. Mainstream science has ignored his research. They have not refuted that paper. SR theory predicts that the speed of light speeds up when passing through a magnetic field. So when I came up with that idea, I said, well, I'm going to go look for somebody that does that experiment. And I found somebody that does that experiment. And sure enough, quantum mechanics, I think it's QED says that, or QCD perhaps, that the speed of light should slow down in a magnetic field. But since my theory says a magnetic field causes an expansion of space, it thins it out, the density decreases, therefore the speed of light should increase. And I've came across papers where they've tried this experiment and it never confirms quantum mechanics. They never see it slow down. And in one case, they saw it speed up. The birefringence number was negative, which indicates that the two waves that they're split during the birefringence means, refraction, double refraction. So there's an ordinary wave and an extraordinary wave. And the extraordinary wave, when it goes faster, which it shouldn't, you get a negative number. And in this case, in the experiment, they found the negative number. And they were concerned and they withdrew their paper because they didn't want to be made fun of by the rest of science. So there is indications that my theory is right, but they refuse to accept their own measurements. And every time they do this experiment, they don't confirm quantum mechanics and they tear the experiment down and redo it. And eventually, I think now they don't even try. I think they've given up. The last people to do it were in France and I can't find the information on that experiment anymore. So it appears that the experiment, when they do it, confirms super relativity and not quantum mechanics. So this is what's happening here. It's never good science to ignore anomalous data like what I just spoke about, or to eliminate a conclusion because of some presupposition. Sir Henry Dale, one-time president of the Royal Society of London, made an important comment in his retirement speech. Science should not tolerate any lapse of precision or neglect any anomaly, but give nature's answers to the world humbly and with courage. To do so may not place one in the mainstream of modern science, but at least we will be searching for truth and moving ahead rather than maintaining the scientific status quo. What is wrong in physics now? It is a tragic occurrence that the scientists can be blinded by their own presuppositions. This is all across physics now. That's the problem, because they ignore that the speed of light is slowing down, and they have covered it up, as we shall see. Why is the speed of light slowing down? According to super relativity theory, the speed of light is slowing down because the universe is collapsing. This idea triggers me to search for evidence of a contracting universe. If the universe is collapsing, then permittivity and permeability of free space will increase over time as a result of the increased gravitational field strength. So the controversy continues, and in 1940, Dr. Raymond Burge arbitrarily declared the speed of light to be constant because every time they measured it, it was slightly slower than the last time they measured it, and he was getting frustrated, along with a lot of other scientists who firmly believed that the speed of light is supposed to be constant, but their measurements said otherwise. And finally, in 1975, the speed of light was just officially picked. They picked a number that was close to whatever they were measuring at the time and said, that's it. That's the speed of light, and that's what we're going with from now on. In time, scientists stop measuring the speed of light and manually adjust their equipment until they get the accepted value. At that point, then they start measuring the speed of light. So guess what? Now we no longer detect any slowing down in the speed of light because we tune the equipment to that number that they declared. James Bradley, a British astronomer, on January 1st, 1729, was the first to determine the finite speed of light on the basis of his quantitative observations of aberration. This was the first measurement to confirm the speed of light was 301,000 kilometers per second. The following question was, is the speed of light constant? Interestingly enough, every time it was measured since then, over the next few hundred years, it seemed to be a little slower than before. And if you want to know how they measure the speed of light today, go to that little highlighted area, how do we measure the speed of light, on Forbes.com, and you get an explanation of how science rigs the system so it never gets an answer they don't like. It's terrible science, and that's what we do today. This SR theory, cosmology discoveries. Now, these things that I just talked about triggered other ideas, and I followed that path. Due to the discovery the speed of light is slowing down, I was guided into making a new set of assumptions about the universe that would explain why the speed of light is slowing down. It really is all about asking the right questions. I discovered an anomaly that physicists know about. Neutrons decay into hydrogen when they are isolated in deep space by themselves. You put them alone, and within 15 minutes, the neutron turns into an electron and a proton. That's odd. I think to myself, that's no accident, since I believe in intelligent design. That was deliberately designed into the system. So I had to find a reason why the neutron would do that. And I did find a reason. A big bang coming from the black hole made of neutronium, which I believe all neutron stars and black holes are made of neutronium. There's no doubt that neutron stars are made of neutronium. I am declaring that black holes are nothing but more dense. They're really more dense neutron stars, and they achieve a certain density, then they develop an event horizon and light can't escape. And we call those things black holes. So, a Big Bang coming from the black hole made of neutronium will release huge amounts of neutron plasma, just neutron particles all by themselves, and neutronium spheres, which are basically various sized neutron stars and black holes that come out, are all ejected at the same time from the Big Bang. This plasma will decay into hydrogen in less than 15 minutes. And this is perfect. This is just what the universe needs because it's decaying into a usable item called hydrogen, which is the basis of all star building. And I find out later, even the planets are built the same way. This is how I believe our universe was created. The spheres will gather the hydrogen gas to form new planets, stars, and galaxies. The gas gathers around these objects and then condenses into stars and in a smaller degree planets with smaller neutronium spheres. So I'm saying the Earth has a neutronium core, a small one, much smaller than the sun. But that explains, as we will see, how all the elements are here on Earth, found here on Earth. Discovery of the universe is not expanding, it is collapsing, and therefore it is condensing. Evidence: astronomers have discovered giant-sized black holes. Galaxy clusters are being pulled toward black holes, including our own Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies. We're all heading towards something called the Great Attractor. This is known. Why this is being ignored, I don't know. The astronomers are being ignored because their model disagrees with the currently accepted theory of an expanding universe. Well, that's why they're ignoring it. More evidence. The speed of light is slowing down. We know that. I just discussed that. Science, of course, has ignored this evidence, living in a vacuum of their own. This does not agree with the concept of the speed of light being a constant. Science recognizes that if the speed of light is changing, then all the other constants are probably going to be changing too. Scientists do not like that. Physicists stopped measuring the speed of light, as I said earlier. Superrelativity spawns neutronium theory. Due to the discovery of the speed of light slowing down, I made a new set of assumptions at the universe that would explain why the speed of light is slowing down. The universe is not expanding, it's collapsing. Okay, we're reinforcing that point. Question is, what is the universe collapsing into? Answer: black holes. The black holes grow larger with each merger. They eventually grow into Titan-sized black holes, like the Great Attractor, which our galaxy is heading toward at over 1 million miles an hour right now. It's going to get there in about 4.5 billion years. They eventually grow into these Titan-sized black holes that are thousands of light years across. These will eventually merge. The Great Attractor is actually being pulled toward an even bigger black hole. And just as I said, this is happening. This is being measured by astronomers right now. These will eventually merge and form back into the cosmic egg, and the cycle will begin all over again. What are black holes made of? Answer is neutronium, the birth of the neutronium theory from superrelativity. Where did black holes come from originally? As I said, they come from the Big Bang. They are the seeds of life, the seeds of creation. Without them, stars will never form and planets will never be built. You need a gravitational source to pull hydrogen together. And I'm going to go over that in more detail, why that must be the case, the only sensible explanation. What is the evidence that supports neutronium theory? Neutrons have neutral charge, so that means they can be compressed to a very high degree. Protons' electromagnetic force of repulsion will not allow compression into solid state. Only neutrons can be compressed into neutron stars and black holes. Look at this. The electromagnetic force versus gravity. Electromagnetic force, we know best, is 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity. That means there is no way hydrogen clouds on their own are going to condense because of gravity, because the forces that are nearby emanating from the proton are this big number times stronger than gravity. That theory that they made makes no sense. The gas just isn't going to come together on its own magically. And they're stuck with that explanation because they don't have anything better until now. Stars have a neutronium core. The sun's core rotates nearly 4 times faster than the sun's surface. This is an indication there's something solid in there. And if you don't believe me, go look at this chart from NASA, the tackle line chart. It indicates that that there's something very solid inside the core of the sun. The sun core itself is solid. It's spinning faster than the atmosphere, and that makes sense. So the superrelativity star formation theory in more detail, it's simple and it's sensible. Theoretical assumption: stars and planets require a strong gravitational source in order to collect and compress hydrogen from hydrogen clouds located within interstellar space. The clouds get so condensed and so pressurized that fusion happens. And that's just what you need to start all the elements being created that we have in nature. In nature, the strongest gravitational fields are neutron stars and black holes. So in order to form stars and planets, a rapidly spinning neutronium sphere is needed. The neutronium sphere provides a strong frame drag gravitational source field that can overcome the repulsive electrostatic force of hydrogen. Hydrogen, as I said earlier, is 10 to the 36th time. The electromagnetic field that is repulsive is 10 to the 36 times power stronger than gravity. That means there is no way the current star formation theory is correct. This is their theory. This is the mainstream theory. Look at it. Remember it. It's wrong. Stars are born from within the clouds of dust and scattered throughout most of the galaxies. Turbulence deep within these clouds gives rise to knots of with sufficient mass that the gas in the dust can begin to collapse under its own gravitational attraction. That explanation makes no sense. There's no way the gases that can even imagine going to into stars. It's not happening. Yet that's what we believe. Evidence the sun's core has been faster than the our theory. When a star goes supernova and explodes, one behind a neutron star or black hole. The super relativity theory says that those objects are what formed the star in the first place, already existed at the core of the star. The supernova explosion just blows off the atmosphere and reveals the truth. Those things were already there before the supernova. Supernova itself did not cause neutronium to be formed. It was already there. Planets are formed using the same process. And the evidence for that is neutrinos are coming from the center of the Earth. This means that there is a strong chance that neutrinos are caused by a fusion process that is happening within the core of the Earth. The Karmland and Barexino experiments see neutron signals coming from the Earth's interior. It's already been confirmed. We have neutrinos coming from the interior of the Earth. Now, scientists claim that it's from thorium and uranium decay. I say the neutrinos also come from the fusion of the elements in the core. Where did the thorium and uranium come from? They were built, they were fused and created right there in the core in the first place, as are all the other elements. This makes sense because every planet needs to have all the elements so life can be formed. You can't just make life on a planet that's made of just nothing more than silicon and hydrogen and oxygen. You've got to have all the elements to form the complex chemicals. This theory makes sense. Their theory does not make sense. Additional evidence. It is established fact that elements are formed from a fusion process. It is also known that the Earth has all the elements in the periodic table. The question then becomes, how did the elements get here? As our theory states that they were all created here within the Earth. I believe that they are continually being created by an ongoing neutronium core fusion process. Here's the new super relativity standard model here. It's quite simple. These are basically the particles that form the universe. At the very beginning, the first cycle, there was nothing but positrons and electrons. You can build everything else from them because those particles can be shattered into things called quarks, which are the up quark is 2/3 of charge, positive charge, coming from the positron, and you get the down quark is a negative 1/3 charge from an electron. These can be shattered, the electron and the positron, and it has been done in the accelerators. They just won't acknowledge that they are being shattered. They call it something else. But clearly, when you smack a positron and an electron together and quarks come flying out, where did they come from? The electron and the positron. So you make the proton using the up, up, and down, and you make the neutron using 1 up and 2 down. Then all you need in addition is the photon and the neutrino, which are basically neutrino is a photon that oscillates, and in my theory and in my model. And the photon, these are the force carrier and messenger. We wouldn't be able to see anything without the photon. The photon makes it possible for us to see and experience the universe. And neutrino is a byproduct of what's stored inside probably the down quarks, which makes the neutron unstable. This is critical. The neutron has to be unstable for the universe to be created. And that's the element, that's the function. And the neutrino carries out that instability when the neutrons converts into a proton and electron. There's also a neutrino byproduct there. So this is just more, and this is this little picture here. This is what the latest version of what a photon looks like. It's 2 windings of space like so. I have a feeling I need to go faster because it might be getting late. So I'm going to skip over a little bit of that structure discussion. Discovery of God's signature. This is very important. None of one of my happier thoughts. The search for and the discovery of the signature of God came about from a series of inspired thoughts. While reading about Einstein, I came upon a quote of his. I want to know how God created this world. I am not interested in this or that phenomena, in the spectrum or this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details. That inspired me to move forward with this idea. I realized that people who create sign their work. In the case of the creation of the universe, this signature would be hidden somewhere within the universe. And the more I thought about this, the more this idea came into my mind. It just popped in. As I thought about the signature, a riddle suddenly popped into my mind. The signature of God is everywhere and in everything, but impossible to see. I realized that had to be within the neutron and the proton. If I want to learn how the universe works and discover the secrets of the universe, I must find a way to talk to God. Now, this is a novel approach. You would never see a modern day physicist consider this at all, but I'm a bit more open-minded. It's like I always say, if you want to know how something works, go to the creator of that something and ask them how it works. That's what I used to do at IBM in my troubleshooting career. Throughout my troubleshooting career, I go to the creator and ask him how this electronic circuit board works or this program works, and I would get the information I needed. Then the mission becomes, based on the clues I had so far, I devised the plan. To answer the riddle, the signature must be an atom. It resides within the core of every neutron and proton in the universe. Is a dynamical geometry, and this geometry in motion is the mechanical method that which then causes gravity. The idea originates from the Ehrenfest paradox. I want to make that link for you. This is what I'm thinking in my mind. I already know about the Ehrenfest paradox. Einstein realized this was the key to understanding the origin of mass and the source of gravity. Using this model, I determined that the signature of God is a dynamical geometry that should contain 3 elements. Why 3 elements? I realized and accepted that the neutron and proton both contain 3 quarks inside them. Therefore, the sacred geometry will have 3 structural elements. Find the message from God that describes the pattern of motion of the quarks inside the neutron and the proton. I decided to find a person who had a unique near-death experience in which the dynamical geometry is revealed. I searched near-death accounts. I've studied near-death accounts for over 40 years. I have never read about a near-death experience that describes a geometry in motion and discusses the origin of mass. Nonetheless, I went to the near-death website, and after a week of searching, I came upon exactly what I was searching for. The person who saw the geometry that I and Einstein saw was Lynn Claire Dennis. Here are some quotes that she made that describes what she saw while in heaven. And then in one ephemeral glimpse, I saw the pattern. That's what she calls the signature. The single strand of tapestry I knew was the essence woven through matter in every reality. Its design was so complexly simple that I knew it could only have been fashioned in the exalted intricacy of infinity. Come on, that's just another fancy way of saying God. Seeing the pattern, I knew I was looking at life itself. It was light, it was time and space, it was the energy of all matter, the heart of all that mattered. It was the very essence of all being. It emanated from the source, God, illuminated to my mind by the source behind the sun. Fusion process is the source behind the sun. As it moved, and that's created by gravity, as it moved in perfect harmony with all the universe. She describes the pattern as a three-dimensional mandala representative of time and space and the energy-generating matter. The pattern is the simplest knot, a trefoil knot, which I show you right here, this blue trefoil knot right here. The pattern is the simplest knot, a trefoil knot, most profound knot, never before discovered again. This is what she actually saw. And yes, this is a trefoil knot, but I don't think that she ever really realized what's happening here. This thing is also in motion. If you take this object and you roll it rapidly, you will see that. So what you're seeing here is the trefoil rolling. So it's a dynamical geometry, and it's also spinning. And when you roll it and spin it, you get this sphere inside a contracted sphere. This is the cause of mass and gravity. This thing rolling, this thing spinning causes this structure to be formed because it's all going at over 99% the speed of light. And this is the end result. And this is just what you need to cause a gravitational field, a contraction of space around this perimeter. This is perfect. It has three elements. It is the energy generating matter. Superrelativity theory states that mass comes from accelerated motion of unbalanced fundamental charges. When charges move in this way, they cause space to contract in and around the particle. The link between magnetism and anti-gravity. This goes way back as from when I was a kid. The story of how I discovered the mechanism that causes anti-gravity field is a story that goes all the way back to when I was a teenager. In those years, I was very interested in UFOs, and so I was reading a lot of books about UFOs. I was particularly interested in their method of propulsion. UFOs don't use wings to create lift. UFOs do not use any sort of ion or jet propulsion. UFOs are typically silent. Occasionally, you can hear a low-frequency hum. UFOs emit a powerful magnetic field. UFOs use a spatial bias field, anti-gravity field. Alien aircraft typically use simple geometric shapes. There's a reason for that, because they're easily enveloped in the magnetic field. UFOs interfere with electronic devices, probably because of magnetic induction into the circuitry of those devices. Air Force investigators bring magnometers to suspected landing sites. They already know something that the rest of us don't. They already know that UFOs emit strong magnetic fields. Somehow, magnetic fields have something to do with anti-gravity. Now, this is a particle. This is the back end of the particle, the bulging I'm showing you here. This is what you need to create a particle with a velocity. So it would be moving in this direction, bulging out here, the front of the particle here. The windings are getting wider and wider, and space expands towards the end of the particle. You need that structure in order for particles to move. Approximately 40 years goes by after that last slide and all those realizations. I suddenly have a series of revelations that lead to discovery of anti-gravity. I discover the cause of mass and gravity, which we've already talked about. Next, I discover that pressure gradients are the cause of particle motion. I then discover the slip wave, which is a pressure gradient model. I discover the cause of the magnetic field. Magnetic field this is from Ampere, a great scientist of the past. The magnetic field is produced whenever an electrical charge is in motion. Additionally, I say space deforms around the moving charge and has a torsional reaction to the moving charge. That torsional reaction, that rotation around that charge is the magnetic field. And that was confirmed by Faraday and Maxwell and others as well. Not new science, just science properly interpreted. Which this leads me to realize that the magnetic fields are a spatial deformation. Magnetic fields cause the ether to rotate and stretch. Stretching causes space, the ether become less dense, and this causes both permittivity and permeability to decrease. Stretching causes space to expand. The quasi-elastic solid expands when a magnetic field is present. The bottom line is you use a magnetic field to create the anti-gravity field. Intense magnetic fields cause space to rotate, and the rotation causes space to stretch. When space stretches, it expands, like so. As space expands, a gradient pressure field forms. This expansion pressure field is anti-gravity and will cause a repulsive field that can be used for gravity shielding and propulsion.
Mark, I just wanted to let you know we got about 5 minutes left.
All right. Here's the spaceship. I tried to go fast. This is the coils around the cigar-shaped spaceship. Strongest currents here, the weakest currents here. It's going to move in the direction of this arrow. And if you'll notice that if you scan these across, it'll be like oars in the water rowing and causing the ship to move. Let's go to the next slide quickly so you can see that. Here's a demonstration of what I'm saying. See that? You see those lines? You see it? That's a UFO. And it's scanning across and it's moving back and forth. When it moves one way, the scanning goes in one direction. When it changes direction, the scanning goes back the other way. Here's the coils being charged. It's causing the glow there that you see, probably caused by, what's it called? I can't remember the term. Polarization of the light, so you can see that. So there's evidence demonstrated by UFOs. Next. All right. This is Stargate technology. This is talking about the superverse, the home universe, the home dimension, and the Stargate. The bottom line is the Stargate can jump between all of these. We have a home universe with all the stars in our galaxy, and it is also within our home dimension that contains all the laws of physics that apply to our home universe. The superverse has many universes and many dimensions in which the laws of physics may be different. An example of a modern day Stargate is Project Looking Glass. People know about that and have talked about that. Evidence for Stargates, Philadelphia experiment, Montauk Project, near-death experiences, psychic mediums, Mandela effect. These people swear that they have experienced firsthand the Stargate technology. Magnetic resonant fields, high-frequency sound causes, along with high-frequency lasers through fractal lenses composed of metamaterials in here, causes shock waves of photons moving beyond the speed of light until they get out of here. Then they're highly compressed, tuning space into another dimension, or it opens a portal. And here's some evidence from a person a scientist on gosh, my brain is beginning to tire. Where I published my papers, ResearchGate, who says this technology is possible and they have done it, and it causes superluminal pulse propagation within the medium of the left-handed material or the metamaterial. They're basically confirming what I said. All right, this is where the theory of super relativity is born. I hope it expands throughout the entire universe, or the entire planet, rather. And I hope that happens someday so that we can advance and have anti-gravity travel as a commonplace thing, and we'll be able to leave this planet and colonize other worlds so we can ensure the long-term survival of the human species. Any questions?
I love when you go through this because there's so much information, and I watch it time and time again, Mark, and it cements it more and more for me because I'm not very adept at the scientific side of it, but the impact of what we're looking at. What happened there? There he is. The impact of what we're looking at truly just becomes monumental where it sits, and especially if we want to create this ability to go to the stars and be able to travel in and back and forth with planetary travel, which, as this world is getting crowded and crowded, and we need to disperse a little bit. So it's kind of like a solution to a lot of the different problems, not just one fix. It fixes a lot of different things. So, I really hope this becomes commonplace rather soon. And I hate that academia and the scientific community just, turn their nose up at things that because it didn't come from them. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to fix that by doing the anti-gravity experiment. That should really end all this arguing and disbelief. I got a solution for this problem, how to get this thing through. And that's to demonstrate the anti-gravity field. And hopefully I won't be suppressed as it has in the past when people like Paklanov and Ling Ni, I think, discovered it before. It needs to be thoroughly documented and analyzed and confirmed. And then we can get on with things, because we need to start building starships just in case something goes wrong here on planet Earth.
I totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you so much, Mark. It's always an honor and a privilege to have you here, my friend. And I look forward to collaborating with you more and keep checking in and seeing where the research has taken you and the status of the experiment. I think it's vital.
I will put out a newsletter, and I think you're on the list already. So
perfect.
You'll know as soon as I know.
Awesome.
Awesome. I got a quick question for Mark Rob.
Go ahead.
Actually, two of them. Earlier on, you were speaking about light, and I kind of recall hearing something about them recording light traveling at 35 miles per hour. And then the second question, that's fake?
I think I read something maybe similar, that they could slow down light using some process. If you adjust, use a special material. I can't really speak to it because I didn't really delve into it deeply. Because they would have to apply some sort of an increased structure density field so that it would affect the light somehow with some special crystal or something. I know there are some experiments that claim they've stopped light. Where did they stop it to? Where did it, it got absorbed by something more than likely, and then and re-emitted it later on when they removed this field or whatever. I haven't read the details enough of that to see what they're doing and to see whether it's a valid explanation. But typically, if you leave light alone in deep space, it's going to go at one rate of speed until it hits a gravitational field. Then it's going to slow down.
I see. I see.
The stronger the gravity, the more light will slow down. That's
okay.
Improvement.
So this takes me to my next question. Are we able to create, say, like artificial gravity to propel our spaceships?
No, using the slip wave, which I didn't get into that much, it removes. You don't want to create gravity at all. Inertia, none of that stuff has anything to do with anti-gravity. You want to do the opposite. You want to cause space to expand. When you do that, that's when you get anti-gravity. And the way to make spaces to expand is using very intense magnetic fields.
I see. So you're actually moving space and not the actual spaceship.
Yeah, you're affecting its structure, the spatial structure. You're biasing it with a magnetic field, which causes it to expand. And that's when you cause permittivity to drop and permeability to drop, which now allows you to go faster than the speed of light. So the stronger the magnetic field that you're using, the faster you can go. And I'm not talking 1 or 2 times faster. I'm talking tens of thousands of times faster. And that's the only way aliens are getting here. They have to go faster than the speed of light. The speed of light is way too slow. You've got to go 10,000, 20, 30,000 times the speed of light. And I found the way to do it.
And if there's inertia too, you'll get squashed. You'll go at such a speed, you'll hit the glass and be crushed.
You have to be inside of the field. It negates inertia and all those things that happen because of the Lorentz transformations. They're real. They will happen to you if you accelerate without the spatial bias field. You will be destroyed. You will not ever get up to the speed of light. And before you do, you will be compacted like a pancake. Your mass will increase. You will stop breathing. You will stop functioning. It won't work.
That's kind
you
of
have
what
to use the spatial bias field.
That's kind of what Star Trek is doing, right? By using those inertial dampers, and warp 9 is like 9 times the speed of light, I would assume.
Yeah, but they never really, tried to see if they had an explanation. They just call it a warp field. And that's essentially correct, but I'm giving you the details of the warp field.
Yeah.
I'm telling you mechanically what's warping and how it's being warped to create the warp drive. If you want to, you could call the spatial bias drive, the slip wave spatial bias drive, the warp drive, if you want.
Whatever you want to call it, right?
It's the same thing, really.
Yeah.
You are warping space in order to achieve faster than light space travel.
I see. Thank you very much, Mark. That clears things up. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Stone Hobbit has one more question. It says, so does Mark think that there is a magnet within the center of the planet?
Well, what's happening is you got layers. What I believe, we got the rapidly spinning neutronium core. What the size is, I would love to work with physicists to compute that. It may be as small as a tennis ball. It may be as large as maybe a mile in circumference or something, somewhere between that. And this thing is rapidly spinning. And because it's rapidly spinning, then you got this little layer around it that's really basically gaseous. And that's rotating with it. You got ion particles charged. So you got an iron core around that molten, and that's spinning with ions. And so you got rotation. Rotation of ions is just what's needed to create a big whopping magnetic field. So there's where the magnetic field comes from. It's the rotation of the iron and the ionized particles all in the same direction, nice and uniform. They make a consistent magnetic field. And if this flips or flops for some reason, then you'll have shifts in the location of the North and South Pole. But essentially, that's where our magnetic field comes from. And what we should be doing right now to confirm super relativity theory is confirm, and the scientists don't like this idea, that there's a solid neutronium core in the Earth and within the sun. The sun should be much easier to prove, my theory. And it's groundbreaking. It's earth shaking. It's a huge discovery. And I'm telling you about it, and I'm telling others about it, and hopefully it catches on and somebody does some checking.
I have a feeling it will. And of course they don't want you to come out with it because they didn't think of it. You know, they want their they want to be on the forefront of science. And when somebody like yourself, who is not a part of their little clique, comes out with something, they usually tend to stamp them down. But we're going to do our efforts, especially with doing these types of events, to put you out there and get that information out to the people because it needs to be done. But Mark, again, thank you so much. It's always amazing when you come through. You give incredible detailed presentations, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. Good to be here. I enjoyed it.
Awesome. Talk to you soon, brother.
All right,
Also, just to throw in really quick, guys, if you visit our website, projectionofview.com, and I've put the link up in the comments, you can, it's like a one-stop shop for Mark. You can go there, you can order his book from there, you can watch the trailer to his book there. So it's all in one there if you guys want to do that.
Excellent. All right. Who am I passing to? Am I passing to you, Omar? Am I passing to Kathy? Who's coming in?
Pass it to me, and then I'll pass it to Kathy, And I'll add Kathy to the stream. It's like a hot potato we're playing over here.
Yeah, let's do it. You got to put. There you go. Put your picture on. I was going to say, I want to see your. I want to
Let's
see your pretty face.
Let's add.
Oh, hi guys. How are we feeling today?
Amazing.
Tired, but I'm energized from the moon. So
I put the camera here so you can see the bags under my eyes. You know what I mean? I try to stretch out the bags a little bit from lack of sleep. But guys, I don't normally look like this. I'm not shaved.
Yeah, you do.
I guess I do.
What we're doing is epic. This is so cool, you guys. Thank you so much for letting me play. It's really cool.
Yeah,
Of
thank
course,
you for coming
Kathy.
out to play. This is a lot of fun. We have a huge play field right now, so
Yeah.
it's tons of fun. And thank you, for organizing and helping and sticking around and working with us and in the chat rooms and
Prodding the
in
people.
our
Show up.
yeah, it's amazing. And you're doing work in the background because the next step we have coming up is a pre-recorded interview, and then you did that, so you were actually working in the background while you were working here too. So that's very cool. So thank you for
My
your
clone
service,
did
Kathy.
it. My clone did it.
I
You
will
have
give
a
it to
clone?
you,
How can
and
I get one of those?
I know.
I need one of those.
Oh, yeah. And then your wife to be could really be jealous.
That would be something. I could get twice the work done, and then he could, when I want to watch TV and all that, it would be nice.
Everyone wants to garden.
Yeah, it reminds me of Michael
Exactly.
Keaton's movie Duplicity. Remember
Oh.
that?
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, I never seen that. It's a hilarious movie. I think there's like 12 of him. And it's a funny movie. If you guys have seen the movie Duplicity by Michael Keaton, let's see it in the comments. It's a funny movie, very good movie. I think it's from like the 80s, 90s, early 90s.
He was in a bunch of stuff back then. He was in Serial. He was in. Did you see Serial?
I might have. I've seen a lot of his movies. I love movies, right? So especially like Rob was saying earlier, the Marvel ones and DM and Iron Man and Thor and all of those movies. I enjoy them thoroughly. And we have to keep an eye on that because from what I understand, every time these guys release like a comic book movie, Marvel movie, there's something going on with the right hand and they're distracting you with the left hand with the movie. So we gotta keep that in mind. So I'll give it to you, Kathy. Introduce our next speakers and just tell me when to bring the video up, and I will bring it up because we are primed and ready to go.
Perfect.
I just want to change up one thing right there like that. I think that looks better. All right.
Okie doke. Well, I am very excited that I was able to pre-record an interview with April and Jay Matta, who are pioneers like Omar and Rob in featuring people that have gifts that help us find the truth. So they have done, I don't know how many years of interviews. They're experts at it. And their channel on YouTube or online is Spiritually Raw, and their subtitle is The Ass Whipping Truth. So you can tell that it's very aligned with what these guys are doing and that this information could really be helpful for you. The one thing that is really different about them, though, is they're business people. And Jay and April have created sites that help others and are always trying to create community to help uplift and help everybody monetize everything. So they're really on cutting edge with information and with this new business model. Just so you know, they have their channel is dedicated to exposing and exploring controversial truths, myths, and theories surrounding the spirit world. Over the past 10 years, we've interviewed over 2,000 people worldwide searching for the truth, exploring the spirit world, and assisting with the ascension of our planet. And I can tell you it's more than spirit world, it's paranormal, and it is ET, UFO. You'll find our style to be very entertaining and enlightening, with a straightforward, no-nonsense approach to getting to the facts. We're bold and brutally honest with a savvy sense of humor. We're not biased one way or the other, just inquisitive minds searching for answers like everyone else. Guests range from investigators, debunkers, and skeptics to the fantastical, conspiracy theories, supernatural, unexplained, and flat out unimaginable. They are available on Roku and Apple TV. And they do also have a site that I'll put all the links in, the website's in. It's called Ascended Masters Store, where a lot of the people they interview actually also have products and services that they offer through the store. The other thing to let you know about the spirituallyraw.live site is it is a membership site like Gaia TV, where you can pay for a monthly membership and get access to remarkable conversations. So with that, Omar, why don't we start the video? If okie doke. And thank you guys. I know you're gonna.
Let me just back it up, Kathy, and to make sure that we get it right from 0, I'll make it into full screen.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to introduce you to my friends April and Jay Matta. This is Kathy Mason from Mason Works Marketing, and on Humanity Unplugged, we are discovering great resources for your education and your growth into these new ways of being on the earth for our future, because our future is going to be a lot different than our past. So good morning, April and Jay. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. Thank you so much. This is so much fun. Thank you for interviewing us and inviting us to be part of this awesome presentation throughout the day. We're really excited to be part of it. Thank you.
Yes.
How are you?
Great. So I really want to know how you have you have a lot of cool things going on, but Spiritually Raw, which we can see behind you, is one of your primary businesses, but you also have the Masters as well. So let's start with, how did you guys get started? Not how you guys met, but we could find out that.
That's a whole other show.
Well, how did you get started on wanting to help people ascend their knowledge and their well-being to a new level right now? How did you get started in that?
Should I take that one?
Yeah.
It really started with our own personal journey, Kathy. Jay and I, from the first time that we met, we have always had very extraordinary spiritual experiences. And we met almost 21 years ago. So, and that was a long time before there was the internet. Everything you had, if you wanted to research, you went to the library or you looked it up somewhere. You went to a store and bought some books. So the resources were not as fluent as they are now. So a lot of it was really our own personal growth and our own personal journey and working through our own stuff. We were like, you know what? We can help a lot of people because we've been through a lot of experiences, and being a couple working together, that's the whole experience in itself, right? And then going on this spiritual journey together, it's brought us much closer, obviously, for sure. And it's also helped us grow and enlighten and move to a higher vibration. And it's really our passion. There's nothing that really turns us on more and lights our fire and, you know, gets us energetically up and going is talking about spirituality. And the fact that we were able to turn that into a business, that's a win-win.
You know, and there's that, look, we just know there's a better way for people. You know, you see it, you know, we're, you know, call it being empathic, call it just being tapped in, tuned in. I don't know, whatever word of the day is to use, but whatever, you feel it, you know, you feel people and, you know, you can look at them and there's just a lot of beautiful people that are just like, you know, they got a chance here. And we know we've seen it. We can take a look and say, you know, if they just only knew what we need to know. So let's find out what we need to know. And
So
then once we know what we need to know, then we can share what we need to know, and hopefully it gives them a better existence. Because you're not going to take any of this with you, right? So it's just, you're just going to maintain that feeling of like, you know, having somebody be like, oh man, that was great. I needed that relief. That felt great. I feel stronger. I feel more empowered. I feel more passionate. I got a sense of clarity. That's magic. That's the feeling. That's the feeling we stay in it for. We fight for.
And it is literally a fight, especially in today's world with, you know, these energies that are coming at you every which way to Sunday. It is literally a fight for your life. It's a fight for your protect your energy. It's a fight for your mind. It's a fight for your soul. It's a fight for your body, your health, your spirit, everything. This has not just been like a, you know, an altercation or a small change in our life. It's been an evolution. And the more that we evolve, the more that it dramatically alters our life and the better that we become, because we are altering our life to become better people. We're taking better health and better care of ourselves all the way around the board. And we've literally made lifestyle changes, not just a little tweak here and there. We've done like all the way. And, you know, for us, it's like great because we feel great all the time. Our energy is always high. Our mind is clear. We're able to communicate much better with people, and we're able to retain the information a lot better and utilize it for our own life.
Well, I would love to ask a little bit about the awakening that you see happening, because like you, I've been on this journey way more than 20 years. And
lifetime.
Well, I think that my divine purpose was to come in here right now, to be here now during this big shift, and to help as many people wake up as possible. And I believe that that's your destiny as well. But you've taken it in a different way, where right away you knew to use edutainment. You knew right away to make it entertaining as well as accessible. And I don't think everyone else knows that. People are writing books and giving lectures, and they don't realize that if you don't connect with people where they are. So, but let's go back to the Great Awakening part of it, because you got the memo. Could you talk about what that, well, because I think the memo was delivered, but not everyone picked it up.
That's so true.
Yeah, so just going through it, it's okay, so there's a couple of things. People are looking a lot of times for this great awakening, like ooh, stars open up and everything like that. Our interpretation, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but from your part of it, but I'll just say, since we're together, our interpretation is that I think there's just different to different people of what the awakening is, depending on the level they come in for. So I think there's going to be different phases of how we have to help humanity. So one of the things I think that people, again, instead of waiting for the clouds to part, the seas to part, and everything like that to come in, that's not it. It's a different thing. It's a sense of like, what does it mean to you? Like, so for example, I would say for me, a personal great awakening for me is like, look, everybody's got a stream of consciousness going on. Just because I don't agree with it does not necessarily mean it's not right. Okay, it really doesn't. It just, and I'm really more and more getting tuned into that part of it, like, really at another level, really respecting everybody's views on things. Again, whether I agree or not is not even the question here. It's just like, there's a real possibility they may be seeing what they're saying they're seeing. They may be talking to what they say they're talking to. Who am I to be able to discount that? That would be naive and that would be foolish. So I would say at this juncture, if you have tomorrow, maybe a little different, because I think this is a real evolving thing. But at this juncture, I would say, look, it is critical and crucial to really respect our sisters and brothers and the actual messages and the journeys that I think they're getting to. That's where I'm at with that as of now.
Exactly, because everybody's great awakening is really individualized, because we all have come in with past life stories, histories, experiences. Some have come in and have been able to transcend or evolve past them, and some are still working on their own stuff right now today. And then you have others that are literally still sleepwalking. So everybody is at a different level of their own personal evolution. And I think the Great Awakening really starts for people when they ask the almighty question, who am I? Why am I here? How did I get here? What's this all about? When you start asking those questions, that's what's going to open up the gates, the pearl. That's what we're going to open up, really, the pearly gates for you. And sometimes they're not so pearly, because getting through, that when people start going through the evolution of their own personal great awakening, it's not all roses, right? It's an emotional roller coaster, and you're going through a lot of different phases in a short, condensed period of time. So you're really left with really like, what is really truly going on? But I think that's really where it starts, when people themselves individually start asking the most basic of questions. Who am I? And why the heck am I here?
And the key is also, and I think the key would be to not get tapped in or tuned into one magical moment that is apparently going to happen, because I don't believe, just interviewing, almost a couple thousand people, if not more, just from the wisdom we've been blessed with for those people that have shared their life's journey with us, I believe that's the case. I don't believe there's just going to be this one moment. And I think that people will be, my personal view on this is, people will serve their lives and their existence better if they realize that that's not, that those great awakenings can happen many different forms, many different times throughout the day even. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. I just got that. You know what I mean? Or I just got that.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. That's why I do Conscious Business Zone, is I think everybody gets to keep making conscious choices rather than being in the play. Like a lot of philosophers in the past, William Shakespeare, Rumi, lots of philosophers have talked about this life being a play. And you want to play it well. You want to be the best actor in the play you can. So there's all different levels of that, where it's just wanting to release to old trauma, to being more enlightened and being a lighthouse. And you guys are lighthouses for so many people. So what I'd love to get is, did you have spiritually transformative experiences that, like, you woke up? I know Jay has said that to me several times, where I woke up this morning and I got this. But April, both of you, have you had a big aha where you had a mystical experience that gave you this? Because you guys are on a mission to wake up people.
No question about it. And to answer your question, yes, it happens all the time. It would happen so frequently that I would literally wake up in the middle of the night and wake Jay up and be like, Jay, get up. I got to tell you something. And he would get so annoyed. He'd be like, leave me alone, go to bed. I'm like, but I'll forget to tell you. But what I would start doing is I would send him a text in the middle of the night. And so when he woke up in the morning, he would read the text. So that's what, so then I wouldn't forget about this experience I just had. And I still do that now. And the more that you are open to these extraordinary experiences, the more they just happen all throughout the day. But it does seem like at night, when your mind is rested and you're connecting, that they come in. I mean, like, a lot of the ideas that Jay and I get from a business point of view will come during the middle of the night. And then when that happens, you know that it's coming from a really high source, and it just falls into place. Things like, I'll wake up and I'll be like, Jay, oh my gosh, I got to tell you about this. And then I'll tell him about it. He'll start taking those words and move it into action. And then it will evolve very, very, very quickly. Oh, that's how our relationship really works. Jay does get some good ideas. I'll give him that. But I'm really more the conduit. The ideas come through me more often, and then I tell him and he activates them.
Right.
And that's really how our relationship works.
Yeah, like April will come up with an idea about, a show. And then I'll literally, like you talk, like kind of
or a business.
Yeah, or business. And like what you just referred to as a play, as a game, if you would. So literally I'll take that and I'll just, because my meditation is like, I do waking meditation throughout the day, but really my space is like when I go to bed, I'm like, I treat it like a play. I'm like, okay, let's do this. Tell me what you need to know. I'll get the idea, get it out there, and I'll wait for the downloads. And it works, is what I'm saying. Because what happens is then I get an information, whatever, and it's like I get not only the clarity of the idea, but the operational playbook of how to roll it out.
Yeah.
Really, really specific.
And I don't.
So it's wild like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful like that. And I think that has to do with just really just getting more and more like trust in the fact of like, this is not silly. Mm-hmm. This is not foolish. This is real stuff. This is not the voices in your head. Right. You know what I mean? This is a real chemistry. There's a real thing going on there. Higher self, future self, past, whatever you want to call it, but it's real. It's there, and it's there to guide you.
So I want to ask with that question about trusting, because for you guys for 20 years to be playing off each other, there's a lot of trust there. For you, and really are on the cutting edge of this incredible work. There's a lot of trust there. These downloads, there's a lot of trust there. How can other people during all of these changing times, how can they get a little piece of that trust for themselves?
Oh, that's a loaded question. Because it doesn't, for us, it didn't happen overnight. I'm not saying that it won't happen for others overnight, but for us being a couple, you got to work through your shit, right? You got to work through your shit first. And here's how it rolls for us. When we're in tune with one another, we're open channels. Things will just flow. Similarly, if we were individuals, if we are really one with ourselves and accepting who we are and not constantly picking on ourselves, like, oh my God, look at my rear end, my hair, my skin, my face, my nails, and this, that, and my crows, everything. When you start doing that to yourself, you're blocking this dynamic energy force from connecting with you, because you're not even loving and liking your own self. So it's blocking it. So that would be the first thing I would say, is really truthfully, without sounding like a cliche, you need to love yourself first. That's numero uno. That's how you start to build trust. And with Jay and I, it was an evolution, and it was not easy, right? Because we since day one, we've always worked together. That in itself takes a lot of, you know what, you stay learning, you stay in your own lane. I'll stay in my own lane. But when you cross into my lane, we're going to butt heads. Right? And that took a long time to figure that out, right? Because we're both very strong-minded. We're both like, I'm right, so it was really having to do a lot of our own inner personal work and cleaning up our own personal stuff first. And when we started to do that, it started to shift a lot. But throughout that process, it doesn't mean that we weren't butting heads, right? We would still, but what happened over a course of constantly working on this process,
we got better helmets.
Yeah, you got better helmets, and you didn't butt heads so frequently. And now if we do butt heads, it's so short-lived. It'll be like literally a minute or two, and then we're done, right? And it doesn't even happen that frequently. Where in the beginning part of our relationship, it would happen a lot, and they would be strong butt heads, right?
Here's the strength too, is like what we've always been good about, regardless of where we're at in our relationship or whether we're ready to just throw each other off the bus or whatever. We never have let each other get away with poor me ever.
Yeah, no.
Because I know, like, I remember there is no poor me at all. Like, we are like I know, like, I've gotten my place, and April will be like, pull your big boy pants up, and like, like, and the same thing, I'll be like, hey, shake that off. Don't even bring that into here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't even bring that. Whatever is done. Boom. Let's power through it. So we've always been solid with that, like, as a consistency right there. So, and the other thing is, like, you can't, we try to tell that to people. Like, people ask me, hey, well, we'll do this. I'm like, just don't go to that place. It's already done. And trust me, it's done. Figure it out. Don't go to that place. It's harder. It's harder to come back out of it. It really is. It's done. Forget it now.
You
Move,
gotta let
you
it
know?
go. You gotta move on. You have to learn from it.
Yeah.
Forgive. That's okay. So if someone were to say, well, where do I start? Now, first thing is you have to learn to first thing you have to do is really learn to like yourself. That's number one. Then when you learn to really like yourself, then you really can accept and start to love yourself. And then you need to learn to forgive. If you can do those three things and do them really with an open heart, without an ulterior agenda, that's going to open up your heart space, your heart chakra so much. And when you start to open up your heart chakra and your throat chakra, and then you allow for the unlimited possibilities. I think, Kathy, a lot of the other issues are we put so many limitations on ourselves for everything. I'm not good enough. I'm not rich enough. I don't make enough money. Our house isn't big enough. The car isn't good enough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Stop putting limitations. When we release a limitation, really understand that we are vibrational beings and that we create our own reality. No one creates our reality other than the person that you're looking in the mirror at, right? When you have that come to Jesus moment, then everything starts to shift because there's no blame. You can't blame your husband, you can't blame your boss, you can't blame your kids. You have to look in the mirror and be like, I did that to my own self. And that takes a lot of inner going in and being like,
I mean, look,
I'm starting to get it now.
The reality is we just have to really retrain what we've learned, a lot of us, okay? That's the reality. And we need to, number one, the first step in any healing is acknowledging there's a problem, right? So we have to really be able to be like, okay, there's a problem. Okay, no worries. There's also a solution. You know what I mean? So we have to really do that. And if we know there's a problem, but yet we still go there, you just got to do whatever you got to do to break that thought pattern. Just a tip right here, whether people want to show or they don't want to show, or they want to be a public, whatever, the fastest thing, look, and I'll say this to you, we're business people. We're born and bred for that. So if there was a different way, a better way, I assure you we would have figured it out. This is the best way, is that if people can get in, whether it be groups of 3 or 4 people,
could just be one person.
Could be one other person. It could just be just like what we're doing right here. They don't have to have a show. They don't have to have a channel or anything like that. But if they can get and energetically start expressing what's going on in their day, that time, their healing, I assure you, will happen at Mach speed. At Mach speed, because now they're allowing the throat chakra to be released. Right. They are literally speaking into existence how they actually intend to see life. What happens when you're talking to someone else on the other end of that camera, you forget about your own stuff for a minute, and that's a good thing to do. So the more you're doing this until your brain just gets into that repetition, if you would, like that real repetition, then do whatever you got to do to talk to people right now, for real. This is the fastest. Look, you can read a book, you can watch a video, you can do this, you can jump through this, you can stare at the sun, you can do whatever you got to do. But I'm telling you right now, if you have these kind of conversations and you have them with consistency, you won't be licking your wounds and spending your day licking your wounds. You'll feel empowered. You'll feel courageous. You will get tapped in. You will get that inspiration. You will get that channel come down to you like nobody's business. And 30 days from now, you'll say, I don't even recognize myself.
That's right. I totally, the reason I wanted to ask you all of these questions is that I think that what I love about what you're doing is that you guys have done the work and you recognize the teachers and the guides for other people starting their journey to do the work that may be easier than what we did. Because we started before all of the technology was available, and we had to read a book, and then we had to try to figure out how to embody it, and then we had to take a course. And I mean, we think about hundreds of books, and it wasn't that it was so painful. It was I was afraid to experience the pain to get through it. I didn't know that, but what you do is you actually have curated resources that help people go through their journey faster because you've already been there and you're on the other side. So you see a resource and you go, oh, that would help so many people. And then you interview them and have them on your show. Do you want to talk about that? Because I really think if people don't know about what you're offering, that is the blessing.
Oh, thank
Aren't
you.
you a love? Thank you.
Having this show has blessed us. I cannot even begin to tell you how many times and on so many levels, because we've met over the course of 10 plus years, just amazing people that have literally changed our lives and has helped us along our journey to get through our BS quicker, so we could get to this point in time, space, reality, right here, right now, and to be able to help people, because exactly what you just said, we can look back and be like, I've been there, done that. Let me get you through it real quick. And that's been really the best. You cannot put a price tag on that.
You know, we're part of creators, right? So every, I would say most literature at any religion, if you would, does say something along the lines that we're part of a co-creation. So let's act like it, right? So let's actually act like it and see what that even feels like. So, you know, if we are part, if that real stream of consciousness exists, right? Let's act like it. Let's apply it. You know, why not? Why not?
What if you got to lose?
Yeah, what if you got to lose, number one? Really, what have you got to lose? And I'm not saying this from a worshiping standpoint, but why not try on the fact that we are the, you know, gods and goddesses, angels floating around here, and we are tapped into that. Why not try that out? Why not try that thought process? Because I can assure you the way that's being tried out right now doesn't appear to be working. So, you know, if we can shift ourselves to that and have the courage to do that, you'll find, people will find, Kathy, that they'll manifest at levels. And this is about their lives. This is about, and the other thing, and I say this as, we say this as adults too, if you have small children, whether, or you're a caregiver or you have pets, my opinion is this, kind of like we talked about earlier, pull up your bootstraps, okay? You're responsible for people, shake it off and shake it off quick. Because if you are now in this world and you're responsible for a child, you're responsible for an animal or somewhere or an elderly person that needs you, then you have just been put in that role. So guess what? You owe it to them to be the best that you can possibly be and figure out quickly the best version of yourself. That's a responsibility. So that in itself, I hope people watching this will get them to shake off whatever stuff they get when they maybe look at their kids or they look at someone that they have to take care of and be like, oh yeah, I get it. Let me just not worry about me for a second. Let me get better. Let me get better. It's work in progress. It'll never stop until we, the linear word would be die. You know what I mean? So just keep doing it.
It's so much easier to blame someone else for the things that you're going through in your life that are not making you happy. Like it's so easy to thank God and the creator and the angels for all the wonderful things that happen to us. And then when some things go wrong in your life, the first thing you want to blame is the devil, right? Or the dark forces did it to me, or this external energy, or my ex-husband, whatever. When we get ourselves out of that victim mentality, that's when your world will really start to shift. When you realize that you personally have the ability to create your own life, your dream life. Your world will start shifting. You know, somebody said to me the other day, they sent me a text and they just said it in jest, right? And they're a spiritual, very spiritual person. And they said, oh, gotta go, gotta get to work. And I said to Jay, I'm like, I'm like, let's erase that word out of our vocabulary. First of all, it's a very heavy word, right? Nobody wants to go to work because it doesn't, it's just, yeah, who wants to go to work? But so I said to Jay, you know what I'm going to start saying? We're going to wake up and create our reality today.
Yep.
Instead of going to work, we're creating our reality today. And just by saying that, you can feel the vibration shift 100, like a complete turnaround. So the other part too, Kathy, is especially now because the energies are so strong and it is so easy to manifest good and so easy to manifest the not so good right now. So you have to be so uber super conscious of your words, your thoughts, your vibrations, your actions, because they are super powerful right now.
It's, you know, it's interesting that when you step, because that same day I was on a call with someone, and normally you say, okay, I got another call, I got to do this, or I got to do that, right? I got another call. And that minute, and I don't know where I got it from, but it just happened. But that minute I switched them and I was talking to that person real time. I said, you know what? I said, actually, I don't got to do that because I really love what I do. I get to do another call. And I don't want to sound motivational or airy-fairy here, but it just totally switched the dynamic of it. You know what I mean? I was like, hey, I get to go on another call because that's a privilege. That's a real privilege to get to speak like what we're doing is a privilege, you know, and so I get to do that. I don't got to have this Zoom meeting, you know, I get to have this Zoom meeting, you know what I mean? And then it really does, it's things shifting. The other thing I want to just really as people are really tapping into it is to realize that there's this whole thing about, you know, we got this Christ consciousness, if you would, within us, right? And then, but they also have to realize, and this is what I think people deflect or push off. Similarly, we have that anti-Christ consciousness in us too. Okay, and we just need to really understand that. And I think what happens is we get better at deflecting it. Okay, it's not a separate thing that's going to be. I don't think that. I don't see it that way. I think we got them both in us. Because everybody says something and does things they regret. And I would then say that's maybe your anti-Christ side, right? You just get better at not doing it. So if you acknowledge that you
better
have
at not feeding it.
Yeah, we're not feeding it. If you acknowledge that that's there, that's what you're, you know, we're all got in us or whatever, then just, you know what to do with it, you know?
I was just thinking when you said about I got to, and you know, it goes back to everybody, we have free will, right? So if you have free will, how about taking something as simplistic as I got to have a great day today, or I want to have a great day, instead of, because you have two options, right? You can wake up in the morning, you could say, I'm going to have a great day today, or I'm going to have a lousy day today, right? So if we're given free will, the option to be the victor or the victim.
Yeah.
Make your choice, whichever one feels better for you.
Yeah.
Which one serves you better?
Well, that's why I love what you're doing, because you're giving people resources that reach them wherever they are. What April was talking about is manifesting pretty quickly. Not everyone is ready to do that, but a lot of the people that have integrated their shadow work and done their shadow work, which is what we're talking about, also, those people are vibing at a higher level and they can manifest very quickly. But you have opportunities for people to learn anywhere on their journey. They could be beginner minds and just curious. They could just be learning about angels and realizing, oh, I'm not alone. Hey, and their angels are sitting there waiting. Could you ask me for something? Because
Exactly.
you know, because everybody's at a different level, and we are in this huge time of change. We're going from the old ways into the age of Aquarius, which is going to be a time of peace and love. And we've got a lot of human stuff to shift right now that by the end of this decade, where you're not going to even recognize what we have.
I totally agree with that. You know, and I think the biggest thing that, again, we see a lot of spiritual leaders, again, you know, we're here in 3D, so let's not forget that. Okay, let's just take a minute and let's do a check for a second. Okay, this is us. We can pinch us, right? I mean, we're here. We're experiencing this right now. It is what it is. Yes, there's a possibility we may be somewhere else having life of wherever we want to do in the Caribbean and running through there. That's great if there's one of this, but I want you to just really feel yourself for a minute, because that's just you right now. So deal with you right now is what I'm saying. And one of the things you want to think about is I see there's a lot of spiritual leaders out there. Because we're in a 3D, we are always going to be subject to ego, and we have to put checks and balances and things like that, where they still start to become a separation. Like I am at a different level. You know, there's nothing like that person that is just coming out that'll, number one, humble you. Okay, so I would really recommend that people out there that are feeling like, hey, you know, I am this leader, or I am this expert, this, you know, don't forget what got you there. You know what I mean? Don't forget what got you there, because that's always 100% of the time always going to be your best teacher. Never forget that, because when you go back, those are the people that'll get you there, and that's going to help keep you fresh, because we've all talked about this. What was relevant 20 years ago with what a lot of the spiritual teachings is not so much relevant today. You know, what I think happened is those teachers felt like, oh, you know what, I made it. I got successful. I got this. I don't need that. No, because there's a new wave of people that have a new wave of different problems, and they have a new wave of energy, and they have a new wave of downloads. Those things need to be addressed. So as a spiritual teacher, if you're not consistently going to where those needs are and finding out what needs to be addressed, how do you intend to grow and continue to do that? So that's why we, as spiritually raw, you know, look, we interview people. We don't, you know, this is probably the most we talk, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right now. But we interview people, but we're trying to always, whatever level they're at, bring it to us. Tell us what your experience is. Tell us what you got going on. You know?
Yeah, I find I've been doing my business for 21 years, and I still learn from every single person I get to work with.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're saying too. But what I was wanting to focus on is the fact that you can meet your work and the collection of products and services that you offer can meet somebody wherever they are, whether they're beginners, and I kind of look at it as a bridge, and maybe the people that are teaching are on this one side of the bridge, but there's hundreds of thousands of people starting their journey, just starting to go across, and they're hungry for teachers. And you've already vetted these people. They're the real deal. They're safe to work with. I mean, that's very valuable for a newbie. That's very valuable for someone just waking up. Could you talk about that?
Yes, I'd love to. The people that we, you know, the majority, almost all of the guests that we have on the show, come on the show because I watch them. I've learned from them. There's something that they have that I'm like, Jay, we have to have this person on the show. Or I just caught something. We need to connect with them. So the majority of all of our guests really come from me listening to them, something that I picked up from them. And I'm like, this is perfect. I love where they're going. So in essence, yes, we have vetted them because I'm listening to them. So, and I figure, you know what, if I'm learning from it and I'm getting something from it, there's a really great shot that a lot of other people will too.
And the other thing we do is we pretty, like a lot of times people will say, you want to meet before the show so we can plan out our conversation. We don't do that. We want people to feel organic. That very organic first time meeting, you know what I mean? Like we'll never replace that first time. So we want to make sure we do it. And like, hey, no, don't, let's not talk about it. Let's save it for the show. And then let's get that real energy. Because that's what people feel on the show is the energy, right? You know what I mean? That's what they're going to feel is the energy. That's what we want them to get, that feeling.
It's really, if we boil it down to one thing, I would say it's really, truly all about relationships. And that's how it starts out. The majority of what I mentioned, it's because I'm listening, I'm learning. I'm like, oh, they're going to be perfect for the show. And then they come on the show and they're like, hey, you know what? I know someone else is probably that would also benefit. They'd love to be on your show too. I'm like, great. So, and that's really how it all develops. It's truly about building great relationships with people that you know, like, and trust.
Exactly. And what I love about all this as well is that you're modeling that you can have a conscious business. You can do your heart work, your spiritual work, because this is Dharma or Serva, however you want to call it. It is what you probably planned before you came embodied, to be able to give this, it's almost like an encyclopedia of opportunities for people to pick and choose who is their guide as they navigate these changing times. And the people that are being helped or are being empowered. And but could you talk a little bit about the business? Because of course I have this show, Conscious Business, and so I love conscious business and feel conscious business is how we're going to turn the ship around faster.
For sure.
So you guys obviously are on that, got the same memo.
Yeah. Thank God.
Right.
Or goddess or whatever, alien, whatever created it, right?
But I think that you're modeling how other people could do it too. So could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah. Well, one thing is that is to get clear with yourself that, again, we live in a world where money is important. Okay. And
at this point in time,
it's what you do with the money is the issue. It's not the money, right? So money's a good thing. It really is. So get clear with that. You know, you're okay because you're a spiritual person to charge for your services. You're okay because you're a spiritual service person to prosper. It really is okay. It's what you do with that is always the proverbial issue, right? Because I would say the same people that say, oh, well, you have this gift or you have that gift. And because we hear this all day long, Kathy, from so many people. Oh, well, I'm not in it for the money. I'm just doing that. Yes, you are. So number one is be honest with yourself why you're doing it. So that's, again, you know, really addressing the thing. Once you do that and you get clear with that, it's okay, because when you're honest with yourself and you come from a pure place of just being able to be there, the right people will show up in your life. They'll get there. Okay. And then from there, then you start talking to people. So now you take, like, for example, like we have a show, Spiritually Raw. Okay. We are blessed that turned into a business. What started off as a passion and a journey that we had to go through, probably so we could just, you know, figure out our stuff, it turned into a business, right? You know, so this is really good. So you start with that, you get clear of what you're doing, but you have to think in terms like this, okay? You want to think in terms of like, okay, look, I'm gonna do something. This is a great way where I can take my gift whatever I've been blessed with, and I can turn it into and make money at it. And we actually have a course called The Secrets to Broadcasting Riches, which we literally take people to the journey where April and I are actually with like 8 to 10 people in different groups. And we take them from the A, which is like, okay, what's going on, to, hey, here's where we're going. Here's where we landed. You see what I mean? So they actually get to watch us engage in that journey, the whole evolution of that. And we did it in a way where it's in like 7 to 10 minute modules. So it's very easy for people to just watch what they want to watch that pertains to them that minute. You know what I mean? And they don't have to go through. So we did it in that way. We modeled it in the way that figured that, hey, this is probably how we would learn best. Short, bite size, and very, very large print, right? So that's we figured we would, and I that's how it is. So we did it that way.
Right? Not really print. He's kidding. It's
but you know, but everything's
video.
Really boom. It's right there.
No print, no
5-7 minutes is like that's a segment. So I think, you know, people looking to say, okay, do that. Number one is to go ahead and admit that, you know, be comfortable.
It's okay to say I want to make money. It's okay to be spiritual and want to prosper. It's okay to be spiritual and say, I want to live super rich. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We're here. We have unlimited resources. Again, it goes back to free will.
Yeah.
Right.
People don't call the grocery store and say, hey, you know, we know that you got blessed with being able to the knowledge to be able to grow food and things like that. Why are you charging? They don't call the grocery store. They don't call the phone company and say, hey, we know you have this technology that can keep us connected to our loved ones. Why are you charging? They don't call their internet companies. So why should you be, you see what I'm saying? So what makes you different as a business? You know, I think it's important for people really energetically to stop that mindset, because that comes from that collection plate whole thing. You know what I mean? That was learned before, like, hey, you know what? We're not asking for nothing, but here's the plate. You know what I mean? You should do that.
If we came here to co-create with the universe at a really high level with source, and we can't fund it, then it was a good idea, but it's not sustainable.
Right.
And there's not the stress of that ruins the love and the joy of the other. Because when you're sharing your gifts, like you obviously are sharing your gifts, it isn't a job, it's an adventure now.
Yeah.
And so there's a whole different energy to that, and people read it and they get elevated from it. So joy is, and trust. So that's what I asked about trust, because what you're talking about is people actually coming clean on whether they trust the universe to provide them to share their gifts and to be who they really are at a spiritual and a human level, and to embody themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you tell people like, again, getting back to like people who get stuck, the best way to get unstuck is find someone else's that's stuck and help them out of their getting stuck. Exactly. That's how you do it. That's just as simple as that. It's how you do it. And then you forget about your own stuck, your crap for a while is what you do. And that's what you're supposed to do. Forget about your stuff for a while. Help someone out to get that and keep it going. That's what makes us better business people. We work with business people. We know they get stuck. We know what to do to help them get stuck. So we help them unstuck. We help them get unstuck, which in turn makes us better when we get to the next one. And then you just get better and better and better at it is what you do. But you got to keep doing it.
That's great. Well, we're almost out of time. So I want to make sure that everyone knows how they can connect with you and what all that you could offer them, and make sure that there's a way to connect. So could you share the best way for everyone to connect with you?
Absolutely, would love to. And thank you again for the opportunity, everybody watching too, to get to spend this minute with you. So as far as just our show, spirituallyraw.live, it's just a fantastic resource. And it's got everybody at what, like you mentioned, from whatever journey they're at their life. This is how we learn. It's the Cliff Notes. They've come with so much expertise, and they come with journey. And, we do our best.
They're the best of the best.
Yeah. And we really, we do whatever we can do to help keep it light and entertaining. So, it keeps for a fun experience for everybody along the way. So that's at spirituallyraw.live. We've got a great store that we created as a result of that called the ascendedmasters.store. That has live events, that has, courses on there. So for people, they go there on their own. Again, like you said, we've met these people. We have relationships with them. They can go on their own and watch videos, like brief videos, and the person say, hey, I connect with that person. I think let me reach out to them. That Ascended Masters is really cool because in a video format, within just a couple of minutes, they'll find out, hey, I like that person's energy, or maybe that energy is not for me. Let me move to the next. But they'll find out without having to do all that research. So we do all that for them. So definitely do that. And then those who want to have their own show, it will help. Okay, we have courses for that. But if they have any questions, our email is askspirituallyraw@gmail.com. They can reach out and ask any questions, and we'll guide them through it. Did I miss it?
No.
Yeah. Perfect. I'm so glad that we were able to do this this talk, and I love what you're doing, and so much appreciation for what you're doing, because this is powerful resources for everyone going through these times of change, because humanity is being unplugged and working on their internal, external, and eternal selves. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Much
Bye-bye.
love.
I guess I was muted. Sorry. I hope you enjoyed the video and that you will take advantage of this amazing resource. Spirituality Raw had a a big YouTube channel, and YouTube took it down. And so they have a secondary backup channel that they're rebuilding, because of obviously, sometimes the content gets a little bit out of hand. But these guys, they've got the pulse on what's happening. Plus, what you'll see is they model how to do something that you love and make it profitable.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I think you guys would love everyone that they're interviewing. There's a lot of opportunity to share together. So
Well, we like that. Like somebody says in the audience, money is energy, and it's absolutely right. And if we will that energy, to help us to, I want to say, kind of bring more to the people with that energy, and it gives us a boost to be able to do that. So it's absolutely true.
Well, there's value. It's not like you're the public library.
Right.
I mean, there's so much value what you're offering, and the perspective that you guys have in order to pick the people. It's epic. This whole thing has been fantastic. So anything else I can help with explaining anything about their stuff? Or I did buy their course. I haven't gotten to take it yet. But it's basically where where you can monetize either having affiliate links to things, or you actually get paid for interviews when you do the shows. So they vetted the quality, but they also figured out a way to keep the lights on with it. So you might want to, after all of this, I'll be glad to share.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
bonus. Yeah, I'd like that. I like their message because, I've been battling with Watchers Talk internally, right? And trying to figure out what Watchers Talk really is, right? It started off as one thing, but it's morphed into something totally different, right? It's going on a path. It kind of has just a life of its own, and I'm just sitting behind the wheel and just kind of just going for a ride with it, right? So that's been my battle, and I've always thought about, how can I involve money in this? I don't want to, ask for money, but I want to give the information, but I need the money.
Well, I have to
Right.
say,
And that's been the battle with me, right? Consistently
yeah.
it's been, and I've tried paid events and they've been successful. And then I've done unpaid events, which have been successful. So, I guess I'm trying it out, right? Confronting that within me to figure out what's going on.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, I've done a lot of live events here. I've done a lot of training. I've brought people in from all over the world to train the local people. And those, I don't have any problem charging for the live events because the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to this, it's like, oh, I don't know. It changes my perspective, but that's my learning. it doesn't, the value is, once the value is there, then that's just you to step up to appreciate your value. So I'm in the same boat though. And a lot of times when I'm doing stuff, it's like, well, I didn't charge for it. So if it doesn't work.
Yeah, and then I feel bad about it too afterwards. Like I feel bad about it, right? It's like,
Yeah.
well, I'm giving this information away, which people need to have, and now I'm asking money for it. So it makes me feel like that I'm being greedy, right? So I need to really fight that and come to terms with it within myself, right? And it's not going to come from anywhere else except from within, right? So that's a continuous battle that I've been fighting. Like for me, I just ran like a poll during that presentation on the panel, and the question was, is Watchers Talk a business? So here I'll toss it up here on the screen. I'll share my screen. Go over here, and there we go.
I'm not seeing it come up. Let's see if we pop it in. Nope.
Well,
There you go.
There we go. I voted yes. I'm not going to lie. I voted yes.
right. So this was the question, right? Is Watchers Talk a business? And asked the community to vote, and 33% said yes, 17% said no, and 50% said it can be. So I like that. I like that feedback, right? Because I'm trying to make this
How would you get no out of that,
a
though?
full-time job.
If we're putting on paid events and bringing on speakers, how is it not a business?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's the internal battle.
That's right.
Well, I think that's the same thing that they were talking about, and I'd be glad to introduce you because he'll set you straight.
Yeah.
But
I was resonating with what he was saying. I was sitting here rubbing my chin, and I was like, "Wow, this guy's bringing up so many great points." And then I'm, just going in my head, right? So it was great. I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm so glad. I think you'll love who they talk to. Also, both you and Rob. I think all of us can share the people. I've been doing this for 3 years. I don't have 1,000. They have 2,000 interviews
Wow.
under their belt.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
I mean, their resource, if we all share our resources.
That's what I
just
was saying in the beginning of this. We imagine we created just a master list and sent it out to everybody. We'd have unlimited content for years, probably.
Yeah.
By the time we hit everybody.
You do after 11 days. I know I'm going to have to buy a lot of popcorn. Anyway.
I'm going to need my bed after 11 days. I think I'm going to sleep for 3 days, probably.
Well, again, thank you. This is just a delight, and I'm so glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
So part of the plan that I've always thought about, and this is just coming to me now, that after this event is over, I was going to do it with the last one with total disclosure, and also I was going to do it with Forgery Unmasked as well, but I just didn't. But for this one, I think I might. After this is over, I think what I'm going to do is put all of these together, right? All of these days, and then put them in a CD format, and then sell them as a box set, right? 11 CDs with each day, and who knows? And definitely try it though.
You mean DVDs? Just the audio? You need the picture of some of these slide presentations. We can talk about it.
I have all of that. That's
Okay.
being recorded here in the studio.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, thank you guys. I'm going to drop off. Thank you so much.
Okay, Kathy, thank
Have
you
a
very
great
much.
rest of the day, Kathy.
I'll be here.
Awesome.
Love you. Have a wonderful
Love you
day.
too.
We'll talk soon.
Yeah, I love you.
You're in the background anyway, so we'll keep talking. So that's wonderful stuff. Thank you, Kathy. And I guess it's our stretch time, eh? It's time for Leanne to stretch us out.
Oh, yeah. To me, right? Okay. Next, we're going to bring on Leanne Curtis, and she's going to stretch us out. Hi, Leanne.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. Bye, Leanne.
I made sure to unmute myself so that I didn't have to bend over. I also
Good call. Got it this
I
time.
told you that I wasn't doing. Look, and I still have my smart glasses on. Okay, let's start the music. Let me take off my glasses. Turn it down. How's everybody doing?
Are you jamming in there? Is that what's going on? Dun, 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 dun.
I used
jamming?
some 808s in some of my stuff.
808s and heartbreaks.
Boom, boom, boom. I like the heartbeat effect, right? The boom, 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 right? All right, here. Everybody put your hair up if it's in your way. And feel your feet in the ground. Yes. This is what we are doing. We're going to take a deep
I'm
breath
ready for you to
in.
start like hip hop dancing or something with that music on. I'm ready.
Oh, we could. But I don't think I feel like hip hop dancing today. It's not what we're doing, Rob. Not today. All right. Feel your feet in the floor. Really press down into your heels. You can have your toes touching if you like, and you can sort of bend your knees, turn your knees in, and then straighten your legs. That should make your feel a little open more up there. Push down into the ground. Take a nice deep breath. Okay. Let's get our arms moving. Down to the side. Stretch out. Let's turn our palms up and bring them together above our heads. Try not to let your shoulders come up. Let those go down as your arms come up. Let's put our arms back down. Keep our legs hip distance apart. And open up our hips. It's kind of like hip hop dancing. Let's go the other way. Everybody bust a move. Okay. Open up our knees. wave. Sometimes knees are a little creaky. Let's do that again. Okay. One more time. Okay, come back up to standing. And let's take our legs out. And let's parallel our feet. And let's squat down. You can use your elbows inside your thighs or on top of your thighs and push out a little more. Sort of rock side to side. Feel that in your abductors. That's where I feel it. Take a nice deep breath. Pull some oxygen in there. Okay, let's rock all the way to your left and come down. You can put your hands down on the floor. If your heel comes up and you go on your toes on your left foot, it's all right. And let's very carefully come up. Put your weight on your hands a little bit if you want. Back to center and come down the other way. Heel up, toes pointing to the ceiling, and you can sort of be resting on your right toe. If your heel comes up, it's fine. Just trying to open up the lower part of ourselves. And rock back to center again. Take a nice deep breath. Okay, let's carefully come on our hands and knees. Do a couple cat cows. Deep breath as you look up. And exhale as we come down. Let's push up into a downward dog and walk that out a little bit. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Because what do we have always, no matter what? Our breath. Grateful for my breath. Always grateful for my breath. Really stretch out of your fingers. Imagine that strap pulling you up, keeping you in a downward dog for a minute. It's all right. We're going to either walk our feet up to our hands or walk our hands back to our feet, either way. And just kind of hang there. It's not about being super flexible. It's just about stretching. Okay, I like to put my hands on my shins and use my arms to walk back up my legs. That way I don't strain anything. My arms take most of it. That's just sometimes carrying 100 pounds around the house a lot tends to make you aware of your back. All right, here's another thing that tends to happen. Does anybody have a wall available to you? Like, if you can get to a wall, and I'm going to pretend there's a wall here, just for purposes of demonstration. Put your hand on the wall at about shoulder height.
I see the wall.
I'm sure, because it's 420 somewhere all the time. All right, and what we're going to do is make sure our feet are 8 to 10 inches away from the wall. So you're not like arming in the walls, right? No. 8 to 10 inches. Take a little step forward and bend that front knee. Then we're going to put our hands on our shoulder. And we're gonna breathe. Another good deep breath.
The wall is purple and it has a stargate. I see it.
And you can go deeper into that knee bend if you like. You can move your arm down, whatever helps you. Sometimes when I'm on a wall, I like to bend my arm and really, but that's all. You know how your body works. Listen to your bodies. They're infinitely intelligent. Okay, let's straighten our legs. And let's put our back to that purple wall. Close our eyes, palms open. Take a couple of deep breaths. Now we're going to switch sides. Come 8 to 10 inches away from the wall and put your arm back at about shoulder height. Take a step forward and bend. Put your outside arm here over your pectoral muscle if you want to get clinical. Deep breaths. Don't be afraid to move your neck around a little bit. Be very gentle though. Necks are a little picky sometimes. One last deep breath here. Again, stand with your backs to the purple wall, left hand on belly, right hand on chest. Take some deep breaths. Take another couple deep breaths while I turn this down.
That song came in hot, huh? Dun, 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 dun.
In my ear. There's a story about this. All right, so hands on belly and hands on chest still. Take a deep breath, and I want you guys to think the following things about somebody you love. Say, I wish you well in your minds. Deep breath in. I wish you well. I wish you love. I wish you kindness. Sit with that. Now I want you to replace the word you with myself, or I wish myself well. Take a nice deep breath on that. I wish myself well. I wish myself kindness. All right. Come feet together. Stand with your hands down to your sides. If you had your eyes closed, you can open them. And for the sake of time, I will say, see y'all later. Namaste. I wish you all well. I wish you love. I wish you kindness. Thanks for letting me do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
I had my hand on the button to kill the stream to new realities because we can't have any music going there. So I was on edge that whole time.
All right. So you guys may know the next speaker. He is an MC of this conference. He is the host of Watchers Talk. He is currently writing his book called Earth Frequencies. He is a brother from another mother, a mister from another sister. My good friend, Omar Faizi. Woo, you're muted. You're muted. Again.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rob. Beautiful brother. Thanks for having me here at Humanity Unplugged. Really
It's a pleasure. Whoop, got you guys. Got you.
That was fun. I liked
That
it.
was fun. All right, I'm out of here. Go ahead. Do your thing.
All right, guys. So I want to, well, I guess it's my turn, and I want to talk about nothing. And I literally mean I want to talk about like nothing, right? So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to toss it up there. Go down here. I'll shut my camera so you guys can see. And jump into the other screen here. All right, so I'm going to talk about nothing today. And what is nothing, right? So we're going to explore that a little bit in this brief presentation. So what is consciousness and where did it come from, right? We like to talk about consciousness. We like to access higher forms of consciousness. We want to experience higher forms of consciousness. But the question really begets is, where did consciousness come from? What is it? Right? And we're all trying to figure that out. And people have been trying to figure that out for thousands of years. Perhaps our ancestors knew the answer, but we surely don't. So this presentation is to explore consciousness. So to me, consciousness is a no thing. It is secondary to no thing, and no thing is a paradox. You guys get it? Consciousness is a no thing. It is an expression of the no thing, of nothing, because everything comes from nothing. It needs to manifest out of nothing. So consciousness is the same thing. Consciousness is the expression of nothing, because nothing would be the zero state, the zero dimension, and that zero dimension would be the template for all other dimensions, because everything is manifested out of nothing. So if you have the first dimension, the second, the third, fourth, fifth, and so on, that would all be an expression from nothing, because they're manifested out of nothing. So nothing is actually a paradox, because nothing is everything and everything is nothing. Because within within nothing, right, is the field of information. That is the no thing, the zero dimension. It is a field of information that consists of everything that there ever was, ever is, ever will be. Anything that's ever been thought of already exists within the field of nothing. And from that field of nothing, it can be manifested. And when it is manifested, that manifestation is an expression. And that expression is exhibited by and through consciousness, through awareness, because at that point, nothing becomes aware of itself. Like, for instance, a meteorite or a comet, a mountain, you, my cat, my star kitty, my star princess. That is all an expression of nothing. So the phenomenon of consciousness should not be our primary focus. We're always like, when we meditate, right? When we and lam and tom and all the other forms of meditation, what we're trying to do is reach a higher form of consciousness. That's what people think, right? But to me, I'm trying to go into the state of nothing, into the zero state, bypass the chatter that's going on in the mind and go beyond that, beyond the fisheye and beyond your mind, so that you're interfacing with the zero dimension from which you are an expression of. Once you interface with that zero dimension, the zero reality, in that field, you can begin to do creative visualization. And within that creative visualization, you can bring that into manifestation into the physical, because the physical is the expression of nothing, and it is expressed through the vortex of consciousness. So consciousness in itself should not be our primary focus. Our primary focus should be to understand, where did that consciousness come from? Because that consciousnness, again, is secondary. The primary is the nothing, and it is the nothing that we need to explore, the zero state. So when you and then there's that silence. That silence is when you're trying to get into the zero state, into the nothing. So when you like that, you're releasing everything from within you so that you're free, so that you can enter this state of nothing into the zero field. Because in that zero field is all the information that you're looking for. So as I said, everything is manifested out of nothing. Space, this universe, the next universe over, the multi-universe, the multi-dimensions, ultra dimensions, deep dimensions, whatever that exists, all of that came out of nothing. And that nothing is expressed through consciousness, because that consciousness is nothing that is experiencing itself, that has become aware of that point of attention within the field of information. Stream of consciousness is a field of information within the 0 point of no thing, expressed as zero dimension. The ether, I would suggest, is the 0 point dimension in which all information is stored. Akashic records, whatever the title, whatever the label we want to call it, we're reaching in to the zero state, into the zero dimension. Like our memories, for instance. Those are not stored locally. Those are stored non-locally in a cloud. And that cloud would be, say, the Akashic records, because your memories are being stored in there to use either in the future or in the past, but it's being added to that field of information. Energy, which can only be manipulated and cannot be created or destroyed, is manifested from no thing. The energy is the expression of nothing, because it came from that. It is birthed from that. Everything is birthed from nothing, because nothing is the mother. It's the divinity of all that there is, ever was, and ever will be, because it is from nothing that you came. It is from nothing from where I came, from where everything came. Our stars, our moon, our earth, it all manifested out of absolutely nothing. When the Big Bang happened, where did that Big Bang happen? That Big Bang happened in nothing, and that nothing expressed itself as this universe, and the memories that go along with this universe that it can remember. And then through you, my cat, birds, the creepy crawlies, the fish, the birds, the fowls, everything that exists, it's remembering itself. It's re-experiencing the memory, the information which is stored in, say, a computer, a zero state. I'm not saying that's what it is. It's just a figure of speech. We don't know what it is, right? Because it's nothing. It can't be seen, it can't be touched, it can't be heard, but it can be expressed through you, because you are a point of attention within the stream of consciousness, which is the expression of nothing. In the 0 point state of nothing, you are expressed as a unique point of attention within the stream of consciousness, because you yourself are a field of information that is stored within the 0 dimension with everything. And when that piece of information, imagine, if you will, an equalizer on a stereo, and you got the blips going up and down, up and down. Now imagine within that frequency of consciousness, that one blip is that unique expression, which is you. And that unique expression was manifested from the 0 state, because that 0 state is trying to express itself through you, through your experience. The universe and its layers of dimension, as I mentioned earlier, is also manifested out of nothing. The Big Bang occurred in nothing. Everything. Every frequency, every vibration, every atom, everything that there is, all of it is nothing. It actually doesn't exist. You don't exist. I don't exist. This light that's pointing at me, blinding me, doesn't exist. My cat doesn't exist, because all of this exists within the 0 field where there is no time. The source, which we all seek, is the 0 state of nothing. We want to go into that state of nothing, the state of 0 mind and 0 awareness, from which everything is manifested. When you're trying to meditate, I've heard this lots, when you're trying to meditate, people say, I can't meditate because my mind just keeps going. I have a million thoughts that are going through my head, and it's just going and going and going, and it's nonstop. And I think the idea of meditation is to block those thoughts, that stream of awareness that's going through your mind when you have your eyes closed and you're conscious breathing. It's not meant to stop. It's taken millions of years of evolution for this meat suit to be evolved to where it is. So the mind is going to continuously process information consciously and subconsciously. So you can't stop it. All you can do is you can put it aside and then attempt through your conscious breathing to go into that state of 0 awareness, where you're no longer aware of the thoughts that are running through your mind. You're no longer aware of your ecosystem that's around you. You no longer have any awareness of what's happening around your meat suit, because you've gone into this 0 state. A lot of yogis in India have gone into like this type of state where they can be in this 0 state for weeks at a time. And for them, they feel that they were only in that state for a few minutes. So once you get into that 0 state of mind and that 0 awareness, and then through there, you can begin to creatively visualize whatever that's inside of you subconsciously that you're thinking about will begin to show itself in that 0 state. Now, within that 0 state and that 0 environment and that 0 awareness, if you have any trauma issues, you will see them. If you have any other issues, your wants and your needs, they will begin to appear within your visual field. And from there, you can either treat your trauma, or you can let go of it, or you can just put it away to deal with it at a later time. Your wants and needs, you can begin to creatively visualize, you can look at it. And then once you insert life into that, energy into that, once you believe that you actually already have it, when you open your eyes and you already have it, it will manifest itself. Not like a replicator on Star Trek, but the universe, the 0 state will find a way for you to get what it is that you need. But it's harder than it sounds. Majority of the people have a very difficult time in doing creative visualization. It sounds easy. Sure, it does. You can try an example right now as we speak. I want you to look at your finger. Look at it back and forth, turn it side to side, look at it. Now close your eyes and see if you can remember and replicate that finger within your mind in the exact detail that your finger is in. You might be able to hold that for like maybe a second or two, but after that, it will dissipate. It'll only dissipate, not because you can't hold it, it's because you're not practiced at holding it. So if you begin to practice yourself, and if you begin to practice your mind, and you begin to look at random objects, and you close your eyes and you replicate that within your mind, and you focus on that right down to the minute detail, then your mind will begin to train itself. And then when you go into creative visualizations and you say that I want a house, and you close your eyes and you see that house, and you see yourself doing creative visualization within that house, within a matter of some times, you will be inside that house, because you're manifesting that house out of nothing, because that's where everything is created. Within the infinite, no thingness, the universe is a point of attention. Within the infinite nothingness, this universe is a point of attention which consists of 7 fundamental items at all fabrics and distortions of space. 0 is nothing. Nothing is expressed as consciousness. Consciousness is expressed through energy, and energy is expressed through light and sound. Light and sound is expressed through time, and time is expressed through matter, and matter is expressed through life. When we speak of the Akashic records of getting a download, it is the 0 point of nothing which we are tapping into is what is giving us the information. You're actually getting an upload, not a download. So it all goes back down to the 0. From nothing, everything exists, and that everything that exists is simply an expression and a point of attention within that field of 0. How do we begin to attain the no-thing 0 state of mind? Let's think about that for 1 minute. How do we begin to attain the no-thing, no-mind state? Because it is a state which we go into. Because this meat suit is a body computer avatar, you can put this body computer avatar to either good use, no use, or somewhat use. But the thing is that you need to be able to access the manual that comes with this body computer avatar. If you don't have the manual, then you don't know what you're doing with it. And if you don't know what you're doing with it, then you're not going to be able to reach the 0 state of mind, because you don't know what you're doing. It's like hitting random keys on your keyboard and getting random results on your screen and not understanding why those random things are happening on your screen, and then getting mad at the computer because random things are happening because you're hitting random keys. But if you read the manual to the computer and learned what each key does, then you will have a successful interaction with your computer. And the same thing goes with the body computer avatar, which hosts the 26 grams of energy consciousness that's within this meat suit. So how do we do that? Well, we conscious breathe, and we conscious think, and we have to have conscious awareness. It begins with aligning your thoughts. Once your thoughts are aligned, then your body computer avatar will come into alignment. And once that comes into alignment, then your light body will come into alignment, completing the Trinity. Once that Trinity is completed within you, then the universe itself will anchor itself to center point of you. So you become the center point of the entire universe. And the universe has quadrillion points of center. It just depends on the expression which is attempting to center. Conscious thought is the first and foremost thing that begins this process. We're not taught to have conscious thinking. We're taught to have programmed thinking. We're taught that when we wake up in the morning, we have to eat breakfast and then we have to go to work. That is the programmed thinking without realizing what you're doing. Ever get up in the morning and jump in your car or jump on the bus and start heading to work, and next thing you know, you're at work and you don't remember how you got there? It's not that you had missing time. It's just the fact that the programming was kicked in and you were just simply following the program, essentially becoming a zombie and into the zombified state. What conscious thinking does, conscious thought does, is that when you wake up in the morning, you become aware of the fact that your eyes have opened and that you're interacting with this third dimensional reality. Because you are an interdimensional being, you exist on many different levels. And when you go to sleep at night, your awareness is traveling within those dimensions. And those memories are what you're bringing back from the state of nothing that you think are dreams. But they're really not. Those are actual actions that are happening in different dimensions. And all of that begins with conscious thinking. When you become aware of your thoughts, you become aware of your awareness, because most people are not aware of their awareness. They're not aware that they're walking around. They're not aware that they're breathing. They're not aware that they're seeing. So once you come to that realization and you begin to actually see, not look, to actually see, and once you actually begin to hear and not listen, then you begin to get into the flow of conscious thinking. Then when every thought that comes through your mind, you become aware of those thoughts. And then you begin to give life to those thoughts. And you begin to give energy to those thoughts. And when negative thoughts insert themselves, you're able to confront them immediately and eject them from your thinking, so that it cannot get any life and it cannot get any energy, and then henceforth not damaging you in any shape, way, or form. So conscious thinking is the key. Within the conscious thinking is the conscious breathing. You can be aware of your thoughts, you can be aware of everything, but if you're not aware of your breathing, then you're just simply not aware. You have to be aware of your breathing. Every single breath that you take from morning till night when you go to sleep, and even at nighttime while you are sleeping, attempt to conscious breathe, because eventually your body computer avatar will get into that programming, that new program that you're giving it, the new instructions that you're giving it will begin to kick in. And the software will be rewritten with the new software. Then you're aware of yourself. And once you become aware of yourself, many, many, many things happen. Usually anything that you think about will begin to manifest itself. But that's not the only thing that we need to do. There's a lot of things that we need to do. This is the chakra system. Through conscious breathing, we begin to align and activate the human energy grid, aka chakras. The more you're conscious breathing, the less stress your energy grid will experience. The less stress your avatar experiences, it then cultivates increased energy torus and decreases illness and disease. Conscious breathing is a conduit to the state of no thing. So we have this energy field, this energy torus that is within us. It's a twin. Everything is a binary. There's a polarity of everything. You have this torus field that goes from your feet to your head that we call the aura, right? Visualize it in your mind. It goes from your head as far as your arms can go, and then stretch out parallel your shoulders, bring it down to your feet and up, and that is your aura field. That is your space. That is your sacred space. And within that sacred space, you have another torus field. From your heart to your root, it continuously moves. So you have a twin vortex that is moving within you. That vortex creates energy because that's what you are. And when it creates that energy, you can use that energy. You can manipulate that energy. You can, mold that energy into what you want through your conscious thinking and your conscious breathing. Through consciousness or aware breathing, we can begin to process of working towards the state of no thing, going beyond the state of consciousness. It is not an overnight process. It is a long-term commitment. Like any machine, it needs to be kept up. This body avatar is no exception. A car has spark plugs. This body avatar has energy points, which require constant maintenance. Unlike spark plugs, avatar energy points are not replaceable. They can be cleaned. They can be fixed. Those are the points that you need to keep open. That is your channel. That is your energy channel that goes right up through your body and into the zero state where the purple one is. That purple is the zero state. The red is the ground state of the physical that you're connected to. You're taking the physical, and by the time you get to your heart, you're releasing that physical and any container identities that come within that range from the root to the heart. Because you're accepting it, you're realizing it, and then you're understanding that you need to let go of it. And then once you let go of it, then you're free from that. And from your throat, you utter the words of what you're seeking. Once you get to your mind, you visualize that in your mind. And then once you go into the zero state, you let that go and you visualize it. And then you give it life and energy within that point, within that state. And that is when you can begin to align and heal your energy points. If one of them is blocked, imagine it as an intersection in your neighborhood. And a construction company comes in and blocks off the road so that you can't use that intersection anymore because it needs fixing. So you begin to use other intersections, the one that's to the left. Say, okay, I'll go that way. Everybody's going that way. Now the wear and tear and the damage is going to happen on that intersection. So by the time they've finished fixing the other intersection, now they're going to migrate to this one and they're going to begin to fix this one and close this one off. And then now the other one's going to begin to get the damage. You get the idea? So you can't have any one of them clogged, blocked, plaqued, anything like that. They all need to be open so that the energy can move through that like knife through butter. And if one of them is blocked, then the energy has to work around them because the energy just can't stay in there. It has to be released. It needs to go somewhere. It has to go through you because you're grounded to the earth since you're born. So when that energy is coming through you and you're blocked, then you're putting stress on the other chakras. And when you put stress on the other chakras, then those other chakra points are also being damaged. And thus, the more they get damaged, then illness begins to settle in. Disease begins to settle in. So it's best that you do your inner work through conscious breathing, conscious thought, conscious awareness, because through that you can visualize your chakra system and you can begin to clean that. And that's where the manual to this meat suit really lies. Because once you go internal, the manual is in there. And then once you get in there and you read it, then that manual is going to tell you the powers and the magical superpowers that this avatar has, that this unique point of attention has within this stream of consciousness in this realm. And then once you become aware of that, then you become a superhuman yourself. You can do anything. You can bend spoons, move objects, manifest things, move yourself like Karna did, from one spot to the next, or like what Buddha did, from one end of the river to the other side of the river with the blink of an eye. If he can do that, you can do that. And if you can do that, I can do that. If I can do that, Rob can do that. Everybody can do that. My cat can even do that. Well, I don't know about my cat, because my cat is an established state of being. There are two states of being. There's an established state of being and an unestablished state of being. An animal, an established state of being, because it does not aspire to be anything more than what it is. But the human is an unestablished state of being because it aspires to be more than what it is, because it has the ability to go into the zero state and experience that zero state, to manifest from that zero state, because it is a creator. You go into that zero state, you become a creator. You can create and you can bring to this realm, and you can manifest that into the physical by giving it energy and awareness. Align our highway of energy is the first step to no thing, because it allows us to connect with the bigger antenna, which is the earth. If you use the antenna of the earth, the magnetic power of the earth, through your conscious breathing, you can reach pretty far. You can harness the energy of the earth through you, like a beam of light that comes, like the one that comes out of the Bosnia pyramid. Go straight up. And you can do that with yourself as well, where you can harness the energy of the earth, where you can visualize the energy of the earth, the magnetic force of the earth going right through you, from your ass to your head. Just like a beam of light, and right into the zero state. Conscious breathing centers and clears our pathway by recycling our energetic light body. If you have energy that's, used up, it's just not energized or, vibrating or tuned to your particular vibration, then it's going to become dense. And once it becomes dense, then you begin to feel the illnesses that people feel. We have two bodies, so to say. One, the physical expression of an avatar, and two is the light body, the energy body that occupies this container. The energy is your natural state. Energy is an expression of consciousness, the vortex through which nothing allows itself to be seen to become something. I'll say that again. The energy is your natural state. Energy is an expression of consciousness, the vortex through which no thing allows itself to be seen to become something. In order to achieve that state, we've been talking about it lots here in this conference, of identities. And those identities begin with the little me complex. And that little me complex has been beaten into us, has been eyebrowed into us, has been forced into us, has been programmed into us. We actually go to school for that little me complex to be tweaked and worked within us, so that we don't understand that we're something much, much, much bigger than the little me complex. Within that little me complex, you have the worker. And then you have the sex identity, then you have the race identity, and then you have the politics identities, and then you have the God complex within all of those identities. And that's just within the little me complex, just a handful of things. And this is what the little me complex does, because the little me complex wants to find itself, it wants to center itself, but because it's programmed, it thinks that it needs to behave in certain particular ways. Letting go of containers, the identities that we have created for ourselves of I am this or I am that, containers use energy. Containers create low energetic emotions, which result in victim thinking. Our thoughts are observed into reality. Therefore, victim container thinking creates victim reality. The law of attraction rules the container. Identify as no thing, an expression of infinite possibilities, exists within the realm of zero state from which you can manifest the human experience which you had designed, that you've tailor-made for yourself. But because of the programming and because of the little me complex, we've forgotten that. And every single one of us have gone through the little me complex. And a lot of us have become aware, and we're fighting out of that little me complex, me included. This is the most important step towards achieving the state of no thing. We cannot identify with anything. Why should we? Why should we identify with particular things when we're everything that there is, ever was, and ever will be? We're everything that there is. So why don't we identify as everything? And everything would be being identified as nothing, because nothing is being expressed as everything. What we call the world is a narrow band of frequency called visible light in the electromagnetic spectrum. According to mainstream everything science, electromagnetic spectrum and the visible light, which is the only reality that we can see, is a smear of electromagnetic spectrum. Mainstream everything science says that spectrum never bends. Spectrum, never mind, visible light represents. So what I'm trying to say here is that we see 0.005% of what actually exists in the universe. So we don't live in a world, we live in a band of frequency which our body brain can decode into a reality, a holographic reality, because that's what kind of this is. The human body is a field of information in itself, and we are decoding these fields. Now think of it like a Wi-Fi field, right? And the body is the antenna, right? Like tuning into this channel, Watchers Talk, or tuning into Full Spectrum Universe, or tuning into Mason Works and Stone Hobbit, riding the frequency, any one of those are little blips of bandwidth within a bigger frequency, and that bigger frequency would be YouTube. And within that YouTube, we have like these little channels, and those channels can be tuned into like a television, like a radio. So this human body, because it is an antenna, it has the ability to tap in to the zero state, Akashic records, whatever you want to call it. And it's from there you're actually getting uploads. You're not getting downloads, right? Because nothing's coming down. Information is being uploaded into you, into your mind, and hence into your body computer avatar. And when you get those uploads, you can manifest those uploads into the physicality. Egoism is when we believe that there is a self that's separate from everything around us. It puts the ego on a pedestal and values earthly material possessions more than anything else. All that matters is how I perceive something or how it affects me. Total body healing starts here. You need to let go of the ego, because the ego is the densest of all emotions, densest of all reactions, because from ego comes many, many different forms of energy, which can be very, very destructive. That is number one. Two, you begin to dissolve the ego within the womb. So when you're breathing and you're visualizing and you're shedding these identity containers to achieve the goal of no state, you go within the womb, the sacral, because it's in the womb where you can create and you can destroy. So you take your ego into the womb and you dissolve the ego from within the womb so that it can be released. Once you begin to dissolve the ego, the process of centering oneself begins by letting go of attachment containers. That is number 3. Because once you begin to center yourself, once you begin to come into alignment with yourself and your Holy Trinity and the universe at large, then you can begin to identify containers.
Hey, brother, it's 2:40, just to let you know. And
Do we have our next guest in the house? What's going on?
Yes, we do. Ray's in the back.
Okay, cool. I'm done then.
All right. Here I come.
Are we there? Let me see. Actually, just let me quickly see. I don't have that many more slides to go. Oh, what time's our next guest coming on?
That's actually the first time I've seen the slides move itself. We haven't been seeing them move in studio, I don't think.
Oh, no?
No. For some reason, now when you clicked it, it moved for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. But that's all right. Everybody was fascinated by what you were saying. Everybody was in the we were in the chat like, oh, this is amazing.
Oh, man. That really sucks. I thought it was moving. I was clicking and moving and clicking and moving. Oh, dude, man. Dude, man. That really bugs me.
You know what it is? This thing's been glitchy all day long, bro. All day long. But listen, you got to see what's happening in the chat. If you haven't checked it, because I know you're probably, concentrating on what you're doing, bro.
Together. I was in my PowerPoint screen, and
I know everybody was loving it, though.
Geez,
I'm telling you,
it's okay. Well, that's cool. I don't mind. It happens.
The message was sent, brother. The message was sent.
Yeah. So, anyways, my point, my message, my preaching to the world is that everything comes from nothing, and nothing comes from everything, because everything is nothing, and nothing is an expression of everything, and everything is an expression of nothing. It's a paradox. Okay, I love it.
Received.
Let me bring my next guest on. This guy is amazing. I love him, and I love his energy, and we've done a number of shows together, and we did one not too long ago, and I'm eagerly awaiting this download. It is the affirmation spot, right? So what are affirmations, right? You guys know what those are. Affirmations are intentions, and intentions are affirmations, and those can be brought into life. As I was just saying, if you give it energy, then it will manifest itself. He is an author. He's had his website for decades now, for what it seems like. And he's an amazing, amazing dude. So let me bring him up. His name is Ray Davis from the Affirmation Spot. Hello, Mr. Davis. How are you, sir?
I am well. How are you this afternoon? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, brother. Let me turn up your mic here just on my end. There we go. I got you. Look, it was set from last time. That's pretty amazing. So how's it going, Ray?
Very well. I was really enjoying that. I could have listened for another half an hour to what you're going on with there. That was awesome.
Cool, brother. Thank you very much. So nice to see you. I just love your energy, and I appreciate you giving us your time here this afternoon, because I know you have some things going on, and I appreciate your contribution into Humanity Unplugged.
Well, thanks for having me again. It's always fun to be here. We always have a great conversation, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Watcher's Talk is a fun place, isn't it?
It is.
I'll toot my own horn a little bit here. So, Ray, what I will do is I will give you the stage, and maybe you want to begin with, telling our audience, for those who haven't seen you that are watching beyond Watcher's Talk, on who you are and what you do, and then please give us an upload. And when you're ready to have a conversation with me and ready to take questions, just call out my name, and poof, out of nothing, I will appear.
Nothing will become something, right?
That's right, and then I'll become something.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, hey, everyone, I'm Ray Davis with the Affirmation Spot. And as Omar said, I've been doing affirmations for about 30 years, honestly. And I've had a website for about 15 years. I came from a situation in my life where in my 20s, I had a really big struggle in my life. And eventually it led to some health issues that put me in a very bad situation, and I nearly died. And I really had to climb out of that situation and kind of understand, I would say re-examine, because I was always curious about the world and why we were here and what it was all about. And it kind of led me on a journey where I went and really read everything I could get my hands on, all the spiritual traditions in the world, philosophy, just about anything I could that anyone was talking about why we were here and why it mattered. And eventually I got into a number of different things, one of them being affirmations. I realized very early on in my journey that one of the things that I'd had happen in my life is I'd really been conditioned very negatively about the way the world operates, about my chances for success or happiness in that world. And affirmations became kind of my tool to try to climb out of that ditch and get my life going. And as I like to say, put my mind on my side. So I started recording affirmations and listening to them on cassette tapes. So that tells you how long ago this was, back in the late 80s, and found that they really changed my life. And so I started probably around the late 90s, started doing like email lists and things like that, where I would send out a thought of the day or an affirmation to get people's thoughts focused for the day. And that turned into my website, the Affirmation Spot, which I've had since 2007. And since then, I've written very prolifically on the topics of human development, personal development, human development, spirituality, things like that. And that's kind of how Omar and I hooked up a number of years ago, is I think we have a lot of common interests and if not an exact match in the way we see the world, certainly we're looking at it through similar lenses. And I think that's what drew us to each other. I guess the one thing I would say before we get into kind of more dialogue and questions is that what's been a really big area of focus for me, beginning with the coronavirus, and then now we've got situations going on in the world, is I see people just, losing their confidence kind of in themselves and humanity and the world and things like that. And really what I've been trying to focus on lately is trying to remind people that there is hope. There is, a positive outlook, things that we can do to change the situation, things that we can do to better ourselves, our lives, and really our collective situation here on this planet. And I really do believe that starts with our thoughts, with our words, and the things that we say to ourselves, because we are talking to ourselves all day long, every day. And we're either feeding stuff in there that's helping us and moving us forward, or we're feeding it stuff that's not. And so that's really kind of been my journey and why this is important to me. And I always enjoy, engaging with you guys and with an audience and talking about these topics. So I guess by way of introduction, that would be kind of it, Omar.
Where am I? Right here. Right on. Here I am. That's awesome, Ray. 30 years of creating affirmations. People have a hard time creating affirmations, right? Mostly out of programming and sometimes out of guilt that they feel that they don't deserve it, right? They say, oh, I don't deserve that. I shouldn't ask for it. How can we remedy that default thinking?
Yeah, so that's a really important first step. If you don't believe that you deserve something, then it's really hard to convince yourself that that can change. I would say this, and I would go back to I just heard the tail end of what you were talking about before, but, we are all way more than we think we are. We can get very caught in this container, as you were calling it, this form, and thinking that's all there is. And my little situation that I'm in right now is, it seems like the biggest thing there is going on. But all I can say to someone who might be in that situation is that I guarantee you that there is way more to you if you'll just do some exploration and understand kind of more about the power that really lies within you, within your thoughts, within the things that you tell yourself. And that if you look back at your life and how you got to where you are right now, often you'll find that you have been telling yourself certain things, or other people have been telling you certain things. And that kind of helped create this reality and this belief that I can't or I don't deserve. You may have heard it from a parent or friends or something like that. Someone said something to you on the playground when you're in second grade, and you took it to heart and you believed you weren't good enough somehow. And it's something that we all struggle with, right? I mean, every human being on this planet has doubts about themselves, wonders if they really deserve to have a good life or deserve to have the things that that we all are, trying to achieve. But I really believe that if you can just set aside your doubt, look into who you really are and the power that really comes with that you can see that you have created the situation you're in, and you can create a different situation by changing your thoughts and the words you tell yourself and your actions.
Mm-hmm. Now, I wonder, Ray, is it programmed within us to not explore internally and to always approach life on an external existence only?
I think that it has been programmed into us, and I'm not exactly sure what the source of that is. If it's, what we might call the powers that be on our planet. I mean, there certainly is conditioning that goes on constantly. If you turn on the media and watch the TV all day long, or listen to the radio, or get on social media and you start doing that, you're absorbing all of that that's coming at you. And there certainly are people there who are trying to create, I would say, disempowerment for sure, right? I mean, there's no one in the mainstream media that's telling you, hey, we can solve our problems. It's all about how much worse are the problems going to get, and how much, how bad can it get? Kind of see that with the situation going right now. They're really not interested in finding a solution to what's going on. They're really more interested in finding out, how bad could this really get? Could we really escalate this into something terrible? And I think if you listen to that stuff uncritically, and I think a lot of people do this for years in their lives and don't even think about it, because you grew up watching TV, right? You grew up. A lot of people now have grown up being on the internet or being on social media, and they haven't even thought about the fact that just like when you're consuming food, when you're consuming ideas, that is affecting who you're becoming. And so whether there's a conscious force out there who's trying to manipulate us in that way, or it's just kind of the inertia of taking all that in every day uncritically, I think, yes, we have been programmed in a way that tells us we can't, we're less than. And that I think does take conscious effort for most people. There are a few people out there who are just, happy all the time, and these things don't bother them. But for most of us, it takes work to kind of reverse that. And it might take lessening or eliminating the diet of some of that other information that's negative, or it just might take really getting conscious and focusing on changing the messages we're telling ourselves. And then those things don't affect us as much. It kind of gives us a buffer and a defense and a proactive approach to changing the information that's going into our mind all day long.
Mm-hmm. Is this why you think people gravitate towards negativity? Because it just seems that, people are attracted to war and famine and misery and all of that. One of the reasons why they watch the news, right? Because the news is like an information junkie's heroin, right? Because they just simply, they love it, right? So is this the reason through that programming, or is it because we gravitate towards negativity because we're swinging out of that Kali Yuga, right? And that Kali Yuga has that very dense negativity attached to it. So I'm wondering if it's the programming, or because of the energetic stage that we're in, and because we're changing that zodiac constellation and going into a Bronze Age of this enlightenment, that we're beginning to gravitate towards love now instead of the negativity of what the news offers us each day.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that lately, and I really do think that a lot of this is environmental. There does seem to be something, in the air, if you like, in the ether that has affected most of human history as we know it and understand it in the typical sense, right? We have been going through a time where I think that negative energy has been dominant. I mean, it's been kind of a dog eat dog world, and people just taking what they want by force and using fear to dominate others, and not spreading that love energy. but I think I think it kind of has almost become part of our DNA in a way, right? I think there's an aspect of this that's kind of almost genetic, and that generation after generation of humans have lived in that kind of environment. And I think it almost has affected, we think of our DNA and our bodies as just physical, but they're not, they're really energy. And I think that energy has been flowing through our genetics and our species for thousands and thousands of years. And I agree with you. As you said, I think part of what's happening right now is there is a change coming. I call them kind of tremors, right? Of the big change that's coming here in the near future. And I think we're kind of resorting back to our safe place, which is fear, right? Fear is where we feel safe. And I think that's where you're seeing very wide-ranging and very, not sporadic, very extreme almost reactions to things where people seem to have lost their reason and their ability to think clearly in some cases, it seems like, because it's just kind of this growing thing, and there's fear about what's coming, even though I believe, as you do, I think that what's coming is going to be much better than what is now. But the fear of letting go, it's kind of like a child or someone who's in an abusive relationship, right? I mean, there's always that, it's hard for them to release that. And I think that's kind of what we're going through with this negative energy that's been dominating our species for so long.
That's a great point, Ray. I never really looked at it from that perspective. Do you think that we tend to go to our negative space also maybe because of our reptilian brain, right? Because we have that flight fear brain, and you know, is that the safety net? Do you think that mechanism is also at work here? And not only are we familiar with the abuse, right? Let's say you're in an abusive relationship and you're familiar with that, so the new territory is what's more fearful, so you continue to stay with that abusive partner.
Yeah, you know, so we are a nexus of biology and spirit, right? So, I mean, we just talked about the energy is kind of the spirit side of it, I would say, but there is an actual biology to this. I mean, we know that on our planet, the way biology has come to be us, there was a time when our brains have developed in that way, where we have these different areas of our brains that do that. And there's that lizard brain that's in there, sort of, right? That's kind of that fight or flight that still is very powerful, even though we have these higher reasoning abilities now and these spiritual aspects of our brain and our mind. When we're presented with a situation, especially if someone can get us outside of our rationality or aspiration for a higher spiritual resolution to something, if they can get us in that fear energy, I think that brain can really take over. And I think we've seen a lot of that over the last couple of years here, and all the things that have been going on now. It goes on all the time. It's not just the last couple of years, but I think we've really seen it at a level I've never seen, I don't think, in my lifetime, the last couple of years, where people, you know, and I think it also kind of plays into the divisions that have been created in our society, right? That also kind of plays into this a little bit. And I see people afraid that some other idea that's not their idea might take hold and might get control, and it just kind of, all these things kind of play into the fear that keeps us in this low vibration. And yes, when we're in that fear state, there's no doubt we're in that fight or flight. And as long as we're in that, it's really hard to reason or avoid, you know, war or some of the challenges that we get into as human beings. And I think that's what we see going on.
So being aware, you know, let's go on to like your experience, right? Because of this new age that we're going into, we're going to need teachers like yourselves. People are going to look to you as the new teachers that, you know, are going to lead the way in educating people. Now, you've been creating affirmations for 30 plus years. I'm sure it's been longer than that. Now, with your experience and this new age that we're going into, what advice, you know, can you give them? And what's particularly worked for you in manifesting your affirmations and having a, you know, a happy life, you know, a loving partner, you know, a beautiful home, and, you know, beautiful grandchildren, and this life that you've created for yourself, you know, I'm certain came through affirmations, right? It's just, a lot of it. There's no doubt in my mind that all of it came from affirmations. not your grandbaby, but you know what I'm saying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, right? So give us an upload on like how, like what people can employ in these coming years that we're going to be faced with a lot of challenges, because there's a lot of density that's going to happen before we actually do that elastic snap and we can be free of this. And what tools can we take with us so that we can never, ever, ever repeat the mistakes that we've made of like this fear thinking and and fear loaded living on a day-to-day basis.
So I think we talked about the first one a moment ago. I mean, first you have to believe that something different is possible. And, I have a lot of these conversations with folks online. And when you get down to the core of it, they just don't believe that humanity can change, that the world can change, or that they can change. And I think you have to get yourself to believe that something different is possible. There's a lot of inertia that you're going to get a lot of people around you telling you that can never happen, because we tend to flock to people that think a lot like us, or and if that's kind of the thinking we're in, that's probably because that's the environment we're in a lot, and people are going to tell you that isn't possible. So I would say get a very strong and definite belief that something different is possible. The next thing we talked about also, I think you have to watch as much as you can the information that you're taking. And I'm not saying I watch a lot of news just because of the work that I do. I need to understand sort of what's going on in the conventional sense a lot of times. But the way I protect myself from taking on that energy is, one, I pay very close attention to how I'm reacting to it. And I will turn it off if it's starting to make me feel like, I'm feeling like my energy going down. You don't want to overdose on it, even if you feel like you need to watch it a little bit. And then again, just flood your mind with the possibilities through affirmations or meditation or prayer or, whatever tool, whatever mode gets you to a place where you're vibrating at a higher level, where you're seeing the bigger picture. I think it's really important to spend the time doing those things that help pull you out of that common consciousness, that kind of popular culture thinking, right, that we're in all the time. Because the gravity that is very heavy, and I kind of use like the metaphor of escape velocity for a rocket, right? I mean, you have to give yourself enough positive energy to escape the gravity of all that negative gravity that's trying to hold you and this world in place. And so I think affirmations are one way. What's worked for me specifically with affirmations is I like to record them and listen to them. I find that if you do that, I find that, a lot of times if you say them in the mirror, people feel uncomfortable doing that. And I'm not saying that's not a good technique. It certainly can be. But I feel like we're very busy today. People are multitasking. They're on the move a lot. And if you can listen to your affirmations while you're working or while you're doing other things. And actually, if you do that a lot and kind of get that repetition going, what will happen is you'll find that kind of like you learn the words of a song when you didn't even realize you're listening to it. Pretty soon that affirmation will kind of be embedded in your mind instead of all the negative thoughts that you had. And you'll find that it'll start replacing the negative thoughts that you were getting from, the news downloads and things like that. And then the third thing I think is taking, when you can get yourself to a stable position as it relates to this positive mindset, is start using that to build yourself spiritually, kind of start, doing more meditation, going deeper, understanding more about who you are beyond just this form, and understanding the connection to the source that you have and the fact that we are all connected to that, and see a bigger picture. Because one of the things I think that happens with the fear-based thinking is they really get you to focus on a particular thing, a particular situation, or a particular outcome that's very negative often. And if you can step back and see the big picture, often you can see a different possibility than you can see if you're stuck in the fear of this individual moment. And I always say, with coronavirus, with the wars that are going on right now, especially the big one, that we're all focused on because of,
not
the
me.
fact. Yeah. Well, it's natural, right? I mean, we've all grown up. We've seen a lot of war, but we haven't seen a situation where, the nuclear armed powers are kind of at a risk of going at it, and I think that's a different level of fear, certainly. And you have the media kind of playing that up. But if you look at this situation, you can also see the seeds of not only a solution to this situation, but you can see the seeds of what can be beyond this. And I think if you can get out of the moment of feeling the fear in this moment, and enough people can kind of focus their energy on what comes after this, and what I honestly think these are still lessons we're learning. It's just like in our individual lives, right? There's that idea where a lesson keeps coming to you until you get it, right? And I feel like that's what's going on with humanity right now. I feel like what's happening right now, with the Russia-Ukraine thing particularly, and the focus on that around the world, is we're having to learn this lesson again because we still don't get it. And I think this situation is going to have a role in helping us propel us forward, hopefully into a better situation. But those of us who are conscious about this stuff need to be, already in that next level, that next place that we're in, and not stuck on the fear and the angst of this moment. Because if we get stuck there, that just magnifies that situation. If we're all stuck there and we can't get beyond it. But if people are already seeing beyond that, that's kind of helped drawing everybody past it. And I think that's where we're headed with this situation.
It seems like fear-based thinking is so ingrained within us that we just can't help ourselves but to gravitate towards it. Now, earlier I was talking about the us and them camp. And I really, I hate putting into that terminology, but considering the language that we're speaking, that's the only words that are really available to me. There's the us that is awake, and we are aware of ourselves, right? To me, that's what awake means, is that we're aware of ourselves. And then there's the other camp that is just simply not aware of themselves. They're walking around like robots and zombies, and get out of bed, and right, they're like that. Have breakfast, and then out the door they go, kind of deal, right? And they're not even aware of what they're doing because they're following a routine. Now, I'm sure all of us have those people in our lives, right? It's just the fact of life. What can we say, like, seed dreaming, right? Like, how can we plant seeds within the mind of these people that will germinate and allow them to snap out of this black magic spell that they're in? Because we have to face the reality that us here in this camp, we're creating affirmations and we're creating intentions. Like Anoun up here said, this conference is an affirmation. So because we're doing our shadow work and we're doing our light work over here, we're trying to create something, right? But the polarity of that on the other side is that we have these people that are not consciously aware of themselves, and they're creating a reality as well, right? That's, really conflicting right now. It's bouncing off of each other. And our goal is to envelop that and then bring it into our side. And their goal is to envelop us and bring us to their side, right? That's just how it is. What can we do to help them, right? Like our brothers, our mothers, our fathers, and, even our children, for that matter, right? Because a lot of us are awake and our children are sound asleep, even though we've tried to wake them up, but, they're just not getting it. How can we get them to understand, Ray?
So I think there are a couple of things. I mean, one, we have to be as much of an example as we can be, right? Because I would think it was, who was it? John Kabat-Zinn many years ago did a meditation video when he was talking about the fact that when he said he was a Buddhist, everyone was offended and objected. But when he just acted like a Buddha, no one was offended. And I think it's kind of that, right? We have to kind of lead by example, fewer words maybe, and less and more action. But but words do matter, and I think we do have to have these conversations and things. I think what I found that works the best, and it's not perfect, because again, the other person has to be willing to receive and think and choose that. I mean, we can't force that upon them. But I think what we see, especially in the age of social media, is everyone's telling each other stuff, right? Where everybody puts this stuff out on social media, and we've all done it. We've gotten a little debate with someone or whatever, and we're trying to tell them what they need to know. And I think we are better off asking questions and trying to get them to think. That's how we plant the seed. It's like, what if this was true, rather than, what you've been saying, rather than saying, hey, listen, this is the way and you better figure it out, because if you don't figure it out, it's not going to be good for you. I mean, that if that's the message we're kind of, even though we're not saying those words, if that's the message we're kind of sending people, I think in this day and age today, people just will turn you out, turn you out. I can't talk. Turn you off or tune you out, or both of those.
Cancel you.
They'll cancel you. That's right. So I think you really have to ask questions more than try to tell. Beyond that, I think it's just when you do put words out that you're not directing at anyone, just the world sort of is. And I've had people tell me this with some of the stuff I post, and it's always nice to hear. It kind of strokes the ego a little bit, but at the same time, it's why I do this. It's why I put all this stuff out on social media. It's like, you tweeted that, or you put something out there and it really made me think, or I never thought that maybe that would be possible, And I think it's just, rather than having an argument with someone, it's just kind of like keep putting that stuff out into the environment, because that's really what the media is doing, right? I mean, they're not like necessarily talking to Ray or Omar and Babe. They're just they're broadcasting this stuff out there for everyone to hear. And I think there has to be some countervailing messages that, hey, that's not the only option you have. So I would say those are kind of the things that I would say could help those people. But again, it has to start with them. I mean, you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. I've learned that a long time ago. And, hey, maybe that's their journey here, is they're here to be be the evidence for the rest of us that, when you go down the road, because, a lot of them are not happy, and and yet they don't want to do anything to kind of pull themselves out a little bit. So.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it, right? And same thing with awareness. You can give them the seed, but it's up to them to really germinate and look after that seed so that it grows into a great big redwood tree. Now, earlier on, you'd mentioned record your affirmations and listen to them. I really like that. I like that idea, and I think I'm going to implement that into my life. Now, on the other side of that, there's people like myself that don't listen to themselves, right? That don't like to hear themselves, right? Like, for instance, when I do shows like these, right? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear myself. I'm mostly interested in what the speaker has to say. And it kind of, I don't know, bothers me a little bit when I'm hearing myself, right? Now, I don't know if those are my own personal issues or what they are, but I'm sure there's a lot of people like me out there. Now, what else can we employ, right? Besides, listening to a recording of ourselves. In our last talk, you had mentioned sticky notes, right? Put sticky notes everywhere. So everywhere you go, you got all these sticky notes. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think anything in our environment that we see all day long, whether we're conscious of it or not, I think we talked about last time that, science has shown that what we're conscious of is a very small percentage of all the stuff that is actually coming into our mind in any given moment. And I think when we have these positive messages around on sticky notes, or, if you have a notebook that's in front of you all day long, or, your screensaver on your computer every time, I know it happens to me about, 15 times a day where my computer goes on sleep mode. And if you have like a positive message there, when you do that, I think those sorts of things are just feeding all of that mindset. The one thing I would say about the recording is if you don't feel comfortable with your voice, and a lot of people don't, what I do during the day is I train salespeople, and a lot of salespeople, when they need to practice, we have them record themselves, and they don't like it listening to their voice. So there are a couple things that you can do now. If you feel comfortable having someone that record it for you. One of the reasons that a lot of the negative thoughts that were planted in our head way back are so powerful is because of the person who was saying them to us. It was your mother, it was your friend, it was whoever that said these things, and we have these negative thoughts. And again, they weren't doing it on purpose in most cases. They were unaware as well, and they were kind of planning that negativity. And you have someone that really you care about and that cares about you record them for you. That way you're getting that message from, it's not your voice, which can be really distracting, but it's someone that cares about you, that's telling you. And what I always encourage people to do when they're recording their own affirmations or having them done for them is do them 3 ways. Do them in the first person. That's the I am, right? We all know about that one. Then the second one is the second person, you are. And the reason I say that is because most of the thoughts we took in from the outside, or we take in from the outside to this day, is someone saying you. And I feel like it's really important to use the same verbiage. In addition to the I is kind of the owning it, right? I'm owning what I'm going to do. The you is getting that positive reinforcement from the outside. And then the third iteration is to say the affirmation using your name, because there's no words in the language, right, that get us to perk up more quickly, because we've learned to do that. We learn to respond to our name. And if you use your name in the affirmation, that can also be very powerful. And those 3 things together, I think, is the best way to do that. And like I said, if you don't feel comfortable doing it with your own voice, totally understand that. Find someone who will do that for you and make those recordings for you. There's cheap and easy software out there to edit these things today. It's not even that hard. In fact, if someone really needs that help, I'm happy to do some recording for people, because what I do a lot of times is I will record stuff for someone, but then I'll just still put it out there as content, on YouTube or something like that, obviously without reference to them, and use it anyway. So, I would be happy to help someone, either write affirmations or help them get them recorded.
Is there a particular way an affirmation should be written to have like a maximum effect?
The biggest thing is it has to be words that matter to you. Words are energy, and I could write an affirmation for you, and I might use what I think is powerful language, and it might be something that completely turns you off or doesn't speak to you. So you want to make sure that it's something that speaks to you. So I think if you're writing an affirmation, take some time. I know it's only a sentence or 2 maybe, but take some time to really craft it in a way that is words that really speak to you and get you right here, right? We're not just trying to get here. We do want to kind of plant it in the consciousness, but we want to feel it too, because feeling is what ultimately gets us to act and change, right? Just the knowledge of something. And we've talked to my salespeople that I work with all the time, and it's like, there's a difference between knowing something and doing it. There's a quote, and I don't even know where it came from. It was, to know and not to do is not to know. We know lots of stuff. A lot of people know about meditation, right, and the benefits of it. But if you don't sit down and practice it, you don't get any of those benefits. And it's kind of the same thing with affirmations. You have to do it.
Yeah, I like that. Especially using your name in the affirmation of like, you, Omar, deserve to win the lottery.
Exactly.
I, Omar, won the lottery. And then I was thinking, we won the lottery, right? Like, and, you bring in the we into the aspect. Now, I know a lot of people, we live in a society and in times where we're looking for instant gratification, instant results, right? Instant coffee, 2-minute noodles, we're just, everything is just instant, right? We put up a post on Facebook and we want to have the instant 500 likes and 10,000 shares, right? But we know that it's not like that. The reality doesn't work like that. And a lot of people, they get bummed out after a little bit when they say, well, I created this intention 6 months ago and it just hasn't come true. It doesn't work. I give up. Fuck it. I'm out of here. And that's it. How can we avoid that type of self-destructive thinking when that moment occurs?
It's a great question. And, it's clouded by the fact that, there are some things, despite our best efforts, we might not ever get, right? So there's that aspect of it. I think the way we keep going is a couple of things. One, remind yourself why this is important to you. get those feelings going again. But there was something that started you on this path towards that. And, every path of anything meaningful in life, and I know this goes without saying almost, but there's going to be a journey, and there's going to be setbacks, and there's going to be those moments when we can give up or we can keep going. And I think you need to kind of remind yourself why you're going for this goal and get those feelings going again. I would also say that, if you look back at your life, you may have done a number of different things before. A lot of people do this with New Year's resolutions, right? They'll do a resolution at the beginning of the year, and by February, they've forgotten what it was.
Mhm.
And they have that background of, well, I failed and I failed and I failed and I failed. Ask yourself a question like, are you willing to fail again? Is this important enough for you to keep going? What if you chose a different path this time? What if you didn't give up and see where this goes? It's really kind of doing a little pep talk, put yourself on your own psychological couch and have a conversation with yourself, right? It's like, and maybe you find after a little bit of a battle, this wasn't really where I wanted to go. And maybe you do give up that thing, but you don't give up on, I say you give up on a dream, but you don't give up on dreaming, right? You don't say, well, that didn't work, so nothing will work.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you've come after 6 months to realize this isn't going to happen. I'm never going to wind up with that person. I'm never going to have that particular job or whatever it is. But there are other people out there that I can be happy with. And there are other jobs out there that may even be better than this job that I don't even know about. So I'm going to keep going down that path until I get there. And being willing to take that risk to keep going and not give up just because, things look dark at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I like that, because to understand that is the key, right? To understand and to realize that you're canceling one intention with the other, right? Because even though you're negatively thinking, that is still an intention, right? Of, oh, that didn't work, so I'm never going to get it, right? And it just could be that it was in your approach to that affirmation, like you were saying, and the power of the words that resonate with you, and maybe you just uttered it wrong, because it's kind of like a magic spell, isn't it, Ray? Affirmation, it's like chanting a white magic spell and hoping that it manifests. And same thing with the darkness. So it just could be the change of language might be an approach, right? It didn't work in 6 months, so hey, let me change up my language and see if that works. And if that doesn't work, then try a different form. Learn Spanish. Do it in Spanish.
One thing I've done over the years too is I call them incremental affirmations or aspirational affirmations. So the aspirational affirmation is, I want to be the greatest trombone player that's ever been, right? Well, that's, even for like an 8-year-old kid who's just picking up the trombone for the first time, that's a great aspiration to have, but that may not be realistic in the short term, right? So do some incremental affirmations that I can get to. I'm going to be better. Next year at this time, I'm going to be, the best trombone player in my band at school or whatever it is, and do a number of those incremental ones along the way. And if you keep doing those, you can kind of work yourself into that possibility of that big aspiration. Always keep that one in the background. I don't say it or don't use it, because I think, hey, I want to be a Major League Baseball player. I mean, if you don't have that aspiration in your heart, you're never going to get there if that's what you really want, right? So you have to have that, but try some incremental ones along the way so you can have those little successes and they kind of stair step you right to the big goal.
I like that. That's kind of like setting like timetables and goals to your affirmations. So by the time you reach, like, say, a month, and it's like, okay, well, that worked, I'm going to expand on it, or that didn't work, I'm going to try it a little bit differently, and then set those goals for yourself, because humans are really goal oriented. Right? We need to have those goals, and if we don't have those, then we feel like we're just aimlessly running everywhere like a chicken with no head, right? Just all over the place. So we really need that awareness. I got a question here from Sugar Bee, and this is actually, I like this question. It says, how about that saying to Jay, can I say I need to know my gifts? Now there, I look at that language of need and want, right? When you're creating an affirmation, should you use a wording like, I need to know my gifts, and then the internal shows you? Or would you say that I want my gifts, where you're demanding from the universe and really feeling it within yourself, right?
Well, I would go back to saying that, whatever speaks to you the most. I mean, whichever word is most powerful to you, but think about it, right? Because you might have chosen need without thinking about a word that might be more powerful for you, but use the word that's most powerful for you. And I think it's certainly, a lot of people think of affirmations as you're trying to attain a certain thing. And sometimes you're just asking for more information, right? I mean, that could be an affirmation just to be, get me clear on my path, right? I want to know where I'm going. I'm not sure, give me the information, the resources, help me meet the people I need to meet to figure out what my path is. Help me get the information I need to figure out what that path is. So I think all those things are affirmational. I really believe you can use an affirmation for just about anything. I mean, small, big, or whatever. And I think, doing something like that where you're asking, I need to know what my gifts are. I think just think about the verbiage that makes the most sense and is most empowering for you.
Sorry, I had to just hack there. So, the thing that that I don't understand when it comes to affirmations is, can we super energize the affirmation? Say we create an affirmation on paper, and then on that paper we do a meditation, a circle meditation, maybe with some friends, and then infuse more energy into that. Do you think that would work by infusing it with other people's energy, or would you say that you should just use your own energy into trying to manifest something?
Do you mean for a personal goal for you, or more like a bigger goal for everybody?
Yeah, like a personal goal for the self. Like, I wish I had a bigger house, or, I wish I was healthier, or, things like that. And you create an affirmation. And when you do a meditation over it, should you bring in other people and then infuse their energy into it as well? Because, I don't know, because you don't know what's going on with the other person and their mind state, right? So you don't know what kind of energy that they have in there. So would you recommend something like that? Or would you say just walk the lone road and be a vagabond and just kind of just rely on your own self?
Well, yeah, I'll be honest, I've never tried that myself. I think it's a fantastic idea. I would love to try that. I do, just off the top of my head, I feel like, it's very much like, a lot of religious people have prayer chains, right? Where something's going on and they get hundreds of people out there saying a prayer for that person or whatever. And I think an affirmation is very much like that, right? You're putting this energy out into the universe, asking for a certain result. So, to me, it could very much magnify it possibly by having a number of people, focus on the goal. Maybe you do it for each other, right? Maybe you have a group of people and you all know what you're all kind of focused on. It's kind of like your mentor group or whatever it is. And you get together and you do that as a practice together. We're going to do Ray's affirmation right now, and they're going to go around and do Omar's affirmation, right? We're all going to do these together as kind of a practice to kind of put it more powerfully out into the universe. Another way that I think is very powerful to help add some energy to your affirmations is music. I often, when I post stuff on the internet, I always put it to music, either relaxing music to meditate to, or maybe more upbeat music, things like that. But music really is something that touches our emotions and really hits us. And I think the words mixed with the music can really add to the emotion and the energy that we're putting into it as well.
Now, would that be like any type of music, or would we want to go with particular frequencies like 5 to 8, 530 or 432? Because we know that a lot of music is recorded in 440, and that 440 is very destructive for you, right? So is there a particular type of frequency we should use when we're doing something like that?
I think it's your preference. I love meditative, relaxing music. And when I record that with that kind of music, that's an affirmation that I want to listen to, maybe before I go to bed at night, maybe when I first get up in the morning, maybe when I have 10 minutes to lay down or sit down to meditate or lay down or whatever and focus. I also know people, I have friends who love metal music, right? I mean, it's energizing to them. And for me, that's not really the case, but if that gets your energy up in a positive way, and you can confirm, hey, that's positive for me, then I would say use any kind of music that really helps get your energy up, makes you feel good. Because I think getting yourself to that level with the music only adds to the power of the words as you're saying them or listening to them.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Taking care of business.
Every day.
Been taking care of business. Every
hey, there's an affirmation right in that song. So.
That's right. Right, what you resonate with, right? You should include that regardless of the frequency which it's recorded in, because if you have the intention, right, then that music will just transform itself into like whatever frequency that you're resonating at, because it'll just mimic you, right? So I like that. That's a very good idea, and I'm going to try that too. Here's a great question from our winner from the other day for chapter 18. Rockers Los Angeles says, raise thoughts on the 3-6-9 method, 3 times in the morning, 6 in the afternoon, and 9 in the evening. Is it any more or less effective?
I think it's effective because it makes you do it. I don't know if there's any magic to the 3-6-9 thing itself, but I think because it's easy to go through a day, just like anything else we try to do, exercise or meditation or whatever else. We get busy and we don't do it. And I think if you have kind of a routine, for lack of a better word, that makes you do it, that helps you get there. I don't really think that there's anything, but I would say if there is for you, then that would help. Just like we talked about with the music. If the idea of the 3-6-9 is something that really helps you get into a good spot from an energetic standpoint while you're doing it, then I would say yes, do that. But I think it does make you do it, and I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I like that. I've never tried it, the 3-6-9, and I'm not going to be afraid of it. I'm going to give it a shot and see what happens, right? Because what's there to lose? No skin off my back, right?
Absolutely.
Everything to gain, right? So if everything to gain, then I might as well go for it, because if it's to elevate your own awareness and your own vibration, your own frequency, and to create that peaceful environment around you, not only is it for you, but that peaceful environment is for your family, for your pets, your neighborhood, your work, and humanity in itself. Because what we've learned from this conference is that when we work on ourselves, not only are we working on ourselves, but we're working on our ancestors, and we're working on everyone else at the same time, right? Because we're all connected to that one source. And if you just, plug away at it, I forgot who was saying that yesterday, that if you have a little piece of window and you're just scrubbing that window really clean, then the guy next to you, it doesn't matter what he's doing, as long as you're scrubbing your window clean, you're making the entire sphere cleaner, right? So I really like that, Ray.
Or team, right? There's the idea of team. The fact that we all are one, but we're all here with an individual part of pulling this thing forward in a way, and we're all doing our part, right? And the person next to us is doing their part, and maybe the person next to us isn't doing their part, but we're doing our part to help move the entire project, so to speak, kind of to where it's headed.
Here's an interesting thought. Have you ever tried like team affirmations, right? Because you said that you're involved with sales and teaching sales. Have you tried like team affirmations where, your entire team creates like a single affirmation, they hold hands in a circle, and then you chant out your affirmation? And has it come to fruit?
So I've never been allowed to do that in the corporate world. It's something I have talked to people about for years, and I've not able to. Yeah, it really is. And, a lot of companies are doing these sorts of things on retreats now. I do absolutely believe that. I've written team affirmations, whether they be, business teams or even sports teams, right? A lot of sports teams pay a lot of money for some sports psychologists to come in and, and do these sorts of things with them. And I think writing a team affirmation, especially if everybody in the group has a say in what it says, and we kind of come to some consensus on that, and then we use that, I think it can be a very powerful tool. So I've written those kind of affirmations. I've never had a chance to try it out in my particular situation, but I hope I'm still working on that. I would love to do that someday.
Awesome, Miss Ray. We got our next guest in the house. So, why don't give you a couple of minutes and tell us where people can find you and how they can connect with you. And while you're saying that, I'll share some of your links.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again for having me, Omar, and thank you everybody for watching. You can find me really any place online. Just look up the Affirmation Spot. I mean, I'm on pretty much most of the major social media platforms. I have a blog that I write regularly where I post both some of my latest videos that I've made and also, articles about personal development, spirituality, those sorts of things. And then the really big focus here lately has been my YouTube channel. I'm really focusing on putting out several videos a week. I'm trying to mix it up on the topics. And as I said earlier, if you have a topic or you'd like me to help record something for you, I would love to do that. And maybe we can turn it into a YouTube video as well. So reach out to me and I'm happy to do that.
Let's do it, Ray, you and me.
Okay, let's do it.
As fun for the channel and to put it up on your channel. So let's do it. I'll reach out to you after this conference is over, and then we'll plan a day and then we'll do that up.
Sounds good, my friend. I'd love to.
Awesome. Awesomeness, brother. Thank you very much, Ray. I truly appreciate your contribution, very valuable contribution to Humanity Unplugged as we cut the strings that are attached to us. Affirmations are, very, very, very important part of that. And that's one of the reasons why I reached out to you and really designed this day so that we can approach the cuttings of the strings from many different perspectives and understand what's like really going on and how can we apply that awareness into our life. So for that, my brother, I thank you very humbly, and have yourself a beautiful day. And that's it. Stay safe, stay healthy, because we need you.
Thank you, my friend. You too. And everybody have a great weekend.
Thank you, my brother. Love you very much. Give my love to your family. And we'll talk soon.
All right.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now that was a pretty good download. Where in the world is our buddy Rob? And I just saw there he is. Let's bring him on. We will get Rob to do the intro for. Oh, we're playing tic-tac-toe, Rob.
One more time. We're gonna jump in and out, bro. I haven't been able to stay online for more than 2 minutes at a time. I'm sitting here like listening to you and Ray. I'm like, this is great, and then click. I was like, oh, come on.
Oh no.
Oh, I love this. This is great. Click. God, jeez, man, come on. They didn't want me to have to hear what Ray had to say. That was wild.
Guys, go on over to Ray's YouTube channel and help that channel grow. And remember, when you subscribe, to hit that bell. That bell is very important. And double check your bell status on the channels that you're watching as well to make sure that you have notifications on. And go to theaffirmationspot.net. I visit that site quite often, and I like it. I follow Ray's work for a long time now. And yeah, let's do it up, Rob. We'll bring our next speaker on, the Starlight Sister. And been waiting for this download or an upload for a while now, because as you guys know, I have pretty good interest in the moon. And we've been talking about the moon throughout this entire conference. On many, many different days, we've touched on the moon. So now we're going to bring an expert in, and we're going to really hear and understand the moon. So here I go. Poof, like that, I was gone into nothing. It looks like Rob is frozen again. So no worries. Let's give it a second. And if he doesn't come back, or if he doesn't unfreeze, then I will bring Constance on here. Let me put myself there. Yeah, he's had like a terrible connection today. Hopefully everything's okay on the East Coast because that's where the problems kind of seems to be. So you know what? I will bring.
There
up,
we go.
Constance.
I'm back.
You got it going on, brother?
Yeah, I told you this thing keeps kicking me, but I got this.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Cool. I'm here for a backup if you need me.
awesome. Constance Victoria Briggs is a metaphysical, spiritual, cosmic researcher and writer. She is the author of the Encyclopedia of Angels, the Encyclopedia of God, the Encyclopedia of the Unseen World, the Encyclopedia of Moon Mysteries. She has been invited as a guest on several radio shows and podcasts and YouTube shows discussing such topics as angels, extraterrestrials, ancient aliens, life after death communication, out-of-body experience, moon mysteries, and more. She also has been featured on and including Coast to Coast with George Norrie, Midnight Society, The League Project, The Kingdom of Nye, Earth Ancients, Paranormal Soup, The Paranormal and the Sacred Broadcast, Team Alphas, Forbidden Knowledge, Quantum Guides, Behind the Obsidian Curtain, Spaced Out Radio, Raised by Giants, and many others. Biggs has also been featured in the popular Shadows of Your Mind magazine, and it's Briggs' goal to investigate the mysteries of the universe and how they connect to humanity. States Constance that this is her a quote from her: "There is more to our universe than we have been taught. We need to look deeper and search further if we want to know the truth, who we are, where we come from, and what lies beyond." Without further ado, let's bring in Constance.
Hi, Rob.
So great to see you, Constance. How you been?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. What a great conference you guys are having.
So we're so excited to have you here. I'm going to jump off the stage, let you do your thing, and we'll talk to you right around the end if we have when the questions come in, and we'll talk to you a little bit, ask you some questions ourselves.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, everybody. I am Constance Victoria Briggs, and I am honored and delighted to be here today. I just wanted to say that when I was invited to come on to this conference of Humanity Unplugged, I tried to think of the area I am most passionate about that might be beneficial for others to hear. And I do a lot of research into cosmic activity and cosmic mysteries, what's going on in outer space, and try to connect it to who we are and our past. So I think that as a people, as a whole world, really needs to come to a place where we accept that we are not alone in the universe, that there are others out there, and that may be actually waiting for us to grow enough as a species to become a part of a galactic community. So that is, that is where I think that my work comes into play with Humanity Unplugged. I think that we need to expand our thinking, get away from everything we think we've been taught, and open up to a point where we can become a part of a galactic community and be invited in. I think that to achieve that goal, to achieve that goal, we need to take baby steps in looking at the universe and looking at what we've already been taught and what otherworldly beings have also shared with us by way of signs, symbols, channelings, the media, books. It's my understanding that there are advanced benevolent beings that are working with planet Earth, that are trying to help us to grow and ascend and to learn how to live in peace and harmony. So in starting from just a small piece of this huge puzzle, I decided to, look very close to home and see what we've been told about the moon. People really enjoy hearing about the moon, and the information that I will cover today is taken from 2 books that I have out there, Moon Mysteries, and a new one that's coming out titled The Moon's Galactic History. And I've tried to look at the research and tie in the moon and our history outside of what the science is telling us, but in other aspects that we may be affected by it. So anyway, excuse me, I'm going to do some reading straight from my books because I actually write sometimes a little better than I can articulate this information, and it's just so much. So the theme that I have for the moon today is what is the moon and where did it come from? And so I would like to start by saying that the moon, many people have heard this information, but the moon is different. It's an enigma. It's an anomaly. The ancients viewed the moon as a luminous orb to brighten the night sky and act as a beacon in the darkness. Some cultures even worshipped it as a god. Excuse me a moment. I'm already losing my voice. Okay, so when the telescope was invented, people took to studying the moon, of course. They mapped the moon, and they learned very early on, right after the creation of the telescope, that the moon is very similar looking to the Earth. It has mountains and valleys. They thought that it had seas, but they were wrong about that, but they looked like seas. But since the very beginning, they have been seeing movement on the moon. They've been seeing lights on the moon, and they've been aware that the moon is a very vibrant, active place. So at one point, around the time, for a couple of 100 years after the telescope was invented, it was considered a science that the moon was inhabited. It was a very common belief. They felt that they had enough evidence to know that there were lunar inhabitants. But as time went on, our science in the mid 1900s told us that there was no way anything or anyone could ever live on the moon, and all of these prior men who had done the research were mistaken. So they thought they had it covered. The moon became this giant dead rock in the sky. And that was that. That's what I was taught as a child. That's what many of the children are still taught today, of course. But the moon has become such an unimportant figure that you don't even hear much about the moon at all, where it came from, or, why is it there, except for you hear about, how it affects the tides. That's what I always hear. The moon is affecting the tides. So when they started looking for life in outer space, when SETI came along and others, they went around the moon. They've been looking past the moon, interestingly enough, because they're so convinced that it's dead. But what makes the moon so different is that, its strange behavior, which I'll get into. Our scientists did make an attempt early on to try to explain the origin of the moon. After they just decided it's a dead thing, they kind of left it alone because they couldn't prove anything. But they had several theories: the capture theory, the giant impact theory, the double big whack theory, the co-creation theory, the fission theory. The one that we know most, or hear about the most, is the giant impact theory. All of these, the scientists discounted, and now there's just no answer to where the moon came from, how it started, and they seemed, again, to, in my opinion, to just ignore it and have given it up. So I did do some research on what NASA is saying about the moon, and this is what their website says. They did not commit to anything. The most that they said about the most accepted theory, the giant impact theory, they said recent computer models indicate that the moon could have been formed from the debris resulting from the Earth being struck a glancing blow by a planetary body about the size of Mars. Again, they were very non-committal, and that is the end of it. That is the end of their statement. The last I heard, they're still, independent people are still running their theories and they're doing a little research, but NASA seems to be convinced that, it's not worth it anymore. But, I'm a person that believes that, I meet people that say, oh, we never went to the moon, but I am an advocate that, we went to the moon. And one of my favorite quotes came from William Hartman, who is a planetary scientist. And he wrote in his book, Origin of the Moon, neither the Apollo astronauts, the lunar vehicle, nor all the king's horses and all the king's men could assemble enough data to explain the circumstances of the moon's birth. They just don't know where it came from. And you would think by now they would have come to at least one conclusion that they would agree to. Well, why can't they? That's the question. They spent all of this money and time and effort in research, in science, and in moon landings, only to come up empty-handed. So there has to be a reason why they can't figure it out. And perhaps, if you want my opinion, maybe they know, and they're just not sharing it because the information is just too profound for the general public, they may feel. So if we go back in our own history, you may be surprised to learn that there are writings that talk about a time in Earth's history where there was no moon in the sky. It was a pre-lunar Earth. So I wrote about a portion of this in my book, and there are several Greek philosophers who talked about it. And I'm just going to read you a little portion of my book so I can be a little more clear. I said, let us return to the beginning, to a period in Earth's history when it is said there was no moon in the sky. According to ancient writings, oral tales, and myths from various civilizations, there was a time when only Venus shined in the night sky. It was an age of a pre-lunar Earth, a time before man had the phases of the moon to tell the seasons, days, and years. It was a period unlike you and I could ever have imagined. According to writings of several Greek philosophers, there was a group of people that lived during this pre-lunar Earth period, and they are named the Arcadians. Later, as time progressed, they changed the name to Proselines, which means those that lived before the moon. This was a primitive time when humans were said to have been barbaric, uncultured, and wild. The Arcadians are believed to have existed before the ancient kingdoms of Mesopotamia and Egypt, which existed at the beginning of mankind's history. Mesopotamia and Egypt were there at the cradle of civilization, of course, which would make the Arcadians extremely ancient, going even further back than mankind's records allow us to remember. In other words, there was a time that we do not find in our history books, except for one very interesting point. This era was mentioned in several writings by well-respected philosophers. Now, there are several philosophers, and because of the time, period that we have here, it's not very long. I will just read you some of the quotes that they wrote about this period. Plutarch said that there were Akkadians, the so-called lunar people, in his writings. Apollonius of Rhodos wrote of an era in Earth's past where he said, when not all the orbs were yet in the heavens, only of the Akkadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Giordano Bruno wrote, there are those who believe that there was a time when the moon, which was believed to be younger than the sun, was not created. The Akkadians are believed to have been in existence before the moon. Now, the person that I think made it very clear and brought it home was the philosopher Ovid, who mentions a time when the earth was devoid of the moon. And he elaborated, giving us a glimpse into the lives of the Akkadians, which I felt were fascinating. So if you and I can just go back and imagine what life would have been like before there was a moon, what people would have been like walking the earth at that time with no moon. So Ovid said the Akkadians are said to have possessed their the Akkadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Jove. Jove is the god Jupiter, and their race is older than the moon. They lived like beasts, lives spent to no purpose. The common people were crude as yet without arts. They built houses from leafy branches, grass were their crops, water scooped in their palms was nectar to them. No bull panted yoked to the curved plowshare. No soil was under the command of the farmer. Horses were not used, all carried their own burdens. The sheep went about, still clothed in their wool. People lived in the open and went nude and were accustomed to downpours from rain-filled winds. To this day, the priests recall the memory of old customs and testify to those ancient ways. So, Ovid's description is so detailed, so precise, that we can easily imagine that time without a moon where humans were uncultured and feral. So, some people say that, okay, this can't be real. It couldn't have been a time without a moon. Of course, there was a moon, but I don't believe that the philosophers were lying. I don't believe they were playing a joke or a hoax. And these philosophers are people that we learn so much from, and that we integrated their teachings into our lives even now. And I would also like to add that the Bible also mentions, interestingly enough, a time before there was a moon. At Job, in the Old Testament, Job 25:5 states, the grandeur of the Lord, who makes peace in the heights, is praised, and the time is mentioned before there was a moon, and it did not shine. Also, Psalms 72:5 states, thou wast feared since the time of the sun, and before the time of the moon, and generations of generations. So I find that to be very telling. The Mayans also have an ancestral tale that talks about no moon. The Colombians do, the Tibetans do. The Tibetans have a story that they started, the Colombians, one of their stories begins by saying, in the earliest times when the moon was not yet in the heavens. So we do have, and I'm looking for more stories, everybody, so if anyone has heard anything, let me know. I would love to add it to my collection here. But so there was a time, according to our history, or according to great old men of old, that there was no moon in the sky. Could this be why the scientists can't explain things? Because the moon is something other than they imagined? When they sent astronauts to the moon, it is said that, it is true that the soil and the rock samples were not what they expected. The soil and the rock samples included elements I wanted to say metals, but I'm going to say elements that were so strong. They're not found on Earth, and they're found on Earth in tiny, tiny quantities, not enough, not anywhere near what the moon has. And this was unexpected, and they were shocked, and they said that if they were going to create a ship, a human-made ship, that they wanted it to be safe from bombardment of bombs and heat and all of these things. This is what they would have used to have made the ships. So they were pretty much in shock when they came across this information about the moon. They don't know what it is. Bottom line, if they don't know what it is, and they don't know where it came from, and they're not going to write that in a paper, they're going to keep guessing, and they're going to keep feeding us their theories. But I think that we are beyond the point where we just want theories, we want more concrete information, and why can't they find it? Anyway, so I, being the cosmic person that I am, I'm a big fan of Star Trek, and I envision a Star Trek future. So I came across this quote, if any of you are Trekkies out there, this very interesting quote by the character Data, who I thought applied to this scenario. Data said in one of the episodes, "The beginning of wisdom is, I do not know. I do not know what that is." And that, I believe, is where we are. When we look at the moon, we don't have any answers. We have all heard the story that the moon rang like a bell. Well, if the story is true, I mean, we didn't actually sound like a bell, but it reverberated for several. In the first case, it was a couple of hours. In one of the cases, it was up to 3 days. It was many hours. And the astronauts came out, the scientists came out when this first happened, and they were shocked. And they had a press conference, and they were asked about this, what happened, and they said they do not know what it is, but it seemed to them, and this came from the NASA scientists, it seemed to them that the moon is hollow. So with that said, they never committed to the moon being hollow, but they insinuated it, and they have never gotten back to us on it. They will not talk about that today, even though I frankly just posted a quote where the Apollo 16 astronauts, I believe it was Apollo 16, that had also rammed their ascent stage into the moon, and ground control was saying to them, guys, that bomb or that ascent stage that you ran into the moon, the moon is vibrating a little bit. And this was like the third time it happened. It's kind of shaking. So I thought that was interesting. I put that up on my Moon Mysteries page, that, we did hear them saying that to the astronauts. And so the thought is that the moon is hollow. And so if the moon is not, now they're saying that also that since the moon is hollow, that the moon cannot be natural, that a natural satellite, can't be. So two scientists in 1979 out of the Soviet Union, they worked for the Soviet government, and their names were Alexander Shoberkov and Michael Vassin. And they had looked at NASA's information, and they put forward their theory regarding the moon's origin. They came up with their own, and it was astounding. Many of us have heard it by now. It's all over the place. But they stated that our moon, as I just said, is not a natural satellite, but an enormous spaceship. As crazy as that may sound to people, they said it is an enormous spaceship created by extraterrestrials that had highly advanced technology. They came to this idea, like I said, from the data from the Apollo moon missions after looking at it all. They presented their findings in Sputnik magazine in an article titled, "Is the Moon the Creation of Alien Intelligence?" Now, these two guys put their reputations on the line with this material, but they said it was the only explanation for not being able to understand the origin of the moon reverberating, the moon being hollow, and what it was, made up of. They also looked at the rocks. And so I'm just going to read from my book again. I said, from their research, the two concluded that it is very likely that the moon is an ancient spaceship that traversed the universe and ended up in Earth's orbit. They surmise that the moon is a planetoid that was hollowed out eons ago somewhere outside of our universe. They believed that these advanced beings used large devices to construct a massive spacecraft. They proposed that the moon's originators used equipment to dissolve stone, which created huge cavities in the interior of the moon. Once this was accomplished by the ETs, they believed that this enormous craft was navigated across the universe and positioned directly and perfectly into Earth's orbit. The scientists were quoted as saying, "It is more likely that what we have here is a very ancient spaceship, the interior of which was filled with fuel for the engines, materials and appliances for repair work, navigation instruments, observation equipment, and all manner of machinery. In other words, everything necessary to enable this caravel of the universe to serve as a Noah's Ark of intelligence, perhaps even as a home of a whole civilization with the idea of a prolonged existence in long wanderings through space." So from that time on, the spaceship moon theory was born. Some people really embraced it. It has become a consideration for how our moon came to be among moon enthusiasts, ufologists, and researchers. The Soviet scientists' idea that the moon is an ancient spacecraft created outside of our universe by ETs is about as outside of the box as one can get in determining the origins of the moon. And interestingly, the two seem to agree with that way of thinking, because they said, abandoning the traditional paths of common sense, we have plunged into what may at first seem to be an unbridled and irresponsible fantasy. However, the two believe that the moon being a spaceship answered many of the baffling questions associated with it. So I decided in my book to kind of look at the different scenarios that would be behind an idea for extraterrestrials wanting to create such a ship. Excuse me. First, they're all hypothetical. Some of these have been tossed around by researchers and ufologists. I can't talk today, I'm sorry. By ufologists and others. So why would beings create this huge craft, if indeed if it is one? One of the ideas is that of an escape ship. It has been theorized that our moon could be a spaceship that is filled with an extraterrestrial civilization. And I can, as I said, speak better by just reading you what I wrote. It's very interesting. The first hypothetical spaceship moon scenarios can be likened to Noah's Ark. If the moon really is a gigantic spaceship, we can only imagine the reasons that a race of beings would embark on a project of such a grand scale. Our moon, now, on such a grand scale, as it takes light years to traverse the universe, it could very well be that they were trying to avoid a disaster. Our moon could just be a life-saving spaceship where extraterrestrials escaped a dangerous situation on their home world and literally fled for their lives. We can only speculate what type of disaster, but certainly one large enough to cause them to build a ship to escape, such as a sun-going supernova. And we can imagine that it was not a quick ending. They may have known for a long period of time of a pending disaster, and thus were able to build what we are now calling a spaceship of epic proportions. Now, some people will say, that's not so, that's not possible. Why would you, think that? We haven't even gotten to the point in our lives where we can prove that there are extraterrestrials out there. Most of us in this audience, I would think that, have heard the stories of extraterrestrial visitations, and we all know that, there are UFOs flying around and everything. So it is not so far a stretch for us as a young species of beings on planet Earth to have not reached the point of actually having our first contact. We're still new, but there could be others out there that have been out there for eons of time, that are very old civilizations, that have advanced technology that we could not even begin to imagine, that were, just in existence long before mankind was. So the idea that there may be a sun, it takes suns, how many, millions of years to go a supernova, the fact that there may have been a sun problem or something that caused a very old civilization to escape, if you look at it in those terms, I don't think it's that far-fetched. So it could have been an escape ship. Not only could this have been an escape ship, but this ship may have also been a generational ship, because it takes time, as we know, to traverse the universe. And it could be a place where people have lived out their lives on what they think is a world, but it's really a ship with everything they ever needed, and have died and have kept going generation-wise. So, that is a thought. It is a thing. It is a theory. Another theory is that the moon could be a city ship. A city ship is a transportable city. We see it in today's science fiction, of course. However, given that we have just covered about the origin of the moon, we should just, and we looked at the moon as an escape vehicle. The city ship is different. Even though we believe that a city ship is inhabited, it is different than an escape vehicle. I asked, could it be that the moon itself is an enormous spherical city ship created by an extraterrestrial race? A city ship would essentially be a traveling world. In this scenario, the inhabitants of this ship are not fleeing, but are purposely traveling the universe. In recent years, with the advancement of telescopes and cameras, people have captured astonishing videos of the moon. Several of them reveal what appears to be circular-shaped objects flying across the moon and entering and exiting large chasms. It appears that the moon is harboring small spacecraft inside it. Are these explorers? Are they scientists? Are they using their place in Earth's orbit as a holding spot for their largest ship, which is the moon, while the smaller ones travel the galaxy? There are those that claim they have witnessed water being extracted from rivers and other large bodies on Earth. Could it be that there are beings on the moon that are using some of Earth's resources? Might they one day decide to navigate this potential great ship into another solar system once they are done with ours? Anyway, I asked those questions, and I'm hoping that people will think outside of the box and think about these things in terms of our moon not being natural. Another hypothesis is the Garden of Eden hypothesis, which means that the moon was transported into Earth's orbit by, again, of course, advanced beings, and to support Earth and all creatures on it. These beings would have had the aim to create a global paradise here where life would flourish. In this scenario, we consider whether they brought seeds of plant and animal life from their original home world and deposited them on Earth. Some researchers believe that the Earth was partially terraformed. Others maintain that humans did not originate here. Still others believe that humans are a hybrid race that are a combination of primates and extraterrestrials. There is a blood type in some humans that scientists cannot explain, which is Rh negative. Could there be a connection to that? Could some of the populace in a spaceship moon scenario have come to Earth, lived among us, and bred with humans? There are tales of certain religions and myths around the world that speak of such unions, referring variously to these beings as angels and gods. Is this who we really are, the descendants from a race of beings who thousands of years ago mixed with humans? We can only speculate if we are their offspring, and if this is where our origins began. Could they be us? And I would like to just say, I don't remember if I wrote this in my book, but I would like to say, if that is the scenario, and they came here, and they did help to assist humanity, are they still there watching over humanity? Are they watching our progress? If there are hybrid children here, are they watching to see how things are going? The moon is a mechanism. One theory states that the moon is some sort of mechanism or piece of equipment that is used by extraterrestrials to monitor Earth and other areas of the solar system and report back to higher beings that are seeking this information. The beings believed to be on the moon may be the keepers of this information and the caretakers of the moon. Sources state that the moon is filled with technology to collect this information and has been done so for millions of years. It is thought that at some point there were beings that became aware of the Earth and sent in this large piece of equipment to engage in what can only be called a lookout station for what is going on with Earth and her inhabitants. This same group of beings is more than likely overseeing other areas outside of Earth, and other beings and worlds as well. Excuse me. I think for many people, that is one of the most common thoughts when it comes to the hollow moon, that there are beings that are simply using the moon as a base for observation. The other scenarios that I gave are considered and are not, necessarily so far-fetched, considering we have stories of, like, for example, Admiral Byrd, who was one of the people that was well respected during his day. He was a pilot, he was a captain, and he swears that he flew into a hollow earth and saw a city and had conversations with other beings that lived here, that started on top of Earth and that we don't know. So it's not such a new, precisely a new idea about there being a hollow moon with a civilization. But when people are looking at this idea and they're open-minded to it, a lot of them think it's a base. So my last scenario that I gave in my book, this hypothesis is called, a space station. Some have likened the moon to a space station. They often liken it to Star Wars, the Star Wars movie in which the character Obi-Wan Kenobi utters, "That's no moon, that's a space station." This mega structure is again believed to be a gigantic artificial satellite designed to remain in orbit around Earth for a long, possibly indefinite period. A space station is generally thought to include workstations and a living environment. The station would be divided into separate compartments, rooms, or small houses. It would include life-sustaining facilities, again, and able to support a self-contained community. So the moon has some very interesting anomalies located on the surface. By now, there are people who have heard this information, and so for some it's very new. But it looks like there was once an ancient city on the moon. Now, we've talked about the idea of there being beings inside of the moon, but at one point, there may have also been someone living on the outside of the moon. We don't know if it's both, and it could be, but there's definitely some strange things located on the surface. So I wrote, was there once an ancient city on the moon? Is there a city on the moon today? Some lunar researchers believe the answer to both of those questions are a resounding yes. If there are lunar inhabitants, then they seem to have been on the moon from the beginning. No matter if they were in a spaceship moon or if the moon was seeded by extraterrestrials that located the moon and started life there, it appears that they have always existed. Whoever it was lived there a long time ago and may still be there now. There is a theory that there could have been a time when the moon had an atmosphere and water. No matter how implausible that may seem or not, we have no idea how an extraterrestrial species would have been able to exist on the moon, on the outside. However, something or someone did, and whoever they were may have had an important earthly connection. There are some stories in Earth's past where Earth did have an ancient connection to the moon. We have stories from the Sanskrit script writings that talks about how humans could fly, that humans in ancient times had aerial technology. And when people read this or that they hear this, they think that we're talking about mythology. They think that we're talking about gods being created in our minds that were associated with some kind of spacecraft and flew around, which is not the case, because the ancient Hindi writings talk about spacecraft in great detail. They go into the size of the craft, the energy that the craft ran on. They go in great detail, which again I put in my book. They go into great detail. It wasn't just mythology. They gave us the outlines or the blueprints to these vehicles, and it said that they would travel to the moon and that they could travel out of space and come back. So if there's any truth in those stories, and there are stories from many different cultures that talk about the ancients having aerial technology. Now, either we forgot it, lost it, or it's been covered up, but they said they had it. And if they could reach the moon, could there have been a possibility that there was a city built on the inside and the outside, and they could go back and forth? Now, okay, there's no oxygen on the moon, but I have come across a scientist who said there could have been a time for about 3 billion years where the moon could have actually had people living on the outside. It could have had an atmosphere. Now, they could have been the outside, the inside, or both, as in maybe today, which I hope I have time to get into. So they have located, so yeah, I wanted to go back to, they had aerial technology, the history says, whether or not you believe it. And also there is the story of Atlantis. Atlantis, which I believe was real. Plato said it was real, even though there are people who argue that. That's not what he said. He said it was real. And Atlantis, that story was said, in that story they were so advanced that they were said to be able to fly. And there is one legend that says that the moon was a part of the kingdom of Atlantis and that they could go back and forth. What's really interesting is that most of the structures, and they have found structures, in case I didn't say that, they found structures up there. Many of them, or most of them, seem to have been blown to bits. You've got partial walls and, partial terraces and partial areas where it looked like, was part of the building and columns and things up there. Some of these were seen in NASA photos, and there's also pyramids and obelisks and some other monoliths up there. So somebody was there, somebody was doing something, but it looks like also from looking at those ruins that there was a war, that there may have been a war. There is some evidence of the craters looking like they came from atomic bombs, which if you look on Earth, we have craters that were, said to be formed in ancient times that look like atomic bomb craters before we ever created the bomb. They're saying that this exists, and there are places, cities within the jungles of South America where you can go that are ancient, that are overgrown, and it looks like these areas were bombed too. So I wonder if we had aerial technology, were they flying, back and forth, and was there some kind of cosmic war? And I would just like to bring Mars into this because there is some indication. If anybody has seen some of the photos that have come back, it looks like things were blown up there too. I don't see yet any columns or walls, but I have seen things that were not natural, that look like pieces in shards of things. So was there a cosmic war? There are scientists. Was there a war over the dominion, maybe of the moon, or vice versa? There are scientists today that are baffled by what they say may be a cosmic war going on in the outreaches of space. They're saying they're seeing these explosions and they're not making any sense. I think they've documented about I don't know how many, hundreds of them. I want to say 800, but I'm not 100% sure. But they've been documenting these explosions, and they said it looks like somebody is fighting out there. So if you believe in extraterrestrials and that, they're advanced beings, could there be a cosmic war out there? And as out there that may be going on, could something have happened here in our ancient past with the moon and Earth? Here's a quote from Ivan Terence Sanderson. He's a researcher and author. He was very famous. And he said, many phenomena observed on the lunar surface appear to have been devised by intelligent beings. In her book, ETs Are on the Moon and Mars, author C.L. Turnich explains what the astronauts witnessed while on the moon. She states, in the winter of the 1974 issue of UFO Report, an analysis was made of astronaut voice tapes. These tapes revealed the startling observations of the perplexed spacemen upon seeing what appeared to them to be unusual and unnatural formations resembling the ruins of a dead civilization. So researchers have spent a lot of time examining these images of the Apollo missions and those from Clementine, and they're saying numerous objects were discovered in the photographs that they allege were ruins and artifacts. As I said, some were partial and some complete. Ruins purportedly found on the moon include monuments, partially destroyed walls, complex geometric shaped constructions, structures, pyramids, obelisks, monoliths, terraces, tunnels, and other objects that do not appear to be there by natural geological means. So I asked in my book, hoping people would think about this a little bit, what does this imply for our history and our life today? Does it affect us? I said it may, because there's a chance that the ruins on the moon may be directly connected to Earth. We may be galactically and historically tied to the moon beyond what the moon does for Earth and nature. Additional objects discovered in the images included roads, pipelines, domed craters, spaceships, rows of buildings, a plane-shaped UFO, a cigar-shaped UFO, a landing pad, satellite dish, and perhaps others that we do not even recognize as structures because they may be alien structures. In fact, former NASA expert geologist Farouk El-Bass stated, this was a guy who trained the Apollo astronauts, what to look for in geology. He said, "We may be looking at artifacts from extraterrestrial visitors without recognizing them." So certainly there may be artifacts placed there by lunar inhabitants that we have no idea of what they are. But what I find also very interesting in this connection of a possible ancient moon-earth connection and the structures and cities is that some of them have similar themes or similar design. I've seen pictures of NASA photos where there were pyramids in them, and it just looked like, one of the pyramids of Giza in them. There were some very famous photos of obelisks that were located in the late 1960s, and they call them, you can say I should say cuspids, the Blair cuspids, and there were several of them next to each other, and they looked like the Washington Monument. There are several photographs with this type of design from the ancients, which is one reason why I think there may be a connection. Also, if you're wondering how could they have aerial technology and we didn't know about it, how could there have been atomic bombs in the ancient past and we didn't know about it? Do you know that there are theories where it is thought humans started over more than one time in our growth and in our advancement, in our technology, in our science because of some cataclysmic disaster that affected Earth. And it was interesting going back to Atlantis just for a second in Plato's writings. The way that the Atlantean story came to be, according to Plato, he had a relative that had traveled to Egypt all those many years ago. This relative had traveled to Egypt 9,000 years before Plato was born. And Plato had this manuscript about Atlantis, but his relatives that went to Egypt had gotten this information, this manuscript, from the Egyptians 9,000 years prior to Plato. And they were saying, they were laughing at the relative, I think the name was Solon, and they were saying, "You think you know everything? You Greeks think you know everything. You don't know anything about your history. You don't know anything because it was all destroyed. There have been worldwide catastrophes that have killed people, and we just happen to be in a place where our library is located." And at that time, of course, the writings were on columns, and they were untouched. So we have this old information. And so that story, the story with Plato and Atlantis, is said to have come 9,000 years before even Plato was born. And again, if you do the research on Plato, he said that this is true. So if you can tie all of that in, there may have been a time where we had ancient aerial technology, that we had reached the point of traveling to the stars, traveling to the moon, and then we lost it. So, yeah. What I find interesting too is not very long ago, I watched a movie directed by George Clooney, and he also starred in it, and it's called The Midnight Sky. And in the midnight sky, there are astronauts from Earth in space, and a calamity hit Earth, and the astronauts are stuck out there. And I don't want to give the ending away, but I will say that that rang a bell with me when I saw the movie, because could there, along this line of thinking, could there have been a time where we reached aerial technology, maybe even more than one time, we reached the moon and something hit Earth and these guys got stuck out there? Could they have gotten stuck on the moon? Apparently, it's not so far-fetched. We're finding a lot of times that our science fiction mirrors our lives. I'd like to just get into that for a second too, because what I'm telling you about the moon may seem, so fantastical, but I told you I'm a Star Trek person, and I learned a few years back, I was guided to some information about Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry. For those of you who don't know anything about him, he created the series and he worked on scripts for the shows. But Gene Roddenberry had heard about channeling sessions with beings from outer space. This does happen. It is happening now. There are advanced beings that are trying to reach us and give us information. Excuse me. So he sat in with an interest in these sessions. And what he learned is that according to what was being said, there are beings in ships around Earth. These ships have beings from different otherworldly civilizations that have come together to work, and they are traveling the universe. And some of them are on a mission to help. Some of them are on a mission to learn. Some are scientific vessels, the ones help. And they were under the idea that we were going to blow ourselves up with the atomic bomb. And they wanted to come in here and kind of prevent that. But my point is the whole idea for for Star Trek came from Gene Roddenberry, and it could well be that what we are looking at as science fiction may well be information that, interestingly enough, came from advanced beings that are trying to prepare us for the future. I believe Gene Roddenberry had that experience, and he was a person that was given information, and he was trying to prepare us for the future. Interestingly enough, one of my favorite episodes, and I didn't really put two and two together immediately, but I remembered this. There was a episode in Star Trek, the original series from the 60s, where there was an asteroid traveling throughout the universe, and they were going to hit one of the Confederation planets, and the Star Trek team had to intercept them and prevent this asteroid from hitting. Well, what happened is the Star Trek captain, Kirk and Spock, beamed over, and they were on this asteroid, and they immediately came across structures sitting atop of this asteroid, and then there was an elevator down into the interior, and they learned that there was a civilization there that had left in a hurry and was being traversing the universe to get to another place. And to me, Gene Roddenberry came up with that idea, and that's very much where we are with our theory about the moon. And I wonder if Roddenberry actually had some insight as to what's going on with the moon.
I'm going to tell you something, Constance. You've been watching Picard because you called it the Confederation as opposed to the Federation. So I know you've been watching Picard because that was the last episode. I know it. You have, right? Tell me you have. You have to be watching the new Star Trek.
Yes.
Oh, God. I caught you. No, so fascinating. I love Star Trek myself. I was never, what's funny is I was always a Star Wars guy. Always. Didn't get into Star Trek until maybe a year ago. And then I went crazy, watched all of them. And they're so simplistic. And now I'm glad I waited to watch it because I can see the esoteric meaning behind a lot of what they're talking about, and the old ones and in the next generation. There's a lot of symbolism there. And, we were talking about the moon a little bit earlier. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. I can't remember. There's so many days now. It was today?
I think it was day before yesterday, because I had said hello and you guys immediately went, oh, the moon.
Right. And we were talking about, there's certain spots on the moon that look like that they're not naturally formed. They come on hard right angles and long tubular type of, one looks like a cannon. There's another one that looks like a satellite dish. And we were also talking about some of the craters, and that the potentiality for that to be a hatch of some sort or some way to facilitate or get to the inside of the moon. And even, you said that this is a base, this is a migrating base that essentially is the new home planet for refugee style, aliens or extraterrestrials. And I resonate with that so much, because we hear a lot of different writings from ancient times that talk about there was no moon, or the polar, we see maps that have Antarctica as an actual continent, but not ice. And that would be indicative of possibly a polar shift, which could have happened before the moon was here. And, the congruency of the moon to Earth is sort of like our consciousness is the moon, and then our body is Earth, right? And that's the avatar to the consciousness. And I see a correlation between that two. And it's what you've done here is just an incredible amount of work. And I so appreciate your ability to put the symbolism into context for us. So you've done a hell of a job here, especially with the books and this presentation. So I just wanted to come in and tell you that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a labor of love.
Isn't it always, right? It's just you have to love it to really do it to that extent. And you have given so many different dynamics of potentiality that if you had to pick one of the things that you were talking about, one of the different subjects that the moon could possibly be, what would be the one you're leaning to the most?
Oh gosh. I there's so much of that in my new book that I couldn't get into. I talked about the planets being seeded. I talked about different kinds of beings. I go into names of possible ET races being on the moon. I think that there are beings living inside the moon, and they may have they came in with the moon. I do believe the moon was brought in. I believe there are beings inside the moon, and that there is a civilization in there. And then, like I said in my book, I've given some ideas of who they may be. I believe it is a spaceship moon, basically. Yes.
I am with you 100%. I really think that there's something going on the moon that we're not privy to. And a lot of the work that I've seen is when missiles hit the moon, it rang like a bell for 3 days, rang vibrantly in a way that they could measure the vibrational orbit of the moon, which is pretty indicative of a metal interior as opposed to a solid interior, because the sounds or the vibration wouldn't resonate in the same way. So I think you're spot on with that. And go ahead,
Rob. These are things that I don't know if people want us, the powers that be, want us to really know yet. I don't know why there's not more study in it, why there's not more information out there. I mean, my research, I did the research, I got the information, but nobody's really talking about it. We talk about it, all right? The researchers and ufologists talk about it, but I'm not hearing anything about it in the mainstream. And there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of people who come forward. If I can say really quickly, there was one man by the name of Christopher Kraft, and I call him the smoking gun because he worked very closely with the Apollo 11 mission. And when he left NASA, he made a statement, and he said when the astronauts first landing on the moon, they saw some ships out there. That story that we've heard is not mythology. And this was a well-respected person. So there's something going on. They know it. Some people have slipped and said it. Some people have come out and said it, but nobody's talking about it. I'm ready to write a book that says the moon is inhabited and nobody cares.
It's so true. It's so true. We have a question here. It says, does the moon have a link with gold mining and extraction from Earth? Michael Tellinger from South of Africa talks about something along this line.
Wow. Yeah. Michael Tellinger, I think, is the expert on that. But I can tell you that one of the races that I have in my book, and many people know about these guys, they're the Anunnaki. Anunnaki are said to have come either in with the moon or found the moon and adopted the moon. Most believe they came in with it, are still there now, and that the reason that they came in was to mine the earth for gold. And that they, the Sumerian tale says that humans were created by the Anunnaki for this purpose. I kind of have linked the first man, Adam, to the moon in my book. That maybe it is, maybe humans were actually created there first and then placed here. But the idea was for us to mine the moon because the Anunnaki's home world was in need of this gold, native gold for, I think, their atmosphere to, for their planet. And interestingly, I've heard, and I'm still trying to get more information on this. I've heard that there's gold missing on Earth that they can't understand where it is. Have you heard that?
I haven't heard that. No.
This was news for me, just like it was news for me that water, people see ships taking water. I've heard the gold has disappeared. It's like, and then somebody said, okay, yeah, the Anunnaki are still there and they're putting gold on the other side, on the dark side of the moon.
Maybe. Taking it to the far side of the moon where we can't see it, you mean?
Right.
Quite possibly. Maybe that's where they're all hiding. Who knows?
Right. I found one source on that, and I'm trying to find more information and kind of investigate that. But that's where that connection started, I think.
That's wild. Constance, I just want to say thank you again. We're out of time right now, and you always brighten up these events with your information. It's incredible what you do. Don't stop, sister, because you are onto something so powerful. And if there's anything we could do to help you, you let us know. And we love you to death. We'll see you around probably at the next conference as well, because you're always a presenter at all these conferences we do, especially the big ones. So we thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege for sure.
Thank you for your work too, Rob.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We'll see you soon, Constance.
Okay, take care now. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Oh, Stone, I brought you in by accident. You're unmuted. You're muted.
I said wrong person, but that's all right. I really loved her presentation, what she was saying, how, there were so many areas there. I'm definitely going to find my way to her channel and have a korero, which is chat with her. So
she always knocks it out of the park, but we're about to bring in somebody who on the last event knocked me out of commission for like a day and a half with his ability to redirect the energies in my body. He took some negatives that were there for my gut and my head, and he immersed them out of my body. And it's been wild since that point. But, I'm going to bring in Jerome real quick, because Jerome is the guy who did this to me. He said to me, you're going to feel tired. Your stomach's going to hurt. And everything you said to me the next day, Jerome, was spot on. I felt like my head was so heavy on my shoulders that I could barely, we had another day of conference to do. And I'm like, you guys got this? But for a while after that, I felt energy, just a tremendous amount of energy. So whatever you did worked. And I'm really happy to see you, but I'm not going to go through that experiment again. I'm telling you that right now. We have others who can take that mantle on this time. I don't want to be the bear, the guinea pig this time, but I love you to death. Jerome Calver, you are incredible. The work you do is amazing. And I just wanted to introduce you.
First of all, can you hear me properly, all of you?
Yes.
So happy.
You can come up. You can if you can come up a little bit. Yes,
Yeah.
but
Okay. Doing my best.
better, much better.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you good with that? Please give me that pleasure of looking at this part here. How would it sound if I come from this place?
It's a little echoey, but it's a lot more robust. I'll tell you that. Try again. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay,
Let me tell
I
you.
keep talking. We have options. There's 3 options.
You sounds good now. You sound good.
4 options. Well, thank you for having me. Most of it. Omar, you did an incredible job. I guess there was a team behind you. I want to thank Stephen, Evan, Rob, Greg. I'm sure he's somewhere around snoozing.
Greg is MIA today. We're waiting for Greg. I don't know if he woke up yet, but we're waiting for Greg.
It could be. He's fulfilling a void. Well, he's filling up a void by fulfilling a value.
Jerome, what did you do to Greg? Is that why he's not here right now? What did you do to Greg?
No.
Tell me.
Okay. All right. Let's make it simple. Whoever Greg was at the time I met him, he was just a ball of energy. Yeah. Greg had a lifestyle which was forged around conditioning from different people, different source of information. So it's people, it's TV, it's news, it's Facebook, it's podcasts, it's speakers, it's geniuses, people who put some things together for the community or for humanity. He's a disruptor because he loves asking questions that are embarrassing, even when they are MFs. But at least they're teaching people to see the tolerance, but to see the border between a serious question and a mindfuck, basically, where you get lost with this mind. At the end of the day, if we start with the mind, it's very simple. The mind is only an instrument. Let's stop making it us. It's there to make us up. Along the path of what our heart says, our spirit says, our soul guides us for. That's only an instrument. So when I met with Greg and I looked at this instrument, I realized that not only he had a mind, but he had satellites. Another word, a mind within a mind, just to self-preserve what he feels good about and move away from what he doesn't like.
To step away from the uncomfortable.
Yet he's in his corporate job, hasn't moved completely out yet. Even if he has the idea, he's always finding an obstacle to stay in. Hi, Greg. We'll talk later. So he was just the person he was. And this is it. From the day I started researching, started practicing on myself with this man who was coming up with a beautiful discipline, a beautiful method that I've taken on and implemented other sources of information, which created this method that allows me to get to the root cause of an issue, dissolve the energy behind it that stops you to reach the desired outcome. Simple. And I love doing it with people who actually build businesses. Why? Because they have leverage, because they care for the community. Because of the power of this tool, today I love working with people who don't know much about this tool, but know that there is an invaluable power behind it for the purpose of their own growth and expansion. Now, Greg is still in a period of development for himself, growth when it comes to vocation, and getting to expansion as soon as he will have his first business, which he has, but he's giving it for free. So he's more into altruism than narcissism. He's more into giving than receiving.
He was trying. I think that he was trying to establish a name under the guise of that business, but giving it away free for so long, it becomes expected, right? And you have to kind of cut that line and say, here's a taste, there's your free sample, but for the rest of it, you got to come back. And he wasn't doing that. And you're right.
So basically, there's some doing, but there's as well as the purpose, the reason, the thought, the cause, the intention behind it. Is you all aligned with it? So putting this way, what we can, the experience that you had, Rob, is very similar to anyone else. The thing is, I picked on something that would be substantial enough for you to experience it and describe it with the level of awareness that you have. I could have just cleared a simple issue, a simple glitch, something like, oh, Jérôme, I'm lost, I'm a bit low energy. No, I don't go there. If you're low energy, there's a million tons of things. So I go on the top of the million of tons, the one which is safe and healthy to dissolve, to wipe off the system. For the body to get back into its natural element of being organically developing, growing, and expanding. And I'm not going to go into the undeniability of the perspective that I present in this method, because it's undeniable and it's not to discuss. But it's going into a situation where there is something which the mind says, I believe, I don't believe. Is it true? Is it untrue? Is it right? Is it false? We have always that battle of complement opposite. Is it? Is it? Is it? Is not. When we come from the place of, hold on a second, as an observer, stepping out and saying, oh, I'm feeling something here. Oh, yeah? What are you doing? What is your mind into at the present? Oh, my mind is into my girlfriend. All right, you're at work. How can you be at two places at once? So this mind at the moment is reflected in your work. So at the end of the day, what it makes us the way we are, and we become the way we become by taking control over the mind, part of it. But most of it, by realizing that the mind is only an instrument and over everything else, that consciousness is there to make us dance.
Yeah.
With that.
Absolutely.
That's what it is. Call it God, energy, I mean not to label anything, I just call it energy. Why energy? Because there's nothing else than energy. And here's the power behind the tool which made you experience something different, is I dived into the depth of a source of energy with a blockage where there's an energy store that has information that I can release very quickly along the line of the natural process of growth, which is exactly the same as the natural process of healing, and dissolve it, not dissolve it, unblock it, let it go. The body is a self-healing mechanism. It's going to heal it. When I say healing, I'm not saying a wound and it's going to heal because you cut yourself. No, I'm talking healing depth, deeper level of healing, spiritual, soul level, heart level. Body is only the vehicle. It's the physiological response that's saying, oh, we're saying, oh, we're tired. Oh, just need a nap. Oh, I'm tired. I need a spirit. Oh, I'm tired. I've got a headache. At the end of the day, there's a story going on. The ability to recognize what the story is as opposed to what we believe it to be, or others makes us believe. Finding an observer, becoming that observer, and being able to, within a breath, releasing a blockage. Now, what I do is I push through. I'm a little bit of a wizard. I'm going to turn into atomic level, going to the root cause, the source code of you, and finding out if it's safe and healthy. And see if it's safe and healthy. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to touch. There's only the person talking about a story that they are making up on the conscious level, which didn't exist, doesn't exist, but got inspired from someone who got scared, like TV, newspaper, Facebook. It doesn't come from the heart and the spirit of that person. So here it is. The magic is in true resetting the person where they belong by nature. And I say it out loud today compared to before. I was seeing that woo-woo look like most of us. We were woo-woo. Today, we're not so woo-woo. Today, when someone says, I'm nauseous, I've got a headache, I've got this, I got that, I make them take a deep breath by connecting within 15 seconds, and boom, it's gone. So let's be real. There is something worthy to learn, something worthy to value. So before we value the information outside, as long as we take them as an information to get some creativity, let's dive into the creativity, find your own information, see what you are guided towards. Follow your heart, not only your mind, but your heart, your spirit, your intuition from within. Now, Omar mentioned to me, hey, there's two reality coming up. Yeah, that's right. There's some people who believe who have a certain level of awareness, consciousness, and believe whatever they believe. And there's another category of people. These two categories of people today are somehow, for some reason, are being challenged a different way. Some are being not pushed, but pulled towards alignment, accessing of having the ability to access the upgrade of the universe that are happening at the present, and absorb the download, integrate the download, and those who ask questions and still can't break through. These two categories of people does reflect the level of consciousness that they have had along their life, whether it's now or before. Whoever they are now, they may, when you mentioned we lift off we lift some weight off your body by doing this session, right? That heaviness you had, you didn't realize that you had it up until the moment we release it. Those people are maybe aware consciously that there is something happening. They feel the nausea, they feel the headache, but everyone does, so it's normal. No, it's not. Well, yes, it is, but it's okay. The point is we have the choice at that moment to be aware of, oh, hang on a second, this is happening in such a way that I think it's worthy looking at it. And that's the lesson we have at the present. Wake up. Not only speak it, but make sure that you validate when there's a change, when there's a transformation, when there's when you realize that you've been somehow in some ways on a certain path in your life that is not the one you meant to be, in a way. If we go to the ultimate purpose of being, and this is the lesson we're learning here from what's happening above us. I'm not going to go too much in details because we already know this power, this energy, this flares. Yes, resonance, Schumann's resonance is talking to us even when there's a blackout. Interesting. The process of growth and evolution will always be the same. Here we have the opportunity to learn at the speed of light, like really fast. Within week 1 to week 2, we go from cleansing negative energy to positive energy over humanity and the globe, to then erase, and then we start again with another wave, and it's increasing. The more it increases, the more I love it, the more I feel lighter. It's healing us without even us knowing it. For most of us, we are being healed. We are climbing the ladder of consciousness for free. If we listen, if we follow our heart, and if we talk with people, finding support from outside who speaks the language of what is versus what it's believed to be. Greg has moved forward, he's back on his path. There's voids that he had hidden that today he wants to fulfill, he wants to fill up. So he wants to fulfill the value of romantic love. So that podcast is affected. And 3 months ago, I was still in this Airbnb looking for a place. Where am I to go? I still was looking for some, I was still caring for my clients. And I found this place like unbelievable. Within 48 hours, I had a yes. And everything which goes with it to get this beautiful place. When I didn't know where to go. There is some power and some energy coming from above. And I'm just an emissary. An extension of it. We are at the present in our life, no matter what conditioning we have had over the past and go back generations, okay? At the end of the day, this conscious person there, just you, me, them, we all the same, it's me, we're the one talking here. Every single day, we sleep, we wake up, we're being physically active, we're being nutritionally active, we eat, we want more energy, second source. And third one, we're doing what we love and love what we do, putting the spirit into it. In order for all that to happen, we use maybe the brain, the instrument there. We knock on the door, we open the laptop, we key the dinner. Here the recipe, boom. I mean to say, today it's so obvious, the power of healing, of manifesting the reality we may only have dreamed of is at the doorstep. Now, and this is powerful for me. This is the message today. Wake up, self-awareness. The two reality, some people will make it, some people won't. The one who won't make it, they won't see the one making it. But the one making it will only have compassion, love, forbearance, forgiveness for what it is. I can't read the future, but there's one thing I cannot emphasize enough, is to remember the fundamentals. For every life event, we respond a certain way. That is all related to what we've been connected with, what we've learned and think about, what we see, sense, feel, talk about and feel. The sum of all of it will create the reality. The energy to create this reality will be emerging from there, will be triggered from this one up there. So make sure that this one is clean. And I would go, what does it need by nature? Well, cutting it short, EFAs, food, specific EFAs to make it work better, meditation, rest, connection, appreciation, love, gratitude. Boom, I'm caring for this one. I know what I've got to do now. Second part, the spirit, what is being free spirit as opposed to whatever I am? Well, am I free spirit, Jerome? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I cannot say I'm not anymore. I am. I do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, wherever I want. Can we all claim this today? Because up there, they can't wait for us to have that attitude, that behavior, that presence. Open up the heart for what is and change the programming of this one, lighting it up, getting rid of the dust. So here we go. I would like to present very quickly, I don't know how much time I've got left, but I'd like to present this model.
Homie, you got 45 minutes, bro.
All up.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good on time. 45 minutes.
Yeah, cool. So what I'd like to present and what I'd like to give away is this 3-step framework that I use for all my clients, absolutely all my clients. Whether it's this lady I met lately, a single mom who was suicidal because a brother did it a few months back, thank you, COVID. And a month later, she says, for the first time, I want to stay on the planet in years. The conditioning was rough, hard, and this, all of us, for me in the past it was too. But here was the magic part of it. That lady that I attracted was not by accident. There was a lesson for me to learn, and the lesson is there. In order to respond to what I ask for, my intention is to follow up with what's happening up there. Never miss a day. I lately aligned with the upgrades from the universe and the downloads, which I was not, and many people were not. In a sudden, this morning, I got up, I was going like, holy shit, it's such a beautiful day today. And that was this simple change of perception. After a month, this lady felt much better, of course. She is catching up with what is happening up above us without even knowing it. She has a gift she didn't know. Coming from a low social class, she was surrounded by people who kept keeping her low. Yet, as soon as I speak with her, within minutes, I realize, hold on, you were top of the class. She goes, yeah, coming back here. Let's look at things the way they are. She wrote in the sand 3 keywords: connected, loved, oneness, and healing. When I saw that, I went, hang on a second, connected, spiritual, loved, the heart, healing, the body, life is. There's no mind there. There's just the what is. I knew that this woman had power, but was restricted, was suppressed. It was suppressed by dad, or fool, mom doing her best, the boyfriends, and beyond that, She was so low energy, she was susceptible to be affected by any dirt, any darkness. And here I was. Here's the lesson. I dive into this darkness. I was taken into some extreme emotional trauma, spiritually based, was facing demons, was facing zombies walking past me, got choked twice on the bed. What was the lesson? And within the dream, the first one, I was a bit freaked out. Afterwards, it was just a laugh. And as soon as I was breathing, watching the laugh, watching those faces, they were disseminating, liberating dust, gone. How's that for power? Everyone has it. How did I get there? How do I get to pass it on to others? It's by following this little model that I'm about to present to you now. For every event in life, there is a response. You heard me saying that, which create the reality. So life event, belief, system is what we use to respond, equal what we call reality. Well, now when I meet with people, I said, what is the one you want here? Which one do you want? What do you want? Okay, what have you got? What have you got in order to make it happen? So we list all the resources. We look at the values, which is the drive. We look the way we respond. It has to be positive and or negative. At the end of the day, we want to neutralize. So we don't have any more positive, happy, or negative sad. We don't have any more mean and kind. We don't have any more cruel, but we have them all. The point is we have control over all of them, the positive and the negative. But when we neutralize, we become the observer. We're not anymore affected by whatever the events we're facing while we're trying to create this reality. We look at what is necessary. Let's say here we want, what is the end here? I want romantic love. Tiens, Greg, I'm thinking of you. So what do I need to do? Well, shave, maybe, because there's visual people, feeling people, women, and auditory people. So I shave. I'm going to look at how I present. I'm going to look at how I want to feel. I choose. It's the choice. This is the choice. We're here for choice. How I feel, how I present, and I'm going to pick a space and a time. Okay. As soon as he gives me this recipe, I look at here. Is it neutralized? No, there's some infatuation. A bit of a headache at the wrong place. So we got to calm down, come back to composure, peace, calm. My question to you is, in order to succeed and manifest in this reality, what is the most important to happen? Number one, valuing romantic love. Valuing romantic love. Because if he goes, I'm going on a date with this woman, I say, oh yeah, what's the purpose? Oh, just a chat. But I thought you were going to go for romantic love. Oh yeah, it's romantic love. Yeah, it's romantic love. I say, well, what the first thing we would like to do with that? Oh, we're going to go for a walk or something. Oh yeah, cool. And what are you going to talk about? Oh man, I don't know, man. Well, hold on. How about we start to think about, if you have a woman, what do you value? How does she present? Oh, she's beautiful. She's this. She's Miss Universe. Okay, cool. So if she's Miss Universe, you better look good, shave. You better feel good at how you look. You better be in the present. You better pick a space which is worth Miss Universe and spend the time without limit. We neutralize all your things there, and you will have romantic love with this woman. As long as, number one, you value romantic love. Maybe you value women too. Maybe you value romance itself. Maybe you value whatever we need to align with. Second thing is energy, the what, the resources. In order, can you see me properly? No, you can't. I'm going to move it a little bit further. There you go. Second thing is energy. Well, I tell you what, if I'm 1 to 10 on my, if I only have a little bit of battery in my phone, I'm not going to go far. A little bit of fuel in my car, I'm not going to go far. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to, which means rest to restore, and I'm going to do some exercise so I look good. Body posture, that's for the body. I'm going to eat properly, right? So what does the body need by nature? Not what Channel 9 is showing on TV. So eat healthily. What is healthily? What does the body recognize? So nutrition is important, of course. Again, it's for the body. And then we have doing what we love. Activity. Yes, activity. Do your synapses. Have a look at what you, for whatever reality you want to create. Remember, what is the value that you attach to it? Is it going to take you where you want to be? Do you have the energy as soon as you think about, as soon as you speak about, as soon as you get inspired about? Does it get you energy, or does it drop you on your knees? Eating healthily, well, that's about discipline, I would say. And remember, as soon as we put the food in the mouth, as soon as we swallow it, we don't have control anymore about it. We only have control up until we put it on the tongue, in the mouth. So before we go for what the senses on the tongue makes us feel sweet, let's look at what the body needs, because there's sugar even in vegetables. We're not talking the same sweetness here, do we? Maybe we're missing some in life, definitely. And then the third thing is to look at those activities that we have using this body. What do we do on a spiritual level, on a mental level, on a vocational level, on a love level, on a rewarding level, on a social level, and on a physical health level? Our spirit will be reflected physically. So you see me right now on cam, not really, but you're going to in a minute. I reflect 61 years of life. And the spirit you're hearing, yeah, it's really French. It's like no preparation. I'm freaking loving big in a moment. Second one, mental knowledge. It's wealth of knowledge. It's what I've been interested by, things that have driven me, got inspired with. So in the mental, what did I do? What did I put in there? I did programs like Jose Silva Mind Control, NLP. I put my feet and my ears and my eyes in many things, and I just dissected and extracted the essence of all of it, which is this 3-step framework that allows the body to grow and evolve, and the mind and the spirit, as well as heal when it's not growing and evolving. The process is the same. Mentally would be reflected socially. We are in a social environment. I'm sharing with you wealth of knowledge, things that I've bathed in for 27, 8, something, 95. I leave it up to you. 27. And then vocation, our voice, our contribution. What is it worth? In the physical form, it's going to appear in the form of dollar or gratitude. Or I give you a carrot, you give me a zucchini. You with me? There's an exchange. The two will always appear. This is our life. This is where everything, this is where everything, no. This is where we can put things in order to create that reality that we want. In this case, was romantic love. My whiteboard could have been a little bit bigger. So, the two reality, what? Well, one is low consciousness, unfortunately, and I'm sorry, we can't hide it. Low consciousness means low social classes, where they got stuck into the darkness, because we need the both, and we need dark and light. We need peace. We need war. We need war to have peace. We need dark to have light. And we will always have the two. Our lesson is to live with both. And honestly, even the dark, I'm nearly saying, like maybe cocky for some of you, it's full of female. It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. I see Voldemort and Harry Potter Harry Potter kicking the ass to Voldemort. It's happening today around the planet. Humanity has been put in hand into a Voldemort. Today it's changing hands. And Voldemort doesn't have power. He hates spirit and he hates love. So whoever spiritually comes and affects you, you give them some free spirit and you give them some true love. I swear, the darkness melts away. They don't want to know about you. Make sure you don't sleep on the spot. Huh? That night, really could be chopped. But that was fun. Darkness is an illusion. It's deeply rooted energies where we dark into depression when we've been bathing with dark people. If we want to grow and evolve and emancipate, let's learn from the one who've done it. There's masters out there. We are in a moment of history of the humanity, which is important. And this could be the biggest information that I could give, most important information that I could share. Make sure for everything you are and everything you do, you value it. It's going to give you something. More inspiration, more intention, more creativity, more purpose, stronger belief, some visions, some sensation coming from nowhere. Gee, at the moment, it's a real synopsis. It's a smorgasbord of energies at the moment. One moment, I'm going to get goosebumps everywhere. Another moment, I'm going to be folded in half and feel my nauseous, I feel nauseous, and I connect with it. And thank you up there, but this one was tough. And boom, releasing it back to the present. Whatever it is that you are or wants to be, come. Whatever it is you do, make sure you value it and it's aligned with what's happening in the evolution, in your own evolution. I'm doing this work today. My program has changed. I'm taking people on another level. I'm not anymore clearing little energies, little emotions, a fear, a low self-esteem, a resentment, a grief. That's a simple breath. I'm taking people to where they belong. Some of you know it, but haven't been affected yet. Yeah, soon you will feel it a little bit more. If you're around, I give you a bit of a boost and make sure that it's integrating with love rather than whatever. Let me give you an example. I'm in New South Wales. I'm coming back from Victoria, Sydney, Brisbane, 3 states. Victoria for 5 years. Now, decide to go to New South Wales. COVID happens. I landed here in this after driving 15 hours. I looked at my intention book. The picture of the beach was in my book. Stay here a year and a half. Go Northern Rivers. That's what I wanted. New South Wales, Malam, Steve, Evan, I love you guys. That was the place where I wanted to be. I went up there. Ballina, Lismore, Federal, Lennox Head, the whole circle. I love it. Something was saying, no, Jerome, it's not there. Why it's not? That's the place you want to be. Jerome, what is the value? Well-being. Yeah, you know that, but why is it a no then? Something was beyond me, giving me some clarity. I just couldn't get it. When I came back here, 300 k's away, I decided to let go and said to myself, okay, what's most convenient? What's most valuable? What is the most simple thing that I could be doing in order for me to move on? I had enough of the Airbnb. It's simple. It's to stay where I am. I looked at everything, all my value list: peace, calm, COVID-free, fresh spirit, headland, the ocean, 10,000 people only, healing. I don't need a car, I got my bike, and cares for my body when I pedal going down to the beach, which takes me only 5 minutes, and come back, which takes me 12, 15 minutes, because it's all going up, and I live on the top of the hill. That's the value: fitness, health, fitness, being here. No more bullshit with the floods and the rain bomb and the crap coming from whoever the premiers and the states. I found my little nest. I care for what's most important for me to grow and evolve. Space, time, energy. And I got plenty. And I've grown and I've expanded, taking clients from 6, 7, 8 to 9 figures. We sign up clients from going to 8 to 9 figures. You would say to me, what the fuck is the purpose? The purpose is this guy is providing for a whole community. Tens of thousands of people service is putting into place. He has a reason. He has a value to drive him. He goes from 8 to 9 figures, not to spend around Tahiti with a cocktail and his beautiful girlfriend around him. It's because he's got a reason. He's got a cause bigger than himself, an unstoppable drive, and wants to leave a legacy. What is going to take you to taking on everything happening in your life for you to go and to be where you want to be? It's a choice. Did I speak? Pardon? Am I online?
Yeah, you're doing great, brother. We're all mesmerized by what you're saying. I got this. I'm going to get Jerome to talk about this because this is
okay.
Cool. How about wrong one? Jerome, brother, tell me more about this right here. Tell me about this more about the 7-week training that people can sign up for to raise their awareness and make themselves better.
Yeah, okay. Basically, catharsis is the method that I apply. Basic here. It's here. It's in this framework here. And how we go to this is by using this model. So I basically, to make it very simple, I'm going to look at your values, what drives you. Yeah, we're going to look at your values, what drives you, what makes you the person, what drives you no matter what. Okay, another word, right now I'm with you, and you know how much I love this work. Crap, nothing can, the phone is off. Some people can beg at the door. I don't give a damn. I really don't. I'm late for a meeting. I don't care. I'm here now. That's way more important than anything else. Everything can be taken, you know when you're in your highest value, everything can be taken away from me. My love and my wisdom will always be with me. I could always be duplicating and putting my ideas or my inspiration together, no matter what. So there we go. The 7 weeks program is actually one part is a theory where we giving you the information of what is value system, what is manifestation process, and it would present a model, and then a magic pieces which are called the Wheel of Wealth, where we're taking you through the 7 areas of your life and do an evaluation from what you are at compared to what you want to be at. So let's say if you come to me and you say, Jerome, I love this idea, this perspective of the organic process of growth. Okay, I can understand what you're saying, but I don't really see how it looks and what is it for me to do eventually to go back on my natural path, because I'm the person I am, but I don't know what it is to be on my personal path. The very first thing we do is what's most important to you. It's your drive. It's what makes you live your life and live the experience, and in such a way that you're neutral, you are in love. When you're in a state of love, the heart, the soul is evolving, is learning from it. It's evolving. The soul will never stop to evolve, no matter what. Okay, the heart is leading it. And it's funny because even the ego somehow, in some ways, has a bit of a role, is there to help and challenge the others. Anyway, so we look at your values, and you may say to me, no, Jerome, this is not important to me. Like I said to my mom not long ago, Mom, you've been a mom all your life. Your business is gone. What do you do now? What do you value? Painting, drawing. There you go, Mom. Instead of spending your time at changing nappies, now you're going to be drawing and painting. She's back in it, and she's happy. She's glowing. She's shining. People see her and says, what do you do? She doesn't even know. But what do you do? She does what she loves. Give me 10Ks running, jogging. I'm not going to say yes, otherwise I sacrifice. Why? Because I hate it. But if you say, grab your rollerblade, we're going for 10Ks jogging, I take my rollerblade and I make you run. I do what I love. So guys, do what you love. Value. Look at what's important to you. What is most important to you when you are something. I'm not a chef anymore. I am the person I am at the present. I used to be a chef and I loved it. But I changed. My value has changed. What's happening around the planet is creating a crisis in the value system of people. So whatever they got used to do, habit, routine, and so on, is changing if it was not true to them. Or they're feeling some heaviness in doing it, and they don't know why. Oh, it's always easy. I've done it for 20 years. It's easy. But suddenly I can't do it anymore. But you've been lying to you for 20 years.
And more than 20 years, right?
And I love jogging. What makes you love jogging? They say it on TV. Bitch, look at you. You got the body of what do you call? Of a star, of a dancer. What are you doing here? You should be on the stage at the Melbourne Opera at the ballet. And another one comes up and says, I want to be a world champion, heavyweight world champion. Can you bring me back on now? I look at him, I said, dude, you look 5'2". You look so lightweight. You'd rather be on a bodyboard and do the world championship. It's got to make sense. It's got to be logic. We can't fit the wheel of a truck on a car. Look at your car. Make sure it fits all together. Look at yourself in the mirror. You don't look like the way you look. Let's do something about it. What can change the shape of my body on the physical level? 3 sources of energy. Physical, exercise, physical, exercise, rest, food, and doing what you love, loving what you do. Oh, really? Yeah, that's it. Man, I've never wanted to do what I love. But now you know why you don't do what you love, and you look the way you look. And it's not negotiable with what's happening, because the energy from above is leading us towards it. Or we do something or we don't.
Yeah.
And the third one, the order. So you have 7 areas of life. Some people love to be spiritual. Maybe it's a bypass. Who knows? Other people love their money. Like this client going from 8 to 9 figures, you can imagine that money is important to him. But not only money, family, the community, the wealth of knowledge he has accumulated, the gratitude he has for himself to have broken through on a spiritual level, emotional level, mental level, all the crap he had to go through in order to go from a business in the red at 2.4 mil value to today is like 70 mil.
Yeah.
Why nothing happened by accident? He wanted it. I make sure that he wanted it for truth. On the conscious level, he wanted it. On the subconscious level, there was crap. We got rid of them.
My beautiful golden wizard, we got about 5 minutes. So why don't you tell our audience where they can find you and how they can, where they can follow you and take your programs that you're offering before we bring our next speaker on.
It's already over. I'm sad. I'm loving every one of you guys.
This hour went by so fast.
It is when we do what we love.
So
Time
fast.
compressed.
Yeah, I have to bring you back, and we have to continue on this upload after this conference, and do an in-depth talk. Maybe we'll bring Rob and Greg in, and we can work on them. Work on me too.
It's Rob. It's Rob. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. So, guys, if people want to find me, they can find you, they can find Rob, they can find Greg, they can find many of you on this list there. One of you has me on Facebook, Jean Calva. Catharsis is the name of the program. It means the ability to, I can't remember the key word. I would spoil it if I was making it up. But catharsis is it's the moment of the change. It's the moment when you go from the pain to the pleasure. Yeah, the moment you shift, you pivot from the moment from pain to pleasure. So another word, the beauty is we carry so much pain we don't even know we have it. We only know that we had it when we bring the pleasure. Another one, when you neutralize the force of the negative and empower the positive, then the energy flows at its most highest speed. This is the word. Find me, jeromecalvar.com. Find me on Facebook. If it means to be, you'll find me no matter what.
Thank you very much, my brother, my golden wizard. I appreciate it because that's what you are. You're a golden wizard. I appreciate your words. Your wisdom is so depth. It is so deep, and I appreciate it. And I love you. And you're invaluable to this conference because what you talked about now. Do what you love what you do. The timeline that we're going into, that's what we need to do, right? We can't be slaves to someone or to something. So we need to create that our own reality. And then your lecture and your method, especially the present time alignment, it's just incredible to help.
Take seconds. Take seconds. Shift one perception.
So thank you, my brother.
Most welcome.
The Golden Wizard. Thank you very much, guys. Go to jeromecalvar.com and let me bring this other one up. Let me actually show you guys this really quickly again. This is the 7-week program that Jerome was just giving us an upload on. And you guys can go to, where's the website? There it is. You guys can go here. If you just scroll up just a little bit in the comments, you will find it. And go there, check it out. And I went there, and you can book a meeting with Jerome and have a one-on-one consultation with him to find out where you're at and where you stand and work with Jerome. So definitely do that, and also subscribe to his YouTube channel, because what you just saw here is just literally just not even, it's a scratch, tip of the iceberg. So, incredible, Jerome. I love you, brother, and looking forward to our next time, our next date. And that's it, my brother. Give us words of wisdom, and then we'll bring Leanne on for a quick stretch. And then we will do Barry Eaton. And Barry Eaton's going to talk about past lives and things like that.
Well, the words of wisdom, which would be the one of, yeah. Okay, it's funny, at the present I've been putting things on Connecting the Dot Facebook group in relation to it. And words of wisdom. Learn to listen to the unheard. Start to feel the unfelt. And look where you don't see. There's a mystery somehow, but there's a beautiful discovery. Worth diving into who we are for truth. We don't have the choice, it's happening. I'm so grateful. It's like having a master coming over and saying, hey, we take over now. don't worry, you work hard, now have a rest. We're going to care for the others. And it's like a listing of people saying, what's happening to me? What's happening to me? Well, and here I am with spirit saying, hey guys, would you slow down a little bit? Yeah, I just, I got to hang on to it. It's tough, but it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. It's on a planet of, we are very lucky, very, very lucky. Let's be grateful for everything we have and what's coming up without knowing what it is. Thank you.
How do I do this? Oh yeah, there it is.
Omar, I'm very, very grateful. Very grateful for Paul. Very grateful for the stone habit of earth fire. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Truly, I truly appreciate it. As I said, this is an invaluable upload that you just gave us, which is going to really help mold the new timeline that we are all trying to create, and also to remember where we came from, not only in this lifetime, but from other lifetimes as well, and how we can apply that wisdom in this time and space and in this present to manifest what we're all working towards as a collective and as a one unit with the same outlook and the same vision. So it's incredibly important what you just gave us, and really you followed in through with what Ray Davis was teaching us earlier with affirmations and creating intentions and how to hold those intentions. So it's worked out really beautifully, and thank you, my homie. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, look, the affirmation is so good. He's got such a great energy. I feel like catching up with him and having myself one. But just imagine this, and you have the vision of that situation, of that event, of your life, and you feel the value of it. What all the benefits, so everything is going to give you for yourself and others, and you start to feel that neutral but beautiful warmth in your chest. You are in love to manifest that reality.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. I could sit here and listen to you for hours and hours and hours because you're such a wise person. So with that said, thank you, my brother, the Golden Wizard. I will talk to you here really quickly. I love you so much, my man. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
greatly appreciate it.
Merci, Omar.
And guys, this next segment is brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallace. I always wanted to say that. He is one of the sponsors of this event, Humanity Unplugged. And thank you very, very much to Paul Wallace for sponsoring this event and really helping us out. And so here's his website. It's the Echoes of Eden is out on Kindle right now, and it's available for paperback on May the 1st. And if you'd like to order your pre-copy, go to paulanthonywallace.com and put in your order and get this book. It's an entire series, actually, as you can see on the screen. The Scars of Eden, the Escaping from Eden, and now the Echoes of Eden. Just wonderful books, and I'm just about done the second one and looking forward to almost finished this Echoes of Eden, and looking forward to having a discussion with Paul about this. And with that being said, I'm going to bring on my homies from down south from Australia, Stephen and Evan Strong, who are organizers and sponsors of this event. So thank you very much, guys, for being here. I appreciate it. And I'll let you guys take control here, and let's get an upload from Barry Eaton.
Right, taking control. That's the contradiction in terms. Right now, later on, I'm going to do some readings from a book, and I'll have to do it, and I'll have to wear my glasses because Evan's ear, one of his ears, isn't working well, is it?
It's
out of control.
Yeah.
So anyway, look, apart from the our own personal medical problems, we'll get back to Barry. And Barry's very interested in astrology, and I've got to be honest. To begin with, astrology for me was very much, I tried to do an introduction for Valerie, didn't I?
Yeah.
Astrology for me was very much in the same field as channeling. And I'm going to be very honest about this. One of the best guides towards real science is somebody who's a scientist who says I'm wrong. And if that being the case, then I think we're very good. We're wrong a lot. Now, primarily, I've got to be honest, I first met Barry probably 40 years ago. But he didn't meet me because he was in the news. He was actually news reader for the ABC, and he went all over Australia. And I got to know his voice, which I would kill for.
Such a good voice.
Oh, God, fair income. I'm stuck with mine, and he's got his. It's not fair. And that comes down to what I'm going to talk about here. I first saw Barry live talking about astrology. And I thought to myself, yeah, I've read about that when I was a kid, and I'm Capricorn, and all Capricorns are winning the lottery today, and I don't think that really works. I got to be very honest. I was more set in my ways than I was with channeling, where I thought channeling maybe I could be true. There might be someone who's genuine. I honestly thought that all astrology, when you divide the world into 12 groups and say all of 1/12 of the world are like this, I just couldn't see it. But as it turns out, once again, I was wrong. And Barry, along with somebody else, and Barry wants me to discuss some of this with him, and I'm going to, along with someone else, convinced me that astrology is actually a very strict form of science that has much more to it than I even began to understand. And I think we've made this point before. We do use prophecies, and there's two types of prophecies. There's personal ones and there's group ones. And of course we use the Hopi, and we've made that clear many times. We're fessed up to that. But I've got to be honest, there's also a couple of prophets that I take a lot of notice of that don't belong to a tribe and don't belong to any such group. And one that stands out is Edgar Cayce. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find out later that when Edgar Cayce made his first predictions, it freaked him out. And there were two things that really knocked him around and his family around for a long time. One was a belief in reincarnation, and the second one is the all-pervading effect astrology has on both us individually and the whole of humanity. And later on today, when I talk to Barry, I'm going to read some readings from Edgar Cayce that covers both those things. I'm now fully behind astrology, something I didn't believe actually was a real thing. I honestly had this issue as a kid, and as I said before, I just couldn't fathom how 1/12 of the world can have one personality and have one set of circumstances affect them only. It turns out it's true. And the best way to start this process is to have a talk with Barry. And he'll explain to you why he came from being very much a bastion of mainstream, isn't it? Reading the ABC News, mate, that's number one for being really mainstream and being part of that. And then to go to the other side of the equation, but he's still reading the truth. Although I'm not so sure the news today is the truth anymore. When Barry was doing it, it was meant to be report what happened. Now it's actually, this is the answer. This is what happened. We selected bits for you. So that's different. Yeah. I'm going back to the time when things were different. And Barry was telling the truth as far as he knew about the news. But I can tell you this, prophecy is real. The prophecy of astrology is just as real as the prophecy of the Hopi. So we're going to cross to Barry now, I hope. Is that what's going to happen?
Yes.
Oh, God, I hope so. Yeah, and further on, if Barry's still game enough, he might want to spend some time with me, and we're going to discuss a few things. And particularly, I've got this little book from Edgar Cayce. It was only a week ago, my wife was reading sections of this. There's the book. And every time I thought, my God, that's all about Barry. And now I get where he's coming from. It took me a long time. Barry put me on the path and made me question the whole thing and make me start to think there was something there. But now I'm committed. If Cayce says it's true and it's a fundamental part of all of his prophecies. He made this clear at the start. And as I said, it really worried both him and his family. These two things, astrology and reincarnation, they can't be right. They kept thinking this is the devil's tools. But now we know it's not. It's the opposite. And if we understand this, we get closer to our Creator. So over to you, Barry. My apologies for not believing in what you were talking about to begin with, but don't worry.
But he does now.
I do now. Yeah. Once again, I made a mistake, and I'm proud to fess up to it.
Oh, right. So am I on now? Oh, great.
Okay. Oh, yes, you are.
Don't beat yourself up, Steve, because I agree with you. 1/12 of the population is not Capricorns. I was born under the sign of Cancer, so I'm not 1/12 either. No, that's just the beginning. That's the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. It goes deep. I got my diploma of astrology back in 1991, 31 years ago, and I'm still learning. It's such a huge, deep study. And it's not just 3 lines in a women's magazine or a newspaper. No. It's a form of psychology. And I help people, I counsel people using it now and help them to understand themselves and to be able to help themselves. I'm not going to tell them what to do, but that's what it's all about, helping people to help themselves and understand why they're here. Okay, so that gets around to what I'm going to talk about today. And earlier on, it was sort of mentioned that, Barry's going to talk about past lives. Well, that's just sort of, once again, a little tiny tip there. What I want to start off with is the fact that here we are now in this fantastic global conference. And to start off with, it's equinox, under the title of equinox. Now, equinox, when you translate it from the Latin, means equal day and night, or equal night there. So the equinox time, which is actually the 21st of March, is when daylight and nighttime are equally balanced. So we have this wonderful balance in life. And that is when the seasons change. That is when the vernal equinox in the northern hemisphere becomes spring and the southern hemisphere becomes autumn. But oh no, the authorities and the media and all those other people don't, no, that doesn't happen. Spring actually happens along with autumn in the south hemisphere on the 1st of March. Rubbish. That's what we learn because people tell us, people who are supposed to give us the facts, don't worry about the facts. It's much easier. Much easier just say, yeah, let's start off on the 1st of March and the 1st of December. Yep, don't worry about it. Well, to me, that is endemic of what is going on in the world today. It's far easier to just believe something that somebody tells you who is supposedly an authority. Don't think for yourself. Don't check the facts. And if somebody does, like me, turn around and says, this is when it happened, that's too much trouble. No, can't do that. So there we are. That is just a little lead in. I was thinking about this as I was getting ready for today's chat. So then we go across to the other part of the whole conference, Humanity Unplugged. What a wonderful description of what is going on in the world. Now, I'm not going to go down into all the depths of all the stuff that we've been going through because we all know it. We all know what's going on. Whether you see the media, read the media, whether you believe the media, whether you want to do your own research, whether you, like me, try to find as much as possible from all sources before I make thoughts and decisions on what I wish to be able to embrace. Humanity has become unplugged. There is no doubt about it. And we don't have this balance that the equinox is bringing us right now with the theme of this conference. We are way out of balance. We're in the middle of a huge divide. Humanity is divided down the middle. Have a look at all the countries of the world. You have a look at their elections, right down the middle. Half the time the balance of power with is 1 or 2 or 3 people. And we've got an election coming up. I'm not going to politics, don't worry. Politics I find totally out of my realm these days. But this is what's happening because with these beliefs of, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, you're wrong, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're spreading misinformation, so how dare you disagree with me? In other words, how dare you think? How dare you make any kind of assumption that you might be able to know something because I know it all. It doesn't matter whether I'm a bureaucrat, a politician, a medical person, or running a huge company, or a multi-billionaire. I know it all. You don't know anything. Just sit back and I'll tell you when spring comes. I'll tell you when autumn's here. Right, so how do we get over this? How do we get through this whole area of total uncertainty and this feeling of, where am I going? What am I doing? I'm being controlled. I'm full of fear because everybody's telling me I'm either going to die from some weird thing, or I'm going to be maybe invaded by another country, or a flood, or a fire, or a drought, or something is going to come in and kill me and take everything away from me. The word fear has just become so widespread right through the world. Now, when I do my consultations, I talk about fear because we all come in, and this is where I want to bring the first of the thoughts about karma in. We all come into each lifetime with a karmic fear that we have brought back with us to be able to work with and hopefully conquer. But we'll work with it in many different ways. Now, every time I talk to any of my people that I'm doing consultations for, and I mention the fear, because I'm able to analyze it through astrology, so it's not just 1/12, is it, Steve? No, astrology will tell you all sorts of things, and this is something as well. The influence, the karmic influence, and the wounds that you've brought back to be treated as karma in this lifetime. And this is where we really start to need to come back down to our individual areas, because we can't, as a collective, move on until each one of us as an individual is actually working to the best that we possibly can. And that is what I'm wanting to talk with you about today. Now, there's a wonderful guy called Silver Birch. Now, I don't know whether you've all heard of him. I'm sure most of you would have. Silver Birch is channeled. He's a very high spirit. And from what I understand, he is the spokes spirit. I've got one of those myself from when I channeled, when I had some channeling done for my Afterlife trilogy of books, which I've written. And Silver Birch has brought back some amazing information for us from the other side. He's released many books, and one of them, a quote here I've got, when he talks about fear. And there are so many Silver Birch quotes that we can actually get so much out of this guy. He's wonderful. Okay, let me read it for you. Fear, a definition by Silver Birch. Fear is the worst enemy of mankind. Fear is corrosive. Fear saps, drains, vanquishes reason, overwhelms, keeps away the very power that would enable you to conquer every difficulty. Fear disturbs, prevents harmony, stops attunement, causes wavering and doubt. Banish fear. Those who have the knowledge should be tranquil, serene, confident, impossible to be disturbed. Now, if that doesn't summarize what's going on in the world about the fear which has been created outside of ourselves, yeah, sure, but we have allowed ourselves to be subject. So I've checked up, and most people know this acronym for fear, F-E-A-R, is a false evidence appearing real. And think back to many of the fears you've had in your life. How many of them, when you look back and think, oh, whatever happened to that? Yeah, must have been sort of all over the place when I was thinking that was going to be the fear that my relationship was going to break up, the fear that I was going to be sacked, the fear that people wouldn't like me, the fear that I'm not good enough, all of those. And that's the last one, the fear that I'm not good enough. Now, that is very much a karmic issue. Now, one of the other things that I turned up the other day when I was getting a few thoughts together is the rules for being human. Now, probably you've seen this before in many cases, but it was handed down from the ancient Sanskrit. And I'm going to read it out because every time I read it myself, and I mightn't see it for a year or two, I think, oh, yeah, gee, that really applies. So let me read it out for you. The rules for being human. 1, you will receive a body. You may like it or not, but it will be yours for the entire period round. 2, you will learn lessons. You're enrolled in a full-time informal school called life. Every day in this school, you will have the opportunity to learn lessons. You may like the lessons or think them irrelevant and stupid. How many times have we done that? 3, there are no mistakes, only lessons. Growth is a process of trial and error, experimentation. The failed experiments are as much part of the process as the experiment that ultimately works. And how many great inventions in life have failed and failed and failed again. 4, a lesson is repeated until it's learned. A lesson will be presented to you in various forms till you've learned it, then you go on to the next lesson. 5, learning lessons does not end. There's no part of life that doesn't contain its lessons. If you're alive, there are lessons to be learned. 6, there is no better than here. When you're there has become here, you'll simply obtain another there that will again look better than here. Have a think about it. 7, others are merely mirrors of you. You cannot love or hate something about another person unless it reflects to you something that you love or hate about yourself. Now, psychologists have picked that one up and worked with it pretty well. 8, what you make of your life is up to you. You have all the tools and resources you need. What you do with them is up to you. The choice is yours. 9, the answers lie inside you. Now, this is the key as far as I'm concerned. The answers to life's questions lie inside you. All you need to do is look, listen, and trust. That sums it all up. But the problem is we don't look, listen, and trust. We don't look inside ourselves. We look for answers outside. Oh, quick, where's my phone? I'll just find the answer to that one there, or I'll Google it, or I'll do something. I want it instantly, and I want it now. There's a wonderful quote from Shirley MacLaine in that movie, Terms of Endearment. The only problem with instant gratification is that it takes too long. And that, unfortunately, is the catch cry of so many people in the world today, particularly some of the younger generations who want everything on a platter right here, now. Why is it taking so long? But that's the way we've been sort of influenced and pushed, but it's still up to us to work out what we want. But looking inside ourselves, that's the key. Excuse me, I need something inside of myself at the moment. It's just a little bit of water. Now, when we start to look inside ourselves, that's when we can find the answers. Because if we can't find the answers immediately, and we can do this through many different ways, as you probably know, meditation, there are various courses you can do, so many different things that you can find these answers. But there are also other ways of finding out. And as Steve said at the beginning, astrology, and that's the one that I use. I transformed from pure working in show business, entertainment, radio, television. I trained as an actor in the theatre many years ago. But when I opened up to astrology, I realized this was the basis. As I said before, after 30 years, I'm still learning. But there are things that we can find out about ourselves through methods such as astrology. And this is where I've been doing many of my consultations lately. I'm also a working psychic and also in mediumistic terms. I had the opportunity to be able to open up as a medium and studied overseas, and I'm able to connect with people on the other side, connect with spirit, connect with all sorts of, and the answers, believe me, are there. They are working with us. They want us to succeed. So looking for ourselves, the most important thing is our consciousness. Now, that's a word that seems to have leapt into prominence in the last few years, consciousness. A lot of people think it's, well, if I'm conscious, that means I'm not unconscious, which means my eyes are awake and I'm probably almost on the planet. Pardon me. Consciousness, no, when you start to analyze it, take it back, do your depth of study, consciousness is essentially our soul. And when we start to go back into some of the ancient belief systems, that is exactly. And I don't go into religions. I'm not into that. I'm very much into the spiritual aspect of life. But there are some religious studies and spiritual studies that do talk about the consciousness as our soul. Consciousness is who we are. And then we get back to the basis for being here. okay, as I said before, you're given a human body when you arrive. So if you don't have a human body when you arrive, the basis is that you're arriving in some other form. You're arriving in pure energy as a soul. Vehicle for the soul is the spirit. Now, all of these have been given to me, this information, from my team on the other side. Like Silver Birch, I've only got about 100 or so people that are helping me on the other side, but it's some fantastic information that's come through. So yeah, your spirit arrives and attaches itself to the body, which is, we're not going to do an anatomy lesson here. You know where the babies come from, right? If you don't, you got a problem. Then the soul attaches itself to the body at the heart level. Now, that's the interesting thing. Think about heart and soul. So that's where the soul attaches itself initially and then moves into various parts of the body. And the soul is not the mind. Science would have us believe that when we die, the brain dies and the soul is dead. No, no, no. From what I understand, the soul comes in through the heart, attaches itself there, and then when it does leave, it moves up through the chakras and out through the crown chakra, and it does leave that way and go back to where it came from initially. Now, soul being pure energy, you can't destroy energy. Physics will tell you that. You can transmute it, but you can't destroy it. So where does the energy go? It goes back to where it came from. Where does it come from? Well, call it what you like. The world of spirit, the afterlife, heaven, paradise, over there, another dimension, lots and lots of labels, whatever works for you. But the main thing is that we come here from another energy source. And that giant source can be referred to as God or Great Spirit or many different ways as well. We are all part of this huge, huge, huge cosmic ocean of energy. And we're little drip feeds off that come in and attach ourselves from lifetime to lifetime. And on Earth, we come back here to have as many experiences as we possibly can, to make as many mistakes as we can, to learn, to grow, and evolve in our consciousness. And that is what, if I talk to people and we start to talk about this, then we start to get down into the individual side of things, where that consciousness, once it's raised, then starts to expand in its wisdom, expand in its community efforts, expand its understanding, its spirituality, and embrace a lot more. But for us to advance as a community, as a world community, we have to look at our individual consciousnesses first. And this is the interesting area. If you don't start, as I said before, if you don't start right here, where you are, yourself, who you are, understand yourself, and come to love yourself as well. So many people don't love themselves. They don't even like themselves. But by doing various things, you can understand, learn to love yourself. If you don't love yourself, maybe it's because you don't like the body you're given. Oh, well, fair enough. You can't trade it in, unfortunately. But you can make sure that next time around you can ask for a better one or a different one or whatever. But no, look, don't worry about the body. The body is the vehicle for the soul. The soul is who we really are. That is what we're expanding. That is why we're here. That is the basic reason that we come down to this third dimensional planet. It's a lovely planet, beautiful planet. We're doing our best to stuff it up, but it's a beautiful planet. But the vibrations here are so much thicker than in other dimensions that we come from. And this is our problem. We have to lower our vibrational rate to be able to come into this planet and learn. But this is where we learn the lessons. Then when we leave, we go back. That energy leaves the body, goes back to the afterlife, world of spirit, whatever, and then processes what's learned, what's hasn't been learned, what mistakes have been made, and then with the help of many other spirits on the other side, a plan is worked out how you can come back again, and you come back with your karma. Okay, that's part of the thing. Now, karma can be many different things: unresolved issues within yourself, with other people, and we do come back with an agreement, because we all start with a contract for each lifetime, an agreement. Call it agreement rather than a contract. But we come back with this agreement. This is what we set out to achieve in this lifetime. But if we don't start to look inside ourselves, how do we know? How do we know where this karma is, what it is, what we can do? Once again, sorry. I've got this little tickle in my throat. Probably I'm getting too carried away or something. I'm like, no, not really. All right, okay. So we have this consciousness that needs expanding, but we need to understand who we are. And looking at the karma and looking at what we've brought back to resolve, and then to be able to work with those people that we need to work with, this is where we start. And once we can start to and get moving on this whole area, then we can start working with other people. We can't hope to raise the consciousness of this planet. We can't hope to be able to go through a full transformation, which is what we're here for. We all agreed to come back for this, by the way, all this crap that's going on around the world. We agreed to come back and be part of it. So we're here. Make the most of it. Learn. Get inside yourself and to be able to then connect with other people. And once we can expand all this and start working in groups, groups that link other groups, countries that link other countries, and so on, we can then start to get to that stage. Science probably call it critical mass or something, but it's over and above that. We need to be able to have the influence of the group energy, and it has to be started within the individual. You can't just arrive at a sudden group. It's not like going to school and then at the end of the year you sit for a quick exam and you all graduate. No. We're all at a different stage. Every story is unique. That's why we come back to this planet. It's a teaching planet. There are many, many, many other planets, many other lifetimes. We've all had lifetimes on other planets. I work with a guy called Peter Smith. Now, Pete was the past president of the Michael Newton Institute in America. Now, many of you probably know Michael Newton, Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls, and so on, Life Between Lives. And Pete and I have worked together. He helped me on my last book, which is called Past Lives Unveiled. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes' time. But, what's wrong with my throat today? Sorry about this. It's all right. I'm quite healthy. I eat all the right foods and things. Just got a tickle.
It's okay, Barry. It's better to stay hydrated.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
Wonderful lecture so far. I love it.
Oh, great. It's not a lecture. It's a chat. And I just like to sort of communicate with people. That's what I've done all my life, to start off with in radio. And I still do radio programs. I've got a couple of podcasts I do. Mind, Body, Spirit one, and another one which I've just started recently to help raise people's levels by enjoying Showtime music.
Yeah, I was listening to you the other night. It was with Mary Rodwell. That was
great.
Yeah, great episode.
Yeah. Well, that's just my program, Radio Out There, which is to help people worldwide to be able to look beyond the mad trappings of life and the materialistic aspect of what goes on in life. So let's look at what is happening at the present stage. And on that program, which is called Radio Out There, by the way, Radio Out There, 3 words, but all joined together. You can Google me and you can find it easily. I've done a couple of programs. I mentioned Pete Smith a moment ago, and Pete and I have worked together a lot. He is fantastic with past lives. He now works with consciousness. He works with quantum consciousness. And we just keep on developing more and more and more as we start to delve into the area of consciousness. And Peter's not only a personal friend, but we have a very strong soul connection. So he's helped me and I've helped him in many an occasion. More of that shortly. But with Radio Out There, every now and then we put out a YouTube program. And one that I did last August was with Peter Smith, past president of the Newton Institute, and also Patricia Farris O'Malley, who was the former director of research. Both of them former, they just resigned in the last 6 to 12 months. But their work was there for many, many, many years. So we did this program and connected with and then they connected before the program with a group of higher spirits on the other side, really high spirits. We're not talking about, some of the people who just struggle to get back into the afterlife. No, these are really very, very advanced and brilliant higher spirits that are here to help us. And believe it or not, they are working with us at various levels. They can't interfere, but they can do all sorts of other things. And the message that came across from these higher spirits was the fact that all of this, yes, has been pre-planned. All of the stuff we're going through. It's a transitional time for humanity. We've had transitional times before, but this is a really big one. And many indigenous people around the world have been prophesizing this for many, many years now. We agreed to come here for this transition period. We agreed to be part of it. We need to understand, we need to embrace, we need to accept and work with it. And that's the most important thing. But the higher spirits were saying, yes, it had to happen because we are living, quote unquote from them, in a very shallow, materialistic world. And that is the problem. And when you think about it, that's pretty true. No, it's not pretty true. It's very true. It is a very shallow and a very materialistic world. Money, control, power, all of those things, they are the object of so many people, except those who start to go off on their consciousness growth journey, shall we put it that way. So when these higher spirits said, yes, we've all agreed to go through this, we have to move into this area, we have to also explain this to other people, because those people out there who want that instant gratification and really only carry on because they don't get it in the next 5 seconds, they are the ones that need to sort of be understood and then gradually moved away from sticking their face in their telephone all day long, smartphones, or as some people I don't call them, dumb phones. We need to be able to help them to understand that life is a lot more. I mean, I see people walking down. I've got a lovely lane at the back of my place here that goes down into the village. And I walk down there surrounded by nature, everything. And people walk past me going like this, and they almost walk right at the top of you. They are not taking part in life. And that's what we need to do, is to take part and embrace life. And this message from the higher spirits was very positive. And to me, this is what we have to be. We have to be positive. There's no good allowing ourselves to drop down into the depths of fear. We have to learn to understand that all of these things happen. There's been fear for thousands and thousands of years. The Romans imposed fear when they invaded all through Europe. The Greeks imposed fear when Alexander the Great wandered right down to India and everywhere like that. Fear, warfare, greed, corruption, power. It's been the story of humanity for so many thousands of years. And perhaps right now, this is the time when we can move this planet around, move civilization around. It's not going to be easy, but we are being given the opportunity, and it starts at the individual level. That's what I keep mentioning this, but it's so important that we have to accept who we are. And to start to do this, I as I said before, I studied astrology. That was my transition from being pure involved in media, show business, entertainment, everything like that, into now I embrace both. And it's really important to be able to balance your life so that you can enjoy your spiritual journey, learn from it, grow from it, but still participate in life, because that's also what you're here for. And that's what I do now, balance it both ways. I've learned how to write spiritual books. I've had 4 of them published already, as I mentioned before, including a trilogy on the afterlife. And all of this happened because I allowed myself and I opened myself. And this is what we need to encourage people to do, to open themselves and be honest with themselves. I think I mentioned before that a lot of people I might be doing a consultation with, and they're really having relationship problems. And when I start to talk about the problems I had, and I can never find anybody, and people keep leaving me, or people, I said, well, how do you feel about yourself? Do you love yourself? Oh, do you like yourself? Well, yes. So no, you don't. You don't love yourself. You don't even like yourself. So how can you expect somebody else to love you the way you want to be loved if you don't even love yourself? And never thought of it like that. So then we start to get the process going of learning to love yourself. I'm not talking about the egotistical, narcissistic kind of love. I'm talking about I love who I am, mistakes and all. And I love the fact that I've got the opportunity in this lifetime, along with many other lifetimes, to be able to learn, to grow, and to be able to move down a whole new track. and maybe not come back to this planet. So let's go to the past lives now. We've all had many, many past lives. There are new souls that are created, obviously, but there are souls that rotate, not only in this world, but from many other worlds. Peter Smith, I mentioned before, used to teach the Life Between Lives. He taught me to do past life regression work, and fantastic. He's done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. And he said something like 97% of all the people that he's regressed have all, under deep hypnosis, have all talked about a past life, at least one that they've had on another world before they came here, me included. I might even tell you about mine before this time is up. Oh, I've got plenty of time here. Okay, so past lives. It's not some kind of romantic thing like, H.G. Wells' Time Machine, where we're traveling around here and having a great old time. We have a succession of lives. We're given the opportunity to learn, to grow, to have many, many experiences. When you think about it logically, why would you only have one opportunity? Why, in that case, are some people born in abject poverty? Some are born in terrible conditions. Some suffer dreadful health things, whereas other people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth, born to wealthy parents, float through life. Great time. Why this inequality if we're only here once? Doesn't make sense. Think about it. So when you equate the fact that we are here over many lifetimes, so we've all probably been in abject poverty, had mental problems, had physical problems. Maybe we've had the odd silver spoon in our mouth as well, or maybe that's still to come, I don't know. But no matter what, we enjoy a journey. And in my book, Afterlife, my very first book that I wrote, I talk about the fact that we attach ourselves and we are like actors on stage. Maybe because I was trained as an actor, I thought back to this. But the analogy here is it's like an actor who goes in, is given a part, he or she, allocated a part, go away, learn, go to rehearsals, which is like being born and being developing in your mother's womb. Then you go on, you play your role. You put your costume on, you put your makeup on, you interact, you are a character. At the end of the show, you take the makeup off, you put the costume away, you go home and you wait for the next role. Hopefully your agent will ring you at some stage and say, Barry, I've got another audition here for you. They really love you. Go along quick. That's basically what life is. We're cast in a role here. We agree to the role. We're cast in it. We come down. We play the role. We put the costume on, which is the body. We then take the character. We build the character, just like an actor does. We build that character. And at the end of it, it's either very successful, the critics and the audience love us, or else, oh, God, that was a dreadful performance. And you've got to go away and learn, maybe so that you will get another job. But you'll learn from your bad mistakes as an actor. That is what life is. We are all actors. I think William Shakespeare said we're all actors. I can't remember the exact quote. I meant to look it up for today, actually. But you know the one I meant. We have many, many roles. And each time we come back, we bring unfulfilled things, karma, with us. Now, when I wrote my book, Past Lives, which is the last book I've had officially published, I'll have it in front here and you can see it for yourself. Past Lives is the third part of a trilogy. Now, it's available in Australia, America, Canada, all around the world, really. And Past Lives Unveiled, it's called, by Barry Eaton. When I looked at the research on that, and Pete Smith, as I mentioned before, helped me tremendously with this, gave me some case studies and all sorts of things from his files. I did some deep research in various areas, and there were a couple of karmic issues that came up that I wrote about, and I think really exemplify what we're talking about here today, how we can learn and how explains the reason for us being here. Now, the first one, a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, Roger Cook, we both failed university together. And he went over to England, became a great radio and TV star over there, and had the Cook Report, and he was exposing criminals all over the place, hunting them down, chasing them, all sorts of things at risk to his own safety and health. Quite often too, he got tumbled downstairs and beaten up and all sorts of things. But he had this deep need to expose evil. So Roger, who is a complete skeptic, he's my best mate, but he's a complete skeptic about anything to do with this, except when we were talking at one stage, because whenever I'm in England, I go and stay with he and his wife. And we were talking about past lives. And he said, oh, I don't believe in all that sort of stuff. But he said, I'll tell you what, though I had an interesting story happen. When he was working at the BBC, before he became famous on television, he was working in a program called BBC, it doesn't matter, World at One, that's all right, World at One. So he went down to do a story in the counties of England, can't remember the exact county. But anyway, there was a guy down there called Arnold Bloxham, who was a famous past life person who past life regressionist. And he went down there thinking, oh, well, this will just be, we'll expose this and have a bit of fun with all of this. Anyway, Arnold Bloxham finally managed to put Roger down into a deep hypnosis. Now, Roger had sort of tried this before and never went into hypnosis, but Arnold got the old pocket watch and swung it backwards and forwards, and Roger went straight down. And this is him telling me, by the way, many years later. So he went back to this particular lifetime as a highwayman. Very interesting. And the highwayman was pretty well known in the early days. His name was Dick Turpin. And Roger was down there. He'd never heard of Dick Turpin because he was born down in the Antipodes like the rest of us. And he gave all of these details under deep hypnosis about a life as Dick Turpin, including the name of his horse, the pub that he was born in, the various activities that he did, and how he escaped and then fled the authorities and led a life until he was hunted down as a horse thief, changed his name to John Palmer, and was eventually caught and hanged. So Roger came out of all this quite amazed, because when you go down into deep hypnosis under a regression, sometimes a little glimpse of things can happen. I've been regressed several times, and stuff will come through a little bit, but Roger didn't remember a thing. So when he was listening back to all this, he thought, well, this is weird. I've never heard of this Dick Turpin. So he went away and researched it all. Yep, the historical facts were there. He brought them out under hypnosis. He said to me, well, our biggest bushranger, we call them in Australia, our biggest bushranger was Ned Kelly. He said, well, if I had to go back and my mind was going to make something up, my subconscious was going to create a story, surely it would have been about Ned Kelly, because I knew a bit about it. I was interested in him. That would have been the character that I would have associated with. But no, he went back and became Dick Turpin. Now, when you look at his life today, he's now retired, but he exposed so many villains, I can't tell you. He exposed people that were smuggling drugs, people that were criminals, really bad criminals, people that were hunting animals in Africa, hunting them down and selling them off on illegal markets. He hunted down blackmailers. He hunted down the greatest criminal in England at the time, and was able to provide enough evidence so that they were able to put him through court, found guilty, and he went to jail. He was the most wealthy and the most influential criminal in England at the time. And his name? John Palmer. John Palmer, the same name that Dick Turpin had when they hanged him 300 or 400 years ago. Coincidence? Well, I'll leave it to you. Roger, interestingly enough, is still bewildered by all of this. He said, yes, I can't understand. I can't explain it. That doesn't mean I'm not skeptical. So he was having an each way bet on that one. But anyway, so the other story I want to tell you about And this one just shows you how bringing our past life karma, and Roger obviously had to bring that karma back because of all the evil deeds that he did as a highwayman. I mean, he killed people, he robbed them, he did all sorts of dreadful things. He had to come back. So what better way to come back than to hunt down the kind of criminal that he was? Now, if that's not karma playing itself out, well, I don't know, I'll be the traditional monkey's uncle. And I've never seen a monkey's uncle, actually, but I'm sure they're around somewhere. So the next one that I was introduced to was a guy called Norm Shealy. Now, Norm is a doctor, very, very well-known doctor in the United States. If there's anybody in the States now, and people who will immediately know that name, you may not associate it with exactly what's happening, but you will after I tell you the story. Norm is a former neurosurgeon. Very, very talented man, hugely talented man. He invented the TENS machine and other various pain management systems. So that was his training. Now, at one stage, he was born in 1932, and in 1972, at the age of 40, he went along to this lecture. And he was sitting there listening to the lecture and a bit bored and thinking, oh, God, this is really dreadful. And all of a sudden, the person who was giving the lecture talked about this doctor in England in the 19th century by the name of Dr. John Elliotson. Started giving a couple of details. Norm sat bolt upright in his chair and he said, I felt this icy feeling going right down, like somebody put a great big icicle down my shirt, right down the back. And I suddenly realized, and he said, that was me. He was saying to himself, that John Elliotson, that was me. Now, he'd never, ever had anything to do with past lives and was sort of, the jury was out as far as he was concerned. It's not something he went for, not something he was against, but the jury was just out. So after the lecture, he thought, it stayed with him for a while. So I thought, I've got to go over to England and find out about this John Elliotson bloke. So he went over to England and decided to head off to the Royal College of Surgeons, where he knew Elliotson was a surgeon. And he'd decided that he would go and look up his pedigree and see what was it. So he went, got a taxi from Heathrow Airport into London, and the taxi driver was about to turn right to go to the Royal College of Surgeons offices, businesses, and hospital, whatever it is. And he said, no, his body was literally turned to the other way. And he said, no, turn left here, turn left. So they went down and he said, stop here, got out of that building and went inside. And this, as it turned out, was where Dr. John Elliotson practiced in the middle of the 19th century. I love these stories. And they're all true. I mean, you don't get somebody like Norm Shealy, an internationally known neurosurgeon, telling you little fibs there, do you? Anyway, he went in there and did some research. Now, he found out that Dr. John Elliotson, I've got some of the notes here. I had to write them down because I can't remember. I'm not really into medical stuff, but I wrote them down. Okay. Dr. John Elliotson introduced the stethoscope to British medicine in the 19th century. He also introduced the use of narcotics, which was interesting. Stethoscope came from France, where it was being used, but Elliotson got it in there. He also used to practice mesmerism. Now, mesmerism is an early form of hypnotism, and he was very much into mesmerism and actually formed also the Phrenology Society, where his theory was that the brain was the organ of the mind. Now, all of these things there. But with mesmerism, he was also a good friend of Charles Dickens, the writer. And Charles Dickens' wife apparently was a hypochondriac. So he taught Charles Dickens mesmerism techniques so that he could help his wife. Now, he also had various other patients that he used mesmerism on. And all of a sudden, they started, not all of them, but some of them started to become medical intuitives. They were able to tune into other patients and diagnose their medical condition. Very interesting. Middle of the 19th century, right? Okay. The Royal College of Physicians, though, was not, the Royal College of Surgeons, I should say, wasn't too happy about him. So they had a go at him. So he said, you can told him what he could do, they could do with their society, so he resigned. But then the Royal College of Physicians asked him to give the Harvian oration for that particular year. It's an annual oration, and it started back in 1636, so it's very highly regarded, and particularly in the 19th century. Now, his subject, I'll read it out for you. His subject at the talk was, quote, the hypocrisy of science in accepting new thoughts. I love that. The hypocrisy of science in accepting new thoughts. Does that ring a bell? So then he went back again. At this stage, Norm was absolutely sort of, as you can imagine, so absolutely delighted that he went back again and started to think about his own background. So, as I said before, Norm was a neurosurgeon, the inventor of the TENS machine. He also worked with, and this is where most people know him, he worked with the medical intuitive Caroline Myss, and they became a team. They worked for many years, and Caroline would intuit, and she would then send them to Norm, who would do all the medical work on it. So that was him coming back from his life as Dr. John Elliotson, bringing that influence that he had doing mesmerism in that lifetime, and to be able to then work with Caroline in this lifetime. So he really brought that back with him, okay? Now, the other things he brought back, he also worked to remove narcotics. Now, this is interesting. He wanted to remove the use of narcotics from surgery. Now, as Elliotson, he introduced it. So that was his karma. He had to come back again and get rid of narcotics because it was obviously proved in the meantime to be, well, we don't have to go into that, do we? We all know the use of narcotics. So that was it. So he worked very hard to remove them. He also shared a contempt for medical hypocrisy with Elliotson. And anonymously, Norm Shealy published a novel based on, quote, unquote, the hypocrisy of medicine accepting new ideas, and unwittingly used material from Elliotson's Harvian lecture. How about that? I mean, he might have been accused of plagiarism, but how can you plagiarize yourself? So there we are. He brought that information back. And in both occasions, they both hated hypocrisy in medicine. So as Elliotson, he had a go at them with this talk of the Harvian oratory. And as Norm Shealy, he published a novel about the hypocrisy of medicine accepting new ideas. Now, all of those have really, when we look at them, and this was quite a few years ago, I've interviewed Norm on my radio program, Radio Out There. Lovely, lovely man. And he's now, well, he was born in 1932, so he's pushing 90 this year. So I hope he's still with us. I haven't spoken to him in a little while. I must get in touch with him. But an amazing man, delightful man. He now works, he gave up the whole neurosurgeon bit and whatever. He now works in Missouri, runs a wellness center there. And a year or two ago, he actually got back together with Caroline Myss, and they did a big program somewhere, whether it was in a hall. I don't think they toured, but they actually did something together there. So it was a wonderful re-emergence of that fantastic partnership that the two of them had. I've interviewed both of them, and they're both delightful people, and they've made such an impact. So here we are. Here's Norm bringing back all of those things that he had as Elliotson. Obviously, there were many, many things he had to complete in this lifetime. So that was his karma. Karma doesn't always have to be bad. Karma doesn't have to sort of be a black area or anything like that. Norm has brought back all of this from the past life, including the bit about the hypocrisy of science and everything, which I love. Absolutely. I think a lot of people will get a lot out of that one. So karma can take many, many forms. Now, the people I've been working with lately, and I do consultations all around the world these days on phone, and people are coming to me because they want to work out what past life influence. They want to know themselves. They want to know the purpose of life. And part of the purpose of life is embraced in the karma that we have brought back with us, things that we need to work through, things we've chosen to work through, the people that we're living with, working with, loving, hating, whatever. This is all part of the karmic influence. And it's so important to be able to recognize this. And this is what I do now. I mean, when Steve talked before at the beginning about astrology being 1/12 of the population, well, that is the very, 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 very tip of the iceberg. And it just goes so much deeper. And we can use any of these things to be able to understand ourselves. And that is the whole point of my talk today. Understanding yourself, loving yourself, knowing why you're here, balancing that karma as much as you possibly can, in whatever way you possibly can, and then being able to work with other people so that we can together start to raise the consciousness of this planet by raising our own individual consciousness to start off with. So that's basically it. I had a very interesting karmic clearing myself. I went over to New Zealand in 2006. There's a guy called John of God, a medium who is in Brazil, and there's been a lot of controversy about him. I believe he was set up, to be quite honest. But anyway, he came over, and you go in there and ask for various indications of what you want healed and everything like that. And you write down on a little piece of paper 3 things that you want to achieve. And I wrote down, I wish to release my past. When I think back, I think, oh my God, how could I have been so stupid? Anyway, after the session, I got up and was working with him, not so much as I was when I was in Brazil a couple of years later. I actually got to sit on the stage with him, which that's another story. I might go into that another time. But when I came back to Australia, having asked in session to be able to release my past and heal my past, I came back here, and within about 24 to 48 hours, I had this huge outbreak of sores all over my body, absolutely eczema everywhere, covered something like 80 to 90% of my body. I went to a very good friend, my next door neighbour actually, Ian White, who runs and owns Australian Bushflower Essences, but also a naturopath, and he helped me, and I had to go right back down into the basis to be able to start and heal myself again. I asked for it, and obviously I cleared karma that took me back to the age of the swamp, and it all came out at once. So there's an old saying, be careful what you ask for because you might get it. And I learned that the hard way. But I'm hoping, please, that by releasing that I have released all the karma from past lives, because I know I've had a few. You know, I was a soldier in many lives, a warrior, and did all sorts of horrible things. So I'm hoping that I've been able to release all of that for this lifetime. And I think so, because now working on the other side of the coin. So there we are. I think that's about my lot right now. So thank you very much for being there. I think we're going to answer any questions, but all I do is ask you to please think about yourself, think about that karma, and be there to raise your consciousness. Don't worry about, what's playing on your phone or what instantaneous gratification you need or whatever. Start to think deeper and start to really love yourself. That's important.
Okay, Barry, it looks like I'm on now to ask some questions. It's been set up for that.
Okay.
And I do love the hypocrisy of science and accepting new thoughts. It's funny how it resonates with me so much and with you.
Yes, indeed.
It's like it brings up what you said about something I wanted to chase up, which is not to do with Edgar Cayce straight away. I think you're right when you talk about a shallow materialistic world, and I think that primarily that's been created, particularly over the last 20, 30 years. I think that's I sometimes feel like the mob, you talk about the fact that this is all pre-planned, this transition period. I feel like that the mob that are doing all this are fully aware of that. Is that correct? Do they know this is coming too, and is this their way of trying to avert it?
This is their way of letting us know that we agreed to be here and that we have to do something about it. They can't do it for us. It's like a child. You educate them so far, then you send them to school, but you can't sit for their exams. And that's what they're doing now. We're at school. That's what Earth is. It's a school. But they can't sit the exams for us. We've got to do it.
And these exams we've been given, as you said before, there's been 7,000 years of constant fear and warfare. We're aware of that. You only have to be a history teacher, which I was, to know that's true. But I don't believe there's ever been a time that has been so all-pervasive with the fear that you speak about so often. And it sort of makes you feel like, yes, this is a transition period. And for it to be that way, then the test has got to be greater, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. We've built it up. I mean, you look at the, you being a history teacher, and I studied history, I love history. We don't take any notice of history. That's our problem, Steve. History moves in cycles. We're in a cycle now that relates to the 1930s in Europe. Have you think about that one? I'm not going to go into that, though. But we don't embrace history. We don't learn from it. And that's our big problem.
And you know, when you talk about that, for me, the two biggest historical facts that we're not taught, one of them is karma, which you've spoken about. And if people understood that fully, that would resolve a lot of issues. And the second one is that most of our history from the past has been completely obliterated. So it's very hard. I think Winston Churchill once said this, and I give him credit for this, that a nation, if it has lost its history, it's lost its future. Because
yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I was going to use that, actually, so I'm glad you put that in. I forgot to use that one.
Yeah, I think it's very important. And it's interesting, too, that you talk about, you tell me that our incarnation goes in through our heart, and that's our chakra that it comes into. And I reminded me of a guy that we've had on a couple of times. We're going to bring him back soon, Paul Hogendijk, who is a healer like yourself. And he said right now, so many of his patients, their soul is now outside their body. It's still attached, but it's moving away because their heart has become so cold.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've heard that one before, but it's so true, isn't it? We talk about people being heartless. Well, you can't be heartless and be dead. But, I mean, that's the figure of speech. So, yeah, it makes sense.
It sort of does, because it sounds to me like if your heart becomes cold and that's your entry point, then you're losing a connection from where you came in, and therefore you're losing connection to where you go next.
Exactly.
So that seems to be the same sort of thing. And I also, it reminded me of something when you spoke about the way that we trivialize, and basically more so than ever, we try and find ways to make people believe that there is no esoteric, that they've gone to a lot of trouble at the moment. And I sort of feel like, to an extent, do you think that's why, as you mentioned earlier, you have the 3-line entries in the Women's Weekly magazines, where astrology has been trivialized and made fun of because it's a truth?
That's an interesting point. I hadn't thought of it like that. But astrology is not just purely prophetic. It is not there to tell you you're going to meet a tall, dark, handsome person and have 3.2 children. That is nothing to do with astrology. Astrology is a science. There are two different forms of astrology. The astrology of the person, where we take your birth date and we look at every planet and even many asteroids that are associated in your chart at that moment, a moment frozen in time, and we look at your chart and we can interpret that, because the planets are archetypes for the various aspects of our physical, emotional, and spiritual makeup. And that's exactly what astrology is at a personal level. Then you move on to mundane astrology, which is the study of the stars, the planets, everything like that, in relation to what is happening in the world. Now, in 2020, I gave a talk at the Consciousness Conference in Uluru, talking about the fact that at that stage, Pluto and Saturn were getting together. And that was in January the 12th, 2020. And basically everything I said, and none of us knew at that stage what was going to happen with all this viral stuff. And basically, Pluto is a planet of death. So death is transformation, death of the old for the birth of the new. That's what Pluto represents in very short terms here. Saturn, the establishment, banks, governments, large organizations, anything to do with authority. So what have we had? 2020, authority being transformed, the death of the old for the birth of the new. Not only within the structure of Saturn, but also by members of that, if you have a look at and you want to start to go into that whole area, which we're not going to in this conference.
That's amazing, Barry. You shocked me because I don't know whether this is prophetic or not on your case, but I've got a quote here from Edgar Cayce, and I thought I'd throw it in right now because it's exactly what you said. It's when Cayce first started doing readings rather than just the medical stuff. And to begin with, he struggled with it. He struggled with two words, reincarnation and astrology. And I wanted to talk about what he said about that because it links in so well with what you said. And then it leads into the second part, world events. So let's do the first part, the individual. And there's a comment here by the gentleman that helped this first reading called Lammers, who starts with, you thought astrology was a fake. Well, I put my hand up with Kate. But then it goes on to say, because he was really shocked first more by astrology than the reincarnation. He had to deal with that too, those two issues, which he believes in. Then he goes on to say, this is what Cayce said. He said, the stars represent soul patterns, not experiences. The 12 signs of the zodiac are 12 patterns from which the soul chooses when coming into the earth plane. They are like races, patterns of temperament and personality.
Yep.
What you've said, isn't it?
Well, I said archetypes, so it's pretty much just a different way of saying the same thing, isn't it, really?
It really is.
Each one of them looks, I mean, take, for example, well, the sun is your outer world. The moon takes the reflection of the light from the sun. That's your inner world. That's your emotions. Then you look at Mars. Mars was the god of war. So we start to look at all aspects of energy and warlike things. Venus, the goddess of love. That's relationships. And that, I mean, that's a tiny, tiny, tiny little touch of what we're going. But each one of those archetypes, then you develop it and in relationship to each other. And this is where aspects and angles and all sorts of stuff come in. It is a very, very complicated to start. I mean, it took me 12 months to do my diploma. The first 3 months, I didn't know what the bloody hell they were talking about. And then it clicked. It's only
it sounds a bit like what happened to Cayce. And then you spoke about the 2020 thing that took place there, and I'm going to get back to that in a sec. But some people might say that's a pretty big call to make, that the planets affect everything that takes place here. But then we've got this other part where Cayce talks about what happened to Egypt in its heyday.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating. He puts it down to astrology again. And it goes like this, and I thought I might get you to make a comment at the finish. Every 2,160 years, a different sign of the zodiac is in the position dominating the earth.
Yep.
It goes backwards and forwards and is therefore called a precession. During the heyday of Egypt, this is where it gets interesting, the sign of the bull was the commanding position. So people worshipped the bull. They must have been more in contact then. But Taurus, and this is what you were saying, ruled only by reflection, as it were. It was an overt sign. The sun, actually in Scorpio, was shining across Taurus. This is where it gets tricky, doesn't it? So Scorpio, the real sign of the spiritual guide of the earth, appeared on the foreheads and staffs of the priests at the time.
There you go.
That says to me that the Egyptians were fully in contact with the real relationship to astrology. Would that be a fair call?
Oh, very much so. And we regard Egypt as each country has its ruling sign, and Scorpio is the ruler of Egypt. You think about the embalming of the dead, everything they did there. Well, Scorpio is associated with Pluto, death, death of the old, birth of the new. It all correlates.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And so I'm starting through Cayce and through yourself, I'm starting to get a better understanding that what I'm reading there, that astrology really dominated the whole role that Egypt placed, and the priests knew this. I'm not saying the priests, as it went along, priests often start to misuse stuff, but at the beginning, and around 2,160 years ago, we're going back a fair way, but obviously things have changed. And let's bring it forward to today. And you spoke about the conference that you attended by we must point out to everyone, you attended the conference by electronic means because this was the
No,
beginning.
not that one. That was a live one, actually, in 2020. 2021 was when I got booted out because I wasn't allowed to fly.
Yes, we remember that one. We remember the drama that took place. That was quite dramatic.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because, as you know, at that particular conference, there was a ceremony that was held by the elders at Uluru. And you probably know that they closed the rock down on that day and the day that followed completely, and no one was allowed in.
Yes.
And that was the first ceremony they held. Now, what I find interesting, and I'd like you to sort of add to a little bit more, because you were the one who made me aware of this, and that's why I wanted to bring this. I wanted to use Egypt in the past and then bring this to now, is that was the first ceremony that took place there. What I didn't know at the time is there needed to be 3. And as you know, that quite recently, a second one, we put the rocks in order and we did a second ceremony. And then it was told to us and made very clear there needed to be 3 before this change was complete. Okay, and I sort of said, okay, fine, we'll do that. And the third one was to take place the end of this year in the summer solstice. And I thought, well, that's interesting. It's not quite like the first one where we had Jupiter and Uranus in alignment on the same time as the solstice. But Barry, it turns out on this next solstice, it's not just the sun that's in alignment. There's other things in alignment. Could you tell us what they are and what impact that has?
The alignment that's coming up?
Yeah.
Well, we've got Uranus and Saturn in a 90-degree angle. We look at the angles in between planets. Now, if you've got 2 planets who are sitting on top of each other in the sky, I mean, millions and millions of light years apart, but if they're together, they're in conjunction. If they're 180 degrees away, they're in opposition, like 2 opposing teams. Now, half of that is a 90-degree angle, and that's the angle called a square, which, if you have a look at the angle there, it's the angle of conflict. So when you start getting this conflict going between planets, planets represent energy. We are pure energy. I mentioned that in my talk. When we start to work within the influence of the planets, within the influence of the solar system, we're all part of the cosmic makeup, then we are affected by all of this. And we're going to have, once again, the planet Uranus, which is associated with disruptions, with everything from revolutions, sudden change, all sorts of things like this. Once again, that's going to be working in a conflicting pattern so that we can have a lot more effect on the stability and also the authoritarian kind of areas. But in the meantime, the interesting thing is, right now, we've got the planet Uranus going through the constellation of Taurus. And earlier this year, I forecast on my radio program that we were going to have huge amounts of, because Taurus is the Earth, Uranus going through there, we were going to have lots of disruptions, earth slides, mudslides, earthquakes, all things like that. Have a look what's happened. Even a couple of days ago in Japan, another almost a Fukushima thing again. Huge mudslides we've had in Australia with our floods all over the place. So there might be a long way out there, but they do have an impact on us. Overall, that's mundane astrology. And you start to, I mean, there are people who are far, far better than me. I've only started to really get into it in the last few years. But they set the scene. And I've got to tell you that we've got 3 planets in Pisces in April, and we might have a lot more rain, a lot more wet, and a lot more carry-on in the middle of April. They're all sitting there right on top of each other in the sign of Pisces, which is water. So just get your galoshes out.
Well, you know where we live, don't you? You know,
I know where you live, yes.
It is interesting with that. I want to make a point about that. If people just think this is just a normal event, it's not. And I'll explain why. People need to understand this from our point of view. We've been through a bad flood, the worst ever. What people don't understand, and I can see why that fits so well, is that rain we've got, that's been running up and down the coast now, for a month and a half. Yeah. It just hasn't stopped. And you've got to understand, we are experts at having floods here and a lot of rain. But there's a difference with this rain that we've never seen before. What happened was when this came in off the coast up near Gympie, they were flooded out the worst they've ever got. That should be the end of it. It should finish then. That's what it's done every other time. it rains itself out. But this one is different. It went to Brisbane and then got their second worst floods. Then by then, surely when it came down to us, we'd figure, well, we're going to get a couple of inches maybe. Well, yeah, we did get a couple. On the day of the flood in Lismore, they had 28 inches at, I think, Nimbin, and 32. And I do know that someone rang up the SES in Wollongong to report this in and said, we've had something amazing, and told them how much they'd had, which was 32 inches in about 5-6 hours. And Wollongong said, you didn't. It can't happen. It is not on our records. That is not possible. And I'm thinking to myself, yes, well, guess what happened? It went further down the coast. But my point is, it never stopped raining.
Yep.
Now, that is not normal. That is completely different than before. And I remember the Hopi said that during this time of change, during this prophecy, look to the skies for things that will happen that have never happened before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't think that that rain we've had, and by the way, it's still hanging off the coast near New Zealand somewhere, and we're still getting the residue of it. We haven't, I think this year so far, we've had over 60 inches. And that's normally our rainfall for the year, around that, maybe 60 to 80 inches, and we've had it already.
Yeah.
It's just not going to go away.
But don't forget, North America has had huge snowfalls and everything like that as well. And Omar, yours flashed on the screen at the moment. I'm sure you know about the horrible wet weather there. Well, you know, we've got planets like Jupiter, which is expansion. It'll expand anything that happens. You've got Neptune associated, which is the ruler of rain, of water. All in Pisces, all about water. So it's water, 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 water. And when Jupiter jumped into the fray a week or so ago, that's when all those events you're talking about all started being triggered off. This is how it works. This is how astrology affects. And this is, so it's not just 1/12 of the population, Steve. I'm sure you got the message now, mate.
Oh, I see it. You've got me on side now. I started like most of us, but no, I do keep my ears and eyes and mind open, and all credit to you. I'm now understanding that astrology is not just at a micro level, it's at a macro level.
Yep. It's at many different levels.
And in Egypt, they understood that. And obviously many cultures did, and now we don't understand it at all. So yes, we do need to wake up.
Can I tell you, though, that astrology and astronomy were together as a pair right through until a couple of hundred years ago, when the scientists suddenly started to revolt. They've been revolting ever since.
Thank you very much, Barry.
On that note.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Barry. Just really appreciate your upload and your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. It is invaluable, and the information that we need to go into the new timeline that we're trying to create for ourselves. Before I let you go, just very quickly, how would you define karma?
Oh, look, I don't know. I mean, there are many official ways of doing it. You could probably look it up and find a different way. But karma is something that we bring back with us. It's an energy that's created around ourselves and something that we've come here to resolve. There are many different ways. You know, you can probably find a dictionary that'll tell you in 2 or 3 words, but it's too, I think I tried to explain it within the context of my talk, and I think that's about the best way I can leave it there, Omar.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Ethan. I love you, my brother, and I will talk to you soon. Have a
incredible, Barry.
My pleasure. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Really great.
Thank you, Stephen and Evan. I love you guys. We will talk soon.
Yeah, love you guys. Hair's looking great, Evan. Hair's looking great, brother.
Thank you. I never get that comment.
You said, thank you. Back to the studio. You cut him off? Oh, geez. Oh, man. All right, guys. So next up, we have one of my favorite people on the entire earth, a gentleman by the name of Phil Gruber. Very quickly, Phil Gruber is a renowned holistic facilitator, is a licensed acupuncturist, registered lymphologist, and is well-versed in a wide range of traditional and alternative healing modalities. His passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, wit, and intelligence has made Phil a much respected and in-demand speaker in the international scene. He is highly regarded in the fields of system analysis, decision strategy, trend analysis, and futurism. He has been called a magical genius with a heart of pure gold. He teaches a wide variety of workshops and seminars and is acknowledged expert in such diverse fields as sacred geometry, light language, advanced healing systems, and the Master Key. He was featured in the documentaries The Indigo Evolution and Metaphysia 2012. Without further ado, Mr. Phil Gruber.
Hey, how's my hair? All
Your
right.
hair looks amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Now,
So
I
glad to
know
see you.
you guys were really excited. You scheduled me last, and because you'd hoped that I would just go on and on and on and on for hours and hours. Well, that's not going to happen. It's not because I wouldn't want it to happen. It's just that I'm so totally talked out. I've done so much talking the last week. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking this week and the next week. Right after this, I'm off to band practice. My band is doing a recording live in the studio, and I've got to save some of my voice. You sure my hair's okay? All right.
Yeah, it looks great.
So
Looks
I'm going to
great.
go a solid hour, maybe a little bit longer. Okay.
You got it.
And we'll have lots of time for questions and answers. So thank you, Rob. Thank
Of
all of
course.
you at Humanity Unplugged for this opportunity. Barry's just incredible. I think the theater lost a good one with Barry. Barry should come out of retirement. That voice. Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. I had a great Shakespearean teacher back in the day, Carrie Narns. Carrie, I want to dedicate this talk to you. He's not with us anymore. He could have been another Gielgud. He was contemporary with all those guys, Olivier. But the big agent at the time in London on the East End was Bucky Beaumont. And unfortunately, Carrie was carrying on with Bucky's flavor of the week. So Carrie ended up getting blackballed from the East End, then London, then England. Then he emigrated to Canada. He was blackballed in Canada. I met him in New York City, became my Shakespeare teacher. Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer. Even Olivier didn't get it right. Okay, here we go. Okay, strap yourselves in. So, in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now, I think it's kind of fitting in a way that I'm last this amazing conference. I think this may have been the Guinness. We should have applied for the Guinness World Record. I think we could have got one out of this. But it's great because I want to bring it back. Since it's Humanity Unplugged, I'd like to bring this back to what it means to be human. What makes us human? Where do we come from? Why are we here? Where are we going? Stuff that I absolutely love to talk about. But I want to start. So this basically, the theme of this is really what makes us human. What is humanity? What is humaneness? What does it mean to be human, really human? Because, we're not looking to get to be less human as we continue to evolve spiritually, personally. We're looking to become more human. We're going back to the future. We're going back to the past and the future. The original human race, according to our information, and later on I'll let you know what the source of this information is. Okay, and that anybody can learn to access this. Yes, there have been beings throughout time that have had contracts to, and hopefully I can share. Rob, anybody? If I hit the share button, can I share some things?
Yeah, absolutely, Phil.
Okay, great. I just heard a voice. Was that you, Rob? Okay. I'm always hearing voices in my head. It's good if you identify yourselves. All right. So
Omar here, Phil.
Oh, Omar, hi.
Hi.
I don't mind you in my. There's only a few people I really feel good about being in my head, and Omar is one of them. Our history goes back as far as this time matrix is concerned, 950 billion years. And that's just the last cycle. That's just the last outbreath from the Great Mother. Who knows how many cycles? Yes, we picked up some of the background radiation from the last Big Bang, but we're talking about the greater cycles, 950 billion years, way before the human being was a twinkle in anyone's eye, 950 billion years ago, an agreement was made between races that we call the Brennau. These also are known as the Rishi, also Ra collectives. And it's really interesting that you brought up Casey. It was Casey's birthday just the other day, I think a couple of days ago when I did my talk here in Singapore time. It was Casey's birthday. Casey, the Ra collective is what we understand to be the Rishi. These are 13th, 14th, and 15th dimensionalized consciousnesses. They hang out right at the metagalactic core, which is at the 8th dimension, which is the entrance and exit point for consciousness coming into a 15-dimensional time matrix, and the gateway to expand into levels of non-dimensionalized cosmic seas of sound vibration. Here we are in this time matrix where consciousness dimensionalizes itself. It just keeps subdividing to experience all these aspects, individuated aspects of itself, only to return to full at-one-ment, which is interesting. Why would consciousness at a state of full at-one-ment and unity consciousness want to fragment itself yet again and subdivide itself, masters subdividing into rishis subdividing into avatars subdividing themselves into archangels, angels, and then us? I think it's the game. Not the kind of game that the Olympian sort of children of lesser gods play. Because, man, woman is essentially a game player. The Latin expression for this is homo ludens. Remember that Star Trek episode in the original Star Trek? They found these beings, they were just brains. They didn't need a body anymore. And you figure if they didn't need a body, what did they need brains for? But anyway, they were just brains. And what they used to do, they used to hijack starships and they would beam the crew down to train as gladiators and fight to the death. Because here's the thing, that evolved, they had evolved to the point where they knew everything. They knew all the answers. So the only way they really got off was to engage in games where they didn't necessarily, games of chance, where they didn't necessarily know the answers. They knew all the answers to all the cosmic mysteries, the physics and metaphysics of consciousness and creation. So, but the only way they got their jollies was to bet on games of chance that they didn't necessarily know the outcome to. Man is essentially a game player. Probably it started with one, the caveman. His wife says, "Where's dinner?" He's got the turkey leg behind his back, going, "I don't know," something like that. When we started playing games, that's when things got complicated. Barry's just awesome. If anybody out there can send me some frequency, DMT would really be nice. Still early in the morning. It's not that early. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. But I've been up for a long time now. Anyway, 950 billion years ago, 3 orders of ultra-terrestrials, we call them the Brennau. Tricia McKinnon has been in contact with these beings. These are beings of pure light, 13th, 14th, 15th dimensional consciousness, which is what some people call the rainbow bridge. These are beings of pure light, pure radiation consciousness, just radiating, pure waveform consciousness. When they manifest for us down here, if anybody out there has had experience with massively tall beings, these are just beautiful, magnificent tall beings. Sometimes they have expanded heads. Well, wait a minute, this way or that way. These are beings of pure light. These are the solar rishi. 3 Brennau orders are the founders' races that seeded life into our time matrix during just the most recent seeding. which was 950 billion years ago in Earth time. Now, these orders have visited humanity during different time periods in an attempt to keep our original creation contract and intended evolutionary destiny alive among the Earth human races. And that original co-evolution agreement made between the Brenau races, you could call them Ra collectives, rishis, in seeding our time matrix, was called the Emerald Covenant. If you understand that in 1892, L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wizard of Oz, and his wife was initiated into the Ramayana sect of the Theosophical Society, you read The Wizard of Oz with those filters, and you really, really understand there is just deep, deep, deep wisdom and knowledge in The Wizard of Oz. The Emerald Covenant. The original Emerald Covenant was made 950 billion years ago amongst these, what we call the fifth density, dimensions 13 and 14 and 15, these Brenau orders. And in this agreement, the Brenau agreed to create various founders races, elder races, to seed life into all the density levels of our time matrix, all the harmonic, first, second, third, fourth harmonic universe, all the harmonic universes, all the density levels. Why? To create peaceful coevolution and ascension for all the stellar races. And it is the density 5 Brenau orders who were directly involved with the creation of the angelic human lineage. In density 2, pretty much in the fifth dimension, Pleiadian Syrian orders, it was basically met in council. They saw that there was a lot of corruption in our time matrix. Corruption because of corrupted consciousness, because of corrupted DNA, the fire letters, the very specific organizations of scalar waves that make up our manifestation blueprints, they were corrupted. They were corrupted because of improper hybridization, because of inbreeding without a regard of the law of one, without a regard of peaceful cooperative coevolution. So the original human race was created as a race that would heal these races that had gone into digression, that had fallen in consciousness because their DNA was really, really messed up because of their hybridization practices. So they were directly involved, these Brenau, the founders races. And remember, again, this is just the last seeding was 950 billion years ago. The creation of the original angelic human lineage on a planet we know as Tara. You can look at it as a fifth dimensional version of Earth, 560 million years ago. So the original human design itself, to be really fully understood, is of extraterrestrial or angelic nature, in that humans, what we know as humans, originally inhabited what we call the second density. That's dimensions 4, 5, and 6, pretty much focused in the fifth dimension. When we talk about the fifth dimension, we're usually talking about Pleiadian consciousness. Sixth dimension, Syrian consciousness. Seventh dimension, all these star systems, by the way, exist in our three-dimensional universe. But when we talk about fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dimension, we're talking about higher dimensionalized systems. Fifth, Pleiadian. Sixth, Syrian. Seventh, Arcturian. Eighth, Orion. Ninth, Andromeda. 10th, 11th, and 12th is the cradle of Lyra. See, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle of Lyra or Lyra will rock. When the bough or the seal breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come baby, cradle and all. We may have fallen to the bottom of the tree, but we still carry the imprint of the cradle of Lyra within each and every one of us. And that refers to that 12-strand DNA pattern. So humans originally inhabited the second density time fields of Earth, where Earth is called Tara. And the Tara, original human, is called the Tura-Nusium. T-U-R-A-N-E-U-S-I-U-M. The Tura-Nusium. If you know a lot of Irish, Scottish Gaelic, you really understand what those songs are teaching. Tura-Lura-Lura, Tura-Lura-Lai. Okay? In the Earth human lineage, known as the Adam Kadmon or the Adumi Kudmon. 7 root races, and by the way, Rudolf Steiner has much of this information, very pristine. They're in terms of the Earth human lineage. Now, what known as the Adam Kadmon or the Adumi Kudmon, 7 root races and 7 cloister races were seeded. And by seeded, we mean that a stream of consciousness comes in with a certain DNA template. The whole idea of these progressive seedings, which are restatements of the Emerald Covenant, is to get us to fulfill the potentials held in our DNA. Certain races came in, root race cycles, with a certain complement of DNA. Other races came in with higher DNA potential and seeded on the earth to be able to, again, to activate, to fulfill our evolutionary objective, which is ascension, which is multi-dimensional identity integration. So again, in terms of the Earth human lineage, known as the Adam Kadmon to many, 7 root races, 5 cloister races were seeded. Each of the root race evolutionary cycles developed one of the first 5 strands of DNA within the 12-strand DNA template. Each of what we call the cloister races carried the 7th through the 12th DNA strand template, corresponding to the higher dimensional density systems. Root race, if you're an incarnate of one of the root races, Hyperboreans, Polarians, Lemurian, Atlantean, we're in the final days of the Aryan root, 5th root race cycle. The 6th and the 7th root races are already coming in. These are the Paradisians, the sons and daughters of paradise, Melchizedek's, Uingen, Heki, names I can't even pronounce. But root race incarnates are called earth seeds. The cloister race incarnates that carry the higher DNA template, the last restatement or seeding of them being the indigos, are called the star seeds. It is the cloister races that have kept the 12-strand DNA template potentials alive within the human gene pool and represent the advanced stages of evolution back to what we once were. Okay? So before I go on, I want to talk about what I believe is happening on the planet now with the more specifically, the Ukraine-Russian situation. Some of you are out there have already seen this. For those that haven't, this is revelatory information. Let me see if I can share this. Slides, I don't know, video file, share screen.
Is it on, Phil, is it on PowerPoint or is it just a picture? Is it open in the background?
It's something that I opened up. That's on my PC. I know this is the first time I've used.
Okay, so hit share.
StreamYard.
And then you're going to share screen.
Sorry. Share screen. Okay.
And now it's going to have you see a big blue box where it tells you if you need
share screen.
Share screen. Then you're going to have entire screen.
Right.
And then right next to it, you'll see Windows.
Yes.
Click on Windows. And
Okay.
the program that you're using to open it should be there.
Let me see. Hold on a second.
Unless it's open in like a Chrome tab.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. It's going to take too much time. Let's see. Can everybody see this? What I have on the screen now?
No, we don't see anything. It's got to come into the background and then we throw it up for you. Once we have it.
I don't think we're going to be able to do this then. That's a shame. All right. Anyway, what's going on now is a stellar activation cycle. A stellar activation cycle is an alignment of interdimensional stargates. They're sets of black and white holes through which frequency consciousness, actually, literally, is coming through these interdimensional stargates that we call the Templar. So progressively, since about 1987, 1988, higher and higher dimensional frequencies have been coming through this stellar bridge, this alignment of interdimensional stargates, infusing Earth, infusing us with higher dimensional frequency, actually higher dimensional consciousness. Now, for that to happen, seals have to be released on the planetary chakras, the major vortexes on the planet, to receive these higher dimensional morphogenetic waves that are coming through this alignment of interdimensional stargates. These chakras have to be open to receive them. If the chakras are closed, if the seals are closed over the chakras, the energy can't get in, and it would just build up, wanting to circulate through the earth grids, through our grids. It just builds up, and what you have is a condition of molecular compaction. The planet would actually shake itself loose. It would just fracture everywhere. The planet would just pretty much just fragment back into space dust, pretty much. So the seals have to be released, and these seals are the 7 seals. They are the 7 biblical seals that John talked about in his revelation. I would love to take a group to the Isle of Patmos, maybe next year, the year after. You know, the cave where John got his revelation. John, certainly a beloved disciple. Do you know what grows wild on the Isle of Patmos? Sorry, I'm seeing a reverse image of myself. Probably the most potent psychedelic, psychoactive, psychotropic substance on the planet, the fly agaric, the Amanita muscaria mushroom. It was probably the staple of St. John's diet. So I imagine if that's a staple of your diet, probably the most potent psychedelic on the planet, you're going to have some serious revelations. I want to take a group to Patmos next year, do some shrooms, man, and get our own revelations. Pretty cool stuff, right? Anyway, every 26,556 years, the Earth enters what is known as an acceleration cycle. This is the shift of the ages. If conditions within the particle base of Earth's core are correct during these acceleration cycles, and they are, and they would be, or they wouldn't be if not for the waves of indigos that have come in, okay, to keep the particle base of Earth's Earth's core correct and the right frequency. During this ascension cycle, when the particle base of Earth's core is correct, amazing things happen. Absolutely amazing things happen. It's been over 200,000 years since the conditions in Earth's core met the necessary particle pulsation rhythms as the planet passes through its acceleration cycles. So, but again, these seals, when John talked about the seals, he said, will the first be the last? Now, he was talking about 2 things, I think. When he said, will the first be the last, he was probably talking about the male papal succession, that Peter being the first of the male papal succession would be the last, which is interesting because St. Francis is known in many circles as Peter. And you know my pet theory that Mary Magdalene is still alive in a cave system in the Pyrenees in the south of France, in a state of suspended animation, a hyperdimensional wave field that keeps the body intact, that has been known affectionately as the Golden Fleece for a long time. And when there's enough love manifested on the earth, she will awaken. My theory is that she will walk to Rome and Peter will hand her the keys to the Holy See. And then you'll see the Church of Love reestablished based on a gospel of love, which reminds me, and I had to remind myself, next week is my Portal to Ascension seminar on Mary Magdalene, daughter of Zion and the resurrection of Eve. So if you want to take part in that, it's one of my all-time favorites to teach. Teaching this one is just a moment of extended transcendent poignancy for me. I believe that's on the, let me see, go to the Portal to Ascension site. I also think it's on the Wish Alliance Facebook page. When is that? That's, I believe it's on Sunday the 27th. That's the Portal to Ascension, Mary Magdalene. So I believe that this will really, really happen. Now, the 7 seals. So the 7 seals have to be released. The first of the seals, the frequency seals, the first major vortex on the planet, Painted Desert in Arizona. Painted Desert, a lot of people think it's Sedona. It's not the primary vortex. It's very, very powerful. You can access the Painted Desert by means of the Sedona vortex. But the Native Americans, others, we've known for a long time, it's the Painted Desert. Now that started its opening cycle in late 87, timed with the harmonic convergence. And their opening cycle is about 4 years. Now it's interesting that the first to open is the last to close. This could be what John also meant by will the first be the last. So you see when the frequencies are coming in through the interdimensional stargates, through these sets of black and white holes, the chakras have to be open to receive the energies. Again, if it doesn't, you get massive compaction, massive upheavals, earth changes. Worst case scenario, the poles are already migrating because of electromagnetic imbalances in the planet. Worst case scenario, the poles actually totally shift to a 180 and everything on the surface is vaporized. Oh, is that right? Who's got their Amanita muscaria out? You? Stone Hobbit of Hearthfire? All right, never mind. Okay, so I'll be in New Zealand before long. We'll have some fun. So I think somebody is sending me the frequencies of DMT. I think it's starting to come on now. Anyway, you're not going to notice any difference. I should tell you that right up front. So first of the vortexes and seals, Painted Desert in Arizona. Second, Jerusalem, Israel. Third, Himalayan mountains north of Tibet. I think it's called the Kunlun range. I'd like to take a group there also. No private group has ever gotten permission to go to. You have to be helicoptered in. I just want to take a group, get helicoptered in with a couple of yurts, supplies for, 10 days. That's it. And then they just bring us back. That'll be a really cool trip too. Fourth of the seals is Giza, Egypt. Now remember, they have to open up on time and stay open. So we get all the frequencies, the whole morphogenetic wave. It has to come in. It's for our ascension process, for all of us and the earth to ascend. That's what it's doing. These frequencies are helping to expand us so we can reintegrate with the higher families and collectives of light that exist in the higher harmonics. This is being done for us. We are built for ascension under the right proper conditions. The only thing that's really blocking us is our karma that we've inherited, self-created karma. We've got to learn how to think correctly in our mentorships. I do private mentorships, one-on-one, also small groups, 1-on-2, 1-on-3. It doesn't matter. This is what I'm here to do. Along with these other teachings, we also study the master key, because the master key teaches you how to control your thoughts. A lot of this work that people are trying to do is not working because they simply can't hold the focus of these advanced techniques we're doing. They just can't hold the focus, and they need to think correctly. This is the great secret of life, is being able to control your thoughts so that you manifest only what you want, not what someone else's vision is, and to think correctly. Even Wallace Wattles, the author of The Science of Getting Rich, Success Through Creative Thought, it's all about there's a way of thinking, a correct way of thinking, which implies that most people don't know how to think. There is a process. There's a way to think correctly to manifest your dreams. Certainly in pure, dedicated, unselfish or borderline selfish service to the world. When you're in pure, dedicated service, sincere, dedicated service to the world, to you, to the world, to God, that is, I think, the purest definition of success. Okay, so when the Giza vortex opened, lots of groups were going to these locations. They got the knowledge, they got the insight or the guidance to go to these places so that they would help the vortexes to open, the seals to be released, the vortex to open to receive these waves of frequency, energy, consciousness, really. And also you need to remember that we'll get to the closing cycles very, very soon. So what I'd like to suggest to you, when Giza opened in 2000, that really anchored the stellar bridge, the stellar activation cycle. There's no stopping it now. Either it goes all the way or it crashes. So that was 2000, the Giza vortex. And one by one, these vortexes deal with they channel higher dimensional frequencies into the earth and through us. Because what happens on the earth, happening to us, and vice versa. So the fifth vortex was Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu is interesting because these main vortexes on the earth, they have sites that are paired with them on the earth that you can access these remotely. There are many, many access points all over the world that you can access these major vortexes. But the main access points for Machu Picchu, for example, is the Vatican in Rome, which is really interesting because Machu Picchu, we understand now, seems to have been a base for the divine feminine. It was a very ground zero for worship of the divine feminine, goddess worship. And the site that's paired with it on the planet is the Vatican in Rome. Now that opened up in June of 2004, timed with the Venus, remember the Venus transit of 2004, early June? Well, on that weekend, outside of Rome, meeting outside of Rome, was Bush, his top advisors, Bilderbergers, you know who I'm talking about, a lot of the elites, many children of the Black Sun, whatever you want to call them, meeting at a site outside of Rome. Our theory is that they were pulsing electromagnetic pulses from the Vatican into Machu Picchu so it wouldn't open properly. If any of these vortexes don't open properly, you're going to get massive molecular compaction, Earth changes, massive upheavals, world management team comes in, more orders of control coming in. But luckily, I think work we were doing, other groups were doing, were able to cut off that magnetic pulse so it didn't hit Machu Picchu. Whenever these vortexes are opening during these ascension cycles, it's always cat and mouse. A group comes to mess with it, a group comes to repair it, back and forth and back and forth. That's Machu Picchu. Now, the sixth of the vortexes is the Caucasus Mountains in the USSR. We'll get back to that. And the seventh is Lake Titicaca in Peru. Now, it's very important when John said, will the first be the last? The first of the major vortexes are the last to close. The seventh vortex, the Lake Titicaca, since it handles, and that was 2012 to 2017, its opening cycle. And again, they had to open on time, stay open on time. The reason the last of the vortexes needs to be the first to close is because as you go from 1 to 7, these vortexes, they handle higher and higher dimensional frequencies. The 6th and 7th vortexes, the Caucasus Mountains in the USSR and Lake Titicaca, handle the highest dimensional frequencies. That's why they need to be the first to close. Because if they stay open longer than they should, you're going to get too much frequency coming in. And again, the same thing, massive molecular compaction, especially when it hits blockages in the Earth's grid, Earth's karma, Earth's miasmic load. And to keep circulating through the Earth grid, the planet has to start cracking and fracturing to allow the energy to keep circulating. But because of that, you get massive Earth changes, climatic pattern changes. You get all sorts of weird stuff, earthquakes, volcanoes, that kind of stuff, the backflow. So this is what we're seeing. It's one of the major reasons for a lot of these Earth changes. And so the first of these major vortexes, again, Painted Desert, 1, Jerusalem, Israel, 2, Himalayan mountains in Asia, 3, Giza, Egypt, 4, Machu Picchu, 5, USSR, 6, and Lake Titicaca, 7. Now, Lake Titicaca, again, since it handles the highest frequencies and was the last to open, has to be the first to start closing. And it started its closing cycle in 2017, pretty much right after its opening cycle. And it closed in early 2022. The next one that needs to close, just as they open and stay open on time, they need to close. because they can't take more than they can handle of the Earth grids, is the USSR. And there are many points in the Ukraine that you can access directly the vortex in the Caucasus Mountains. So I believe that when you go to the top of these food chains, yes, it's about this, and yes, it's about that, and yes, it's about NATO, and yes, it's about drugs, and yes, it's about oil and the sex trade. But when you really back engineer it to who's pulling whose strings, the most, if not all, of the conflicts on this planet have been reflections of dramas that are taking place in the higher harmonic universes. And it's been for control of the stargates. This Earth is a prized, valued, beloved planet because of its gates, because of its portals, because of its internal stargates that give you access to the greater Templar, to the holy grail of interdimensional interstellar stargates. Whoever has control of those stargates has control of who enters and exits the time matrix itself. So this is why this is where the party is, man. Everybody comes here during these ascension cycles when the Earth gates are opening. All right? Because if you have control of the planetary Templar, the planetary stargates, you've got control of you can control the access to the interdimensional stargates. So I believe this is what is happening at the core of the conflict in the Ukraine. It's all about the stargates. It's always been about the stargates. Now, as far as humans are concerned, 560 million years ago, again, it was seen that there was a lot of corruption in our time matrix. And the human being, the Terneusian, was created mainly to be guardians and custodians of the stargates. The divine commission, angelic humanity's original sacred mission, the divine commission of the angelic human race, the sacred mission for which we were originally seated on earth, and we continually are seated on the earth. And we come back again and again, especially during these ascension cycles, is to correct the distortions within Earth's planetary shields. We call them the fire letter sequences, very specific organizations of scalar waves that in many cases are distorted. And a lot of this damage occurred during the original fall from grace. Tara, 550 million years ago. Our information is that a group called the Templar Solar Initiates love to go to planets, and they had the technology to create artificial stargates, time tunnels, or force stargates opening when it's not their time to do it. But usually, or very, very often, it ends up in cataclysms on the planet. They use large generator crystals, much as they did on Atlantis, Lemuria. This misuse of this large generator crystal technology, it's what's caused most of the cataclysms in our history. This is what happened 550 million years ago. There was a chain reaction. This is what they're doing at CERN, by the way. I like to wear this shirt just to show you. Oh, see? Last time I was at CERN was a couple of years ago. It was December 2019. And this is where I think I got COVID. Well, remember, this is December 2019. I went to a doctor in Geneva. He told me that I had an engineered coronavirus that escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China. This was December 2019. This was a doctor associated with CERN. So what we need to be concerned about is that they're trying the same thing. What they're trying to do at CERN, they're trying to use their technology, their science, to artificially force these stargates open, in a way hoping that the convulsions will cause massive upheavals on the planet. This is what they've been trying to do for years and years and years, certainly on this planet, certainly in our generation. Just like they did before, just like they did in all these various former epochs, okay? Guess what? I can go a little over an hour. So I'll go for about 15 more minutes or so, and then we'll open it up for questions, okay? So through the course of Earth's human history, there's been lots of hybridization within various interstellar races. creating more varieties of star seeds among the earth seed root race populations. If you really want to know where you come from, that knowledge is in the DNA, in the substrain matrix of your DNA. Have many of you noticed that a lot of channelers of light language, they're beginning to sound very similar, sounding the same, a little Native American mixed with Oriental languages, this and that. It's because the first languages we're going to channel are the ones closest to us genetically. We're going to, as our DNA continues to activate, fifth, sixth strands activate, for example, we're going to get Pleiadian languages. We're going to get Syrian languages. We're going to get angelic languages. We're going to get languages from what's called Mua, Anuhazi, Vatan, Vatanian, original angelic languages, because they're closest to us genetically. And for those to come through clearly and cleanly, whoever is doing this, and just on general principle, we have to clear all residual karmic miasmic load from our DNA, because the DNA are transducers. Each strand transduces a level of dimensionalized consciousness. So if you have any residual karma miasmic content, it's going to distort the information. It's going to scramble it, or you'll just get static. This is what a lot of people are hearing. They're hearing buzzing, ringing, tingling in their ears. That's the information coming through, but they can't yet process it because those DNA strands that handle those specific dimensional currencies or frequencies, they're being blocked. It's the blockages in our DNA. This is what's blocking our natural ascension process. The DNA is activating naturally. In the old days, you had to go for decades and decades and decades into these mystery ascension schools, getting progressive initiations and activations. Well, we have the stellar bridge, the stellar activation cycle, the shift of the ages to accelerate the process. We can do it faster, but we still can't cut any corners. It's very, very important that we really understand the true nature of karma, the true nature of the miasmic body. Because here's another thing. There is a parallel Earth. Every 15-dimensional time matrix has a parallel 15-dimensional time matrix. One is magnetically based. This reverse image is driving me crazy. One is magnetically based. One is electrically based. One is particle. One is antiparticle. One is matter. One is antimatter. So Earth has there is a parallel. Oh my God. There is a parallel Earth, and we have parallels on that planet. We are magnetically based. They are electrically based. The word is that they run about 6-7 years ahead of us, I think, give or take more or less. The word is that they are already parallel Earth is already under a form of draconian one world order. Although the draconians, the food chain doesn't stop there. Where I think the food chain stops is reptilian insectoid consciousness. Groups consciousness we call the necromaton, Odedicron. If you ever hear these races, if you're in a channeled group that says, okay, we're going to bring in the Omicron now, get the heck out of there. Just like in the old cartoons, poof, right through the door. It's just a suggestion. These are like beetles. These are like hybridized reptilian, draconian, insectoid, avian, winged, like flying beetles, scarabs. These are really nasty. You cannot deal with them at all. But I think so. Even the draconians pay tribute to the insectoid consciousness. When I watch the nature shows now, I'm watching insect consciousness. I want to understand more and more about insect society. It's amazing when you see the stream of like army ants. If one of them, for some reason, falls out of line, maybe develops some kind of self-consciousness or self-awareness, immediately they go to kill it, because you can't have anything leaving the collective. So it's really this, when you go to the top of the food chain here, on the Earth, you have the children of the Black Sun. Who's pulling their strings? The Dracos-Dracon alliances. But who's pulling their strings are hybridized reptilian, insectoid, avian species. And they go right up to the Christ levels. They are the anti-Christos. Below the 12th dimension, 10th, 11th, 12th dimensional avatars, These are the anti-Christos. That's really what the anti-Christos is. Anti-Christos, anti-Buddha, anti-Avatar. We can get into that we certainly get into that in the mentorships, the private mentorships. And many of my future lectures, I think for the Wish Alliance, Rob will have to do, Omar will have to do some more interviews that I want to get into more and more detail about the genetic lineages of these races, where they belong, where they come from, what their deal with us is, the major agendas that we believe is going on right now. So I think I'm going to probably go for a couple more minutes and then we'll do questions. So, but understand that at various times in Earth human evolution, certain families of cloister race humans were further genetically enhanced through hybridization out of the seed race, out of which the original human race, the original Turanusium angelic human race lineage emerged. And the seed race of the human Turanusium, original angelic human race, is called the Orifeme. The Orifeme. And remember, a lot of this is coming fast, hot, and heavy, but you're getting all of this. You are getting all this. Even the vibration of these names, the Orifeme, is going to awaken memory, is going to awaken memory. So the Orifeme seed race that seeded the original human experiment, the Turanusium race on Tara, is a composite genetic code of Syrian Azurites, blue Syrians, from the second density, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. Lyran Syrian Anuhazi, it's called the Anuhazi, from the third density. These are archangelic oversoul collectives. A group called the Elohai Emerald Order from density 4. This is the Lyran 10th, 11th, and 12th dimensional Lyran systems. And the founders race Melchizedek Cloister Brenau. These are the Rishis, the Ra collective, the Ra complex, from the fifth density dimensions 13, 14, and 15. Oh, so the human cloister Orifeme hybrid is known as the Emerald Order Orifeme. The human cloister Orifeme hybrid is known as the Emerald Order Orifeme. In contemporary times, we're referred to as the indigo children, whatever you want to call us. Psychic, super psychic, mythic, magical, mystical children, children of the Blue Ray Kachina, Melchizedeks, Paradisians, B'nai Or, B'nai Elohim, what have you. The DNA template of the Emerald Order Orifeme is anywhere from not just 12, 24 to 48 strand DNA potential. If you have that kind of potential, it allows for full biological transmutation, immortality at the very least, but full biological transmutation out of our dimensionalized time matrix. The Emerald Order Orifeme, these are the ones that have the 24 to 48 strand templates. These are the indigo type 1s. There are 3 major types that we'll talk about maybe in the next interview. Contains with it, of course, the original 12 strand human DNA template, plus that additional coding is called the Emerald Sun DNA. There are very few of the Emerald Sun DNAs on the planet because the planet just couldn't support their living presence until now. Remember, when you come into incarnation here on the earth, you pass through wherever you have come from. Let's say you've come from 11th dimensional Lyra or Lyra. I think I'm an 1111. I see the 1111 on the clock, and I know a lot of you do out there too, just like Better Call Saul. I think a lot of you see the 1111 on the clock because I think this either our first or this most recent incarnational journey, we've come from the 11th dimension, from a place that used to be called Avion, but through mistranslation was originally called Avalon. Yes, the mists of Avalon are the pre-matter, liquid light, hydroplasmic levels of consciousness in the 10th, 11th, and 12th avatar, Christed, Buddha, Bodhisattva consciousness. We decided to individuate out of these large avatar collectives, Sananda, Kananda, Rwanda, whatever, and we propelled ourselves through the series of interdimensional stargates. Before you come into incarnation, you come into that first cell at the moment of conception, you have to go through the Earth's core. The Earth's core is a huge interdimensional stargate. Some call it the flame of Amenti, the sphere of Amenti, the pearly gates, St. Peter's gates. And you leave an imprint of your DNA as you pass through that stargate. I believe it was a very high contract of Jesus, both of them, all the great avatars, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, in an attempt to get Earth ready for the next ascension cycle. So as you pass through the Earth's core, you leave an imprint of your DNA. I don't think the mission was fully accomplished 2,000 years ago, but because of the waves of indigos, all indigos have at least a 12-strand DNA pattern. Type 1, type 2, type 3, and all for different purposes that we'll talk about later. Leaving imprints of our DNA, I think enough of us have come into incarnation having left imprints of our DNA that all incoming souls now have that same genetic potential. And I do believe that most, if not all of us, chose our parents. I also believe that we can make the wrong choices. That's always possible too. I'm not so sure I chose the right mother. God bless you, Mom, wherever you happen to be. But again, some of us choose to incarnate on the earth. We feel that our mothers or our parents haven't done enough clearing, that we can come in to this life without being handicapped or this or that. But we feel that our parents, especially our mothers, haven't done that degree of clearing, that we can come in without being handicapped and making our fulfilling our contracts even more difficult. We turn back, we go back. On the earth here, that's manifested as stillbirths, miscarriages, that sort of thing, abortions. Realize as tragic, these are tragic events, certainly, but they're orchestrated in the higher levels. Even Jesus in the Pistis Sophia, he talks about how he scanned the earth looking for a birth mother. He said he was looking for a virgin. Now we know that in the old language, virgin means young girl, but it also means in the Pistis Sophia that virgin means a creative energy, female in nature, that uses her creative energy in a state of innocence. In other words, who thinks in divine thoughts, who thinks divine pictures, who has not accumulated karma because of improper, incorrect thinking. Because what good it would have done for the Christ or any of the Christ to be birthed into this world with disabilities and not being able to fulfill fully their contracts. So you scan the earth, much as we scan the earth, looking for the right parents to come through. If we can't come through our first choice, maybe we'll come through second choices. We like to come through the first choice. We like to come through the first mother that we choose. I had an aunt that had 7 miscarriages. I'm sure it was that same soul trying again and again and again, but my aunt had just not done enough clearing to birth that child in cleanly. So we turn back. Jesus was looking for a virgin, a woman who used her creative energy in a state of innocence. And that's where we're all heading to. These freedom teachings, everything we're all teaching is about freedom. What is what is ascension about? It's ultimately about freedom. It's about freedom to expand ourselves, to know the oneness, to channel grace and love to all of creation. Only again, at full woman, you go back into fragmentation as God's holy sparks. This is the game. So Jesus was looking for a virgin. He was looking for that creative energy, that Pistis Sophia, that used her thoughts in a state of innocence. And that's where we're all going back to that state of innocence. And how do you do that? How do you clear karma? Forgiveness. One thing we can do practically right now. There was a secret mantra that Jesus gave his disciples to position them so they could really understand the true nature and power of forgiveness. I'm going to write it in the chat. Okay? Zama, Oza.
Did he just toss himself out by accident? Jeez, you're muted, bro. You're muted.
Yeah. I think
I'm sure he'll be back. There he comes. You're back.
See what happens? See what happens when I'm about to give the sacred mantra? A little interference here.
That was wild.
Zama, Ozai. It'll come up in the chat in a minute. Rahama, Ozai. Okay. This is a secret mantra that Jesus gave his disciples, and I'm still convinced, those of you that have heard me before, and I'm going to talk a lot about this in the Portal to Ascension talk. Jesus wanted the women. He didn't want the male disciples. He wanted the women, but he had to enlist the male disciples to bring their wives, because it seems that the wives were the only ones that really understood the teachings. The Pistis Sophia, for example, is an extended dialogue between Jesus and Magdalene. The apostles, the disciples ask their questions, but they can't understand the answers. So Mary Magdalene has to translate for them, which they never forgave her for. It's too bad. Forgiveness has never been about blame. Forgiveness is forgiving. What do you have to do? What do you have to clear, to let go of, to release, to let go of with love? Love them enough, love it enough to let it go if it's not serving you on your path, on your chosen path now. Forgiveness, what do you have to be an open channel to extend grace, to extend love to the world? Okay? Forgiveness with progress. And how do you forgive? If you feel that you've been violated, you were naive or ignorant or just plain stupid enough, God bless you, to have been allowed violation into your life, or if you have been the violator, forgive yourself. And if you've been violated, forgive them, because they truly do not know what they do. And the ones that do know what they were doing, their redemption probably will not be found in this world, but in the world to come. Their forgiveness, as Jesus said in the Pistis Sophia through Mary Magdalene, their resurrection, their forgiveness will probably not be able, their sin was so great that they probably will not be able to find redemption in this world, but in the world to come. You simply apologize. Hold on a second. I knew this was going to happen. But I love you so much, I got to give you more. Okay. Forgiveness, you apologize. Apology. The word apollo means not many. Apollo, not many. So when you apologize, you reaffirm oneness. And that energy, that active intelligence, that consciousness of reaffirming oneness is more powerful than any earth-created karma, any inherited karma, anything we can bring on ourselves. The energy of forgiveness, of gratitude, with progressive apology. These are Jesus' exact words. With progressive apology, the soul is rendered innocent of all intensifications of karma. Nothing can withstand the pure power of forgiveness and gratitude. Gratitude, read Wallace Wattles, all the New Thought authors that became the law of attraction teachers back when it came really hot and heavy into the public consciousness in the middle 1800s. These were former transcendentalists that became known as the New Thought authors, which were the source material that Rhonda Byrne used for The Secret, but never mentioned the secret of gratitude. It's the real secret to the law of attraction. Gratitude is a magnetic force. Gratitude, aside from being thankful, sure, that's important, because gratis means free. The more you're grateful, the more you are free, the more you're liberated. Gratitude is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus in the heart space. Charles Haanel, the Master Key, Lesson 1, the great secret of life is in the coordination of two centers. What are those centers he was talking about? The brain and the solar plexus. And gratitude, the magnetic force of gratitude, will coordinate, will bring your brain and your solar plexus together in the heart. And that's where gratitude is felt. Again, a force, a love, a consciousness so powerful, a love that knows no earthly bounds. This is the higher love. Nothing can withstand that. And the connection with parallel earth coming up, here it is. Parallel earth, as I said before, is supposedly under already a draconian type of one world order, world management team. And what usually manifests on parallel Earth, they run several years ahead of us, manifests on our Earth. Why? Because the condition that we know is karma, that we understand as karma, miasms, is actually a buildup of antiparticles in the particle base of the Earth. Now think about it. Remember, our Earth, magnetically based particle. Their Earth is electrically based antiparticle, antimatter. When you know how the chakras, basically the vertical flow regulates, dimensional frequency up and down, but what about sideways? It's the front and back cones of the chakras that regulate frequency between universes, between us and the parallel universe. So if that mechanism gets blocked or compromised, we end up, the Earth ends up with a buildup of antiparticles. Remember, that mechanism regulates the flow of consciousness between us and parallel Earth, between Earth and parallel Earth. If that mechanism again gets compromised or sabotaged, self-sabotage, whatever, you end up with a buildup of antiparticles in the particle base of the Earth. Not just antiparticles, the consciousness of antiparticles, the consciousness of parallel Earth manifest here. That is why you're seeing the infrastructure of one world order, world management team manifesting on the Earth. It's because of our karma. It's because of the miasms, this buildup of antiparticles from their universe that haven't been able to cycle back because that mechanism has been compromised. So we have to learn the true nature of karma, the miasmic body. We have to return to innocence. We have to really, really understand once and for all the true, awesome power of our thoughts. Okay? Very important. Yeah, give it to me. I'm going to give it to you. So I think we can open it up for a few questions, and then I will make a little statement in the end. But before we do that, let's do the Zama Zama Oza Rachama Ozai. The secret in that, this Aramaic, Canaanite Aramaic, is the Rachama, mercy. Be merciful to yourself. Understand that you didn't know what you did. You did it out of sheer ignorance or naivete, that you violated or allowed yourself to be violated. Okay? Zama, Zama, Oza, Rachama, Ozai. Zama, Zama. And remember, you know the Emoto crystals. The most beautiful of his crystals, the ones that can hold and radiate the most light, are those that form themselves in response to even thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude. So just imagine that if you become the living embodiment of forgiveness and gratitude, every crystal and microcrystal in your bodies will be able to hold and radiate that light. Look at that crystal. That could be every one of your crystals. We are crystal and morphogenetic fields. Every crystal and microcrystal in your body, because of that structure, will be able to hold and radiate that light. That's when you become a presence healer, just by walking on the earth. You can heal. Jesus said about Mary Magdalene and all the Marys, they have the effulgence of light. They are light. And that light alone can heal, can illuminate all the darkest spaces. Okay? So, Zama, Zama, Oza, Rachama, Ozai. And the gratefulness comes from the ability to use our thoughts. The thought is our gift. Is our gift to make manifest. Remember, every thought you have is like birthing something into the world. And when you birth something into the world, you've given it purpose. And it wants you to be proud of it. Every thought is like a child. If you have a negative thought, the agenda of that thought is to manifest the most negative experiences in your life because it loves you. It doesn't judge itself. It doesn't judge you or what it is. It's just here to manifest what you wanted it to by coming up with that thought. Fortunately, the same thing with positive thoughts. Just like the genie, remember? The genie has no choice. It might be thinking to itself, what a stupid wish, but it's got to fulfill it. It's got to grant it. So every thought doesn't judge it itself, doesn't judge you, just wants to fulfill the purpose for which it was created. So you're driving on the highway. You know, my favorite example, you're driving on the highway, you're thinking about that trip to Rome you're going to take. Someone cuts you off. You curse them out. You end up in Italy. You wonder why something happened on your trip. I'm not saying it's totally because of this, but it certainly contributes to it. That negative thought, that curse entered the morphogenetic field that's going to manifest itself as your vacation. So when something goes wrong, you basically inserted that in. So we really, especially now that our thoughts are manifesting at an accelerated rate, we have to be more conscious, more responsible about every thought we think. Truly learn to think in divine pictures. So I'll take a few questions now. I know there's so much of this information. There's so much of this knowledge. And remember, it's the information. Everybody would say, where's the activation? Where's the initiation? The knowledge is the information. All language converts into electrical impulse, which is a mathematical program in the body. So if you want to access anything in your personal database, what do we need? Passwords. And this language, the terminology, this wisdom, this amazing information are the activation codes, is the electrical impulse, is the mathematical program that will open up all the gates of light within you. Rob.
Wow, Phil, you tore it down. You burned down the house as always. So we have a couple questions. Kathy left a couple of questions, and then Rockers Los Angeles. So Rockers Los Angeles is asking, any idea where are the frequencies from the vortexes are originating from? I think that was when you were talking about maybe Sedona and the vortexes or the specific vortexes.
They're coming from the Earth's major vortices or chakras. They relate, they're tuned to the frequencies coming from the higher dimensions. So first, second, and third of the vortexes, they're the easiest to handle because they basically relate to our physical, emotional, and mental bodies. We're used to handling those frequencies, although not always correctly. Fourth, Giza, comes from the astral. Fourth vortex, fourth dimension. Fifth vortex, fifth dimension. So the Machu Picchu vortex, basically coming from the Pleiades. Again, as I said before, we have all these star systems in our three-dimensional space, but usually, Rob, you know, when we talk about fifth and higher dimensions, we're talking about other harmonic universes, other higher three-dimensionalized universes. So fifth vortex, Machu Picchu, is tuned to the Pleiades. The sixth, USSR, Caucasus Mountains, and Ukraine to Sirius, Sirius A, Sirius B, many, many, many systems. Seventh, the seventh seal is tuned to Arcturus. So the thing is, if you have portions of those DNA strands already activated, you will bring in information from those dimensionalized levels. Although maybe not clearly, we can't, I don't think there's many people on the planet. I'm sure there are some that have 6 strands activated. But remember, if you have 6 strands fully activated, you are a fully embodied angelic. I mean, I won't go into detail now. And I know there are a lot of systems and teachings activating 12, 24, 48, 144 strands. Well, I think there just needs a knowledge base that needs to be understood about the true nature of DNA, the way, what it is, the mechanisms, how. I'll just tell you one thing really quickly that relates to this. You have a double helix. One is electrical, one is magnetic. One is matter, antimatter, particle, antiparticle. You have codes, what's called the substrand matrices. Within each DNA strand that basically is tuned to a specific dimensional frequency, you have in sub-frequency form all the other frequencies from 1 to 12. Now, so ascension, in a nutshell, what really makes that happen is the DNA helixes fusing together. That releases something called fire codes between the strands, and the strands start fusing together. Fission fusion. When the strands start fusing together, it creates this beautiful blue photonic light that many in the sacred teachings call celestaline. Celestaline blue, the crystal blue celestite has many of those organic programs. Blue celestite is a great one to work with now, getting harder and harder to get out of Madagascar. Most of it comes out of Madagascar. We should take a trip to Madagascar. Anyway, when that celestaline, it's an ascension element, it's a radioactive silicate, it's a transluminal, transharmonic element. When that circulates through the body, that actually de-densifies the body. That's what molecular transmutation is about. It accelerates particle spin. Now, you look at the DNA double helix, you know those things that look like staircases, like ladder rungs, those nucleotide base pairs, they're actually hydrogen bonds, and they present in the red spectrum. So you have these red hydrogen bonds. So think about it. If you want to escape the bondage of Egypt or the bondage of our electromagnetic bodies, you know, many teachers say that we're born into bondage, into captivity. We're biologically phase locked into this three-dimensional embodiment. If you want to escape that, what do you have to do? You have to part the Red Sea. You have those hydrogen bonds have to part so the helixes can come together, so the DNA strands can start fusing, so the celestaline is generated in the body. This is why the Magdalens are so powerful. This is why these women, all the Marys, the circles of Marys, because they were of the Benjamin tribe, they were Benjaminites. And there were clusters of the Benjaminite women in Nazareth and Galilee. And the reason that they were chosen, the primary reason that they were chosen to be the sacred priestesses, the sacred sexual initiators in the temples was because of their genetics. They were the offspring of the Nephilim and human women. And by virtue of that, they had very, very special advanced gene codes that they could create very, very special secretions, very, very exotic biochemistries that could initiate or facilitate the ascension process because of what they were, because they were Benjaminite women. Anyway, more about that in the Portal to Ascension. So yes, so each of the vortexes are tuned to the higher dimensional stargates. Yeah. And we as human beings, originally humanity, again, was created to be guardians. This was our sacred commission, to be guardians of the stargates. And we have these same stargates in our bodies too. Our chakras are tuned, our personal embodied internal chakras are also tuned to them also. As above, so below.
Epic. This is my question, and then we'll get back to everybody else's question. So let's say you are a consciousness that reincarnates multiple times on this planet, and when we surge through this Stargate, is there a different genetic imprint, I would think, on the Stargate every time we come through, or is it the same one going through multiple times and kind of manifesting in a different style meat suit, but the same genetic makeup, I guess, or DNA makeup?
Well, the truth is, in a lot of these race cycles and epochs, those that have come through the Stargates to incarnate on the Earth have gotten trapped here. This is usually why you don't get a lot of direct angelic intervention. They can counsel us and guide us, but we're really their arms and legs down here. We are them. They are us. We're just their lower parts down here. They really don't like to, unless with my walking, for example, when I got hit by the car, something came in the force through me, but not a scratch. Because I had something, just like a lot of us, we have contracts. It's the reason we came. And if you really need to be here, there will be direct angelic intervention. But a lot of angels, I know, they told me, they don't like to intervene directly because it's very, very easy to get trapped down here. I think for a lot of us, I think there's some confusion between past lives and our simultaneous incarnations in time. For example, when I talked about consciousness subdividing and subdividing and subdividing itself, like the Russian dolls, here you have a rishi. The rishi decides to subdivide within itself, creating sets of avatars. The avatars subdivide within themselves, creating sets of oversouls or archangels. Same thing with angels. Now, our angelic identities, 12 aspects of that angelic identity come into our three-dimensional universe, and they choose different time-space coordinates. They're not our past lives. In periods of dimensional blending, we can get we share consciousness with them, but they are who they are. They're members of an incarnational family or a soul family of 12. which are part of one angelic identity. I'm not saying that there aren't past lives. Of course there are past lives. But what you were saying, if you've come back and forth, when you pass through the Earth's core, you'll leave that new imprint. If you've done the work, it's, to be able to ascend back out, we take a chance every time we come in. And if you're not able to ascend, even make the first ascension in a 6-dimensional Merkaba transharmonic Akasha Merkaba vehicle, don't worry about activating the Christ vehicles yet. One step at a time, stages. We're going for what's called the holophase now, which is a 6-dimensional Merkaba vehicle that we can shift between this universe and the next higher universe at will. So all these teachings really are geared towards ascension and everything that goes along with it. Of course, the attitudes, you have to master the attitudes and etiquette of spiritual mastery. These teachings don't ignore that aspect too, but learning the true mechanics and dynamics of multidimensional identity integration, molecular transmutation, the role of the DNA, our role here, knowing where we come from, why we're here and who we are. That's a really good, it's more than just comforting, it's empowering to know why we're here. Aren't these some of the biggest questions we ask ourselves as souls?
Of course.
Where do I come from? Why am I here? Why did I, of all the planets and times to choose, why did we choose this planet at this time? Because of what it's going through. And those simultaneous identities that live in past times probably look up to us as their higher selves, like we look up to our angelic identities as our higher selves.
That's a profound thought for sure.
It's a big responsibility. If we ascend, we bring up our soul family with us, and probably a lot of those we hold near and dear. If they're not able to do it, we have to let them go. We have to, like what I said before, we have to love them enough to let them go and live the consequences of their choices. Right, Rob? Whether they were based in ignorance, naivete, pure stupidity, or whatever.
And
we have to love them enough to let them go. Once we know what our path is, once you're on the upward spiral, there need not be any turning back. And there shouldn't be.
I agree. I agree. And like
you
you said, the information is the activation.
Path now, up we go.
It's tough to think about, but for sure. I mean, I understand that 100%. You can't take that with you. You'll never make it yourself. Holding on to the, resentment and baggage of some of those people is just going to hold you back to your full potential in that sense.
We indigos were future ET human hybrids. We are from the future. And when we come into this world, we bring the future and the past with us.
Absolutely.
We're here to really literally bridge heaven and earth. And I think there are enough of us on the planet now. In the beginning, just because the psychics began to notice us in the 70s, they noticed all that indigo in our aura. Because we have portions of the 6th strand activated at birth, we have a lot of our soul identity already embodied. At birth, they saw that preponderance, confluence of indigo in our auras. But when the generational karma starts to kick in and whatnot, I think the frustrated look you see on a lot of babies and a lot of little children is because they're conscious enough to know that they're beginning to forget, and they look so frustrated. They want to, when they still have open memory, they want to tell you everything.
When they can't
speak it yet.
Can't convey the message.
And they look their little faces get so wrinkled. They get so frustrated. You hate to see it, just like a little child. A little child, you shouldn't see this look of existential longing on their faces. Usually like a little child, where's my ball? The last thing you expect to hear from a 3-year-old is what their planetary contract is. Like, what am I here to do, mommy? I thought you're here to play. No, I'm here to do something. And this is from a small child. It breaks your heart sometimes.
Absolutely.
A lot. For me, it does.
Absolutely. We have Kathy in the audience, and Kathy is one of the people who have put the event together. And she asks, aren't the mantis beings good guys?
Oh, yeah. The mantis, the Athenians. We know them as the Athenians. Yes, very benevolent. Those certainly the ones I dealt with, and I think we're learning more and more people are having contact with the Athenians. It was the Athenians that hybridized with many of the fallen Zeta races that were going into. They were going into extinction, I think. And to save them, the Athenians hybridized with them, and the race they created was called the Zionites, which were the ancestors of the Hibiru or the Hebrew races.
Wow.
Yes, the Athenians, a lot of our information comes from the Athenians. Yeah. Very, very highly evolved beings. I mean, look what they do down here, you know?
It's
Like,
true, but
hey,
it's crazy.
you're a male praying mantis talking with another male praying mantis. Hey, look at that female over there. She looks pretty hot. Oh yeah? Well, don't you want to keep your head? You know? Hello? Is it really worth it?
That's a
Right.
great connection, though, Phil.
She will
You
love
made a
you.
great
She'll
connection
love
there
you to death. She will
with
eat
the
you
with
head
with the
first.
Hebrew. That's a great connection because that equals up a lot of history that people see on a textbook level, right? Or in somewhat of a textbook level. So that's incredible. That did something for me when you said that, and it made a lot of sense. You know, my full last name is partially Hebrew, but I'm not. It's weird, but it's got the Heimer in the end of it, so it's a little bit different.
Oh, the
But
Heimer.
yeah.
The
We got
Heimer.
yeah, we got
Also, I want to
Go
bring
ahead.
up something that I wanted to bring up just very quickly.
Yeah.
You don't hear a lot about abductions as much as you used to, because the main reason for abductions, their abductees were incarnates of a race called the Belly Kudium. The Belly Kudium. They're what we call a ruby sun race. They happen to have a gene, a recessive gene in their genome that the Dracos can use to infiltrate human consciousness. And it's a very painful process. They don't believe in anesthetic. But you see now they've learned, I think, to clone that recessive gene. I think they're using genetic windows. We talked about this 20 years ago, genetic windows of infiltration, mainly, but not limited to, the vaccines. I think the vaccines have this recessive gene in it. I'm not saying now, don't get all like, because I'm vaccinated. No. And even if you are, there are ways to counter that frequency wise. And I'm not saying all the vaccines have that, but there are many populations, I believe, that are getting vaccinated. I think a lot of them here in Southeast Asia
we got to be
that
careful
have
with
that
that
recessive
word.
gene, because I think you see more of the draconian consciousness manifest here on the planet. But
Yeah, for sure.
luckily, you see, we have friends. We have friends that don't want to necessarily intervene. They will, if necessary, although there are consequences to direct intervention. But I think it's important to understand, not to focus on the digressive consciousness, but certainly to acknowledge that they exist. And not to focus on them. We need to empower ourselves. Whatever out there you want to do for the planet, it has to start with you. It has to start with you clearing yourself of all possible mutations, implants, doing the shadow healing. In the mentorships, we a lot of the focus is on shadow healing. It's a multi-stage, multi-technique process. But this is what we have to really do first. You want to help the planet, it's got to start with you. If it doesn't, whatever you, even these world peace meditations, if the intention is strong and focused enough and you can stay focused there, fine. But if you can't, whatever your unresolved karma is going to go into the planetary grids. And we have enough of that already from parallel Earth manifesting on our Earth. So there's a lot of healing we can do when we do this healing individually. It really extends to all of creation.
That's incredible too. And you're absolutely right. We have Omar now, and Omar asks, I wonder what happens when someone commits suicide or a person that's been murdered.
The suicide thing, you know, I'm not really sure. The murdering thing, I think, as far as is that did you attract that? I don't know. Sometimes I think we just get caught in the crossfire of someone's karma, that it is possible to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is maybe something, if it is a contract, it's good to know consciously that it is. Good to know what you're here for and that you're here to do this. So you can prepare yourself better for a transition, for a smoother transition. Egyptian Tibetan book is dead, the work that we do. If it's necessary, if you feel you've got to drop the body, the hope is that you get soul braided into a higher DNA template for the next cycle of incarnation. The fact is that most humans have been involved in these endless cycles of incarnation for so long. We're in the best position we've ever been, not just for our personal ascension, for the planet. I'm still hopeful. I'm still optimistically, pessimistically, realistically hopeful. Whatever the freak that means, you know? And as far as the suicide, I don't know. You know, Rob, I'd like to think that there's such suicide, when you feel you just can't, the pain is so great that you can't be here anymore. Why should you be made to continue to suffer? You know what I'm saying? I'd like to think that there's a very special place. You know,
yeah. I mean,
for those who felt that the pain of being in this life was just so couldn't take it, that they had to take their own lives, the gift of life. Why should the suffering continue?
I would hope so. I would hope so.
I know how other
of course, there's a lot of stigma will go with that,
about it.
Right. There's a lot of stigma, but I would like to hope that there would be something like that as well. I mean, that's just, if we're looking at a path of love, that would be, you know, love at its finest at that point, because those people are hurting, right?
I would like to see those of that suicide or attempted suicide. I would like to see them fully embraced by their Christos. We all deserve it. We all deserve it. But those people, and I know it takes guts. I've had ideation. I'm not the type to actually do it. Just the ideation itself. I've been in depressive states I wouldn't want an enemy to experience. And it's very hard to understand what that is unless you've been there. And maybe one of the reasons that I got myself or was put in these places was so that I could understand, so that I could relate to people like that. If I could have one real wish, it would be to help these people. And I try in my way, you know.
Absolutely. Who wouldn't want to help?
So I would have, I think there's
nature to care
like
about
to be
somebody.
a special place at the right hand of God for those people who felt that this life was just too painful to endure, you know.
I totally agree with you. We have another question from Leanne, and she says about your rock and roll band. She says, what tuning frequency do they use? Do they use the 440? Because I heard from a friend in Europe that they use 441.
Yeah, we're using 440. I'm looking into the 441. A friend of mine drove an Oldsmobile 442 back in the day. I don't even know if they make them anymore.
I'm not sure either.
But we're at 440 right now, and I don't know how much longer I can stay on.
You let me know. It's up to you. Phil, it's up to you.
Lose my voice.
Whenever you're ready, you let me know. No worries, man.
I'm just about ready, I think.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's let the people one more time know where they can find you or get in contact you if they want the mentorship or they want to go ahead and try and participate in some of course, the Wish Alliance talks, or just email you and talk to you possibly.
Yeah, this is I don't know if this is going out to everybody, but this is my email. Yes. I was just on Shayla, the Alchemy of Ascension, and we offered a discount on my readings. I do a reading called the Book of Fate. You should look into it. If you're interested, it's the only reading I do, but it's an oracle unlike any other oracle I've ever seen. If you want information on the readings I do, please email me. If you want information about the one-on-one mentorships or the groups that I do, please email me. Email me with any questions at all, any feedback, any suggestions. Please feel free. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege, I want to thank you, Rob. I want to thank all of you at Omar, all of your facilitators, all of your speakers, and all of you that have been listening out there. I really am very, very grateful for the opportunity to share, because if it wasn't for you, I'd be talking to myself. So, which I enjoy that too on occasion. But I thank you for the love and continued support, and I hope to see you again soon. Okay.
I think I froze for a second, Phil. Sorry about that, but I just want to say one more time that you absolutely burn the house down, and every time you touch this microphone, it does something for me to retain this information more and more and more. I love you to death. I really do. I love your lectures, and you are somebody that I look up to 110%, and I love your work, Phil. So don't ever stop.
110%? Well, that's not very realistic, Rob.
How about 155%, 0.675? That's what it is, and that's what it's going to stay at.
I was looking for an assistant many years ago. He said, I'll be there for you 150%. I said, well, that's not realistic.
No.
I didn't hire him.
But
anyway, really, God bless all of you. I mean, Rudolf Steiner said, in moments of grace, we remember. And I think that's the key. So be graceful, be safe, stay juicy, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Phil.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Love you very much.
Okay.
Just for you, darling. Here we
Lots
go.
of love. We are unplugged. We are human. The best thing to be is human,
I absolutely agree. And, I really resonated with what you said, that we pick our own parents. And I've known that since I was about 12 or 13 years old, and come to the realization that we, this human experience, we create like an itinerary, and then we come down here and then we follow that processes, and we have the free will to carry out the contract or the experiences that we want to gain. And we choose the parents that we want because we want that genetic memory that comes along with those people, so that we can do the shadow work and do the light work and do the internal work to heal the trauma and to heal the humanity of everyone. So what you were saying there, it was perfect. I was sitting there and I was like, yeah, somebody else said it and just not me. So thank you.
The maps are here that we all have. We're living treasure maps, the maps are right here. You don't have to go looking out there for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just turn around. It's right there.
I loved how you said we had all the answers to all the questions. That was beautiful. Thank you for that.
You're very, very welcome. God bless you all. Signing off.
God bless you,
Much
Phil.
love. Okay.
Wait, Phil, just 1 second.
Yeah.
You're muted, Leanne.
Leanne, you're
Nobody
muted.
can hear you.
Leanne wanted to say hi, Phil.
How you doing, buddy? How you doing? You don't have to talk. Just shh. Don't answer. Save your voice. I love you. So, knee pads, dropping sushi. What else? Futons. It's all so much fun with Phil, and nobody understands any of that, and that's okay.
Okay.
Probably better.
Here we go.
Bye, Phil.
Over and out.
Bye, Phil. Thank you. Be safe.
You.
Be
Thank
healthy.
you.
One of the things that I ultimately love, and I tell people this all the time, that the information is the activation. That is so true. And knowing that information truly empowers somebody to help everybody else around them and themselves at the same time. So that is something that I absorb 110%. I'm going to say it. It's not realistic, but it's me. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I honestly think that this is why we do what we do, is to pass that information along. That's amazing.
Oh dear.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Phil.
Oh, isn't he wonderful?
That was great.
Here we go. What's on the guest list for tomorrow? What's on the horizon for us?
All right, my man. Are we up on the screen here?
Hello.
Yeah, we are. We're good to go.
All right, cool. So tomorrow is the spring and the autumn equinox, and we've been building up to this day for the last 8 days, and we're going into the 9th day. Get it? 369. And tomorrow's going to be just beautiful. I'm really looking forward to it. So we're going to start the day off with our favorite guy, Michael Feely. You guys know who Michael Feely is. If you're not aware of Michael Feely, please go into the Watchers
You've
Talk
been living
video
under a rock.
playlist, and he will be there under the Michael Feely playlist. We got him for 2 hours, a little over 2 hours, from 8:10 until 10:15. When
Oh
after
my God!
that,
Epic download.
And
Yeah.
then after that, Dr. Michael Cremo comes on. And
Holy
then after
cow.
that, Dr. Smear Osmanovic comes on. We have him for about an hour and a half. And then after that, we have a film featuring There's Got to Be More to Life. And then afterwards, we're going to have a panel discussion with Jennifer Koofman. After that, we have Paul Anthony Wallace in the house.
Holy
And then
shit.
after that, we have Oli Demigard in the house.
That is
So
a smoking day.
That is the list for tomorrow, guys. So it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of awareness raising stuff that's going to go on. It's going to be it's a beautiful lineup for tomorrow. So it's only a few speakers, but those few
I better get
speakers
sleep
are
right now.
speaking, an
that's
extended
what I was
period,
thinking.
and it was designed this way because tomorrow we want to harness all the energy that we've collected from the last 7 days, 8 days, and then take it into tomorrow. And then tomorrow night we'll do a meditation, and then we'll release that into the world. And then come the 21st, the day after, we're going to begin to collect that energy again. And then on the 22nd, we're going to take that energy and we're going to put it internally into us. And then we're going to begin to do the healing and trying to create that new timeline. And that's how we will end our conference. So sounds fun. I'm looking forward to it. Today was a great day. And thank you to everyone for their service and for your hard work, and everyone in the comments. Moderators in Watchers Talk, you kick ass. You're putting up those links before I can put them up.
Yeah, they are.
You're rocking it. Thank you very much. I truly, truly appreciate your support and your help. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. It would be just a lot of work. So with that being said, my name is Omar. I'm the host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. We'll jump over to Leanne and then to Stone, and then we'll get final words from Rob, and then we'll call it an evening.
Nice. I just had a question for Rob, really. Like that, there was a word that you used before that I don't understand. It started with an S, I think, and it ended with a P?
T?
P? Sleep? What does that mean? It's just a question.
That's the next stage for me. We're definitely going to hit some sleep tonight, and after we rock out some sleep, we're going to wake up to an epic day tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be so off the chain that the chains are going to be about 1.5 miles away. That's how far off it really is.
Yeah.
Remind me to tell you about the chains in my mom's music school class in the sidebar.
Gotcha. Sidebar. Pause.
No, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's made it into the room, and you're listening and you're being activated. This is absolutely a phenomenal time in our history, and we are the energy, and we're going to change this. We're booting it into high gear, guys, and it's fantastic. All the speakers that have come on today, there was a little bit of something in every single one of them, and I resonated. I just loved it. This is really amping up the energy right through, and tomorrow is going to be a knockout as well. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's come into the chat room. Totally appreciate your energy and your time, and everybody on here, Rob, Omar, Leanne, and everybody else, Kath, and everybody else who's come in and made this absolutely possible. It's been fantastic. And there's other groups out there that are doing the same thing all over the planet. So we're all putting this energy in. It's not just one little group. It is all of us. So Thank you, everybody, for all your experiences along this journey and sharing it with us today. Aroha from me.
Awesome. Awesome. And tomorrow we're going to monitor the Schumann resonance too, probably the day after. What we're going to do is we're going to see how the world was impacted on this solstice. So I'm going to say two things. One, we are the ones we've been waiting for. And two, just like Phil Gruber says, the activation is the information, or the information is the activation. And I'm going to say that all the time now. It is mine and Phil's, and I'm enacting that as we speak. Good night. Love you all. Thank you. We are so close to this being to the end, and it has been one of the most incredible journeys that I've ever been experiencing. And I don't know if we'll ever experience it again like this. So let's keep that in mind as we go forward.
You just like hijacked the words right out of my head, because I was going to say, guys, let's monitor the Schumann resonance tomorrow and see what happens. Maybe we should begin doing that, right tonight, because it is autumn equinox in where Stone is at in Australia and New Zealand. So maybe we should keep an eye on that. And guys, thank you very much. If you've enjoyed the uploads from the last 8 days and you feel compelled to make a donation or give us a tip, you can do so through the PayPal pinned comment. And with that being said, just don't forget, after the stream ends, quickly jump below and leave a quick comment, because it helps confuse the algorithm. And like this and share this. And that's it. See you guys tomorrow.